Survival on a deserted island. Suyu finds herself reborn as the vilified starlet and single mother, Lan Yi. With the power of space at her disposal, she navigates a myriad of entertainment shows and effortlessly contends with her malicious best friend. While others struggle to survive on the island, subsisting on mushrooms and wild vegetables, Lan Yi feasts on seafood and delicacies to her heart's content, even fortuitously discovering a handsome billionaire along the way. Billionaire, I am not in the mood for fish today. Let us have roasted chicken for a change. Lan Yi firmly states that she cannot indulge him, offering instead roasted duck as a substitute. Onlookers, gaunt and famished, exclaim, is this what you call not indulging him? A certain film emperor, in a sycophantic manner, pleads for support. Just one fish a day will suffice. The billionaire, kicking him aside, retorts, this fish is monopolized. If you wish to eat, dive into the sea and catch it yourself. By day, the billionaire is aloof and proud. By night, he is soft and compliant, leaving Lan Yi caught in the throes of a dual experience of ice and fire. To her astonishment, gossipmongers reveal that the single mother's romantic prospects are ever expanding, as yet another handsome man appears by her side, leading to the billionaire's jealousy. The adorable child comments, whoever mommy likes becomes my father. The billionaire, in a fit of rage, commands, bring my son back. I wish to acknowledge him. Adorable child, daddy's here, run away. Billionaire, I shall select a worthy heir to my billions. Lan Yi, holding her adorable child, approaches. Here is my beloved son. Chapter 1 Rebirth to Save Others. Prisoner 0082 has been released after serving her sentence. Upon her release, she vows to reform and start anew. As Suyu stepped through the prison gates and arrived at the city center square, she was greeted by the sight of a popular survival reality show being broadcast on the outdoor screen. Her gaze fell upon a familiar face, her eyes widening in shock. The malevolent woman who had caused her family's ruin and led to her imprisonment for 7 years had transformed into a renowned host, participating in a survival program on a deserted island. Sangjin, I love you. The most beautiful goddess, Sangjin. Everyone should vote for Sangjin. Sangjin, forever. Watching the barrage of comments on the live stream, Suyu felt a surge of hatred, her teeth clenched in anger. Life seemed so unjust. She had once regarded Sangjin as a dear sister, only to be betrayed, losing her property and acquiring insurmountable debt, ultimately resulting in her wrongful imprisonment for 7 years. The prime years of her life, from 18 to 25, were spent behind bars, leading to her father's untimely demise filled with regret. Meanwhile, Sangjin had risen to fame and glory, and Suyu could hardly bear it. Get out of the way. Amidst the startled gasps, darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed, her consciousness fading as she realized she had been struck by a falling object from the rooftop. Suyu felt as if her head was splitting. Is this what it feels like to descend into hell? She struggled to open her eyes, but found them heavy, fighting against the darkness for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, she jolted awake, as if emerging from a nightmare, and before she could grasp her surroundings, a melodious voice reached her ears. After pressing for so long with no response, she must be beyond help. We should wait for the rescue team. Following the voice, Suyu turned her gaze and saw Sangjin, her back turned, performing CPR on a man. A wave of hatred surged within her, and she instinctively yearned to strangle Sangjin. At that moment, unfamiliar memories flooded her mind. After a brief struggle, Suyu managed to untangle the disarray of memories. She had inexplicably reincarnated into the body of the controversial actress, Lan Yi. Lan Yi and Sangjin were close friends, having signed up together for the survival show. Lan Yi was attempting to save a drowning person, and just as she was about to end her own life, she had somehow switched places with Suyu. From Lan Yi's memories, it became evident that Sangjin employed the same underhanded tactics against her as she had against Suyu. This foolish Lan Yi had taken the blame for Sangjin numerous times, even going so far as to consider giving up her own child under Sangjin's instigation. However, Lan Yi's persona was already unappealing. With poor acting skills and a lack of wit, she often made disparaging remarks in public. Suyu closed her eyes momentarily, and upon reopening them, her gaze turned icy. Suyu was no more. She was now Lan Yi. Casting a glance at the person turned away from her, Lan Yi scoffed at her so-called best friend, who, at this moment, was more concerned about a drowning victim than her. The live stream featured a voting mechanism, where, at the conclusion of the program, the male and female stars with the highest votes would earn roles in an international blockbuster. Sangjin's goal this time was to secure the female lead and transition into a new career. If Sangjin succeeded in saving the victim, her vote count would undoubtedly soar. Suppressing the hatred in her eyes, Lan Yi approached, declaring, I have learned first aid. When did you learn first aid? Upon seeing the awakened Lan Yi, Sangjin felt a flicker of joy but maintained an outwardly concerned demeanor. While this is an opportunity to gain fans, a life is at stake. Do not be reckless. Lan Yi scoffed. Should I inform you of every little thing I do? Sangjin had painted a grand picture for the original owner, claiming she would help her secure the female lead. And this naive girl had believed her, failing to consider that a third-tier actress, often criticized and embroiled in scandal, had no such fortune. Sang Jin paused, sensing something was amiss with Lan Yi Yi. Don't overestimate yourself. While pretending to caution Lan Yi Yi, inside, Sang Jin felt elated. The man's pallor indicated he was likely beyond saving, and she had been worried about how to extricate herself from this mess, only to find Lan Yi Yi was digging her own grave. Another cast member, Guan Shi, disapproved of Lan Yi Yi's actions. Life is paramount. Can you bear the consequences if he dies? To act recklessly at such a moment was sheer folly. Glancing at the drone overhead, Lan Yi Yi pressed her lips together. If something happens, I will take responsibility. Reviving the man would not only thwart Sang Jin, but could also enhance Lan Yi Yi's reputation. If she failed with so much dirt on her, this would hardly matter. Viewers watching the live stream erupted in chaos. To act without understanding the situation and still seek to flaunt her abilities, she must be held accountable for her actions. What sort of individual has the production team invited? Delaying to save a life is akin to murder. The blue fairy is mad with desire for fame. Her positioning was clearly incorrect. This was nothing but a reckless display, equivalent to attempted murder. The comments were filled with curses. Director Lee, overseeing the program, was overjoyed at the surge in viewership. The show had been lukewarm for the past 2 weeks, and he had considered wrapping it up early to minimize losses. Unexpectedly, a sudden turn of events had salvaged the ratings. Heaven bless us, let there be no loss of life. If the ratings could remain high, this would be a monumental success. Director Lee even began contemplating a sequel to the survival show. At the scene, the man's complexion was a ghastly shade of purple, indicating he was on the brink of death. There was no turning back now. He had to press on. With gritted teeth, Lan Yi Yi placed her hands on the man's chest, soon breaking into a sweat, yet the man showed no signs of improvement. Beside her, Guan Shi and Sang Jin could hardly contain their delight. The program had divided into male and female groups, with only the 3 of them in the female group. Though Lan Yi Yi had always attracted criticism, her acting was competent, and coupled with her beauty, she had a fair chance at victory. Now, it seemed they need not intervene. Lan Yi Yi was on the verge of self-destruction. Lan Yi Yi, if you cannot do it, don't be reckless. Let Sang Jin take over. As Guan Shi's words fell, she was left speechless by Lan Yi Yi's next move. To everyone's astonishment, Lan Yi Yi pinched the man's nose and leaned down to deliver mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Sang Jin, equally taken aback, realized that Lan Yi Yi had indeed lost her mind, attempting to give artificial respiration to a corpse. Single-mindedly focused on saving the man, Lan Yi Yi was oblivious to the water that had flowed into the man's mouth through her fingers. She repeated the motions of CPR and artificial respiration, her wrists and jaw aching, and just as she prepared to give him another breath, the man's eyelashes fluttered. Witnessing this, Lan Yi felt tears welling in her eyes, overwhelmed with joy. Heaven had not forsaken her. The man was alive, and she had won her gamble. After 7 or 8 minutes, the man should have been beyond saving, and with the stakes so high, Guan Shi instinctively took a step back, wanting to maintain some distance from Lan Yi Yi. How can you joke about a life just to gain fame? Sang Jin, convinced the man was dead, began shifting the blame onto Lan Yi Yi. Lan Yi Yi raised her head, noticing the redness in Sang Jin's eyes. Sang Jin's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Convinced the man had perished, she feigned sorrow. Yi, you have truly disappointed me. Before she could finish, Guan Shi gasped, he's come back to life, he's resurrected. Sang Jin's expression froze, instinctively turning to the man. To her astonishment, the man lying on the ground had blinked. Chapter 2, slapping the face of a devious best friend. In a live stream, the barrage of insults directed at Lan Yi Yi suddenly transformed into expressions of disbelief, palpable even through the screen. What on earth? He's alive. Did the blue fairy truly learn first aid? It seems we have wronged the blue fairy. I apologize for my foolish slander. What a stroke of luck. By the way, he's quite handsome. At the scene, Lan Yi found herself locked in a gaze with the man who had just awakened, and she froze in place. What kind of eyes were those? They were deep as ink, reminiscent of the hidden realms of the moon, exuding an air of mystery that captivated one's attention. Yet, merely 3 seconds later, those eyes transformed into clear and innocent orbs, akin to a blank sheet of paper, resembling a creature that had just hatched from its shell. To her surprise, Lan Yi had indeed stumbled upon a significant opportunity. Sang Jin could already envision the praises that viewers would bestow upon Lan Yi during the livestream. This could not be allowed. She must not let Lan Yi rise to prominence. A glint of determination flashed in Sang Jin's eyes as she quickly crouched down to wipe the sweat from Lan Yi's brow. Her voice laced with apprehension as she admonished, "Yi, you were far too impulsive just now. I understand your desire to garner attention and votes, but do you realize you nearly endangered a life? Why are you so adamant that I have no training? Lan Yi snapped back to reality, forcefully shaking off Sang Jin's grasp on her wrist, scoffing, I participated in a variety show that featured first aid lessons. You played the drowning victim. How could you have forgotten so soon? Sang Jin flinched at her words. For a fleeting moment, she had seen a shadow of Suyu in Lan Yi. Quickly regaining her composure, she repeatedly apologized. I'm so sorry. The situation was urgent. I completely forgot about that. Seeing Lan Yi push Sang Jin so forcefully, Guvenchi stepped in to defend Sang Jin. Lan Yi, in a tense situation, who has the luxury to ponder so much. Why push so hard? It was infuriating that Lan Yi had managed to save someone in such a manner. Are you still upset about roof foam? Sang Jin's eyes glistened with tears, evoking sympathy. You've completely misunderstood me. I did not leak the messages you sent to roof foam or the fact that you arranged to meet him at the hotel. It was not me who exposed that, nor was it me who spoke of your matters with Director Su. The mention of Director Su's name, though succinct, sparked endless speculation among the listeners. Viewers were stunned into silence. The barrage of comments had shifted dramatically, with those who had just expressed remorse over wrongly accusing Lan Yi now launching a tirade of insults. Blue Fairy truly has no shame, seducing a married male star. Does the Blue Fairy have a secret liaison with Director Su? Even if the Blue Fairy saves someone, she cannot wash away her sins. Is the Blue Fairy's son the illegitimate child of Director Su? I love Yi. Yi is the most beautiful. How much did the Blue Fairy spend to hire her army of trolls? At that moment, Lan Xiaozi, having just returned from kindergarten, eagerly opened the live stream, his chubby hands flying across the tablet, typing out a flurry of comments. Yi is a great beauty. You jealous little bugs, stop hating on Yi. I love Yi. He muttered to himself. Those who slander my mother are all groundhogs. In the face of Sang Jin's accusations, Lan Yi remained calm and collected, her expression bewildered. Have you lost your memory? It was clearly your phone that ran out of battery, and you sent messages to Mu Ruff when using my phone. You even had an abortion for him. How did it turn to me messaging Mu Ruff? And Director Su invited me to play the second female lead in the Imperial Tomb drama. Was it not you and my manager who conspired to reject it? Lan Yi, who had always regarded Sang Jin as her close friend and was willing to take the blame for her, suddenly exposed her dark secrets, catching Sang Jin off guard. Sang Jin panicked. What nonsense are you spouting? Lan Yi blinked innocently. I'm not speaking nonsense. Last time, I was accused to go to the hospital for an abortion, but I was actually accompanying you. The medical records are still in my home. The original owner had been too foolish, sacrificing her own reputation for Sang Jin's. We are best friends. When others were slandering you online, I was the only one who stood up for you. How could you wrongfully accuse me like this? Sang Jin attempted to leverage their sisterly bond to halt Lan Yi's assault, knowing that in the past, whenever she played the victim, Lan Yi would acquiesce to her every demand. Lan Yi smiled lightly. I haven't forgotten, so I won't speak of these matters. You can rest assured. After all these years of friendship, how could you accuse me so unfairly? This is outrageous. Recognizing that Lan Yi was acting strangely, and that continuing the conversation would be detrimental to herself, Sang Jin gritted her teeth, hurt, and fled from the drone's filming range. Guwenchi was nearly in stitches, as the one with the greatest advantage among the three, Sang Jin, found herself embroiled in a public feud with Lan Yi. This explosive gossip would surely spell disaster for Sang Jin. What explosive news is this? Mu Ruffung has an affair with Sang Jin, Mrs. Mu is charging onto the scene with a 50-meter sword. Sang Jin is the true mastermind behind the scenes. Suddenly, one felt a surge of sympathy for the Blue Fairy, quietly bearing so much blame. To those who once disparaged the Blue Fairy, do you feel guilty? Redeem yourselves with your votes. Thus, on the female team's side, Lan Yi, who had been trailing at the bottom of the votes, saw her numbers soar, poised to surpass Guwenchi. The livestream viewership had skyrocketed to 300 million. Director Lee's smile nearly reached his ears. Although he was unaware of the man's identity, the show had undoubtedly become a sensation. As for the celebrity scandals, they were of no concern to him. He only cared about the ratings. Previously wary of men, fearful of potential trouble, Guwenchi had now transformed into a compassionate figure, surrounding the man and inquiring after his well-being. Are you all right? Guwenchi looked at the man with genuine concern, noting his vacant expression as if his soul had departed. The man sat there, hands hanging limply by his sides, silent and motionless. Guwenchi sensed something was amiss. He seems a bit off. Lan Yi turned to the man, furrowing her brow in speculation. Perhaps he just drank too much seawater and is a bit dazed. He should be fine soon. Guwenchi, reveling in the situation, remarked, could it be that you've stunned him into a daze? No sooner had she spoken than the man's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly turned to Lan Yi, asking, are you called Yi? The sound of his voice caused Lan Yi's lips to twitch. His voice was quite melodious, yet somewhat adorably naive. Yes, adorably naive. For a man towering at over 6 feet, his voice was unexpectedly innocent, leaving one utterly astonished. Was he suffering from water-related issues, Or had the production team intentionally sent such a character to create intrigue? Chapter 3: The Adorable Handsome Guy. I am Lan Yi. What is your name? Bye. Lan Yi raised an eyebrow. How did you end up in the sea? In the urgency of the moment, she hadn't thought much of it, but now that she had calmed down, curiosity arose within her. As far as she knew, this island harbored no outsiders apart from the celebrities participating in the show. This man was certainly not one of them. Bye pressed his lips together. I don't know. Lan Yi furrowed her brow. Are you here to participate in the show? It was not inconceivable that the director had added someone at the last moment for the sake of ratings. Bye remained silent, but after 2 seconds, he expressed his grievance. My clothes are wet and clingy. It feels uncomfortable. Guanxi, dissatisfied with Lan Yi's actions, interjected, you should let him change clothes first. These questions do not need to be addressed right now. This was a live broadcast, visible to millions of viewers. Lan Yi could not monopolize the spotlight. Lan Yi frowned. It seemed as if he was relying on her. We have no boys on our team, so we have no clothes to lend you. Bye remained silent, his eyes filled with a sense of injustice. I'll go borrow a set of clothes for him. Guanxi stood up, and soon returned with a set of clothes borrowed from the boys' team. Lan Yi led Bye to the tent constructed by the original owner, which was not large, built with the intention of conserving effort. Now, with 2 individuals inside, the space felt rather cramped, especially with Bye's towering height of 188 meters, making it difficult for him to even turn around. Lan Yi set down her belongings and prepared to step outside, saying, these are clean clothes. Change and hurry back out. The man's identity was uncertain, so it was safest for him to remain under the watchful eye of the camera. Bye looked at her and replied, I won't wear them. Lan Yi, perplexed, insisted the temperature difference between day and night here is significant, and the sun is about to set. If you don't change clothes, you might fall ill, and there are no medicines available. Bye grimaced in disdain. They've been worn by someone else. With many matters at hand, Lan Yi frowned. Then what will you do? I have a set here. Bye proudly revealed a sports outfit from the corner. Lan Yi snatched it away, declaring, this is mine. Bye wore a pitiful expression, clearly distressed. Lan Yi, exasperated, exclaimed, this is my size. You can't wear it. Will you wear that outfit or not? If not, then you can leave my tent. I cannot cater to a young master like you. Bye pursed his lips, and after a moment, managed to say, you are fierce with me. Lan Yi glared at him. Will you wear it or not? Fine, I will wear it. Bye sounded defeated. That's better. Lan Yi's tone softened slightly. Hurry and change into the clothes. I need to change out of my wet ones as well. Why don't you change with me? Bye asked, his eyes sparkling innocently like moonlight spilling from the heavens. Lan Yi shuddered. Could you please speak in a normal tone? What was the point of a 188-meter tall man acting cute? You're being fierce with me again. Bye blinked, his eyes welling up with tears in mere seconds, and Lan Yi immediately relented. There was no way around it. For a child, a lollipop would suffice, but for a grown man, she found herself at a loss. I'm not being fierce. I'm a woman, and you are a man. We cannot change together. Hurry and put on your clothes. This child must have taken in too much seawater, as he seemed to have developed a fledgling mentality upon seeing her. Patience, it would soon pass. If not for the program participants, the rescue team would have taken him away by tomorrow at the latest. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of Huanan, everyone inside was trembling in fear, not daring to speak, as the expression of the old lady of the sea family resembled that of a brewing storm. If my dear grandson is not found, you all shall submit your resignation letters. As soon as she finished speaking, Steward Su entered from outside. Old madam, we have discovered that young Master C was seen boarding a yacht with the second young master of the Nan Yu family yesterday. The old lady of the C family replied, inform the chairman of Nan Yu that if anything happens to my dear grandson, I will demand full compensation from the entire Nan Yu family. Having changed clothes, Lan Yi emerged from the tent to find Guanxi leaning close to Bye, asking numerous questions. Bye remained silent, appearing somewhat impatient. Upon noticing Lan Yi's presence, he immediately approached her. Lan Yi felt a headache coming on. If you are unharmed, think carefully about how you ended up in the sea. Bye bit his lip and quietly murmured, I was pushed. It's almost dark. Let's prepare dinner. Just as Lan Yi was about to hear more, Sang Jin, who had just exited the tent, interrupted with a calm and gentle tone as if no prior conflicts had occurred. Lan Yi glanced at her, secretly mocking. In terms of stature, Sang Jin was the highest here. Had it been Guanxi, she would likely be crying and demanding to withdraw from the program. What about Bye? Guanxi pointed at him. Bye immediately stood close to Lan Yi. Sang Jin smiled lightly. Bye is so adorably childlike. His eyes are so pure and innocent. The drone continued to film nearby, making it impossible to directly call Bye foolish. Guanxi scoffed. What's so cute about him? We don't even know his identity, and Lan Yi just pulled him from the sea. What if he's a bad person? After teasing Bye for a while, he said nothing, instead appearing quite close to Lan Yi, leading Guanxi to subconsciously view Bye as an adversary. That seems unlikely. Sang Jin shook her head and analyzed. I think he might have injured his brain. He should be a civilian hired by the production team, pretending to be a drowning person for the sake of the show. Let's stop speculating and prepare dinner. It's almost dark. Lan Yi decisively ended their discussion. Both Sang Jin and Gu and she felt somewhat dissatisfied. Why did it seem that Lan Yi had assumed the role of the leader? For several days since the program began, the three had tacitly agreed that Sang Jin was the leader. Although Gu and she was reluctant, she could not protest against Sang Jin and Lan Yi being on the same side. Sang Jin directed the tasks, which Gu and she begrudgingly accepted. But why did Lan Yi get to give orders? Bullet comments. Is Gu and she an idiot? Shouldn't they have rescued him instead of watching him drown? High emotional intelligence, adorably childlike. Low emotional intelligence, Sibai is foolish. Does Sang Jin dare to appear on camera? Isn't she afraid of being verbally attacked? The trio quickly grilled the fish, and while eating, Sang Jin brought up, now that there's an extra man in our female team, we need to rearrange the tasks. Originally, Sang Jin was in charge of grilling the fish. Su Lanshan was responsible for catching fish, gathering mushrooms, and digging wild vegetables, and Gu and she prepared firewood. With an additional person, the tasks would undoubtedly need reallocation. Right? Unless he doesn't eat, he must contribute. Gu and she wholeheartedly agreed with this point. Is that so? Lan Yi retorted, then you should stop eating from now on. Among the three, Gu and she did the least work, often falling short in gathering firewood. Gu and she gritted her teeth in anger, unable to refute her. Indeed, she hadn't contributed much, and Lan Yi, after being doused in water, had become quite sharp-tongued. Chapter 4c by has disappeared. All right. Sang Jin acted as a mediator. Let's not argue. We can discuss this matter gradually. She turned to Lan Yi. I know you have misunderstandings about me, and I will take the time to explain those later. For now, I hope you can focus on the bigger picture. With Sibai here, being a man, he must contribute. Otherwise, we will have to send him to the male team. Gu and she promptly declared, I support him going to the male team. She had realized that Sang Jin and Lan Yi were at odds, which made things much easier. I'm not going anywhere. I want to stay with Yi. Sibai, who had been silently eating the fish, suddenly spoke up, his tone still adorably naive but resolute. Gu and she huffed, then you have to work. Sibai was handsome, but an unknown man, no matter how attractive, could not eat on charm alone. Moreover, he was always siding with Lan Yi. I'll listen to Yi. Sibai picked the bones from his fish and handed the meat to Lan Yi, who accepted it without hesitation, their actions harmonious and natural. Sang Jin's eyes flickered as she passed the responsibility to Lan Yi. Yi, how do you think we should arrange things? Lan Yi replied nonchalantly, you could decide. You should still share your thoughts. All three of us have a voice. The more Lan Yi refrained from speaking, the more Sang Jin wanted her to express herself. Lan Yi often lacked assertiveness, and her suggestions were impractical, drawing the ire of others, which was precisely the outcome Sang Jin sought. Since you insist on my input, I will provide it. Lan Yi revealed a sly smile. From now on, we'll each fend for ourselves. Isn't that how the male team operates? Unexpectedly, Lan Yi decided to part ways with them, leaving Sang Jin and Gu and she dumbfounded. They had no skills in fishing, nor could they swim, and Sang Jin regretted her earlier words, but they were already spoken and could not be retracted. No way. Gu and she protested immediately upon regaining her senses. I can't swim and have no means to catch fish. Just because I can swim doesn't mean I haven't nearly drowned, Lan Yi retorted sharply. If you can't catch fish, then forage for wild vegetables. You can't expect to reap rewards without effort. Should the state support you if you refuse to work? Gu and she was left speechless by these words. Sang Jin, biting her lip in silence, finally mustered the resolve to say, then take care of yourself. She had witnessed Lan Yi catch fish before. It was not particularly difficult. Moreover, she understood Lan Yi's temperament. Typically, within 2 or 3 days, Lan Yi would regret their quarrel and come back to apologize. When that time came, she would ensure Lan Yi felt the weight of her actions. For now, patience was key. Lan Yi stood up, declaring, since we've come to an agreement, I will return to rest. She needed solitude to contemplate. The notion of borrowing a life was too bizarre. She required time to devise a meticulous plan for revenge. Furthermore, the circumstances surrounding the original owner were peculiar as well. 5 years prior, she had a one-night stand with a mysterious figure while intoxicated, after which the stranger left her with 40 million. Initially, she intended to purchase a villa, but upon informing Sang Jin, they proposed co-investing and living together, a suggestion the original owner hastily accepted. However, when it came to paying for the property, Sang Jin claimed she lacked sufficient funds and requested to borrow 20 million, which to this day had not been repaid. In essence, Sang Jin had managed to acquire half of the property without cost. This scheme mirrored the one Sang Jin had employed against her, and Lan Yi needed to find a way to secure the property solely in her name. As Lan Yi entered the tent, Sibai followed closely behind. Lan Yi frowned. It is inappropriate for a man to share space with me. Sibai pursed his lips. I have nowhere else to stay. Lan Yi felt a headache coming on. Come with me. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, Lan Yi led Si-Bai to a small grove where she gathered a pile of branches and dry grass to construct a makeshift tent. Though termed a tent, it was quite rudimentary. Si-Bai had to bend to enter, and even lying down, his feet protruded outside. Fortunately, a thick layer of dry grass lay on the ground for warmth. After arranging Si-Bai, Lan Yi collapsed inside the tent, utterly exhausted from the day's exertions, feeling as though she had been trampled by a vehicle. She swiftly fell into a deep slumber. Unable to discern between dream and reality, Lan Yi found herself in a paradise-like realm surrounded by dense shrubbery and a continuously flowing stream. Feeling parched, she rushed to drink from the stream, savoring its sweetness as her fatigue melted away with each sip. What kind of divine water was this? Surveying her enchanting surroundings, she noticed an eerie stillness. She attempted to wander about, but encountered an invisible barrier, limiting her to a space of roughly 50 square meters. After circling around in vain, boredom set in, and she thought the dream somewhat dull. Just as that thought crossed her mind, she suddenly found herself back in the tent, the prior experience feeling all too real, with a lingering sweetness on her lips. How strange, was she still not awake? If only she could have another sip of that stream water from her dream. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she was surprised to find a sweet, refreshing liquid in her mouth, causing her to cough. Stunned by this sudden occurrence, Lan Yi contemplated again, and indeed, another sip appeared. This time, she was prepared and did not choke. Curious, she thought of that previous place again, and the transition was confirmed. After several attempts, she realized she had acquired a new space, and the stream's water could alleviate her fatigue. This unexpected boon filled Lan Yi with delight. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted into a deep slumber, awakening in the morning without opening her eyes, stretching lazily. Suddenly, her arm brushed against something, causing her to freeze. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with Si-Bai's strikingly handsome face. Ah! Lan Yi gasped, springing upright. What are you doing here? She checked her clothing, finding it all in order, and let out a sigh of relief. Si-Bai furrowed his brow slightly, appearing displeased at being disturbed. He sat up slowly, rubbing his forehead with a cold demeanor. Their gazes locked, and Lan Yi frowned. Si-Bai's expression was unusual. Yesterday, he had seemed like an adorably naive puppy, but today he resembled a fierce wolf. She felt puzzled. Fi, something's wrong. Si-Bai is missing. Suddenly, Song Jin's anxious voice rang out from outside, and simultaneously, the tent was flung open. Fi, are you all? Song Jin gasped as she opened the tent, then immediately let the curtain fall, as if she had witnessed something unsightly. Although it was a fleeting moment, Lan Yi did not miss the flash of triumph in her eyes. What happened to Thi? Gu and she, ever the instigator, attempted to peek inside, but Song Jin quickly restrained her. Don't go in. Why not? Gu and she sensed there was an untold secret within and was eager to unveil Lan Yi's scandal. Just don't go in. Song Jin blocked her path, her gaze darting, as though concealing something. Chapter 5. The transaction just moments ago, when Sang Jin lifted the tent flap, I seemed to catch a glimpse of Si-Bai inside the Lan Yaojing tent. I always suspected that Lan Yaojing was not a person of integrity. Just yesterday, there were those fervently attempting to exonerate her. A dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement. Oh no, Si-Bai has been tarnished. The barrage of comments was rife with curses directed at Lan Yiyi, convinced of her involvement in some scandalous affair with Si-Bai the previous night. At this moment, within the tent, Lan Yiyi found herself locking eyes with Si-Bai. Leave, he commanded coldly, shattering the eerie atmosphere that enveloped them. Are you ready? Lan Yiyi looked into his frigid gaze, which was narrowed with impatience and a chill, entirely contrasting with his adorably naive demeanor from the day before. It was evident to anyone that today Si-Bai was not the same as yesterday. It seemed this man might indeed be an ordinary person brought in by the production team. Do I need to repeat myself? His amber eyes narrowed once more. Lan Yiyi resisted the impulse to slap him across the face. Since there was no issue, she had come to catch fish and had no time for idlers. How brazenly he occupied space that was not his. Never mind. She decided to let it go for now, as more pressing matters awaited her attention. As she lifted the tent, she collided face to face with Guanxi, who seized the moment to glance inside the tent. Upon witnessing what seemed to be an indescribable scene, she let out a sharp scream. Ah, Lan Yiyi, how could Si-Bai be in your tent? What are you two doing? What are we doing? Lan Yiyi, he casually lowered the tent flap, denying Gu and she the chance to pry further. How could Si-Bai be in your tent? Gu and she exclaimed, her face a mask of astonishment, while internally she reveled at the drama unfolding. Lan Yiyi, an unwed mother, with the father of her child still unknown, often found herself the subject of media speculation, and now, with Si-Bai entangled in her affairs, it solidified the chaotic nature of her private life. Oh, I'm blind. What a shock first thing in the morning. The live stream erupted with excitement. What do I need to explain myself to you? Si-Bai emerged from the tent, an invisible aura of intimidation following him. Sang Jin and Gu and Shi were momentarily taken aback. The man before them was the same, yet utterly transformed, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to that of a wolf king, instilling a sensation of suffocation merely by standing there. "See by," Sang Jin tentatively called out, locking eyes with him, but the remainder of her words lodged in her throat, rendered speechless. Gu and Shi, unwilling to miss the chance to disparage Lan Yi, boldly inquired, "See by, what were you doing in Lan Yi's tent in the middle of the night? Why not come to mine instead?" See by's frosty retort left Gu and Shi at a loss for words. As Lan Yi regained her composure, a spark of mischief flickered in her eyes as she fabricated. "See by has somnambulism. I heard that waking a sleepwalker can frighten them, so I didn't wake him, fearing I might startle you too. If you don't believe me, just keep watch at the door tonight." Sleepwalking? See by's amber eyes narrowed, leisurely observing Lan Yi, eager to witness what other absurdities she could conjure while awake. Gu and Shi was unconvinced. Surely the director would not arrange for a somnambulist to participate. It was evident they had spent the night together. And Lan Yi concocted this story to evade the truth. "Lan Yi, I'm not a mind reader. How would I know?" Gu and Shi was momentarily left speechless, her anger simmering as she glared at Lan Yi but found herself helpless against her. Ignoring her, Lan Yi quickly tidied herself before heading to the beach to inspect the fish traps. Fortune smiled upon her today, yielding 4 sizable golden tunas, each weighing over a pound, along with several smaller mackerels, enough to satisfy her for the day. Lan Yi dug a small pit about 2 meters behind the tent, lined it with banana leaves, and filled it with seawater to keep the fish alive, then killed 2 for grilling. Sibai observed her slender figure bustling about, assuming the role of a supervisor, showing no inclination to lend a hand. Sang Jin and Gu and Shi also ventured to the beach, attempting to craft their own fishing traps. However, they were not as fortunate and had to settle for a soup made from wild vegetables and mushrooms for breakfast, in stark contrast to the enticing aroma of Lan Yi's grilled fish, causing their mouths to water. After a sip of the mushroom soup, Gu and Shi grimaced, nearly overturning the pot. Noticing Sang Jin's similar lack of appetite, an idea sparked in her mind. Lan Yi's grilling skills were exceptional, and the surrounding air was suffused with the fragrance of fish. As she tore off a piece of fish and savored it, a look of pure satisfaction washed over her face. Just as she prepared for a second bite, Sibai abruptly approached and sat down beside her. Lan Yi chose to ignore him, focusing instead on the fish. 1 million. Sibai's voice cut through the air. Lan Yi raised an eyebrow. 1 million for a fish, he reiterated. Her eyes lit up momentarily, though she feigned calmness. Are you joking? A transaction. 1 fish for 1 million, Sibai repeated. Lan Yi scrutinized him, questioning Mr. C, disregarding your identity. Given your current circumstances, 1 million is far beyond your means. Not even a penny. Sibai glanced at the drone hovering above them, his tone icy. Is this being broadcast live? There are countless viewers nationwide to corroborate. A glint of cunning flashed in Lan Yi's eyes as she earnestly refused. Though my fame may be lacking and I often attract criticism, I am still a public figure. I cannot accept such exorbitant and scrupulous money. I will not eat fish priced below 1 million. Sibai responded in a low-tone deal. Almost instantly, as his words concluded, Lan Yi readily agreed. Not only did she offer him a large fish, but she also helped season it with cumin and salt. At this moment, she had nearly dispelled the notion that Sibai was merely a participant arranged by the director. She leaned towards the idea that he might be the scion of a wealthy family, who had been set up and pushed into the sea, only to be rescued by her. Of course, there remained the possibility that he was a second-generation heir returning from abroad, seeking to gain fame through this opportunity and make himself known. If it were the first scenario, his family would likely retrieve him upon seeing the program, and while he was still around, earning some money would be beneficial. The original owner had a poor reputation and limited resources, with a maximum pay of 5 million for a single film, having squandered lavishly in the past, leaving her with almost no savings. Now that she was in Lan Yi's body, she would need to nurture her son well, repaying this kindness, as raising a child requires considerable funds. Chapter 6. I have no interest in money. 5 million for fish? Oh my, I'm going to sell fish on the island. Only 1 per day, no more. The pinnacle of fish. You are the best. The netizens were stunned by the exorbitant price of the fish. Surprisingly, no one criticized Lan Yi this time, all thanks to Sibai's remark that he would not consume fish priced below 1 million. Look at that. This is the generosity of the affluent. At the scene, Sang Jin and Gu and Shi returned to the tent, having conferred about something, and approached Lan Yi directly. We would like to discuss something with you. Gu and Shi, drawn in by the aroma of grilled fish, swallowed hard, having never realized fish could be so delectable. In comparison to the mushroom soup, the fish had become an unparalleled delicacy. Speak. Lan Yi continued to enjoy her fragrant fish, not lifting her gaze. We would like to borrow 2 of your fish and return them by afternoon. Guanxi wore an expression of entitlement, seemingly unwilling to humble herself while seeking assistance, as if she believed that Lan Yi ought to lend her support. Sang Jin softly remarked, "Yi, you know my health is poor and I suffer from malnutrition, requiring sufficient food to avoid fainting. Could you lend us a couple of fish? We will certainly return them to you by afternoon. After all, the 2 of you cannot possibly consume so many fish." Such a tactic was cunning. If Lan Yi refused to lend the fish, it would not only be deemed unkind, but could also suggest a heartless indifference to another's plight, potentially leading to severe backlash in the entertainment industry. Sibai watched Lan Yi with keen interest, eager to observe her response. Lan Yi smirked, recognizing Sang Jin's familiar approach. The island was bereft of resources. If one's health was poor, what was the purpose of participating in a show? Lan Yi Gandhi Gonfon Sang Jin. Surely I cannot be expected to cater to you, just because you are weak. You desire to compete for the championship despite your frailty. And I am to be morally coerced? I am neither your parent nor your paid caretaker. She neither agreed to lend the fish nor outright refused, but adeptly turned the conversation to Sang Jin's frailty, leaving her speechless. Sang Jin stared at Lan Yi, once again feeling as though her soul had been replaced. She bit her lip and made one last attempt. "Yi, you were never like this before. What should I be like?" Lan Yi countered, "Should I take the blame for you and become the target of public scorn?" Finally, Sang Jin realized that Lan Yi had indeed changed. Continuing to view her through the lens of their past would only lead to her own detriment. "Yi, have you heard something from someone that has led to this misunderstanding?" A person could not possibly change so drastically. Sang Jin began to speculate whether Lan Yi had learned something from others, prompting her sudden transformation. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Lan Yi's mouth. "Are you feeling guilty for something you've done?" Sang Jin's heart sank. She perceived a hatred in Lan Yi's eyes that resembled that of Suyu. Whether it was merely an illusion, in that fleeting moment, Lan Yi's expression shifted once more. "Will you lend a fish or not?" Guanxi's stomach growled, lacking the patience to listen to their verbal sparring. Sang Jin seemed oblivious to the purpose of their visit, which was to borrow fish. Yet she engaged in casual banter with Lan Yi. Not lending, not lending. A fish is worth $1 million. Wouldn't it be better to save it for Sibai? Netizens readily identified with Lan Yi's perspective. In this comparison, the blue fairy appeared less disagreeable. With such a poor attitude in requesting fish, were your parents overly indulgent? What should I do? I might end up turning against you. Below the program, Lan Yi's vote soared. Director Li observed the fluctuating numbers, stroking his chin. Given the circumstances, it seemed that Lan Yi would not only redeem herself, but also achieve newfound fame. Upon her return, he would need to cultivate a good relationship with her. Otherwise, it would not be easy to invite her for the next live broadcast. After all, Lan Yi was a talented actress, and her return would undoubtedly bring a flurry of project offers. At the scene, "This fish is for sale, not for lending." Lan Yi deliberately took a large bite of fish, as Sibai had driven the price up to $1 million per fish, stating that if one wished to eat, they must pay the appropriate price. "Are you Sun or Nyang?" Guanxi exploded. "$1 million? Why don't you go rob a bank?" Lan Yi waved the fish meat in her hand. "I'm not coercing you. This is a mutual agreement. You could simply catch fish from the sea, which costs nothing. How could one expect to eat without putting in the effort or paying?" Guanxi stomped her foot in frustration, turning to find Sang Jin already drinking mushroom soup. With a glare, she declared a 1T lended. $1 million per fish was not about affordability, but rather reluctance to give her money to Lan Yi. Selling fish at such exorbitant prices, she would soon find herself the target of online outrage. Lan Yi savored the fish, her smile radiant. This was the happiest moment since her arrival. "Sang Jin, just wait. This is merely the beginning." Feeling quite pleased, Sibai suddenly remarked, his tone laced with mockery. "A mere trick. You think you've gained an advantage by depriving others of a few bites of fish? How naive." Sang Jin's standing was evidently higher than that of Lan Yi and Guanxi. By seizing a minor advantage, she believed herself victorious. What a foolish woman. What is that look in your eyes? Confronted by his derisive gaze, Lan Yi felt a surge of anger. "Do not forget, I saved you." She deemed it necessary to assert this fact to elevate her standing. Sibai scoffed. "If it were not for your actions, would you even be worthy of standing here, speaking to me? Was she merely a savior of an old man?" Lan Yi stood up. "Shall I take my leave?" Sibai coldly commanded, "Stop." Ignoring him, Lan Yi continued walking, uninterested in his authority. Sibai squinted slightly. $1 million. Lan Yi paused, turning to inquire, "What about $1 million?" Sibai replied, "To build a new tent." Lan Yi, with an air of aloofness, stated, "I have no interest in money. A fish worth $1 million and constructing a tent, a cumbersome task, was obviously not worth the cost." This fellow appeared to be excessively arrogant. This task was laborious and thankless, not worth the trouble. Unfazed by the rejection, Sibai watched as Lan Yi bent to enter the tent, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he coolly stated, 10 million. Deal. Lan Yi's smile nearly reached the skies. She turned and headed into the woods. With the money secured, she would fulfill her end of the bargain, ensuring future collaboration. 1 million for 10 fish. Today's earnings were commendable. The original owner's worth could not compare to this sum. She declared C by her benefactor. Chapter 7. A Master of Performance? 666. May I inquire if the production team is in need of an architect? Meh. I wish to build a tent, not for any other reason, but simply because I enjoy it. Who exactly is this C by? Numerous netizens began to privately investigate his background. Lan Yi transformed into an ambassador of greenery, wandering through the woods and returning with an armful of items, constructing a simple wooden house that was spacious enough to stand upright within. After completing the framework, utterly exhausted, she generously grilled 2 fish for a meal and even prepared one for Sibai, earning an additional 100. Gu and she and Sang Jin ventured to the beach, returning empty-handed, which meant they would have to drink mushroom soup for lunch. After nearly vomiting from the morning serving, Gu and she lost her appetite at the thought of another bowl in the evening and angrily retreated to the tent. Sang Jin, however, went to the opposite side of the island, where the boys' group was located. Typically, the two groups did not interact much, yet they had been frequenting each other's territory lately. Lan Yi pretended not to notice, finishing her fish before returning to the tent for a much-needed nap after a long morning. Sibai leisurely enjoyed his fish, each movement prompting screams from the viewers of the live stream, captivated by his striking handsomeness. After finishing his meal, Sibai returned to the wooden house, leaving the area in silence. Only then did Gu and she quietly emerge from the tent, tiptoeing toward Lan Yi's fishing spot. Suddenly, her foot slipped, and she fell into a pit that was half her height, filled with some unknown water that left her reeking. Gu and she was utterly stunned, and, after a moment, she let out a frenzied scream. Lan Yi smirked and rolled over, returning to her slumber. She had long suspected that Gu and she was up to no good, but fortunately, she discovered that the space not only allowed her to withdraw items, but also to store them. Now, several fish were swimming joyfully within. How delightful! This is the consequence of stealing fish. I should have done this sooner. I adore you, Lan Yi. My goddess and she has become unclean. Lan Yi slept soundly until 3 in the afternoon, and upon opening her eyes, she was instantly struck by an overwhelming handsomeness. Given the events of the morning, she calmly sat up. Shouldn't you provide an explanation? Anyone waking up to find an unfamiliar person in their room would certainly be concerned. The troubling part was that she hadn't noticed a thing. Did I disturb your sleep? Sibai sat up, blinking innocently, exuding an air of harmlessness. Lan Yi's lips twitched, her expression more repugnant than if she had consumed a bitter herb. What is going on with you? You've turned back into Sibai from yesterday? Who could elucidate this perplexing situation for her? A theatrical genius, indeed? What do you mean? Sibai, recalling the morning's events, awkwardly asked, did I bully you this morning? What on earth? Lan Yi's mind was filled with questions. Your morning self? Sibai, avoiding her gaze, confessed, I tend to be quite fierce in the mornings. Lan Yi scrutinized the implications of his words. Are you suggesting that you are like that every morning and like this now in the afternoons? Yes. Reflecting on the morning's occurrences, Sibai resembled a child who had committed a misdeed, apprehensive that Lan Yi would become furious. He was disobedient. He could not control himself. To put it plainly, he was disdainful of his morning self, and his morning self was disdainful of him. Lan Yi felt as though a flock of crows had flown overhead. Had she rescued a person with a split personality? Suddenly, an important question dawned upon her. Does the deposit you promised this morning still count? Sibai's gaze flickered, and he cautiously replied, if you're not angry, then it counts. Goodness, he was playing mind games with her. Lan Yi suppressed her irritation, stating, if you can afford it, I won't be angry. Sibai's eyes brightened as he declared, I am quite wealthy. Come with me, Lan Yi commanded. As she flung open the tent, she was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed herself and stepped outside, with Sibai closely trailing her. Sang Jin and Gu and she were feasting on fish, accompanied by male team member Chu Nanqing. If Sang Jin was the flower of the female team, then Chu Nanqing was the pillar of the male team, at 38 years old, possessing looks that rivaled those of men in their 20s. With remarkable acting skills and numerous hit works under his belt, making him a top-tier celebrity and an object of admiration for both Sang Jin and Gu and she. In the brief moment their eyes met, Lan Yi caught a glimpse of disdain flickering in his gaze. Clearly, Chu Nanqing held her in low regard. Coincidentally, she felt the same way about him. This man was excessively skilled at crafting his public persona, well known in the entertainment industry as a warm-hearted figure, often referred to as the National Film Emperor. The barrage of comments erupted. Ah, I am blind. They're in the same tent. Sibai is no longer pure. Upon seeing her emerge, Gu Inshi gleefully waved the piece of fish in her hand, exclaiming, This fish was provided by Brother Qing. It wasn't stolen from you. With Chu Nanqing present, her tone turned notably sweeter. Having failed to steal fish, Guanxi nearly went mad, only to be unexpectedly rescued by Chu Nanqing, who also provided her with fish to eat, which could be seen as a blessing in disguise. Lan Yi glanced at the clothes hanging out to dry, relieved that it was all well. To prevent weasels from stealing the fish at night, she had dug a foul-smelling pit. Falling in would be quite unfortunate. Please refrain from being so mischievous. And she nearly fell in, Sang Jin gently advised. Guanxi gritted her teeth, her fish suddenly losing its appeal. They were intentionally making her look foolish in front of Chu Nanqing, cunning dogs. Fell in? Lan Yi blinked. You wouldn't want to steal fish, would you? Before Guanxi could respond, Chu Nanqing interjected. As members of the production team, we should support one another and not act selfishly. Moreover, as artists, we ought to set a good example and not propagate negative societal trends. Our audience comprises not only adults, but also many middle and primary school students. Chu Nanqing's words were delivered in a calm tone, lacking any accusatory inflection, resembling an older brother imparting wisdom to a younger sister. In essence, Lan Yi had no obligation to lend fish, as she had caught them through her own efforts, thus entitled to make her own decisions. However, Chu Nanqing's remarks elevated the matter to the level of its impact on children. To put it bluntly, though Chu Nanqing did not directly accuse her, every word dripped with reproach. Good strategy, Lan Yi thought, silently scoffing while outwardly agreeing. Brother Nan is indeed correct. However, it's not that I refuse to lend. Rather, both Bai and I nearly choked on seawater yesterday and are quite weak, in need of nourishment and rest. I assumed Sang Jin and she wouldn't mind missing a meal or two of fish, so I refrained from lending them out, believing they would understand. As she spoke, she let out a sorrowful sigh. Before today, I had always caught fish to share with them, but I didn't expect them to go report me to you. It seems as everyone says, one wrong deed outweighs 100 good ones. With her few simple statements, she not only deflected Chu Nanqing's reproach, but also turned the tables on Sang Jin and Guanxi. You have so many fish. Lending us just a couple wooden tea make a difference, would it? Guanxi, failing to grasp the implications of Lan Yi's words, continued her accusations. With so many fish, you won't finish them today. Can't we just return what we catch tomorrow? Is it wrong not to lend? Lan Yi replied lightly. I'm not your parents. I'm not obligated to feed you. Feeding? That term feels rather odd, she added with a laugh. I'm not your parents. Guanxi, infuriated, could only glare in silence. However, Sang Jin interjected. I didn't intend to blame you. I merely failed to consider the situation thoroughly. Chu Nanqing cast a glance at Sang Jin, acknowledging her greater intelligence compared to Guanxi. No wonder she thrived in the hosting industry. Sang Jin proactively admitted her fault. If Lan Yi pressed further, it would come off as overly aggressive. Those with a modicum of sense would not pursue the matter and would provide Sang Jin with a way out, showcasing mutual magnanimity. Lan Yi scoffed indeed. You failed to consider thoroughly. Contrary to everyone's expectations, she offered no reprieve to Sang Jin, resulting in an awkward atmosphere. In truth, this was merely a misunderstanding. Clarifying it would suffice. Chu Nanqing, accustomed to handling such matters, swiftly redirected the conversation towards Bai, stating, You are all girls. It would be inappropriate for Bai to stay here. It is more suitable for him to join the boys' group. Having just been humbled, Guanxi regained her confidence, eagerly awaiting to see how Lan Yi would respond. Bai, I'm not going anywhere. I will stay with Yi. You heard that. Lan Yi shrugged, expressing her helplessness. Chu Nanqing's gaze flickered. Given his ambiguous status, should anything arise, who would bear the responsibility? Lan Yi, Bai is not a member of the program. No one has the authority to dictate his actions. As for his identity, we are not the police and have no right to investigate. This island does not belong to us, and he is free to choose where he wishes to stay. What a joke. Bai was her benefactor. How could she allow Chu Nanqing to take him away? Unanticipatedly, Lan Yi's blatant refusal to yield caused a shadow to pass over Chu Nanqing's expression. You do have a point. He did not continue on that topic. Instead, he shifted the conversation, stating, The primary reason for my visit is to inform you to reinforce the tents, as there will be a torrential downpour tonight, accompanied by winds of 7 to 8 degrees. On the island, there exists a mobile phone in the possession of CHNNQing, which is solely for receiving calls from the director, used for task assignments and safety alerts. It was precisely upon receiving a call from the director that CHNNQing encountered SNJN, who came to borrow fish. LNYY furrowed her brow, exclaiming, Such a significant matter, and you choose to disclose it only now? Having spoken, she turned and led Bai towards the woods. Lan Yi, having grown up in a coastal city, was acutely aware of the scenes that accompanied a typhoon. She understood the gravity of the situation better than anyone else. Chu Nanqing, seemingly oblivious to the seriousness of the matter, continued to ramble on. Indeed, it had been merely half a month since the show began airing, and everyone was living in comfort, enjoying fish and soup. Chu Nanqing's composure began to falter. After achieving fame, no one had dared to slap him in the face so brazenly. Lan Yi had gone too far. He had come to deliver a warning, and she had treated it with disdain. Guanxi glared at Lan Yi's retreating figure, feeling indignant on behalf of Chu Nanqing. Yi, having never lived by the sea, mistakenly believed that a typhoon was a terrifying phenomenon. Don't take it to heart, Qingge, she said. Sanjin, while ostensibly defending Lan Yi, subtly hinted at her tendency to exaggerate. It's nothing. True to his status as a film emperor, he quickly composed himself. Indeed, I initially failed to convey the essential point. Please make the necessary safety preparations. I shall return now. The blue fairy floated in, showing a lack of respect for her seniors. What a pity for the film emperor, who deserves better than such treatment. The film emperor was merely being too courteous to the blue fairy. Did she really think she understood everything? Good deeds often go unrewarded. It is only fitting that the entire internet vilifies the blue fairy, urging her to depart from the entertainment industry. You should leave, for Yi is truly exceptional, and my affection for her knows no bounds. Upon returning from kindergarten, Lan Xiaobo's first action was to unlock his tablet, only to be met with a barrage of comments mercilessly attacking Lan Yi, with his chubby little hands transformed into those of a keyboard warrior. He initiated his protective mode for his mother, engaging in a fierce battle against countless netizens. Although his mother can be a bit stern at times, she remains the most wonderful person. Director Li, witnessing the sudden shift in public sentiment, found himself rather bewildered. He had thought that Lan Yi had finally gained some sense, realizing the need to redeem herself, but it seems he was mistaken. Does one dare to confront Chu Nanqing? Will the national fans allow this? Unlike the morning, Lan Yi transformed from a mere farmer into a conductor. Instructed Si-Bai to gather an abundance of banana leaves and small branches to return to the campsite. Behind an enormous reef, they excavated a pit over 1 meter deep and 2 meters wide using a shovel left by the production crew. By the time they completed this task, darkness had already descended. Yet, Lan Yi and Si-Bai remained industrious, dismantling the rain cover from the tent to seal the top of the pit, reinforcing the roof with large stones. To prevent flooding, they also shaped the surrounding area into a slope. Upon learning that he would be sharing a tent with Lan Yi that night, Si-Bai felt invigorated. In contrast, Guanxi and Sangjin merely secured their tent with ropes and leisurely savored mushroom soup. Typically, the live broadcast would conclude at this hour, but due to the unusual weather, it would continue throughout the night to monitor the safety of the actors. How peculiar it seemed that they were so reminiscent of digging their own graves. Ha ha, observed the boys' group, then turn your gaze to the girls' group. What a peculiar sight this is. One might mistakenly believe that they are excavating a bomb shelter, with Si-Bai's striking handsomeness. Why does he choose to be so close to Lan Yaojing? Such a lack of intellect should not be participating in a survival show on a desert island. Director, please exercise more discernment in your casting choices and refrain from hiring brainless actors who insult our intelligence. Lan Yaojing should exit the entertainment industry. I hope for a change. And for those who agree, please express your support. The live broadcast was filled with discontent, with many believing that Lan Yi was making a mountain out of a molehill. What power could a level 7 or 8 wind possibly possess? The demeanor of Lan Yiyi gives the impression that a formidable tornado is imminent. Chapter 9. The strong winds have arrived. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, the windbreak shelter was completed. Lan Yiyi skillfully grilled all the fish and prepared a delectable soup made from wild vegetables and sea fish. Subsequently, she instructed SBI to move all their belongings into the tent, where the two of them indulged in fish and soup. I can hardly believe my eyes. The enchanting Lan Yiyi is sharing a tent with SBI. Shout by, come out quickly. You have fallen victim to the cunning scheme of the blue fairy, and it seems all is lost for Si-Bai. Chu Nanqing, brandishing a torch, brought over 2 freshly grilled fish. Though small, the gesture deeply moved Guanxi. Heaven knows how unpalatable the mushroom soup was. Qingge, thank goodness for you, otherwise we would be at a loss for what to do. Guanxi pouted, feigning distress. Chu Nanqing replied, everyone is on the island. It is only natural that we assist one another. Casting a glance at the additional tent, he arched an eyebrow in curiosity and asked, what is that? The newly erected tent by Yi seemed to reflect her apprehension about the strong winds that might arise during the night. Sangjin deliberately mentioned the potential ferocity of the night winds. A flicker of derision danced in Chu Nanqing's eyes, revealing her heightened sense of vigilance. Sangjin, perhaps due to her recent ordeal of nearly drowning, exhibited a lingering fear of water. Guanxi scoffed, recalling how she had been catching fish that very morning. It was implausible that she could harbor any fear of water. Gu and Shi perceived Sang Jin's reaction as an exaggerated display, an intentional provocation directed at Qin Gu. Chu Nanxing deftly sidestepped their discourse, advising them to eat their fish and retire early, emphasizing the need for caution given the impending night winds. Once Chu Nanxing departed, Gu and Shi and Sang Jin each took their portions of fish into the tent. Upon returning to the campsite, Chu Nanxing entered her tent directly. For the darkness of night discouraged anyone from venturing outside. One could only consider themselves unfortunate should they inadvertently tread upon a venomous snake. In the late hours, the esteemed actor delivered fish to them, a gesture that radiated warmth. The actor must prioritize safety before retiring for the night, setting an alarm to awaken later. The stars had all returned to their tents, leaving only the flickering campfire outside to quietly illuminate the stillness. Half an hour later, Gu and Shi emerged from her tent to relieve herself. As she passed by Lan Yi's tent, a delightful aroma of fish wafted through the air, causing her to grit her teeth in annoyance. Inside the tent, upon hearing the footsteps, Lan Yi curled her lips into a smirk, the fish in her mouth suddenly tasting even more delectable. Just as she was about to finish the last bite of her fish, the tent roof trembled slightly, followed by Gu and Shi's anguished scream, echoing eerily across the tranquil island. Sang Jin dashed out of the tent, asking what happened. It is of no consequence. I merely twisted my ankle. Gu and Shi limped back to the tent. Sang Jin cast a glance at Lan Yi's tent, a flicker of understanding passing through her eyes. You had already surmised that she would tread upon our tent's roof, prompting me to place some thorny branches atop, had you not? Sibai gazed earnestly at Lan Yi, acknowledging her cunning nature, yet expressing his fondness for it. His eyes were strikingly beautiful, deep and pure like the twinkling stars in the night sky. For a fleeting moment, Lan Yi found herself captivated, recalling his aloof, divine demeanor from earlier in the day, which quickly brought her back to reality. She turned her face away, declaring that she would not allow herself to face him while sleeping at night. Very well then. S smile faded slightly, his tone laden with a sense of grievance. It seemed that did not harbor much affection for him, yet his fondness for her only deepened. The fragrance that enveloped was both delightful and familiar. Though he could not recall the occasion when he had first encountered it, Lan Yi feigned ignorance, tidying the pile of grass before succumbing to slumber. In the realm of dreams, the air felt as though it had been siphoned away, and a suffocating sensation gripped his chest. As he opened his eyes, his temper surged to an all-time high. This fellow had clung to her like an octopus. Let go. With a forlorn expression, Sibai released her. I am afraid. Lan Yi furrowed her brows. I do not perceive fear in you. Rather, it appears you wish to send me away. She harbored serious doubts about Sibai's intentions, suspecting he was deliberately taking advantage of her. A man towering at nearly 6 feet, yet he was terrified of thunder and rain. Sibai felt aggrieved. The torrential rain pounded against the roof, creating a cacophony, while the wind outside howled ominously, reminiscent of a woman's weeping, which understandably instilled fear within him. Ly's heart softened somewhat, as she repeatedly hypnotized herself, reminding herself that the wealthy benefactor required a good attitude and to suppress her temper. The sea breeze grew stronger, causing the tent to sway unsteadily. Rainwater flooded the tents of Jin and GNX, leaving them drenched and shivering in the chill of the night. The situation was no better for the boys. Sichin Nqing had previously dismissed the evening's sea breeze, neglecting to reinforce his tent. As the wind picked up, his tent was rendered useless, forcing him to crowd with other members in a single shelter. The unmanned camera outside was too timid to venture out and capture the chaos. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the night sky. LNYY rubbed her ears. GNX scrambled into SNJN's tent, looking as disheveled as a drenched chicken. My tent has been blown away. Quickly, hold down the tent, or this one will be whisked away too. SNJN gritted her teeth. Were we told it would only be 7 or 8 on the scale? Why is the wind so fierce? How would I know? GNX was on the verge of tears. She had never encountered such a tempest before. She wanted to go home and relinquish her chance at the championship. Upon hearing the commotion outside, LNYY's lips curled into a sardonic smile. A 7 or 8 on the Beaufort scale would not be considered severe elsewhere. However, this was an island, devoid of structures to mitigate the wind's ferocity, compounded by heavy rain, rendering the situation dire. With the wind howling and rain pelting their faces painfully, SNJN could no longer endure it. Let's seek refuge in YY's tent. It seems to be intact. Why should they suffer in the rain, while LNYY rested comfortably inside her tent? GNX clenched her teeth. Her tent was covered in sharp spikes, and stepping inside would be hazardous. You go if you wish, she retorted. The darkness was oppressive, rendering visibility non-existent. To dash over would be akin to courting disaster. Though GNX was not as seasoned as SNJN, She understood that Lan Yi would not willingly allow them into her shelter. They held out for a while, but as the wind intensified and the tent threatened to lift away, Sich and NQ-ing arrived with the boys' team. They had expected assistance, but upon relaxing, their tent was whisked away. CH and NQ-ing's words plunged them into despair. The tide is rising. We are about to be submerged, and our tents have been blown away. GNX wept. What should we do? They huddled together, struggling to maintain their footing, each uncertain how to respond to this unprecedented predicament. Where's LNYY? CH and NQ-ing suddenly noticed only S, Ing J, N, and G, NX present. Upon contemplating LNYY's tent, he swiftly grasped the situation. Hers had not been blown away. At this point, he could no longer be concerned about pride. Survival took precedence. The thought of LNYY sleeping soundly while they suffered in disarray gnawed at S, Ing J, N. We should go to her tent, suggested CH and NQ-ing. At that moment, everyone simply yearned for shelter from the elements, disregarding all else. Half an hour later, the group, shrouded under a piece of rain tarp, sat in a circle, resembling drowned rats, far removed from their glamorous appearances on screen. The surrounding darkness rendered visibility non-existent, and LNYY's tent, constructed particularly low, eluded their searching hands for quite some time. Ultimately, for safety's sake, they abandoned their search and huddled together for warmth. Wow, I think I heard GNX's scream earlier. This is true wilderness survival. What was that farce before? Celebrity vacation. This is getting interesting. What has become of the film Emperor? Why is it so dark and nothing is visible? I must have wronged LNYOJ-ing. Heaven must protect CHYNGD from harm. S-ing and SH and must be terrified. Some devoted fans of CH, NQ-ing, and S-ing-JN had stayed up all night to follow their situation. Through the stormy night, the live stream echoed only the sound of howling winds, occasionally punctuated by GNX's sobs. In stark contrast, LNYY awoke from a deep slumber, only to find herself locked in a gaze with SBI, both unwilling to acknowledge each other, resembling an elderly couple who had cohabited for 50 years, each with disdain for the other. Stretching lazily, LNYY emerged from her tent to behold a splendid sight. The sun had just risen in the east, as if the tempest of the previous night had never transpired. However, upon turning around, she froze, confronted by 5 pairs of furious, red-rimmed eyes, all glaring at her. The more pressing issue was that all 5 looked as though they had rolled in the mud, appearing as filthy as discarded dolls, their hair a chaotic mess, clinging to their faces, devoid of any semblance of star's glamour. The most comical aspect was that none of them had their shoes still on, and NQ-ing's pants were half torn. LNYY gasped in astonishment. Did you 5 engage in a brawl? Haha, brawl. LNYOJ-ing feigned ignorance, having sheltered in her tent throughout the night, devoid of any sympathy. Oh no, your clothes are drenched. Will S-ing NSH-in fall ill? GNX, who had wept through the night and was now red-eyed and swollen, felt her anger surge at LNYY's words, disregarding her carefully crafted image. LNYY, why are you acting naive? I called for help all night. Are you hard of hearing? She was filled with regret upon realizing that LNYY's tent was merely over a meter away and intact. If only she had reached it. Even if she couldn't enter, she would have made LNYY experience the rain's discomfort as well. Eleni, looking bewildered, responded, what were you shouting about all night? Didn't you see my tent was blown away? GNX's eyes were nearly bulging out. How could LNYY play dumb, as if they were all fools? LNYY nodded, now I see. What does it have to do with me? S-ing-J-N pursed her lips. YY, your actions last night were rather excessive, with so many of us calling for help. How could you turn a blind eye? I'm not a lifeguard, LNYY replied lightly. Besides, it was windy and rainy at night. It's perfectly normal for me not to hear your cries. S-ing-J-N was unconvinced. How could you possibly not hear? Even if I had heard, what of it? If I opened the tent, the roof would be blown away. SBI, and I barely escaped from the brink of disaster. And now you want me to be drenched with you? Y posait la tricky question. But I just choked on some water, S-ing-J-N remarked. LNYY, we are all participants in this program. I didn't expect you to be so indifferent. CH-N-Q-ing displayed a pained expression, as though LNYY's indifference had wounded him. This time, CHYNGD was genuinely hurt. While feeling compassion for CHYNGD, LNYY thought that if she were in his position, she might not have emerged from the tent either. Inwardly, she scoffed. No wonder he can be an emperor. His acting is truly convincing. CHNBI's implication was that she too should venture out and be drenched with him? LNYY glanced at the group and sighed. The world has changed. Everyone knows there is a sea breeze, but takes no action. I diligently constructed a shelter for myself, only to be deemed a sinner. She did not name anyone directly, yet her words subtly mocked the five. CH and NQ Ang's gaze flickered. He recognized that this time he had erred, and further argument would yield no benefit. It was my underestimation of the sea breeze. My fault. Everyone quickly began to search for any items that might have been blown away. Chu Nanqing spoke up, and the others fell silent, as they had long accepted him as their leader. The other two members of the boys' team, Qin Yiming and Fu Chun, shot an unhappy glance at Lan Yi before turning away. Suddenly reminded of something, Guanxi let out a cry and began searching for her sunscreen and mosquito repellent. Without these essentials, she would struggle to survive on the island. Offending 5 people at once. Was Lan Yaoling trying to be eliminated from the show early? With everything blown away, how would they manage the next half month? I announced that the true wilderness action had officially begun, and it was becoming increasingly intriguing. What had once felt like a vacation was now a fight for survival. The merciless sea breeze had howled all night, scattering their belongings far and wide. After a brief stroll, they returned with only a few pieces of clothing caught in tree branches. As for the sunscreen and mosquito repellent, there was not a trace to be found. To make matters worse, the rising water levels had submerged all their fishing traps, rendering the seaside unsuitable for catching fish, which meant they would have none to eat. Fish had been their lifeline since arriving on the island. Without it, they would be reduced to foraging for wild vegetables. Who could endure that? Director, should we send them some supplies? Staff members in the control room began to inquire about Director Li's thoughts regarding the situation. While others could be disregarded, Chu Nanqing, Sang Jin, and Guanxi were all prominent figures. Their participation in the survival show was essentially a means of enhancing their public image. The male and female champions had already been predetermined. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed a universally criticized star like Lan Yi to participate. Not for now, Director Li replied, shaking his head as he observed the live comments and the skyrocketing viewership. He insisted they figure it out on their own. This was a survival program, not a star-studded vacation camp. The live broadcast captured the scene of Chu Nanqing and the others discussing their survival strategies. After deliberation, they decided that the boys' team could no longer remain separate and would need to share a tent with the girls' team. Director Li's curiosity was piqued regarding what Lan Yi and Si Bai were up to, prompting him to switch the camera to their location. In Chapter 11, the financial backer began to stir trouble again. Lan Yi and Si Bai were perched on a large rock, eating fish. Si Bai took a bite and frowned slightly. Is it cold? Great, the backer was causing trouble again. Lan Yi rolled her eyes internally. It had been roasted last night, and after the rain, there was no dry firewood on the island, so they had to make do. This fish is complimentary, no charge. Si Bai raised an eyebrow. Do I lack a million? Lan Yaoling, the crafty one, must have anticipated the lack of firewood today by roasting all the fish yesterday. Haha, do I lack a million? Si Bai, I'm quite fond of this domineering side of you. Lan Yi's eyes sparkled as she entered marketing mode. Would you like to get a card? Enjoy a 10% discount with a 2 million recharge. Eat whenever you want. The recharge amount is non-refundable. Si Bai scoffed. Are you questioning someone's intelligence? Just as Lan Yi was about to respond, the others approached. We've discussed and decided to team up for survival. Would you like to join us? Chu Nanqing, chosen as the leader, communicated with Lan Yi. She blinked. Are there any requirements for team membership? Chu Nanqing glanced at the fish in her hand. Resource sharing. Of course. Resource sharing meant not only fish, but also shared items like tents. Everything usable should be contributed for communal use. Forget it. Lan Yi shook her head seriously. I can take care of Si Bai alone. I can't afford to support 6. Haha, can't support 6. Lan Yaoling truly has a sharp tongue. The film emperor's face turned pale. He was ungrateful. Chu Nanqing's expression soured. Over the years, Lan Yi had been the only one to repeatedly disregard him. Resource sharing doesn't mean only you contribute. Everyone will. You may not have understood my point. What resources do you have to share? Si Bai retorted. Chu Nanqing's gaze shifted to Si Bai, furrowing his brow involuntarily. The person remained the same, but the aura seemed entirely different from yesterday. You're not a member of the program and can choose not to join. Si Bai, she won't join either. Chu Nanqing frowned. Si Bai was not a program member, and this person appeared formidable. He saw no reason to engage in a conflict with Si Bai. Think it over. The water levels are rising, and catching fish by the shore is becoming difficult. Relying on just means surviving on wild vegetables. No need to think. I want to join, Lan Yi replied decisively. Last night, she had discovered that the fish she kept in her space had somehow made their way to the creek and spawned a brood of fry. By morning, those fish weighed about a pound each, and she estimated there were over 200. No matter how they were prepared, they would last until the end of the program. Only a fool would share resources with them. Are you certain? Chu Nanqing raised an eyebrow. Certain, Lan Yi nodded. Don't be stubborn. We must band together to survive. You can't manage alone, Sang Jin kindly advised, hoping to sway Lan Yi's decision. Gu and Shi quickly chimed in. Didn't you say you were afraid of water? If you don't team up with us, you'll have to figure out how to catch fish on your own. Her sunscreen and mosquito repellent have been blown away by the sea breeze, just like Sang Jin's, leaving only Lan Yi's intact. Without teaming up, she had no legitimate reason to use Lan Yi's belongings. Thanks for the reminder. Lan Yi took a large bite of fish, savoring it with squinty eyes. The others couldn't help but swallow hard. After a sleepless night, they were exhausted and hungry, and the aroma of the fish was tantalizing. Since you've made your decision, it's settled then. Chu Nanqing, losing patience, turned to leave. He wielded a mere feather, as if it were a command. In due course, he would watch her suffer when Lan Yaoling finished her fish and struggled to survive. See by run. Don't let Lan Yaoling corrupt you. Chu Nanqing led his team to forage for wild vegetables, preparing a pot of vegetable soup, and then rebuilt 2 larger tents, making sure this time to construct them sturdily. Learning from last night's experience, Lan Yi, content and full, wanted to return to the tent for a nap, but heard Si Bai's cold voice ask, "Where did you go last night?" A jolt of alarm shot through her, but she maintained an air of nonchalance, replying casually, "I was sleeping in the tent. Last night." Seeing Si Bai asleep, she had made a trip to her space. Could it be that this guy had been pretending to sleep? What a cunning creature. Si Bai's narrow eyes narrowed slightly. Lan Yi thought he would continue to pry, and she was prepared to deny everything, but unexpectedly he suddenly said, "Build another tent. 10 million. All right." Lan Yi responded enthusiastically, suddenly feeling invigorated, and dashed into the woods. This money was too easy to earn. She pondered whether to construct another shoddy project. Si Bai watched her retreating figure, his dark eyes revealing a shadowy glimmer. He was certain that Lan Yi had vanished last night. Yes, vanished, not merely gone out. She and T left the tent, but she had indeed disappeared. Hence, when she reappeared, he clung to her like an octopus, fearing she might vanish again. A person could simply disappear into thin air. Quite intriguing. 10 million? Why did he make 10 million seem as simple as 100? I suspect Si Bai's family possesses a mine on another planet. I harbor no interest in wealth. I simply desire to possess 10 million. Except for Si Bai. The male group members began busily constructing tents, while Sang Jin and Gu and Shi took charge of foraging for mushrooms and wild vegetables to prepare lunch. As the sun reached its zenith, hunger gnawed at them, and Sang Jin finally finished cooking a large pot of mushroom and vegetable soup. What usually seemed unappetizing now transformed into a delicacy, and within moments, the male members had consumed a bowl each, their hunger somewhat alleviated, only to then recall that Lan Yi had yet to return from the woods. Yi has been in the forest for quite some time. Surely nothing has happened to her? Sang Jin expressed her concerns. Gu and Shi retorted sarcastically, "There are no floods or wild beasts on this island. What could possibly happen to her?" Frustration bubbled within her, realizing she couldn't use Lan Yi's sunscreen and mosquito repellent. "Do you smell something delicious?" Qin Yiming sniffed the air, detecting a scent reminiscent of barbecue. "You must be hallucinating," Fu Chun scoffed. "Where could there possibly be barbecue on this deserted island?" Since last night, Fu Chun had been harboring a simmering frustration. It was evident that Chu Nanqing had miscommunicated information, resulting in their current predicament of lacking food and shelter, yet he still retained his position as captain. Unable to express his discontent overtly for fear of damaging his image, he resorted to sarcastically taunting Qin Yiming. Chapter 12. But it truly smells delightful. Qin Yiming inhaled deeply, pondering whether he had gone too long without meat, leading to hallucinations. No, it indeed seemed there was a hint of meat in the air. Chu Nanqing also sensed the anomaly. How could there be a meat aroma on this deserted island? Could it be that Yi was barbecuing? Sang Jin inexplicably found her thoughts drifting to Lan Yi. Everyone was present except her. "Look over there." Gu and Shi suddenly pointed towards the woods. The group turned their gazes and beheld Lan Yi emerging from the trees, holding 2 fragrant roasted chickens. Upon seeing the roasted chickens in her hands, they swallowed hard, instantaneously feeling that the mushroom soup in their bowls had lost its appeal. After weeks of consuming only fish and mushroom vegetable soup, their mouths watered in longing. As Lan Yi approached, Sang Jin curiously inquired, "Yi, what kind of meat is that you've roasted?" "Roast chicken," Lan Yi replied, shaking the golden, tender, and plump chickens, releasing a fragrant aroma that enveloped them. "Where did you catch the chickens? And how did you manage to catch 2? Gu and Shi's eyes widened, almost wishing to rush forward and take a bite. "I caught them in the woods. They were probably too weak from the rain, hiding in the grass, making no effort to escape." A glimmer of insight flashed in Chu Nanqing's eyes. "Yi, this chicken appears to weigh 4 or 5 pounds. Surely you too cannot finish it all. Would you be willing to share one with us? We would have a better chance of catching more if we work together." The prospect of indulging in roasted chicken brightened their expressions, and they nearly drooled at the thought. Lan Yi swiftly concealed the chicken behind her back, as if to thwart any attempt by Chu Nanqing to snatch it. "I could eat a whole cow right now," she declared, A flicker of embarrassment crossed Chu Nanqing's face. Fu Chan interjected, "We are all participants in this show. It is only natural for us to help one another." He doubted Lan Yi would selfishly refuse to share. "Don't come at me with moral platitudes. I refuse to share." Lan Yi had pondered this over the last couple of days. The entertainment industry was a treacherous place, and her previous persona had been inadequate. She aspired to escape her current predicament, intending to sell her house and move to a more favorable environment with Lan Xiaobo, enjoying a leisurely life. What of the national film emperor? The further away, the better. Blue Fairy, step aside from the entertainment industry. The directors are blind and foolish, casting the most self-serving individuals in these shows. It is such people who ruin the industry. All those who criticize Yi are merely groundhogs. Yi is the best. I suspect that the only ones shouting Yi is the best are the same person. The insults never change. Seeing that Lan Yi refused to lend anything, Guanxi grew anxious. "Lan Yi, Chu Gu is asking to borrow a roasted chicken as a courtesy to you. Consider that courtesy revoked," she retorted. "Where have you been?" Yi, Sibai emerged from the tent. Upon hearing her name, Lan Yi squinted her eyes, revealing a cunning smile. "I want a roast chicken for you. This delicacy is rare, cumbersome to clean, and requires plucking the feathers." "I understand," Sibai responded, 200,000. He then displayed an expression seeking praise. Lan Yi patted his shoulder, "Generous of you. Next time, I shall roast for you again." The others thought, "Is this Sibai a fool?" Although they all craved chicken. None would pay 200,000 for a single roasted chicken. Even a tyrant chicken isn't that expensive. Chu Nanqing squinted, puzzled, as he scrutinized Sibai, unable to comprehend how a person's aura could shift so dramatically. "Yi, you've gotten yourself into quite a predicament," Sang Jin interjected unexpectedly, her eyes brimming with concern and reproach, though inwardly she reveled in delight. She had thought Lan Yi had gained some wisdom, but it turned out she was merely a fool. Evidently, no matter how one changes, intelligence remains unchanged. The group's attention was drawn to Sang Jin's words. Lan Yi took a bite of the roasted chicken, seemingly unfazed, and asked, "What predicament? Wild chickens are a nationally protected species. Killing protected animals is illegal, and you've roasted two at once. As public figures, how can we blatantly defy the law for mere culinary indulgence?" Sang Jin's righteous words instantly ignited a wave of online outrage. "If you don't do bad things, you won't have bad consequences. Blue Fairy is finally done for. Hurry and catch her." Countless netizens will testify against Blue Fairy for killing a protected species. Her crime is deserving of punishment. Is she the first star to be arrested while participating in a variety show? Indeed, wild chickens are a nationally protected species. Lan Yi, how dare you eat anything? Guanxi nearly burst into laughter. Now you'll reap what you sow for being selfish. Moments ago, they had all been fixated on the roasted chicken, forgetting the implications. But Sang Jin's reminder struck a chord of apprehension. Thankfully, Lan Yi had not lent out the wild chicken. Otherwise, it would have been a dire situation. Sang Jin lamented, "Yi, you've acted too impulsively this time. Why didn't you ask before roasting the wild chicken?" Listening to their criticisms, Lan Yi calmly took another bite of the roasted chicken, savoring its flavor. Sang Jin was taken aback. Was Lan Yi genuinely ignorant and fearless? Or did she have a plan? With so many netizens watching, she found it hard to believe Lan Yi could recover from this. The Blue Fairy must have been stunned. Hurry and apprehend her. What a disgusting woman. I don't wish to see her again. Prison food must be tastier. Lan Yi can roast whatever she desires. Eat whatever chicken she chooses. It's not for you to judge. Sibai suddenly transformed into a gallant protector, standing before Lan Yi to shield her. Lan Yi's eyes flickered. Perhaps this fellow possessed some conscience after all, and the roasted chicken had not been in vain. Chu Nanqing, recalling the earlier request for a chicken, defended Lan Yi. "Yi, is it true that these two chickens were on the verge of death, prompting you to roast them?" "No." Lan Yi shook her head, her expression earnest. "They were merely drenched by the rain. If I hadn't cooked them, they could have lived for several more years." "You fool. Can't you tell that the film emperor is helping you? Is she mentally challenged? The heavens have showered wisdom upon the world. Yet the Blue Fairy has taken refuge under an umbrella. Even the deities cannot save her." The group inwardly snickered, finally understanding why Lan Yi had been subjected to universal scorn. With such intelligence, her survival in the entertainment industry was nothing short of a miracle. "Yi, how can you be so foolish?" Sang Jin's eyes glistened with tears. "Do you still not comprehend the consequences of roasting a nationally protected wild chicken?" The goddess, so kind-hearted, even after being mistreated by the Blue Fairy, chose to repay malice with kindness. What kind of idol wouldn't be adored? Chapter 13. The team to capture the Blue Fairy must have set out by now. "Lan Yi, you have landed yourself in serious trouble. Prepare to sit in prison." Guanxi scolded. "Fortunate that we didn't consume your wild chicken, or we would have all been doomed by your negligence." Perhaps someone will come to capture Lan Yi today. Splendid. No more dealing with this nuisance. It would be best if they took Yi by along as well. Lan Yi let out a hearty burp, unhurriedly retorting, "Who told you that I roasted wild chicken?" When she shot back, "Then what did you roast? So now you wish to defend yourself?" "It's too late." Lan Yi replied simply, "Chicken." Sang Jin pursed her lips and explained, "I hope you didn't roast wild chicken, but there are no domesticated chickens on this island. All the chickens here are wild and protected species. The goddess is just too kind." Still explaining herself to the blue fairy? Just capture her already. This fool must be starting to realize the gravity of the situation and is beginning to feel fear. Chu Nanqing lamented, Sang Jin is not deceiving you. Even if what you roasted isn't wild chicken, any other wild animal would still be illegal. Now, what do you understand?" Gu Linshi relished in her misfortune. "We weren't trying to scare you." Lan Yi patted Bai's shoulder, indicating he should step back. He was blocking her view, and she needed to face the unmanned camera directly. Indeed, no one on the island raises chickens, but that doesn't mean no one brings chickens here. The blue fairy has started fabricating stories. Chu Nanqing raised an eyebrow. If someone brought chickens, how come we weren't aware? Gu Linshi expressed strong skepticism. How can anyone bring chickens? If they did, why would only you know? Fu Chun chimed in. "I can assure you, since we arrived on the island, no boats have approached. I patrol the shoreline daily." Qin Yiming remained silent. He was a child star wanting to seize this opportunity to debut, not aiming for the male lead, just hoping his persona wouldn't collapse, even if the heat diminished. Sang Jin felt relieved. As long as Fu Chun could prove no one had come to the island, this chicken, even if previously domesticated, would now be considered wild. "You all Haven Tea read the contract, have you?" Lan Yi revealed a sly smile. "Before we landed on the island, the production team sent several poultry for us to hunt and consume. Otherwise, what will we eat, insects?" Everyone was taken aback by Lan Yi's words, completely missing that she mentioned poultry, not specifically chickens. Chickens can only refer to chickens, but poultry includes various types of domesticated animals that are edible. Chu Nanqing and the others were left dumbfounded. They had only read the signing terms in the contract, oblivious to the situation on the island, completely unaware that chickens were indeed present. Reflecting on the days they had consumed nothing but fish and occasionally endured mushroom soup, an avalanche of frustration surged over them. Such a significant matter, and they had no inkling. A plot twist? Lan Yi, the trickster, only now revealing that there were chickens on the island? Someone should call the director to clarify. It's no wonder Lan Yi appeared so composed, as she had a trump card up her sleeve. The team to capture the blue fairy must have embarked by now. In this awkward moment, let us not rush to blame. It could be a misunderstanding. Why is Sang Jin silent this time? Sang Jin, too, was unaware they were domestic chickens. She was merely protecting the animals. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? No wonder they hadn't caught any poultry to eat. They had no knowledge of it. Director Li observed the explosive commentary and viewership, his mouth stretching from ear to ear. Though Lan Yi may not excel in acting, she's a treasure for variety shows. Witnessing such a dramatic reversal, he felt compelled to follow along, not to mention the audience. The comments were filled with both curses directed at Lan Yi, yet they were captivated by her antics. Bai huffed, "You are wronging Yi. Apologies are in order." After all this commotion turned out to be a misunderstanding. Chu Nanqing stated, "Next time, let us clarify before speaking. We misjudged Yi this time. On behalf of everyone, I apologize." This clearly implied some blame towards Sang Jin. Sang Jin bit her lip. Feeling wronged, "Yi, why did you only mention this now?" She was now certain that Lan Yi had done this intentionally. Lan Yi feigned innocence. "I thought you all knew." With that, she turned and returned to the tent. Sang Jin, Gu and she, beside her, gritted her teeth in frustration, not expecting to be outmaneuvered by Lan Yi again. Knowing there were chickens on the island, they no longer desired mushroom soup and, after finishing the tent, headed straight into the woods to catch chickens. Lan Yi and Bai each consumed half a chicken, saving the remainder for dinner. Afterwards, she directed Bai's efforts. Although Bai was inexperienced at setting up tents, he possessed great strength, gathering tree branches and banana leaves from woods, while Lan Yi focused on constructing the tent structure. They worked efficiently, and by dusk, had completed a large wooden cabin. This time, Lan Yi dedicated herself to the construction as she intended to share a tent with Bai. After all, he would sneak in her tent at night, so why exert effort building too? Thus, she spread hay across the ground, using banana leaves to create liftable walls, topped with a rain cover. During the day, they could lift the walls and enjoy the sea breeze, while at night, they would lower them to create a cozy sanctuary. The blue fairy, the trickster, had Bai do the labor? So, Bai spent a fortune to personally construct a tent? Has anyone noticed how Bai oscillates between aloof and domineering, yet tender and endearing? I suddenly find myself rooting for the blue fairy and Bai. As night fell, the tent was completed. Lan Yi kindled a fire, sitting beside Bai to enjoy roasted chicken. Halfway through, Chu Nanqing and the others emerged from the woods. They returned empty-handed, drenched from the remnants of raindrops lingering on the trees, looking quite disheveled. Chu Nanqing approached Lan Yi directly. Do you know how many chickens the director released on the island? They searched for an afternoon and found not a single one. Well, Lan Yi pondered for a moment. I can't recall precisely, perhaps 3 or 4. 3 or 4 chickens, and you managed to roast 2 by yourself? Guanxi's eyes widened, realizing why they were on the verge of exhaustion without finding any. Such a vast island. How difficult could it be to locate 1 or 2 chickens? Perhaps they were blown into the sea yesterday. Chu Nanqing's expression darkened. Where did you find those 2 chickens? Domestic chickens are social animals. The others should be nearby. Lan Yi casually pointed, right in there. Qin Yiming, upon hearing this, volunteered, I'll go take a look. Chapter 14. She intends to steal your roasted chicken. Go ahead. Lan Yi waved dismissively. It would be miraculous if he found anything. The director had indeed released 4 chickens, 4 ducks, 3 rabbits, and 1 milking sheep, along with some packaged snacks like bread scattered throughout the woods. All of these items were now in her possession. 1 hen and 1 rabbit had already bred, and they would likely have something to eat by tomorrow. The days of envy were only just beginning for them. Qin Yiming quickly returned, his expression not quite right. He felt as though he had been played by Lan Yi. There was nothing but feathers scattered about. Upon seeing Qin Yiming return empty-handed, Chu Nanqing understood the outcome. When you were catching chickens, did you see any others? Fool. Sibai answered first, suggesting that if they saw it, he would have been caught as well. Lan Yi nodded, acknowledging that Sibai understood the logic. Sibai squinted his eyes, his face radiating joy from the praise. However, Chu Nanqing's expression darkened. He felt that Lan Yi was insulting his intelligence. We are all artists participating in this program together. I have never acted superior as a senior, but I do hope for mutual respect. With that, Chu Nanqing turned and returned to the tent, to provoke the film emperor's anger. Lan Yaojing truly had a knack for it. What a farce. I have long considered him hypocritical. 40-meter-long knives have been shipped. Indeed, Lan Yi, you have gone too far. Guanxi glared at Lan Yi before turning to comfort Chu Nanqing in his tent. Yi, your actions this time were indeed excessive. Sang Jin, assuming the role of the elder sister, gently reproached her. Brother Qin has been acting for so many years. He is, after all, our senior. How can you show him no respect at all? What logic is that? Lan Yi retorted. Just because I didn't see the other chickens doesn't mean I disrespected him. Sang Jin was left speechless, biting her lip in disappointment as she gazed at Lan Yi, unable to comprehend why someone she once considered a sister had changed so drastically. Feeling a pang of sympathy for the goddess Lan Yaojing, who seemed ungrateful, Sang Jin suggested, forget about her. Let her fend for herself. Lan Yi met Sang Jin's gaze with calmness, while Sang Jin's face reflected sorrow and disappointment, creating a stark contrast between them. Only Lan Yi understood the intense hatred concealed within her tranquil eyes. When she was still Su Yu, she and Sang Jin grew up together. Sang Jin, an orphan whom she had taken in, was raised like a biological daughter by her parents, who admired her for being well-behaved and wanted to provide companionship for their only daughter. Lan Yi had always regarded Sang Jin as an elder sister. On her 18th birthday, the police came to take her father away, and it was only when she and her mother went to the police station for inquiries that they learned Sang Jin had accused her father of molestation and rape. Her mother fainted upon hearing the news, and when they returned home, they found their door vandalized with paint and rotten eggs by neighbors. When they sought Sang Jin for the truth, she was nowhere to be found. Her parents, both university professors, could hardly withstand such a blow. That very night, her mother committed suicide by jumping from a building. Ironically, at that time, she still believed Sang Jin was the victim. She rushed to the police station, hurling the most offensive insults at her father, witnessing him die of anger before her eyes. These blows left her in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend how her once happy family had shattered so suddenly. The next day, the missing Sang Jin appeared before her, revealing that her father had done nothing wrong and that everything had been orchestrated by Sang Jin to destroy her and her family. In a haze of fury, she stormed into the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and injured Sang Jin, consumed by thoughts of revenge until the police arrived to subdue her. Charged with attempted murder, she received a 7-year sentence, while Sang Jin sold off her family's property, garnering sympathy from many due to her tragic backstory, paving her way to fame. They had been staring at each other for about 2 minutes. Were they about to fight? The atmosphere was tense, and as Qin Yiming and Fu Chan searched for a topic to break the eerie silence, Sibai made a gesture that sent the live stream into fits of laughter. He took Lan Yi's hand and said, hold on tight. I think she wants to steal your roast chicken. His expression was one of serious caution, as if Sang Jin truly would come to snatch it away. The absurdity of his statement resonated, and laughter erupted in the stream. Sang Jin wants to steal Lan Yi's roast chicken. She's starving. Lan Yi nearly doubled over with laughter. eagerly anticipating Si Bai's reaction upon waking the next morning. Sang Jin bit her lip and glanced at Si Bai, assuring him, "Don't worry, no matter how hungry I get. I won't steal food." Fu Chun and Qin Yiming exchanged glances before turning to leave. It must be said that while Lan Yi's persona may not be particularly endearing, her beauty was undeniable, with a figure more perfect than that of Sang Jin and Guanxi, particularly her long, slender legs, which were indeed a rarity. Especially after arriving on the island, the goddess, usually seen impeccably made up on screen, appeared quite ordinary without makeup. Only Lan Yi seemed unchanged. And perhaps it was not an illusion. Her complexion appeared even more radiant in recent days, as if it could be squeezed from moisture. As darkness fell and the drones ceased filming, the livestream came to an end. In high spirits, Lan Yi became exceptionally generous and quickly devoured the roast meat, lowering the wall in anticipation of sharing benefits later, regardless of whether there were rewards or not. The tasks assigned by Lan Yi ensured that Si Bai would work diligently. He transformed into a hard-working little helper, immediately placing down the surrounding banana leaves. Witnessing this scene, Chu Nanqing, who had just exited his tent, cast a scornful glance before the group gathered around the fire to discuss their plans. Having only consumed a bit of mushroom soup at noon, they were still hungry after searching for chickens all afternoon. Now left with empty stomachs, their bellies rumbling in unison, sometimes even breaking into a chorus of growls. Tomorrow, Yiming and Fu Chan will continue searching for chickens in the woods, while Sang Jin and Inshi will gather mushrooms. I'll check by the river to see if I can set another trap for fish. Does anyone have any objections to my arrangement? Brother Qing, I'll do whatever you ask. I have no objections. Without the drone filming, Guanxi's attempts to please Chu Nanqing were quite evident. I have no objections either. Sang Jin replied coolly. No objections. Fu Chun and Qin Yiming chimed in. Chu Nanqing nodded. If that's the case, everyone should rest early. We'll complete our assigned tasks tomorrow morning. Chapter 15. Are you trying to anger me? Qin Yiming and Fu Chun rose and returned to their tent. Guanxi had never felt such fatigue and was indeed a bit sleepy. However, noticing that Sang Jin and Chu Nanqing had not yet gone to their tent, she forced herself to stay awake. To stave off drowsiness and attract Chu Nanqing's attention, she initiated a conversation. Don't you find it strange? Chu Nanqing raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What kind of strange? Guanxi glanced at Sang Jin before saying, Lan used to be close to Sang Jin, like two peas in a pod. Whatever Sang Jin said went. Since that day, she choked on water in the sea. She has changed. Sang Jin pressed her lips together, not refuting Guanxi's words. It was true that Lan Yi had changed since that day, no longer quickly apologizing after provoking her. Instead, she now targeted Sang Jin at every turn, her eyes always harboring malice, leaving Sang Jin perplexed. Although her intentions with Lan Yi were indeed not pure, many plans had not yet been fully executed, and she had not disclosed her strategies to anyone. There was no way Lan Yi could know. Changed? Chu Nanqing's interest peaked. In what way? Having had little prior interaction with Lan Yi and knowing little about her, he was curious. Guanxi earnestly replied. It's as if she were possessed, suddenly targeting Sang Jin, as if Sang Jin had caused her family's demise. I once heard tales of water ghosts. Thinking back, it resembles Lan Yi's situation quite closely. What do you think? Could it be that Lan Yi? What nonsense are you spouting? Sang Jin's expression suddenly shifted, her voice rising sharply with a tremor, her hands slightly trembling. You startle me. Why are you shouting? Guanxi was so engrossed in her storytelling that, in the desolate island's midnight hour, being abruptly yelled at was indeed unnerving. Furthermore, Sang Jin has always feigned gentleness, seldom raising her voice. To suddenly shout like that startled not only Guanxi, but also Chu Nanqing, who felt a shiver run down her spine. On this desolate island, with the sound of crashing waves enveloping them, even the most benign horror stories could evoke fear. Those with timid dispositions might very well soil themselves in fright. Regaining her composure, Sang Jin realized that her earlier outburst had been somewhat excessive, and she hastily explained, I apologize. I am rather timid, and your sudden remark startled me. I think I shall return to the tent to rest. Guanxi perceived Sang Jin's retreat as somewhat panicked and remarked, Qingge, do you think Sang Jin is acting rather strangely? It's as if she's guilty. One might think she has been touched on a sensitive subject. Chu Nanqing, puzzled, asked, Are you not aware of Sang Jin's background? To which Guanxi replied, I only know she is an unconnected host, nothing more. Upon seeing Guanxi's expression, Chu Nanqing understood she spoke truthfully. He chuckled, having assumed Guanxi was intentionally feigning ignorance, only to discover it was a fortuitous slip. In reality, Guanxi's words held a kernel of truth. Sang Jin bore the weight of her family's lives. Although she was a victim, her family had once been intact. With some dead and others imprisoned, Sang Jin could not entirely escape the consequences. When he had just begun his career and was not yet famous, the scandal surrounding Sang Jin had emerged, and he had spoken on her behalf on Weibo, gaining a wave of followers, marking the beginning of his own rise to fame. Reflecting on those times, Chu Nanqing felt a twinge of guilt and stood up, saying, "It is getting late. Let us return to rest." Only Gu and Shi remained by the fire. Contemplating their earlier conversation, she glanced around nervously and, in a flurry, dashed back to the tent. Inside Lan Yi's tent, she and Sibai had filled coconut shells with goat's milk, sipping it with gusto. Where did you get this goat's milk?" Sibai, ever the curious child, was intrigued by the unexpected presence of goat's milk on the island. Though he had become more innocent, his intelligence remained intact. There were no goats on the island, much less goat's milk. Yet, he had indeed tasted it. Initially reluctant to explain, Lan Yi reconsidered, realizing she would have to clarify eventually, so she said, "The director provided it on the island. There are not only goat's milk but also ducks and bread, all of which I have found and hidden away. Follow me, and you shall not lack for food." Sibai's eyes sparkled with excitement. You need not worry. I will not partake without paying." "How honorable," Lan Yi remarked, laying languidly on a pile of grass. "You now owe me 24 million. This cup of goat's milk is complimentary." Sibai, touched, replied, "You are truly kind." Cautiously, he lay beside Lan Yi, but as he raised his hand to rest it upon her, she promptly admonished, "Do not lay a hand on me." Sibai, feeling wronged, suddenly brightened. 5 million for a night. This fellow had surprisingly taken her words to heart. Yet she was a woman of principles and refused to indulge Sibai's bad habits. "Do not insult my integrity. A woman loves wealth, and I earn it rightly. If you do not wish to sleep outside the tent, then behave." Sibai pouted, appearing quite aggrieved. Lan Yi turned her back to him. This handsome man had an undeniable charm, and she found it difficult to resist. She intended to wait until Sibai fell asleep, so she could quietly slip away to her space. However, the moment she stirred, Sibai's eyes flew open, and with a hint of fear, he asked if she was about to disappear again. Lan Yi, speechless, ultimately found herself unable to lull Sibai to sleep, but rather succumbed to slumber herself. After a restful night, her spirits were high, only to be unsettled upon waking by her benefactor. "Sibai, did you instruct me to do work yesterday?" "It was you who offered to help," Lan Yi retorted. Sibai squinted. "Are you attempting to provoke me?" Lan Yi gritted her teeth, repeatedly reminding herself that he was her benefactor, and her demeanor should be amiable, as her future relied on him. He had spent 10 million and still expected her to labor. It was only natural to feel a bit irked. This self-encouragement proved effective, and she smiled sweetly, asking herself how one could refuse a handsome man over 6 feet tall who eagerly volunteered to assist her. Sibai had encountered all kinds of women, yet few were as unabashedly greedy as Lan Yi, who would flatter without restraint and engage in disputes with a flair. He found her intriguing and was eager to see what tricks she might unveil. Noticing his silence, Lan Yi understood that her generous benefactor had chosen not to pursue the matter further. "I shall prepare breakfast. There is fresh water stored in the bucket. Wash up, and we shall eat once I return." Stepping out of the tent, she headed straight for the woods. Chu Nanqing and the others exchanged glances, but remained unfazed. Having thoroughly searched the island the previous day, finding no sign of chickens, Lan Yi was unlikely to discover any. Has she grown too accustomed to the benefits? They mused. Just wait. It will not be long before she is in tears. Let us see how she manages to survive without a team. Sibai was certainly not a burden. In the morning of Chapter 16, Invitation to Join the Team, Chu Nanqing awoke early, crafting a rudimentary trap by the water's edge. Fortune smiled upon him, and in just over an hour, he managed to catch a few small fish, though not enough for each of them. It was a welcome change after a day of mushroom soup. Sang Jin simmered the fish in the mushroom broth for an extended period, and the previously unpalatable concoction soon wafted an enticing aroma, causing mouths to water. "It smells delightful," Sang Jin announced, stirring the pot. "Everyone, please bring your bowls. The fish soup is ready." Fu Chan extended a bowl, but Gu and Shi interjected, "Let us serve Chingu first. He caught the fish and worked the hardest." "It matters not. Anyone can have the first bowl," Chu Nanqing replied, seemingly indifferent. However, Gu and Shi's statement had already been made. If anyone else were to take the first bowl, it would be seen as inconsiderate. With a glance at the drone, Fu Chun took a step back. "And she is correct. This first bowl of fish soup should go to you." Seeing that no one was willing to serve themselves first, Chu Nanqing reluctantly handed his bowl to Sang Jin. With only 5 small fish, Sang Jin generously allocated 3 to Chu Nanqing, leaving the remaining 2 to be divided among the 4 of them. Since Chu Nanqing had caught the fish, there were no objections. As they savored the delicious fish soup, Qin Yiming felt tears welling up. "I have never found fish soup so delectable before." These celebrities clearly had not endured hardship. After just one day without meat, they were already so emotional. Laborers toiling under the blazing sun for an entire day and subsisting on plain bread would not react so dramatically. I feel for Mingming. Once this episode concludes, none of them will likely participate in the next. While they enjoyed their fish soup, Sibai emerged from the tent and stood by the rocks. The sea breeze, tousling his hair and enhancing his striking features. Sang Jin's gaze flickered slightly as she gently inquired, "Should we not share some with Yi and Sibai?" Observing the dwindling soup, Gu and Shi's eyes widened. "Why should we save any for them? They haven't shared their roasted chicken with us." Chu Nanqing replied coolly, "Sang Jin, I am aware you and Yi were once close. However, this is a survival program. Since she chose not to team up with us, she must find her own way to survive." Qin Yiming and Fu Qin nodded in agreement. Seeing their consensus, Gu and Shi smirked, relishing the thought that Lan Yi's days of enjoying roasted chicken were numbered. Henceforth, she would have to watch them savor fish soup. Sang Jin bit her lip, acknowledging, "I apologize, it was my misguided thought." The goddess is truly benevolent in supporting the claims of the film Emperor, while dismissing the notion of a saintly heart. There's a lingering sense of hypocrisy surrounding Sang Jin. Why has Lan Yi been gone for so long? Why hasn't she brought Sibai a bowl of fish soup? I'm still more fond of the conversations shared by Sibai and the others. At this moment, Lan Yi has emerged from the woods, carrying a simple little basket that appears to have been recently woven. It is brimming with mushrooms covered with banana leaves. Chu Nanqing lets out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he felt a twinge of concern at the thought of the enticing aroma of meat wafting from Lan Yi's basket. "Why have you taken so long to return?" Sibai inquires, his brow slightly furrowed, clearly displeased with Lan Yi's prolonged absence. Given the scarcity of food and the fact that all nearby mushrooms have been harvested, it is understandable that her return would be delayed. Lan Yi places the bamboo basket on a rock and lifts the banana leaves to reveal the mushrooms inside. She sniffs the air, puzzled by the scent of fish. Gu and Shi, eager to showcase her own accomplishments, swiftly approaches, exclaiming that Qin Gu has caught several fish, and they have prepared fish soup. Fu Chun joins in, teasingly asking Lan Yi if she intends to eat mushrooms for the next few days given her bounty. Before Lan Yi can respond, Sang Jin gently suggests that perhaps she should team up with them. Working together would make life easier. Relying solely on yourself to support Sibai is simply unsustainable. Lan Yi points to Sibai as he approaches, questioning whether they would accept him not contributing to the team's efforts. Moreover, she asserts that her possessions cannot be shared, as they were acquired prior to any team arrangement. Fu Chun is the first to voice his opposition, stating that everyone must fend for themselves. No one has the obligation to support Sibai, regardless of Sibai's identity or his accustomed lifestyle of luxury. Without labor, there is no sustenance. Chu Nanqing, as the leader, also expresses his stance, stating that they are inviting her to join the team out of genuine concern for her well-being, since she has repeatedly declined. He asserts that they will not extend the invitation again in the future. Their dignity is at stake. "It sounds like a loss on my part," Lan Yi shrugs indifferently. This nonchalant demeanor causes Chu Nanqing to narrow his eyes. It is a short-sighted approach. In the future, Lan Yi may find herself in tears. "Sangjin opso Lan Yi," recalling Gu and Shi's words from the previous night, and a sudden apprehension washes over her as she becomes acutely aware of Lan Yi's every action. Gu and Shi is torn between joy and disappointment, while Lan Yi's defiance of the film Emperor may lead to dire consequences. Her refusal to join the team means she lacks sunscreen and mosquito repellent. In the following chapter, the atmosphere shifts as Sibai announces that any meals after 7 o'clock will incur a penalty. "How troublesome," Lan Yi mutters, before smilingly assuring him that she will ensure breakfast is served before 7 in the future. The original protagonist earned only 2 million for a film, while now, flattery at mealtime yields 1 million. Even a fool could do the math. Lacking boundaries, though, she may be a sycophant. She secretly yearns to be that way without limits. The next scene astonishes both the live audience and viewers at home. Lan Yi lifts the mushrooms from the bamboo basket to unveil bread and milk. For those who have consumed mushroom soup and grilled fish for 2 weeks, this is a culinary delight, prompting everyone to realize that money is merely a string of numbers, while bread and milk are the essence of life. They begin to question whether their hunger has distorted their perception, mistaking mushrooms for bread and milk. If they had known she would have brought food, they would have welcomed her into their ranks. Is there really bread and milk on the island? The immersion is strong. The urge to dash forward and seize the bread is palpable. Lan Yi, the cunning one, finally reveals her treasure, and they surely regret their previous decisions. "Where did you acquire the bread and milk?" Gu and Shi exclaims in disbelief. From the director, Lan Yi responds casually. Chu Nanqing, losing his composure, asks how much the director has left on the island. "There is an abundance of milk, bread, and cookies. I can't recall the exact amount." Taking a bite of the bread, she grimaces, complaining about the taste of rain-soaked bread. "Next time, I'll opt for fresh goat's milk. I refuse to drink packaged milk." Sibai, frowning, tosses the milk back into the bamboo basket and retreats to the tent. "Wait, there is fresh goat's milk? Brother, please consider our current conditions," Lan Yi remarks, taking a bite of bread as she follows into the tent, muttering that she will prepare mushroom chicken for him at noon. Qin Yiming expresses his astonishment. Mushroom chicken. Now they're convinced that the director must have left a plethora of supplies on the island, possibly hidden away by Lan Yi herself. No wonder everyone has lost weight, while she appears to grow more radiant with each meal. They have been deceived by Lan Yi. She never intended to join their team, merely feigning interest to provoke regret for not accepting her. Chu Nanqing, unable to maintain a facade of generosity, instructs Sang Jin and Unshi to tidy up while he and another go in search of food. The island is small. With careful searching, they are bound to find sustenance. Is it possible that Lan Yi had already found these supplies and stashed them away in a secret hideout? As Chu Nanqing departs with his companions, Guanxi sulks. Sang Jin, aren't you supposed to be close friends with Lan Yi? Why didn't she inform you about the food on the island? I'm not sure. Sang Jin replies, her lips pursed, appearing genuinely hurt. Guanxi despises this demeanor, as if someone has wronged her. Usually, at the radio station, she would never act this way. She plays the victim under the camera, a scheming girl. Guanxi stormed back to the tent, while Sang Jin bit her lip in silence, tears glistening in her eyes. The barrage of comments on the screen was filled with vitriol directed at Guanxi. Heartbroken for their goddess, the audience clamored for Guanxi to be expelled from the team, leaving her to fend for herself. How could she flaunt her temper as a pampered princess just because she had gained some fame? Sooner or later, she would meet her downfall. On the island, there was only a solitary freshwater area where they could wash and gather drinking water. And 2 drones were deployed, one following Chu Nanqing's team and the other trailing Sang Jin to the water's edge. There, Lan Yi had already arrived ahead of them to wash mushrooms. Sang Jin squatted down and inquired, have you found a lot of food and hidden it all away? Lan Yi's lips curved into a sly smile as she locked her gaze on Sang Jin. Guess. Sang Jin felt a pang of guilt under her scrutiny. You've changed so much these past few days. Had it not been for the drone filming, she would never have dared to be alone with Lan Yi. A flicker of malice crossed Lan Yi's eyes as she scoffed. If you don't change, you might end up like Su Yu's family, ruined because of you. After all, you tend to betray those who show you kindness. Lan Yi was truly a piece of work. It was high time she was silenced. Sang Jin, the clear victim in this scenario, found herself resonating with the twisted sentiments of the audience. Wasn't the Su family deserving of their fate? Suddenly, Sang Jin's face drained of color as Guanxi's words echoed in her mind. Do you know Su Yu? She gasped, her eyes wide with terror. Having known Lan Yi for 6 years, she was certain that Lan Yi had no knowledge of Su Yu's circumstances. They had first met at school, and Lan Yi had barely recognized her then. The abrupt mention of Su Yu sent a shiver down Sang Jin's spine, igniting a primal urge to flee. Lan Yi smiled and leaned closer, speaking in a hushed tone only they could hear. I not only know Su Yu, but I also possess evidence of your entrapment of her family. You had no idea, did you? Back then, Su Yu's family installed cameras, and once the show concluded, I leaked the footage. Who are you? Sang Jin asked, bewildered by her own words. The person before her was clearly Lan Yi, yet she felt as if she were speaking to someone else entirely. I'm Lan Yi, she declared brightly, rising with the mushrooms in hand. As she brushed past Sang Jin, she whispered, Sang Jin, wandering too much at night will lead to strange encounters. Stunned, Sang Jin stood frozen, her face pale and ghastly. The audience sympathized with their goddess. Surely she was reminded of sorrowful matters. Lan Yi should be banished from the entertainment industry, they lamented. What had Lan Yi said that drained the color from Sang Jin's face? Someone who can read lips, please translate. Yuan Fong, how do you see me? I am upright, yet I find myself enchanted by Lan Yi's smile, a moment of self-reflection washing over me. After returning from the riverbank, Sang Jin feigned illness, skipping both lunch and dinner, remaining hidden in her tent. The online community speculated that she was hurt by Lan Yi's words, garnering her sympathy and leading to a surge in her votes, distancing her significantly from Lan Yi and Guanxi. Initially, Lan Yi's votes matched Guanxi's, but over the past few days, they had plummeted considerably. Given the current circumstances, catching up to Sang Jin seemed impossible. Chu Nanqing and the others were equally disheartened. Having scoured the forest all day without finding anything, even digging into mouse holes, yet turning up empty-handed. Their frustration at the lack of food was compounded by the sight of Lan Yi and Si by enjoying mushroom chicken and fresh sheep's milk, inciting envy. In Chapter 18, Good Little Bai, Go to Sleep, Lan Yi prepared a large pot of mushroom chicken for lunch, which remained uneaten by dinner, so they continued feasting. Chu Nanqing and his group could only sip on thin mushroom soup, their plight drawing sympathy from viewers who watched from afar. This group of 5 was no match for Lan Yi alone. Her earlier comment about only being able to support one person rang true. As dusk fell and the live stream was shut down, Chu Nanqing did not return to the tent. Once the drone ceased operation, he approached Lan Yi, who was warming herself by the fire. What do you want? Sibai immediately tensed, adopting a protective stance akin to a hen guarding her chicks. Oof. After the past 2 days of enjoying good food and drink with Yi, Chu Nanqing must be jealous, so I have to be cautious. Chu Nanqing glanced past Sibai, addressing Lan Yi Yi, I wish to speak with you privately. Sibai glared at him, warning Lan Yi, don't listen to him. Yes, clearly up to no good. Sibai may not have been adept at reading people, but the thoughts from earlier that day lingered in his mind, leading him to distrust Chu Nanqing. Let us discuss it here. Lan Yi shot a sidelong glance at Sibai and sat down by the fire. The island's nighttime temperatures were quite low, making it uncomfortable to be outside the tent. Sibai shot Chu Nanqing a smug look before settling next to Lan Yi. How childish, thought Chu Nanqing with a scoff, choosing not to engage with Sibai. He intended to sit beside Lan Yi, but was pushed to the opposite side instead. Not feeling angered, he seized the opportunity, free from the drone's watchful eyes, and addressed Lan Yi directly. Yi, I wish to discuss the matter of survival supplies with you. Lan Yi raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. Have you mistaken me for someone else? Shouldn't such matters be discussed among your own group? I am aware that you've hoarded all the supplies. The resources provided by the producers should suffice for everyone's survival. Why not do a favor and refresh your public image? You might even gain some fans. I assure you, once the show concludes, I will leverage my connections to help you land a leading role. Pausing, Chu Nanqing added softly, I've always had a good impression of you. You're the most beautiful in the girls group. If you maintain your image well, you have a better chance than Sang Jin or In Shi of winning the title. Sibai detected the underlying motives, fuming, don't believe him. He is just trying to swindle food and make empty promises. Chu Nanqing narrowed his eyes, pondering Sibai's alternating shrewdness and navet. His logic was clear, yet he suspected Sibai was deliberately feigning ignorance for some ulterior motive. Lan Yi found amusement in Sibai's words. Look, Sibai has seen through your intentions. How is this any different from a bald head on a louse? Chu Nanqing chose not to elaborate further, recognizing the mutual benefit of the arrangement, regardless of where the food was hidden. It would be easy to find with so many people searching. Then you all should work hard to find it. Lan Yi replied half-heartedly. I too am curious about where the producers have hidden the food. Chu Nanqing studied Lan Yi for a moment, unable to discern the truth behind her words. Could it be that she genuinely had no idea where the other food was? It's dark now. Let us return to the tent. Sibai unabashidly warned. Don't stay with him. You might end up being sold out. Lan Yi glanced at Chu Nanqing, noticing his expression had indeed darkened. Feeling suddenly cheerful, she stifled a laugh and returned to the tent with Sibai, collapsing onto the pile of grass. Sleep, she commanded. Having been kept awake by Sibai the previous night, she resolved not to sleep again tonight. She wanted to use the space to take a bath, as she had not had a proper wash since arriving on the island. Sibai, unable to sleep, fixed his dark gaze on Lan Yi and proposed, could you call me Xiao Bai from now on? Lan Yi rolled her eyes. Are you sure you want to kill me when you wake up tomorrow? Sibai replied with a huff. I meant for you to call me Xiao Bai, not him. He doesn't deserve such a privilege. Wise gaze flickered as she broached the conditions. Sleep well tonight and refrain from staring at me like a watchman, and I shall acquiesce to your request. I hesitated. Will you vanish? No, Lnyy replied, her eyes wide as she spoke fibs. I do not possess any supernatural abilities. How could I possibly disappear into thin air? Before SBI could respond, she earnestly asked, do you not believe me? Her expression hinted that SBI's disbelief would deeply hurt her. Lnyy's large eyes, framed by long, dark lashes, glimmered in her skin. Having benefited from the spring water of the space, appeared impeccably smooth and radiant, akin to that of an infant. SBI felt his cheeks flush rapidly, succumbing to her charm. I believe you. Good boy. SBI, hurry and sleep, Lnyy said, a mischievous smirk crossing her face. She patted SBI's hair, eliciting a smile so wide that it nearly split his ears. She could not fathom how such a simple gesture could wield such power. SBI, true to his word, fell asleep quickly, resembling a child whose breathing soon became even and steady. Little B.I., Lnyy softly called, cautiously poking him twice. Once she confirmed he remained still, she finally exhaled in relief and entered the space. Inside, the area was now populated with chickens, ducks, and fish, and her prior concern about their overpopulation had dissipated. They would naturally cease to multiply upon reaching a certain number. The spring water flowed endlessly, its destination unknown. Lnyy indulged in a refreshing bath, mindful not to linger too long lest SBI awaken unexpectedly. Fortunately, when she emerged, he remained in deep slumber. In the morning, Lnyy was roused by a kick to her backside from SBI. Groggy and irritable, she opened her eyes, ready to scold him, only to be met by his piercing gaze. The words she intended to utter were swiftly swallowed. Are you hungry? I will prepare breakfast now, SBI said, narrowing his eyes with a chilling tone. Who permitted you to pat my head? Since he could remember, no one had dared to touch the top of his head. This woman, it seemed, had taken his good temperament for granted, repeatedly testing his limits. Oh, NYY, with a remarkably amiable demeanor, admitted her fault. My mistake. It won't happen again. Who was it last night who was so happy they nearly stuck out their tongue? She thought, resolving not to argue with someone whose mind seemed clouded. Calmly, she reminded herself that he was a significant benefactor. SBI, do you think this is over? She retaliated. It is far from over. You kicked my backside. I did not hold it against you. Chapter 19. The unruly benefactor SBI scoffed. Do you truly believe yourself worthy of being compared to me? This was a blatant affront. What shall we do now? SBI, a fine of 20 million. It must be said, SBI was adept at striking where it hurt most. LNYY exploded. SBI, are you attempting to be unreasonable? She severely doubted he could afford to be so brazen, regretting his high price. In business, no one is without deceit, SBI replied coldly. You are shameless. She retorted. As they bickered within the tent, the live stream exploded with comments. The Blue Fairy is late for work at 7:10. Is she no longer interested in money? A viewer exclaimed. This type of person surely seeks to ensnare SBI. This paltry sum cannot be her ultimate goal, another added. Enraged, LNYY stormed out of the tent and into the woods, with SBI closely trailing behind. Observing her retreating figure, a glimmer of suspicion crossed his eyes. Despite her obvious greed, LNYY made no effort to safeguard her interests, leaving SBI somewhat taken aback. A moment later, a sardonic smile crept upon his lips. It seemed that a mere 20 million would not satiate her appetite. She was likely already coveting the position of Mrs. S. SBI's smirk deepened, considering how a woman who had borne an illegitimate child could harbor dreams of ascending to the heights of power based solely on her fleeting beauty. Upon entering the woods, CHNNQing exchanged a knowing glance with FCHN, who promptly followed suit. His pace quickened, and before long, he spotted LNYY weaving through the trees. She appeared to have a destination in mind, moving forward without pause. FCHN felt a surge of excitement. Their assumptions had proven correct. LNYY was indeed hiding food and was now on the hunt. They had made the right choice. After trailing her for over 20 minutes, FCHN realized why they had failed to find food the previous day. LNYY had concealed it so thoroughly. She continued her trek for several more minutes before suddenly crouching down. From his distance, obscured by the underbrush, he could not discern her actions clearly. As soon as she departed, he hurried forward to investigate, only to find nothing. Over half an hour later, FCHN was dumbfounded. LNYY had led him in a complete circle through the woods, returning precisely to where they started. He had followed her for over an hour merely to accompany her on a leisurely stroll. It was already past 8 o'clock, and he sensed that 100,000 had slipped away. Even from behind the screen, the benefactor's ire was palpable. Does the Blue Fairy possess no ambition? Such easy money, and yet she remains unmotivated? Observing FCHN's expression, CHNNQing realized the truth. They had indeed underestimated LNYY. Without needing to see, he knew that the contents of her bamboo basket were certainly not provisions provided by the director. SBI's complexion darkened as he gazed at the sparse mushrooms within LNYY's basket. Is this what you intend to feed me? Not only are we late, but the quality has declined as well. What do you mean by feeding me this? And basket. This is barely enough for one person. SBI's expression turned icy. Do you genuinely believe I would consume this? Spare me your delusions. LNYY chuckled. Can't you tell? I've gone on strike. Was the Blue Fairy's mind truly not functioning? A meal worth 100,000, and she dare to strike? When had her mind ever been sound? Oh, am I the only one who finds the Blue Fairy incredibly bold? Someone exclaimed. Regardless of the amount, I refuse to work. SBI's expression darkened further. LNYY, have I spoiled you too much? She was the first woman to speak to him so audaciously. What's the matter? LNYY retorted with a cold smile. I saved you, and now you are attempting to extort me? With that, she rolled her eyes and headed to the water's edge, washing the mushrooms before simmering them into a soup, relishing 2 hearty bowls. After yesterday's greasy meal, a bit of mushroom soup felt rather pleasant. As for the obstinate benefactor who unjustly withheld her wages, a few missed meals would suffice. I can't take it anymore. This wretched woman dares to starve my male idol. Someone shouted. Bring the Blue Fairy out for punishment. CHNQing and the others were still sipping mushroom soup that morning, although it was not particularly palatable. Seeing LNYY consume the same lent them some comfort. SNGJ en glanced toward Lan Yi's direction. noting that SBI and LNYY appear to be quarreling. It was only a matter of time, GNX remarked with a smirk. 2 million for a meal. Even the god of wealth would shake his head. It's a wonder they haven't had a falling out. How had someone of GSHOSN's intellect managed to survive in the entertainment industry until now? GNX had previously been exposed for poaching others' partners. And although she had denied the allegations, many still believed she had meddled in someone else's romance, leading to a loss of support from some fans. After finishing our meal, let's head to the river to catch fish. The water level has dropped, and I just saw fish near the shore, Siege in queuing suggested. Not engaging in discussions about female stars like G and X. After several days of mushrooms, I dreamt of transforming into one myself. King Yi. I cannot swim. Please take extra care of me later. The sharp-eyed Sima Zhao's heart cautioned against complying with her request. Gu Xiao-san. Stay away and do not touch my idol. Chu Nanxing nodded. You can stay close to me, just do not wander too far. Gu Wenxi eagerly nodded, her voice sweet enough to be sickening. I will stay by your side, not leaving even a step away. Chu Nanxing turned to Sang Jin. You should stick with us too, do not stray too far. Catching fish is secondary, safety is paramount. The film emperor is so considerate. Did anyone notice the spark in his eyes when he looked at Sang Jin? The film emperor has been single for over 30 years and has finally welcomed spring. After finishing his soup, Chu Nanxing fashioned a few sharp sticks, and the group prepared to head to the riverbank to catch fish. Sang Jin up, Lan Yi Yi. We're going to the riverbank to catch fish. Do you want to join? Lan Yi's gaze flickered slightly, sure. Sang Jin was momentarily surprised, thinking Lan Yi would not recognize the opportunity to reinforce her own persona and make everyone dislike her even more. To her astonishment, Lan Yi was not playing by the usual rules. Let us go. Sang Jin quickly feigned delight, handing her fishing tools to Lan Yi. Sibai scoffed quietly, seemingly waiting for some amusing drama to unfold. Why is it becoming increasingly incomprehensible? Have the two made up? The program is truly disappointing. In Chapter 20 from now on, moral integrity is for strangers. Chu Nanxing and the others had already begun fishing by the river. As the waves crashed ashore, the fish swam joyfully, though they were all quite small. Sang Jin, why did you call Lan Yi here? Gu Wenxi frowned. She is not part of our team. Everyone is part of the program. Helping each other is only natural, Sang Jin replied, then turned to Lan Yi. Do not be upset, and she just speaks her mind. What help have you offered me? Lan Yi found it amusing. The goddess is so kind. The blue fairy is ungrateful. I remain neutral in this. Although Sang Jin's intentions are good, Lan Yi is not entirely wrong. Gu Wenxi smugly remarked, see, she treats your kindness as if it were worthless, just like you cling to her. It is curious how Lan Yi used to revolve around Sang Jin, and now the roles have reversed. Fortunately, Lan Yi's persona is lacking. Aside from bystanders, she has no fans. Let us not argue. Let us catch fish. Chu Nanxing interrupted the trio's debate. Wow, the film emperor speaks with such authority. How can they still bicker at a time like this? Without their star power, what distinguishes them from vegetable vendors? The small fish in the sea swam exuberantly, and Chu Nanxing quickly caught another. Gu Wenxi, like a little fangirl, exclaimed excitedly, wow, Qing Gu is so impressive. Catching another one, Lan Yi glanced at the small fish, almost suppressing a laugh. Fu Chun and Qin Yiming had not caught a single fish and felt somewhat disheartened. Fu Chun suggested, Qing Gu, this method of catching fish is too cumbersome. I think we should make a net. If we had a net, will we even need a fish here? Gu Wenxi retorted on behalf of Chu Nanxing. If you have a way to make a net, feel free to suggest it. Fu Chun had always found it difficult to accept Chu Nanxing, who was well aware of this. Fu Chun's expression was somewhat awkward. They could have made a net from the bedsheet if it had not been blown away by the sea breeze, but now they lacked the tools. Fu Chun was evidently used to a life of comfort, speaking without considering the situation. These young men could hardly endure any hardship, growing impatient after standing in the sea for a while. Be careful. A large wave suddenly surged at the shore, and Sang Jin, being closest to Lan Yi, instinctively lunged towards her. To outsiders, this appeared as if she was desperately trying to save Lan Yi. However, Lan Yi knew that Sang Jin was not so benevolent. She jumped aside, simultaneously leaving the ground as the wave approached, maintaining her balance. Those who lived by the sea understood that jumping at the right moment could prevent being knocked over by the waves. Sang Jin was not so fortunate. She missed and was knocked over by the wave, swallowing a mouthful of seawater. Help! The goddess is drowning. Quick, save her. Lan Yi stood dumbfounded. Chu Nanxing and the others rushed over. Being closest, Lan Yi initially did not wish to help Sang Jin. However, as the wave lifted Sang Jin's clothing, revealing a small pink string at her waist, Lan Yi's expression changed, and she shouted as she lunged forward. Sang Jin, are you all right? Due to their proximity, Lan Yi dashed to Sang Jin's side, attempting to assist her, but was unable to lift her, watching helplessly as Sang Jin, choked on more seawater. Chu Nanqing arrived just in time, and as he helped Sang Jin, another wave rolled in, causing her to tumble before he managed to support her upright. Cough, cough. Sang Jin wheezed, her face pale from choking. That was dangerous. I feel so sorry for the goddess. Fortunately, the film emperor is here. Lan Yi must have planned this. Why did she dodge instead of immediately helping? Although I feel indifferent towards Lan Yi, it is normal to dodge when someone lunges at you, right? She should have reacted quickly to save her, shouldn't she? Can anyone else find Sang Jin's behavior exaggerated? It was not even a particularly large wave that required a dramatic rescue, yet she nearly drowned herself. Sang Jin lay limp in Chu Nanqing's arms, who swiftly scooped her up. Are you all right? I will carry you up. Seeing Chu Nanqing holding Sang Jin, Guanxi's eyes widened. Damn. She only swallowed a bit of water. Why is she acting like she is on the verge of death? What is this? Qin Yiming suddenly spotted something in the water, grabbing a piece of cloth and lifting it up while shouting. A drone nearby captured a close-up of the item in his hand. It was a pink piece of fabric with 4 long strips, with the center being cotton and the rest transparent. Upon realizing what it was, silence fell over the scene, and viewers watching the live broadcast fell silent as well. Lan Yi was the first to react, feigning surprise as she covered her mouth and shouted, Sang Jin, your little underwear has fallen. Qin Yiming was frozen, holding up the piece of clothing, unsure whether to discard it or keep it. Chu Nanqing looked at the item in Qin Yiming's hand with astonishment, then glanced at Sang Jin, unsure where to place his hands. At that moment, Sang Jin's mind was blank, unable to process the situation. The previously static barrage of comments erupted into a cascade of laughter. Ah ha ha, this is the funniest joke of the year. Quick, call an ambulance. I cannot stop laughing. From now on, moral integrity is for strangers. Wow, the goddess likes to wear lace underwear. How seductive. Qin Yiming is so adorable. Look at his expression. The comments flooded in, and everyone witnessing the scene erupted into laughter. Some quick-witted viewers even captured the moment of Qin Yiming holding the underwear and turned it into a meme. Sang Jin was soaked, her top clinging to her, becoming transparent, while wearing a tight-fitting skirt, cradled in Chu Nanqing's embrace, creating a scene too suggestive to describe. Chu Nanqing, being an experienced actor, quickly regained his composure and carried Sang Jin into the tent, while Qin Yiming felt so embarrassed he wished he could explode on the spot. Fu Chun, take this to Sang Jin. Qin Yiming wanted to quickly rid himself of this hot potato. This is a girl's item. How can I carry it? Fei Chen's eyes revealed a hint of disdain. Such intimate items can only be appreciated by the perverse. It would be best to let Shi deliver it. How revolting. It hasn't even been washed. I refuse to touch it. Guanxi promptly swatted the object from Qin Yiming's hands. Consequently, that pink piece of fabric was slowly engulfed by the waves, while a drone captured a close-up of this farcical scene. Chapter 21. Is stealing a man acceptable? The goddess has been scorned. This plot is awry. It is said that a certain individual spent a fortune on stockings worn by a certain star. What a foolishness upstairs. The 3 members are all accomplished gentlemen. Who possesses such poor taste? I adore you. You are the most splendid and beautiful. Alas, the Blue Fairies fanatics have arrived again. With this incident, no one is fishing anymore. Lan Yi ambled back to the campsite, her mood evident. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, she would have been the one plunged into the water to drink seawater. The culprit would have received accolades for bravery. Sibai sat there, enjoying the sea breeze. Upon seeing Lan Yi approach, he scoffed. You did that on purpose. No one else noticed Lan Yi's subtle movements. But Sibai saw everything clearly. His gaze was discerning. Both drones hovered at the entrance of Sang Jin's tent, and Lan Yi huffed, thinking of her failed ploy to gain advantage. Sibai narrowed his eyes, assessing her. You harbor animosity towards Sang Jin. His tone was laden with certainty. This woman's eyes betrayed her hatred for Sang Jin. Lan Yi, is stealing a man acceptable? Sibai's eyes narrowed dangerously. This woman was too cunning. Lan Yi shot him a glare and nonchalantly reclined in the tent for a nap. Sibai's expression grew more ominous, his gaze icy as he watched her. Suddenly, an odd sound disrupted the atmosphere, rendering it awkward. Lan Yi abruptly opened her eyes, sitting up with a smile. Have you made up your mind? Should we retract what was said this morning and continue our collaboration? Sibai sneered. Do you think I am susceptible to your threats? Lan Yi retorted. Then will you go against your own interests? Sibai's face turned cold, clearly brimming with anger. Suddenly, another peculiar sound arose, prompting a change in his demeanor. He warned coolly, the fresh sheep's milk bread cannot exceed 7:30 in the morning, and there must be meat for lunch different from the day prior, and it cannot exceed 11:30. Otherwise, a fine of 500,000 will be imposed. Both understood the unspoken truth. Sibai had not mentioned dinner, and neither dared to voice the implication. Lan Yi continued to set her terms. Let us make it clear. Do not deduct the money I have already earned. Deal. Sibai replied. Upon hearing this, Lan Yi instantly beamed with joy. You rest here. I shall fetch some firewood for our fish head soup. Both drones were focused on Sang Jin and Chu Nanqing when the director intended to switch the camera to capture Lan Yiyi's situation. He discovered that she was absent from the tent, leaving only Si Bai behind. Where did the blue fairy go? I have a premonition. She must be concocting something grand. How did she manage to catch such a large fish? This woman must possess some magical prowess. Lan Yi suddenly appeared within the camera's view, holding a sizable fish, causing a stir among the viewers. Chu Nanqing had caught only a small fish, while Gu Enshi squealed in excitement. The fish Lan Yi held weighed at least 4 or 5 pounds, showcasing everyone's astonishment. How did this petite figure manage to catch such a fish? Ignoring the astonished gazes from Chu Nanqing and the others, Lan Yi calmly proceeded to wash the fish by the water, planning to make fish head soup and grilled fish. Where did you catch such a large fish? Qin Yiming inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. He had struggled for so long without catching even a small fish. He was on the verge of vomiting from the mushroom soup he had been consuming for days. From a seaside where you all set up camp, Lan Yi casually fabricated a response. Qin Yiming, believing her, rushed back to inform Chu Nanqing, and the three of them headed to that spot to fish. Chu Nanqing, a crucial figure among the male contestants, was essential for the camera. Thus, the director promptly instructed the staff to follow with the drone. Lan Yi, now a rising star among the female contestants, also required camera time. Consequently, the live broadcast showcased simultaneous footage of Chu Nanqing and Lan Yi. When Sang Jin noticed the absence of drones outside, she called Gu Enshi to forage for mushrooms. Stepping out of the camera's reach, Gu Enshi, feeling liberated, completely shirked her duties. She grumbled irritably, "I was nearly devoured by mosquitoes while sleeping at night. And the sun is relentless during the day. I don't know what brand of skincare Yi uses. Not only has she not tanned, but her skin has improved." The last remark made Gu Enshi seethe with envy. She had expected this experience to be like the previous variety shows, scripted with comfortable accommodations and meals, merely pretending for the cameras. Little did she know it had transformed into a genuine survival show. If this continued, her skin would suffer irreparable damage for years. Sang Jin remarked, "Perhaps Yi has a good foundation for her skin." In truth, Sang Jin was perplexed. They both used the same brand of products, yet the results were vastly different. Was it possible that the product suited Lan Yi's skin perfectly? However, this was not the time to ponder such matters. She approached a patch of mushrooms and suddenly pointed, saying, "Enshi, these mushrooms look similar to the ones we eat, but they are inedible. They will cause diarrhea and rashes. Therefore, when foraging, you must be discerning and avoid these." Gu Enshi's eyes lit up. "Are you saying these mushrooms will cause diarrhea and rashes?" "Yes," Sang Jin nodded. "In severe cases, it could lead to disfigurement." Disfigurement? Gu Enshi gazed at the mushrooms, her eyes suddenly glimmering with a sinister light. Noticing her expression, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in Sang Jin's eyes. Do not blame her for being merciless. If blame were to be assigned, it would be to Lan Yi herself. After foraging mushrooms, Gu Enshi suddenly claimed a stomach ache and instructed Sang Jin to return first. After a few reminders, Sang Jin departed for the campsite. Lan Yi ventured into the woods to gather some wild vegetables to season the fish. Upon returning to the campsite, she was momentarily taken aback. The mushrooms she had not finished that morning had multiplied. She distinctly remembered there being only 2 left. Had she miscounted? After examining the mushrooms for a moment, Lan Yi's expression turned icy. These mushrooms were utterly inedible and toxic. Half a mushroom could be lethal. Su Anjing, her father in her past life, had been a medical university professor who had educated her on such matters. These mushrooms were poisonous and should not be consumed. However, they were quite particular about their environment and generally rare. At that time, Sang Jin had been present as they compared edible mushrooms side by side. It was evident who had placed these mushrooms there. The fox's tail could no longer be concealed. Were they beginning to plot her demise? Upon returning and fixating on the mushrooms, Si Bai raised an eyebrow. It was Gu Enshi who stealthily placed them. Gu Enshi had tiptoed while placing the mushrooms, believing him to be asleep. In reality, Si Bai had observed her actions but refrained from exposing her, curious to see Lan Yi's reaction to the mushrooms. Lan Yi smirked, a clever ploy to use another's weapon against them. With a sly smile, she suddenly had an idea and instructed Si Bai, "I shall go catch another fish. Do not touch these mushrooms. If anything happens, do not come looking for me." Chapter 22. Delivering Fish Soup. Si Bai frowned, casting a glance at the mushrooms, his eyes radiating a chilling aura. The implication of Lan Yi's words was unmistakable. The mushrooms were poisonous. Chu Nanqing and the others returned from their excursion by the river with grim expressions. They suspected that Lan Yi had deliberately deceived them. Upon arriving at the campsite, their expressions darkened further as they discovered that Lan Yi had somehow returned with another large fish that appeared no smaller than the last. Were it not for the live broadcast, Fu Chan would have undoubtedly expressed his frustration with expletives. What on earth is happening? Why is it that Lan Yi, a mere girl, effortlessly caught 2 substantial fish, while the 3 men nearly scoured the entire island without finding anything to eat? Not even a single fish? Knowing that Lan Yi would not share her catch, none of the trio dared to ask her for a favor. Director, could you ensure that the camera follows the enchanting Lan Yi next time? There must be some secret behind how this woman manages to catch such large fish. It is indeed abnormal that the 5 of them cannot compete with the single catch of Lan Yi. My heart aches for the esteemed actor and the goddess, Chu Nanxing, who sit together, sipping mushroom fish soup. Though it is called fish soup, there is hardly a complete piece of fish meat to be found, as the 2 small fish that Chu Nanxing caught disintegrated upon cooking. Meanwhile, a rich aroma of fish wafts from Lan Yi's direction, leaving one to wonder how she managed to make a simple fish smell so delightful. The 2 fish she caught must weigh at least 8 or 9 jin. Can the 2 of them possibly consume all of it? Fu Chan was indeed quite famished. Yet the enticing aroma of Lan Yi's fish dish rendered the soup in his bowl utterly unappetizing. Qin Yiming took a sip of the fish soup and remarked, I grilled half a fish and stewed 2 pots. I suspect it will accompany our dinner as well. Let us indulge in the soup. CHNQ Ing remarked softly. This afternoon, let us continue to wander through the woods, paying close attention to the fresh soil beneath our feet. Perhaps the director has buried supplies underground. While she ostensibly referred to the director, it was clear to everyone that she suspected LNYY had discovered food and concealed it all. Otherwise, it would have been unearthed from the crevices of the stones. The esteemed actor is rather endearing. He indeed seems to suspect that the enchanting LNY Aoyang has hidden the supplies underground. The director's drone must constantly trail behind LNY op, as we need to ascertain whether she has indeed concealed the provisions. All of LNY Aoyang's television dramas are, after all, played in her true colors, self-serving and egocentric. Listening to their conversation, GNX was particularly quiet this time, refraining from making any sarcastic remarks about LNYY, while SNJN remained silent. Lost in thought, CHNNQing casually sipped a few mouthfuls of mushroom soup when suddenly, QNYMing exclaimed in surprise, Wow, YY is bringing over fish soup. Is she trying to tempt us right in front of our eyes? Though he spoke otherwise, Qin Yiming's eyes sparkled with anticipation, secretly wishing that Lan Yi would unexpectedly show benevolence and treat them to a meal. Guanxi retorted with annoyance. Are you really hoping that she would gift us with food? If LNYY were truly so benevolent, I would gladly offer my head as a stool for everyone to sit upon. Adding 1 and 1, along with 113. I would further assert that if LNY Ouyang were this generous, I would broadcast myself consuming excrement, as QNYMing often does. But one should not speak too boastfully. Although QNYMing also believes that LNYY is not as kind-hearted as she appears, he holds even greater disdain for GNX, whose superficial judgments are indicative of an arrogant perspective. Apart from CHNNQing, there is no one on the island whom she deems worthy. Amidst their conversation, LNYY approached, carrying a pot of fish soup. Today has proven fortuitous, as she had caught 2 fish, and one would suffice for both SBI and myself. This stew, transformed into a delightful mushroom fish soup, is meant for you all to enjoy. CHNNQing was momentarily taken aback, but she promptly stood up to take the fish pot from LNYY's hands, offering her a place to sit. With a serious tone, she said, YY, we shall not take your fish without due compensation. We will return it once we catch our own. What ver? LNY y replied, casting a sidelong glance at SNJN and GNX, a faint, icy smile gracing her lips, while others remained oblivious. SNJN and GNX felt a pang of guilt. Once LNYY departed, QNYMing finally reacted, saying, X, how did I just remind you? One must occasionally refrain from speaking too definitively. Guanxi gazed at the mushrooms floating in the fish soup, feeling utterly dismayed. Damn it, she had just delivered poisonous mushrooms to Lan Yi, and now Lan Yi had prepared a pot of fish soup. The mushrooms were torn apart quite messily, and she could not ascertain whether they were indeed the same ones she had brought over. Was the enchanting Lan truly so benevolent? Guanxi firmly believed that the fish soup was unfit for consumption, suspecting that it might have been tainted by her spitting into it, or some foul play. Sang Jin's complexion turned as pale as a ghost, as she now found herself in uncertainty. Was it that Lan Yi had recognized the mushrooms as poisonous and intentionally delivered them, or was it merely a coincidence? Initially, all of them had been salivating at the thought of the delectable dish, but upon hearing this revelation, their appetites vanished in an instant. Chu Nanxing gazed at the pot of fish soup, her lips pressed together in contemplation, unsure of how to proceed. Given my understanding of Yi, she would never offer fish soup. While Sang Jin did not explicitly declare it undrinkable, she inadvertently conveyed a sense of suspicion regarding the soup's safety. Everyone should refrain from drinking it. Let's discard this fish soup. Seeing that no one had rebutted, Guanxi was about to pour out the fish soup. It would be one thing to suffer from diarrhea after consuming poisonous mushrooms, but what if she truly developed a rash that marred her beauty? One must not bring harm to CHNNQing. Her participation in this program is solely for her sake. Otherwise, she would never venture to such a desolate place. Are SNJN and LNYY truly the best of friends? It appears they do not know her well at all. Feel free to drink. We attentively watched the live broadcast throughout, and she neither poisoned nor spat. The few of them indeed displayed a lack of discernment. Upon witnessing Gu and she genuinely about to discard the fish soup, Qin Yiming swiftly restrained the pot's edge, forbidding her from pouring it out. If you all are too timid to drink, I shall partake. I fear not her spittle or deceitful actions. After 2 or 3 days without indulging in meat, how could one bear to waste a precious pot of fish soup? Are they fools? When Lan Yi was preparing the fish soup, he remained vigilant, not daring to make any move. Moreover, a drone continuously hovered above Lan Yi, capturing every moment, with countless vigilant eyes of netizens observing closely. Gu and she retorted with irritation. Aren't you afraid she might poison you to death? Fear not. Qin Yiming resolutely stands his ground. Enough with the quarrel. Chu Nanqing furrowed her brow, interrupting their dispute. Those who wish to drink may do so, but do not obstruct others. At last, a voice of reason has emerged. Have you all noticed that Qin Yiming hardly ever appears on camera, only having the chance to shine when he is beside Chu Nanqing? As soon as Chu Nanqing spoke, Gu and she bit her lip into silence, and upon reflection, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. If Qin Yiming seeks his own demise, let him do so. It conveniently allows everyone to believe that Lan Yi tampered with the fish soup. Sang Jin gazed at the fish soup before her, as if she had also come to a decision. Chapter 23. Where did the watermelon come from? Qin Yiming ladled a generous bowl of fish soup. The enticing aroma wafting up made him involuntarily swallow. Are you truly not going to partake? I shall not hold back. I have no desire to drink. Gu and she rolled her eyes. Sang Jin then remarked, I have already had my fill. I cannot drink anymore. Chu Nanqing and Fu Chun remained silent, seemingly still weighing their options about whether to partake. Observing the indifference of the four, Qin Yiming disregarded their hesitations and gulped down 3 large bowls, having devoured a significant portion of the fish. Indeed, Yi's culinary skills were quite commendable. The million spent by Bai was certainly worth it. To the affluent, money is merely a number, and to savor a meal that delights the palate, spending a few million is truly no burden. As the fish and meat neared depletion, Fu Chun grew anxious and declared, I shall have a bowl as well. Out of sight, out of mind, after all. They had not witnessed Lan Yi spitting into it. As for poisoning, Lan Yi would undoubtedly refrain, and furthermore, they held no deep-seated animosity towards her that would warrant such an act. Another foolhardy venture, a glint of sharpness flickered in Sang Jin's eyes. However, Gu and she felt a tinge of anxiety and quickly advised Chu Nanqing, Brother Qing, do not drink. Lan Yi's sudden offering of fish soup must surely conceal some ulterior motive. Despite her words, she could not help but swallow at the sight of the fragrant soup. The aroma was simply irresistible. If it weren't for the risk of disfigurement, she would consume it even at the cost of an upset stomach. You are overthinking it. This fish soup is genuinely delightful, Fu Chun asserted as he savored 2 large bowls and nibbled on some fish. Are you truly not going to have any? Qin Yiming remarked, if you truly choose not to partake, then Fu Chun and I shall finish the fish soup ourselves. We cannot let it go to waste. It remains uncertain when the next catch will occur. Master of Shadows, do indulge in the fish soup. The fish soup is indeed harmless. It is said that the bold thrive while the timid perish. Qin Yiming, displaying remarkable audacity, has compelled me to become his admirer. Chu Nanqing raised an eyebrow, clearly still in a state of indecision. Lan Yi's sudden generosity caused him to harbor some doubts, yet the aroma of the fish soup was undeniably enticing. After hesitating for approximately a minute, Chu Nanqing, gritting his teeth, reached for a bowl beside him, intending to partake in a serving. However, upon glancing at the bottom of the pot, his expression abruptly froze. Qingge, do you wish a drink? Qin Yiming, with an awkward expression, held the fish soup in his hands. He and Fu Chun, seeing that Chu Nanqing did not express his intention, assumed he did not wish to partake. Just as they had divided the fish soup from the pot, they now found themselves in an awkward situation as Chu Nanqing extended his bowl towards them. Brother Qing, if you do not mind, I can pour some from my bowl into yours. Fu Chindao, a hint of disdain flickered in Chu Nanqing's eyes, and then, as if unperturbed, she casually placed her bowl into the pot. No need, you all enjoy. I am quite full. The embarrassment of the esteemed actor was palpable. It seemed that the revered actor had missed the opportunity to indulge in the Blue Fairy's offerings, which undoubtedly suggested that she had engaged in her fair share of mischievous deeds, explaining why everyone was so wary of her. Even through the screen, I could sense the actor's awkwardness. Noticing that Chu Nanxing had abstained, Sang Jin and Gu and she both breathed a sigh of relief, simultaneously regretting their earlier decision to introduce the toxic mushrooms. Qin Yiming washed the dishes and took them to Lan Yi. Previously, 2 drones had been stationed nearby, and when the drones resumed their filming of the situation involving Lan Yi, the barrage of comments exploded. What on earth is happening? We request the director's team to clarify. Is the Blue Fairy truly striving for survival rather than vacationing? Heavens, I cannot shake the feeling that these 7 individuals exist in 2 distinct worlds. Qin Yiming, utterly bewildered, harbors grave doubts about his own sanity as he witnesses Lan Yi and Si by each indulging in a half slice of watermelon. Rubbing his eyes, he confirms that they are indeed savoring the fruit, dispelling any notion of hallucination. His mouth agape in astonishment, he exclaims, where did you procure the watermelon? Lan Yi unexpectedly discovered a wild watermelon in the woods. It was quite a surprise for her to find a watermelon, likely due to a seed inadvertently attached to the supplies by the staff, which she accidentally brought into the space. To her amazement, it took root and blossomed into over a dozen watermelons. Noticing that Qin Yiming was fixated on the watermelon in Lan Yi's hand, Sibai intentionally remarked, the watermelon is exceptionally sweet. A wild watermelon, perhaps? Qin Yiming's eyes widened with envy as he witnessed all the good fortune seemingly bestowed upon Lan Yi. He longed to be paired with her, yet the thought of Sibai's extravagant meals costing 1 to 2 million instantly quelled that desire. Lan Yi nodded and gestured toward the nearby rock, indicating that the pot could be placed there. Qin Yiming set down the pot and glanced at the watermelon in Lan Yi's hand, reluctantly turning away. The watermelon, which he could ordinarily indulge in at will, had now transformed into an unattainable luxury. What was he to do? I longed to savor some watermelon. If he were to ask for a piece now, would Lan Yi send him away? Gazing at his silhouette and then at the freshly cleaned pot, Lan Yi's eyes flickered with realization. It seemed she had inadvertently added an excess of salt to the fish soup, rendering it somewhat too salty. Perhaps a slice of watermelon would suffice. Qin Yiming, filled with excitement, turned around and noticed that beside Lan Yi lay a perfectly sliced piece of watermelon. It was not particularly large, just enough for one person. It was sufficient to stir Qin Yiming's emotions. Thank you. Qin Yiming was almost on the verge of tears, such is the life of an actor. So easily moved by a mere slice of watermelon. Despite his parents' years of nurturing, he had never felt such profound gratitude. Perhaps it was only Qin Yiming who dared to be the first to taste the fish soup from the Blue Fairy, which is why she offered him the watermelon. Yiming, where did you acquire this watermelon? Upon witnessing Qin Yiming returning with a watermelon, the 4 individuals at the camp widened their eyes in astonishment. This was a wild watermelon picked by Yi. Qin Yiming gazed at the fruit, a broad smile revealing his 8 gleaming white teeth. I understand that you are hesitant to partake for fear of poison, and indeed, there isn't enough to share. However, Fuchin and I are unafraid, so we shall indulge first. He divided the watermelon in half and handed a portion to Fuchin, devouring the remaining bites with a blissful squint, relishing the sweetness of the wild watermelon. Fuchin was taken aback by Qin Yiming's generosity in sharing half, promptly accepting and savoring a few bites. The 2 consumed swiftly, akin to a watermelon eating contest, so rapid that the other 3 had yet to react. Guanxi was exasperated, urging, go ahead, eat. In a little while, you shall bear the consequences. Chu Nanqing's expression was rather grim. Everyone shall take a half-hour break, and subsequently, we shall set off to procure supplies. Alas, the esteemed actor is enraged for not having savored the watermelon. Shouldn't the watermelon have been reserved for the 2 ladies? How absurd. Why should we allow this? Are they not afraid of the Blue Fairy's interference? Qin Yiming's charm is undeniable in the live stream, and the voting mechanism has begun to exhibit significant fluctuations. His votes are rapidly increasing, soon to surpass the second-place contender, Fu Chun. Half an hour later, Chu Nanxing and the other 4 ventured into the woods in search of supplies. As they passed by Lan Yi's camp, he glanced over and inquired, would you like to join us in the quest for resources? Of course. To everyone's surprise, Lan Yi readily agreed. I will go as well. Sibai tugged at Lan Yi's sleeve, fearful of being left behind. Let's proceed. LNYY followed closely behind SBI and several others. As they stepped into the woods, FCHN suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, collapsing to the ground in agony. Chapter 24. Survival turns suspenseful. Could he have been bitten by a venomous snake? The director quickly organized a rescue, cautioning everyone about the potential presence of numerous poisonous snakes on the deserted island. What has happened? CHN Ing Q Ing and Q N Y M Ing hurriedly bent down to assist the fallen individual. S Ing J N and GNX, however, were filled with a sense of joy. Once they comprehended the situation, S Ing J N inquired with genuine concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" Was there truly any need for such a question? Guanxi, filled with fervor, accused, "It must be Lan Yi who tampered with the soup. Perhaps she deliberately added poisonous mushrooms to the pot, causing everyone to suffer from stomach ailments." Fu Chun, curled up on the ground in pain, was rendered speechless. "Don't speak recklessly without evidence. I've consumed so much and I'm perfectly fine," Qin Yiming interjected, unable to restrain himself in defense of Lan Yi. Guanxi found this notion puzzling and, upon reflection, remarked, "Perhaps your immunity is stronger and the effects have yet to manifest. Refrain from serving them fish soup in the future. They are all ingrates, and good intentions yield no good returns." Sibai glared at Guanxi with indignation, pulling Lan Yi aside, declaring, "This woman is utterly malicious. We should keep our distance from her." A faint, icy smile played on Lan Yi's lips as she silently positioned herself next to Sibai. Guanxi, infuriated, stamped her foot, exclaiming, "How dare she call me malicious? Sibai is so adorable. That venomous woman Guanxi. How could it be mere coincidence? Surely, it was the work of the Blue Fairy." During the cooking process, the Blue Fairy did not interfere, yet one cannot dismiss the possibility of her having tampered with the mushrooms. My goodness, it is truly terrifying. This equates to murder. One can tell that LNYOJ Ing is not so benevolent as to offer fish soup. CHN Ing Ing furrowed her brow and said, "Enough of the argument. Let us first assist FCH into a clear space to rest." Officially, FCHN stands at a height of 182 centimeters, although in reality, he is closer to 178. With considerable effort, CHN Q Ing and QN YM Ing managed to lift him slightly, only to hear him cry out in greater agony, "Do not touch me." QN YM Ing, startled, loosened his grip, causing FCHN to tumble back to the ground. "You see, he is in such distress. He must have consumed something he should not have." GNX firmly asserted that the fish soup was the source of the problem. FCHN's condition appeared quite concerning. SNJN examined FCHN closely and then looked up at LNYY, asking, "Why, did you inadvertently gather poisonous mushrooms? I had previously warned you that the mushrooms in that area are toxic and unfit for consumption. Have you forgotten? How come I have no recollection? Indeed, the Blue Fairy has poisoned the toxic mushrooms. It is impossible to forget such a deliberate act. I have captured on video. Let us report her and bring the Blue Fairy to justice." The Blue Fairy is exceedingly malevolent, administering poison with such calmness. She is truly cold-blooded, undoubtedly having plotted this in advance. Look, she has indeed added the poisonous mushrooms to the fish soup. Guanxi's heart raced with excitement, and Sang Jin's timely assistance was invaluable. The distinction between accidentally picking toxic mushrooms and intentionally doing so is significant. It is likely that someone will soon come to take the Blue Fairy away for investigation. How could you commit such an act? Chu Nanqing furrowed his brow, disappointment evident in his gaze, clearly convinced that Lan Yi had deliberately introduced the poisonous mushrooms. "Have we wronged you in any way?" Qin Yiming gaped, disbelief etched on his features. Could it be true? Is it really poisonous? He had consumed so much. Sibai's clear eyes flickered with a hint of hostility, yet his tone remained innocently naive. "You are all villains daring to wrong Yi. When I return, I shall ensure all of you are silenced." Regrettably, everyone's attention remained fixated on Lan Yi and Fu Chun, rendering his words unnoticed. Only Guanxi shot him a glare, declaring him an accomplice, destined to share cell with Lan Yi. "Who is bleeding?" Qin Yiming suddenly exclaimed. The group was drawn to his voice, finally noticing the bloodstains on the ground, which they traced back to Fu Chen's injured foot. After regaining his composure, Qin Yiming managed to articulate a full sentence, gritting his teeth. "No, did you not notice that I have been clutching my leg?" It was evident that he was in agony due to a foot injury. Yet they had been fixated on blaming Lan Yi for poisoning. Although his relationship with Lan Yi was not particularly close, he could not fathom her harboring murderous intent. What kind of reasoning is this? The crowd fell silent. After all this commotion, it was a misunderstanding. Those who accused the Blue Fairy of poisoning should step forward and speak. How could such brainless individuals aspire to be stars? It is obvious that even the most foolish Blue Fairy would not poison in a live stream. In light of such frequent reversals in recent events, Guanxi's expression shifted to one of incredulity. "How could you not be poisoned? Reflect on your condition. Aside from your foot pain, is your stomach not also aching?" "I only have foot pain," Fu Chan retorted through gritted teeth, having accidentally stepped on a thorn that felt like it was piercing through his foot. Impossible, gaunt replied. Her skepticism unwavering. Unless Sang Jin had deceived her, why was Fu Chun unharmed? Lan Yi regarded her leisurely. Why are you so certain he is poisoned? Guanxi found herself at a loss for words, her earlier excitement betraying her. Lan Yi seized the opportunity, continuing. This morning, I had only 2 mushrooms left. After cleaning the fish, I returned to find several more, all toxic. At that moment, only you and Sang Jin were present. Thus, who is truly responsible for placing the poisonous mushrooms in the pot? Lan Yi's gaze shifted between Sang Jin and Guanxi. What began as a mere misunderstanding had revealed a genuine attempt at poisoning, prompting a grave expression among Chu Nanxing and the others. Goodness, this has escalated into a life-or-death mystery. It must be Guanxi. She was the only one consistently claiming that the mushrooms were poisonous. Suddenly, Lan Yi appeared remarkably astute, cleverly exposing the elaborate scheme to poison the fish soup. This tactic clearly stemmed from Guanxi's jealousy over Lan Yi's survival skills. Guanxi, flustered, averted her gaze, retorting, "You are speaking nonsense. I did not deliver any poisonous mushrooms. Are you implying it was Sang Jin?" Lan Yi inquired, directing her gaze towards Sang Jin, who was present at the scene. "The drone had been following me the entire time," Sang Jin quickly asserted, exonerating herself. It was fortunate that Lan Yi recognized the poisonous mushrooms. Otherwise, she might have taken matters into her own hands. "And how could you engage in such actions?" Chu Nanxing's expression darkened. Realizing she could no longer feign innocence, Guanxi clenched her teeth and confessed. "She is selfish. I merely intended to teach her a lesson, to cause her some discomfort." Upon hearing this, Lan Yi internally scoffed, knowing Guanxi had been deceived, used as a pawn by Sang Jin. If her suspicions were correct, Guanxi had no knowledge of the mushroom's potency. Indeed, it was Guanxi. I had suspected as much. "Oh, how foolish you are, Nxi. How splendid it is that you have sealed your own fate. I will no longer have to witness your exaggerated performances on screen." As Zhang Wuji's mother aptly stated, "The more beautiful the woman, the more vicious she is." Chapter 25. Guanxi exits the stage. "No. Could you please focus on the main issue?" "Yi, you did not place the mushrooms in the pot, did you?" The thought of the fish soup potentially containing poisonous mushrooms left Qin Yiming distraught. Fu Chen lay on the ground, nearly petrified, wishing someone would acknowledge his injury. "If it had been placed in the pot, could you still stand here?" Lan Yi glanced briefly at Sang Jin, noting that merely half of such mushrooms could lead to our demise. Sang Jin's pupils dilated in realization, her lips trembling slightly. These toxic mushrooms are exceedingly rare in daily life, and few can distinguish them unless someone has specifically taught them about it. Among her acquaintances, only one person recognized these poisonous mushrooms. Qin Yiming's mouth fell agape in shock, while Fu Chan was so astonished that he momentarily forgot his foot pain. "Yi, are you certain you are not mistaken?" Chu Nanxing, too, grasped the gravity of the situation. If Lan Yi had not recognized them, there could have been 2 fatalities on the island. "I still have the mushrooms. They bear fingerprints." Lan Yi turned to address the drone director. "Please contact the authorities and have them take the mushrooms for testing." Sibai huffed indignantly. "These people dare to harm you, Yi. Do not fear. I will support you when I return." Lan Yi urged him to remain composed. "You are speaking nonsense." Guanxi, now fearful, attempted to defend herself, claiming, Sang Jin stated that the mushrooms would merely cause rashes and diarrhea. "I only intended to teach you a lesson. Had I known they were deadly, I would never have given them to Lan Yi, nor would I have admitted to it." There is a clear distinction between a prank and the consequences of poisoning. As a rising star, despite her acting skills being frequently criticized, she has ample resources and fans, far surpassing Lan Yi. She would never jeopardize her future by targeting her. The Blue Fairy's move was truly brilliant, exposing the bigger fish. How could it devolve into an attack on the goddess? The goddess kindly warned her. Her own malice ensnared her, and she sought to drag others down with her. "And I merely knew that this mushroom was inedible. I even cautioned you. I had no idea its toxicity was so severe," Sang Jin protested, her eyes welling with tears. "Moreover, I expressly informed you that the mushrooms were not to be ingested. Why then would you attempt to harm Yi?" This pitiable scene instantly incited a wave of criticism against Guanxi from numerous online observers. Lan Yi watched with amusement as Sang Jin displayed her acting prowess. When it comes to feigning innocence and eliciting sympathy, no one could rival Sang Jin. It was due to this very demeanor that Lan Yi's parents had decided to adopt Sang Jin. This time, attempting to bring Sang Jin down was futile. As she had not directly participated, her methods were astute. However, it would certainly ensnare Sang Jin in public scrutiny, which was not without merit. "I understand now." Guanxi pondered the sequence of events, suddenly enlightened, and glared furiously at Sang Jin. "This entire scheme was orchestrated by you. You know I despise Lan Yi, and deliberately informed me that the mushrooms would cause diarrhea and disfigurement, thus guiding me to harm Lan Yi. This was your plan to kill two birds with one stone, sang Jin. You are truly malicious. She had fallen into a trap, manipulated by sang Jin. Originally, the intention was to reveal the true nature of SNJN, yet this very discourse has incited a torrent of vehement condemnation from millions of netizens. What a malicious woman, who dares to wish for LNY Aoying to disfigure GNX, unrepentant in her wickedness. Even now, she seeks to drag the goddess into the murky waters of the entertainment industry, rife with hidden agendas. Such occurrences have likely transpired more than once. Fortunately, SBI and LNY Aoying escaped unscathed, recalling the incident from last year when YNXN was on a variety show, where someone replaced the mineral water with sulfuric acid. Thankfully, the discovery was timely, and the narrative later shifted to a purported staff error, warranting a suggestion for police intervention to investigate SNJN. Anxiously, she explained, NX, I had no idea you would act this way, nor am I well acquainted with MG, and I certainly did not anticipate your actions. GNX, infuriated, lunged to grasp SNJN's face, only to be restrained by CHNNQing. Do not cause a scene. Let us await the arrival of the police for an investigation. Qingge, do you not believe me either? Guanxi, in a state of distress, clutched at Chu Nanqing, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, You have all been deceived by Sang Jin. Chu Nanqing gently extricated her hand and urged her to remain calm, advising her to wait for the police investigation. Following this, he began to assign tasks. Sang Jin, you should return to the tent and rest. Yiming, assist me in helping Fu Chan back. Please keep an eye on Shi with Si Bai. At last, someone recalled that another person lay on the ground. The esteemed actor exhibited remarkable consideration, swiftly intervening to restrain the wicked woman. It seems that this year's most criticized actress is about to change. Is the directing team observing this? They must promptly dispatch the police. Place a poison deterrent by your side. If you arrive late, they will all be annihilated. The Blue Fairy must ensure that the mushrooms are well concealed, lest Guanxi obliterate the evidence. Let us ponder, what if Guanxi's words hold truth? Sang Jin is indeed terrifying. She is a deceiver. Guanxi, in frustration, stamped her foot, but no one heeded her explanation. Lan Yi cast a glance at Si Bai, suggesting that after the police arrive, you two should take your leave. Please transfer the meal expenses directly to my bank account. The Jin has primarily left. How frustrating. It is truly heart-wrenching. Upon hearing LNYY urge him to leave, SBI became anxious and declared, I shall not depart. LNYY raised an eyebrow and responded, Then shall I take my leave? Si Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then let us embark on this journey together. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Lan Yi's gaze flickered momentarily. Then you must devise a way to remain here. Participating in the program while earning extra income is indeed delightful, but the production team would never permit it. At this moment, Director Li had already boarded the speedboat heading towards the island, accompanied by the police. The viewership ratings were steadily rising, and with Guanxi's departure, there was one less female presence on the island. He mentally sifted through the roster of female stars within the industry, searching for a suitable candidate. Additionally, there was Fu Chun, who had sustained an injury to his foot, raising the consideration of whether to replace him. 3 hours later, the police and the director arrived at the deserted island. The toxic mushrooms were confiscated for investigation, and Guanxi was taken away by the authorities. Fu Chun, feeling a sense of reluctance after persevering this far, gritted his teeth and chose to remain, while the director provided a dose of anti-inflammatory medication. Once everything was settled, Director Li addressed the drone, offering his apologies for the casting failure to everyone and the participants of the program. Furthermore, he announced additional news. Guanxi would be withdrawing from the survival show, and a new female star would be joining the cast tomorrow, thereby altering the survival rules. For further details, he requested everyone to tune in to the live broadcast the following day. Speculations arose regarding which female star would be invited to participate. By Shi, wake up. Fair-skinned individuals would never participate in such programs, as it diminishes their stature. Chapter 26, LNYY Star Breeding Ground. As Guanxi is a female artist, among the police officers present, there was also a female officer. After the female officer took Guanxi onto the speedboat, the other two officers approached Si Bai, inquiring about his presence at the scene. Fearing that the police would forcibly take him away, Si Bai concealed the truth, insisting that he accidentally fell into the water and was swept ashore by the waves. When the police suggested returning him to land, Si Bai flatly refused, stating, I will not leave. I wish to wait for the program to conclude and depart with YY. Upon hearing his Navi tone, the two officers exchanged glances and admonished him, pursue your idols rationally. They are currently recording, and your presence here may disrupt their work. Clearly, they perceive Si Bai as an excessively enthusiastic fan. I will not disturb their work, he maintained. Regardless of the officer's entreaties, Bai resolutely remained, clinging to Lan Yi's arm without letting go. Since Bai did not exhibit any extreme behavior, and Director Li had not explicitly instructed the police to remove him from the set, the officers were reluctant to take coercive action. Observing Bai's genuine reluctance to leave and considering the numerous fans who had followed him in recent days, Director Li pondered the potential impact on viewership if Bai departed. Thus, he inquired, Bai, would you like to participate in the program? That way, you can accompany YY until the show concludes. Bai's eyes brightened. Is that possible? Of course. Observing that Bai showed no signs of dissent, Director Li's face lit up with joy. However, Bai excitedly interrupted him, declaring, I do not want any remuneration. Upon hearing this, Director Li's smile broadened instantaneously. He had previously harbored concerns that his offer compensation might not meet Bai's expectations. Yet he was pleasantly surprised to discover that Bai was willing to forego payment entirely, recognizing the serendipity of the situation. While compensation was indeed assured, it was merely that your name did not carry the same weight as EE and the others. Director Li retrieved a contract from his briefcase, presenting it with a smile. Here is the contract. Please review it, and if you have no objections, let us proceed with the signing. The moment Lan laid her eyes upon the contract, a subtle twitch appeared at the corner of her mouth. Director this cunning old man, had evidently prepared the contract in advance. Casting a glance at the remuneration, she was rendered speechless. 200 yuan per day? Will Bai be infuriated tomorrow? Certainly. I joyfully affixed his signature, leaving Lan with no opportunity to intervene. Regardless, it was not her concern. It was SBI's decision to sign. Upon receiving the contract, the director smiled broadly, outlining grand prospects. From this day forward, he would calculate the appearance fee for him. Should he achieve fame from this endeavor, Huangdoer would extend an invitation for his participation, promising an increase in remuneration. Lan felt compelled to remind Director Was he truly unaware that SBI's dining expenses could amount to a staggering 1 to 2 million? Director Li did not afford Lan Yi the opportunity to speak and directly shifted the topic. Your votes have surpassed Guanxi, placing you in second. With 10 days remaining, if you put in the effort, you have a chance to seize the title of champion. Is that so? NYY, with a smile that belied her true feelings, remarked, Indeed, that is something truly worthy of joy. If it were not for the breach of contract fee, she would have departed by now. Director L's gaze flickered momentarily, questioning whether all the resources allocated have been concealed by you. Do not mention the netizens. Even Director Li is quite curious. Lan Yi, with a blend of truth and jest, remarked, The island is so small. If I were to hide, they would have discovered me long ago. Although Lan Yi did not admit to anything, Director Li chose not to confront her directly. He subtly suggested, It would be wise to maintain your public persona. If you could share the supplies you have gathered, you would surely garner more votes. This is a survival program, not a vacation show. If all the food is to be sourced by me in the future, am I expected to sustain so many individuals on a daily basis? What other highlights does the program possess? It would be more fitting to directly rename it as the Lan Yi Celebrity Breeding Ground. Lan Yi retorted fiercely. Director Li remarked that at present, Lan Yi has become a controversial figure with considerable online traction. If Lan Yi were to depart, it would be quite challenging to find another individual who attracts both criticism and attention in the same manner for the next episode. Reluctantly, Director Li concurred with her perspective, not wishing to sever ties with Lan Yi. Director, could you kindly provide us with another copy of the list of materials previously allocated? Followed closely by drone. Faced with the illustrious actor, Director Li displayed a remarkably gentle demeanor. He retrieved a list from his briefcase and handed it to him, advising, Tomorrow will usher in a transformation in the survival mechanism. Ensure you take a day to rest and prepare. Chu Nanxing nodded and cast a glance at Bai, pondering whether it was appropriate for him to remain on the island since he was not a member of the program. His implication was clear. He wished for Director Li to escort Bai away. Bai's presence was indeed peculiar, mirroring the island's weather, which exhibited significant temperature fluctuations between morning and evening. Chu Nanxing felt it unwise for Bai to linger any longer. Who says I'm not? Bai interjected. I just signed a contract. From this moment onward, I'm also a member of the program. Wow, how delightful. Bai doesn't have to leave. This is the wisest decision Director Li has made since the program commenced. There's only one prominent family in Kyoto, and Bai couldn't possibly be a traitor. Chu Nanxing felt as though he had stumbled upon a significant secret and feared for his safety. With a slight furrow of his brow, he heard Director Li chuckle. Indeed, Bai is now a member of the program. Chu Nanxing felt a twinge of annoyance, but, mindful of the drone capturing footage, suppressed it, merely stating, Si-bai's identity is unclear. His sudden appearance on the island is quite strange. Is it not rather hasty to sign him onto the program just like that? Director, please continue your discussion. I shall seek dinner, Lan Yi remarked before turning and venturing into the woods. Left alone with the members, Director Li would handle the explanation himself. Wait for me. Si-bai hurriedly followed. I will verify Si-bai's identity, the director reassured, deflecting the matter. Upon returning to the crew to select actresses, he discovered that those with fair complexions were in the majority. He promptly called Bai Shui, attempting to persuade her to join the program. Initially approaching it with a trial-and-error mindset, no one expected that upon connection, Bai Shui would inquire, Director Li, are you calling about the program? Director Li replied cheerfully yes. Bai Shui, would you be interested in participating in this program? In a soft voice, Bai Shui responded, I have been following this program. It's rather intriguing. How about this? I'm currently near the filming location. Let us discuss it in person. Initially, Bai Shui held no interest in the program. However, its recent surge in popularity across platforms had captured her attention. Excellent. Director Li's eyes gleamed with delight. If he could secure Bai Shui's participation, the program's viewership would undoubtedly surpass all other variety shows this year. As for the previously designated leading lady, he had long since cast her aside in his mind. Given the current circumstances, Sang Jin could not possibly compete with Lan Yi, who would soon eclipse her in votes. Meanwhile, within the Huanan group, an atmosphere of trepidation permeated as everyone sensed that something was amiss, though they remained unaware of the specifics. Only a few key leaders knew that the young master of Huanan had vanished. For the past few years, the public face of Huanan had been the matriarch, Madame C. Yet everyone was aware that the true authority lay with the young master. The plan had been to publicly announce next month that the young master would take over the management of the company, allowing Madame C to step into the background. However, no one anticipated that mere days ago, the young master would mysteriously disappear and his whereabouts remained unknown. While a report had been filed with the authorities, the information was tightly sealed to avoid disturbing the stock market. Huanan Group, a titan in domestic commerce, would face dire consequences should news of the heir's predicament become public. Most critically, the young master was Madame C's only direct heir. Should anything happen to him, Huanan would lose its successor, and at nearly 70, Madame C would find this blow insufferable. She had already been confined to a hospital bed for 2 days. It is easy to imagine the enormity of the impact this news had on her. In the finest hospital in Kyoto, Madame C lay in her hospital bed, surveying a row of young men and women clad in black suits before her, her expression dark and radiating an aura of wrath. Having triumphed in the business realm for many years, elevating Huanan to its zenith, Madame C exhibited none of the gentleness associated with an elderly woman. Her commanding presence rivaled that of any man. Is there still no news of my dear grandson? Madame C abruptly removed her oxygen mask, demanding, what are you all doing here? I invested heavily to bring you from orphanages to receive the finest training across the globe, providing you with the best conditions. And all I asked was for you to safeguard my dear grandson. Is this how you repay me? The individuals present bowed their heads, none daring to respond. Madame C posed a soul-searching question. What face do you have to stand here? Madam, there is news. Steward Su suddenly burst in, holding his phone aloft. Madam, we have news of the young master. Have you found my dear grandson? The young master had been rescued by a female star from a deserted island variety show and was currently participating in the program in good health. Su, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling in his eyes. Having lived his life unmarried and childless, he regarded Si-bai as the son he had never had. Instantly revitalized, Madame C felt a surge of energy, and those nearby promptly assisted her in sitting up, taking the phone from Su, who indeed captured a glimpse of Si-bai. It is my dear grandson. It is my dear grandson. Her anxious heart finally found solace, and tears of joy filled Madame C's eyes. Once she regained her composure, Steward Su expressed his concern. Madam, it seems the young master has fallen ill again, but this time, the situation is different. He has begun to view the star who saved him as family, following her closely. He just signed a contract today and became a program member. Previously, when the young master fell ill, he would reject everyone, forbidding others from approaching. This dependence on someone was unprecedented. In truth, despite the young master's polished exterior, he bore a tragic story. As the sole heir of the C family, he had been calculated against and persecuted from a young age. His parents had perished in a covert attack, leaving him with significant trauma and giving rise to this peculiar affliction. Madame C's expression darkened. Has my dear grandson fallen ill again? After watching the program for a while, she confirmed that Si-bai indeed exhibited signs of his ailment. It had been 10 years since his last episode, and she had hoped for his recovery. Little did she know. However, the current episode appeared to be somewhat optimistic, as he had been normal for several hours in the morning. Madam, should we arrange for someone to bring the young master back immediately? Stawat su inquit. Madame C observed the live broadcast for a while longer before shaking her head. Not yet. After my dear grandson falls ill, he only recognizes me. Now that he has grown attached to that female star, he may be reluctant to return. Su exhaled in relief, as he too felt that bringing him back might not be wise. When the young master was unwell, he became obstinate, resembling a fledgling bird that relied solely on one individual. Previously, that had been Madame C. As he pondered this, he suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere of the hospital room, locking eyes with Madame C., who immediately transformed her expression into one of icy displeasure. Perplexed, he listened as Madame C. declared, "My dear grandson has been missing for several days, and you still have the leisure to watch a variety show?" Su vehemently protested, hastily explaining, "This was sent to me by Zhong Yu. She expressed a desire to participate in the program, and I noticed someone in the frame who bears a striking resemblance to the young master." Madame C. scoffed softly, narrowing her eyes slightly. "Arrange for Zhong Yu to join the program." Su hesitated. Should we inform her of the young master's identity? Madame C. had nurtured many elites, some in the entertainment industry, others in business, and those within her household were specifically tasked with discreetly accompanying and protecting Sibai. Except for those assigned to safeguard Sibai, none of the individuals in business or entertainment had ever met him. Very well. Madame C. nodded solemnly. "My dear grandson will assume leadership of Huanan next month. It is time to disclose this to them. Additionally, swiftly procure the star's information." She turned her gaze towards the few individuals standing before her. "From this moment forth, your task is to observe the live broadcast, attentively monitoring the young master's movements while ensuring her safety at all times. She is aging, and there is little she can do for her beloved grandson." After the director departed the island, Chu Nanxing and her companions began to face a food crisis. They had failed to catch any fish, and due to the incident with the poisonous mushrooms, no one dared to consume them anymore. The supply list contained various items, totaling 20 types, though the quantities were scarce. Nevertheless, they would manage to endure until the program's conclusion. After reviewing the list, Chu Nanxing remarked, "It is too late now. Venturing into the woods is unsafe. Let us gather some wild vegetables and make do with a simple meal tonight." "Oh no, the film emperor looks so pitiful. He has grown thin from hunger. I wonder if Bai Xia will join us tomorrow," one commented. Compared to Bai Xia, Sang Jin resembles a small fish. "Everyone wake up. Stop dreaming. It's evident that Bai Xia will never join. The standards are simply incomparable. If Director Li could invite Bai Xia, I would live stream eating dung. To the one who claims to live stream eating dung, please expose yourself." What is Blue Fairy up to now? Blue Yi, accompanied by Si Bai, strolled through the woods, with a drone persistently following them. She hastened her steps, leaving Si Bai and the drone several meters behind, then suddenly bent down, feigning surprise as she retrieved a large bag from the underbrush. "Si Bai, come quickly, I found food," she exclaimed, opening the package to reveal 2 servings of instant purple sweet potato porridge mix, ample in quantity, which could be prepared with hot water, along with a large bag of sunflower seeds. To be honest, Blue E was genuinely surprised. The director had indeed dropped a significant amount of supplies, and she had managed to find a space to store them without fully opening the package, unaware of these items. "We will have porridge for dinner," Si Bai said with delight, grinning mischievously. "Let us make them envious." "Blue E, be discreet. We are live," she reminded him, although she harbored the same thought. She knew she could not express it so bluntly. What incredible luck has befallen Blue Fairy? While Chu Nanxing and her companions were roasting by the fire, sipping wild vegetable soup, they noticed Blue E and Si Bai returning, with Si Bai still holding a package. "Is this real?" Qin Yiming questioned his existence. "Had he found supplies again?" Fu Chan pursed her lips, casting a resentful glance at the drone. "What kind of luck is this for Blue E?" Chu Nanxing furrowed her brow, remaining silent, but Sang Jin softly remarked, "E is quite fortunate. It's a pity she forgot to mention this before. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had to eat fish and mushrooms for over half a month." Upon hearing this, Fu Chun sarcastically retorted, "Sang Jin, aren't you and Blue E renowned best friends in the industry? Every time she's exposed online, you're the first to come to her defense. How can she treat you this way?" Sang Jin gave a faint smile. "E may have misunderstood that I leak her scandals, which is why she has suddenly changed." Fu Chan scoffed. "With so many scandals, what difference does 1 or 2 make? Unfortunately, although Blue E has had numerous scandals, none have been fatal errors. Many incidents lack solid proof and are merely sensationalized. Otherwise, she would have been banned by CCTV long ago." Recalling how Blue E had sent him fish soup and watermelon, Qin Yiming felt it was inappropriate to speak ill of her. Shifting the topic, "Which female star do you think the director will arrange to come?" Chu Nanxing shook her head. "I am uncertain. The director mentioned he would alter the survival rules. We shall see then. I remember that Blue Fairy scandals were overturned a few days ago. Is Sang Jin trying to clear her name by bringing this up now?" Having never liked Sang Jin, believing her to be excessively pretentious and cunning, he could not fathom how she had garnered so many fans. You are simply envious of Sang Jin, which is why you speak ill of her, Qin Yiming observed, not disappointing in his lack of gossip about the female stars. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, prompting Fu Chan to inhale deeply. Why does it smell like rice porridge? Could it be? Qin Yiming glanced towards Blue Yi. Did they find rice? Chu Nanqing frowned. It's purple sweet potato porridge. Sang Jin pursed her lips. The list indeed includes purple rice porridge. Blue Yi actually found purple sweet potato porridge? Qin Yiming exclaimed, his expression one of sheer amazement. Heaven knows how tempting the word rice is to someone who has not eaten a staple food in over a month. The expressions of the others were even more dismal than Qin Yiming's. I can feel the impact through the screen. The comments were filled with sympathy for the film emperor. Chu Nanqing and Sang Jin. Blue Yi and Si Bai relished their purple sweet potato porridge, and as the banana leaf curtain fell, they lay down to rest. With the sun setting, the live stream concluded. Qin Yiming assisted Fu Chan back to the tent, while Sang Jin, feeling no fatigue, noticed a reluctance to return. Chu Nanqing urged, you should rest early too. Sang Jin softly replied, Yi has a misunderstanding about me. I wish to talk to her and clear things up. Chu Nanqing's gaze flickered momentarily. Go ahead. It is better to clarify misunderstandings. If Blue Yi had hidden the supplies, reconciling with her to persuade her to share them would be ideal. Sang Jin stood up and walked directly to Blue Yi's tent. Yi, are you asleep? Blue Yi, who was instructing Si Bai to sleep, smirked knowingly. She had anticipated that Sang Jin would seek her out for conversation. A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes as she suddenly asked Si Bai softly, Little Bai, would you like to sleep close to me tonight? Yes, Si Bai, enchanted by Blue Yi's gentle voice, agreed without hesitation. All right, tonight you may sleep beside me, but you must help me with something. She whispered a few words into his ear, and Si Bai's eyes brightened, clearly intrigued by her request. As Sang Jin prepared to say something sentimental to coax Blue Yi out, she saw Blue Yi open the tent. Feigning joy, she said, I have a few words I wish to share with you. Can you spare some time to chat? Of course. To Sang Jin's surprise, Blue Yi responded readily, pointing to a large rock nearby. Let's talk over there. Si Bai is sleeping. Sang Jin glanced towards the direction Blue Yi indicated, noting it was somewhat dark and outside the firelight's reach. Hesitating to find an excuse to decline, Blue Yi had already stepped forward, leaving her no choice but to follow. As Chu Nanqing observed the two walking away, the sea breeze rustling outside. Fu Chun and Qin Yiming inside the tent had already succumbed to slumber. He suddenly felt a chill in the air and bent down to enter the tent. Speak. What do you wish to discuss? Blue Yi halted once the surroundings seemed appropriate, casting a dispassionate glance at Sang Jin. 7 years have passed, and your entire demeanor has changed, Sang Jin. You no longer possess the innocence of yesteryears. You have become more adept at feigning innocence and pity. It appears that living off the Su family's misfortune has treated you well. I do not know why you have changed so suddenly, or who has instigated you. However, I want to say that you do not need to target me at every turn, seeking to destroy everything. With no drones or outsiders present, Sang Jin abandoned her pitiful fa-ade, her gaze turning particularly astute. Destroy everything? Blue Yi scoffed. My net has long been riddled with holes. I do not care if one or two more appear. Sang Jin's expression grew serious. Are you certain you want to sever ties and end our relationship? Blue Yi raised an eyebrow. Am I not being clear enough? Have I been too lenient with you? A flicker of ruthlessness crossed Sang Jin's eyes, and her expression shifted instantly. Since you were so heartless, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Before Lan Yi could utter a word, she sneered coldly. Do you think if I were to slap myself and then claim you did it, would people believe you or me? As her words fell, Sang Jin abruptly raised her hand, but Lan Yi was quicker, landing a resounding slap on her face without any mercy. The sharp sound of the slap, harmonizing with the crashing waves, created an oddly synchronized effect. Sang Jin was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide as saucers. You hit me? Lan Yi shook her numb hand, declaring, I feared you might not be able to bring yourself to strike hard enough to make it believable, to evoke the sympathy you desire. Since I am to be wronged, I might as well solidify this accusation. Chapter 29. The wild man Sang Jin touched her swollen cheek, surprisingly laughing instead of getting angry. In that case, I suppose I cannot claim you wronged me. Lan Yi followed suit with a cold chuckle. In terms of cunning, Sang Jin was several streets ahead of Guanxi. Had it been Guanxi, she would have already lunged at her for a fight. The two shared a silent gaze for a moment before Sang Jin suddenly screamed. Alas! The sound of the waves drowned her out, failing to attract the attention of Chu Nanqing and the others. Just as she prepared to scream again, someone kicked her from behind, sending her sprawling to the ground. Unbalanced, she fell hard, and before she could recover, someone pinned her down, mercilessly clawing at her. Help! Help! Lan Yi watched her coldly, catching a glimpse of movement in Chu Nanqing's tent. With a flash of insight, she too began to call for help. Help! Someone please! Chu Nanqing and Qin Yiming quickly rushed from the tent, their eyes widening at the sight of Sang Jin lying disheveled on the ground, while Lan Yi feigned panic. Both felt a chill run down their spines. What happened? Lan Yi interjected before Sang Jin could speak. There are wild men. Wild men? Chu Nanqing and Qin Yiming were instantly drenched in cold sweat, too startled to ask further questions as they hurried to assist Sang Jin back to the camp. Once they reached the firelit area, they discovered Sang Jin covered in dirt and sand, her hair in disarray, looking utterly disheveled, as if she had been in a brawl with a shrew. Coupled with her sunburnt skin, her demeanor no longer resembled that of a host. Truth be told, when Chu Nanqing first participated in Sang Jin's program, he held a modicum of admiration for her, but now, that sentiment had dissipated entirely. The entertainment industry was replete with beauties, and Sang Jin was hardly remarkable. Her tragic past had merely granted her a degree of public tolerance, elevating her status beyond her true merit. As he pondered what had transpired, he heard Sang Jin wail, "What have I done to make you hate me so? Hitting me was one thing, but why did you also incite Bai to join in?" At this, both Qin Yiming and Chu Nanqing were taken aback. Was there truly a wild man, or was it Bai who struck? Lan Yi Yi feigen no sen. Did you see Bai hit you? Sang Jin sobed. I didn't see Bai strike, but Qin Ge and the others were all asleep in the tent, and Bai was in the tent too. Lan Yi interrupted. When you came to find me, you must have seen him too, right? Sang Jin bit her lip, disappointment etched on her face. Please stop fabricating such clumsy lies. Do you really think Qin Ge and the others would believe that? On this island, it's obvious who is responsible. Lan Yi turned to Chu Nanqing. You were the first to exit the tent. Did you see Bai? No. Chu Nanqing shook his head, frowning. Hearing this, Sang Jin immediately retorted. Bai couldn't have returned to the tent so quickly. He must be hiding in the woods. There's surely no one in the tent. I'll go check. Qin Yiming jogged to Lan Yi's tent, peered inside, and quickly returned, awkwardly informing Sang Jin, Bai is sleeping in the tent. Although he too found the notion of wild men lacking credibility, it was indeed true that Bai was in the tent. Sang Jin had not seen her assailant, and Lan Yi's claims of wild men left her with no means to confront them. Sang Jin was momentarily stunned, her expression beginning to falter. Impossible. Bai couldn't have moved that fast. Chu Nanqing's expression darkened. Are you certain you saw a wild man? Such matters should not be taken lightly. If there truly is one, we must report it tomorrow. Over the past half-month, they had almost scoured the entire deserted island. Any wild men would have been discovered long ago. The director had also surveyed the terrain prior to selecting this island. Before Lan Yi could respond, Fu Chun, who had been leaning against a stick at the tent entrance, suddenly spoke up. It seems there really is a wild man, when you all ran past. I saw a shadow dart into the woods. His face was pale, looking as if he had been frightened, not at all resembling someone telling a lie. Those who had previously doubted the existence of wild men now wore expressions of alarm. While Lan Yi could lie, Fu Chun had no reason to fabricate story, so it was highly likely that wild men truly roamed the island. Chu Nanqing's demeanor grew serious. For safety's sake, starting tonight, we will take turns keeping watch. 2 at a time. Sang Jin and Yi have been frightened. You should return to the tent to rest. Tonight, Yiming and I will keep watch. Sang Jin gritted her teeth. Why would the wild men only attack me and not Lan Yi? I am certain it was Bai who did this. But now, with Fu Chen's testimony, claiming it was Bai again would seem like a deliberate attempt to frame him. This silent grievance I must swallow. She composed herself and murmured, perhaps I truly misunderstood Bai. I will go rest now. Once Sang Jin departed, Lan Yi also turned to return to the tent. Chu Nanqing cast a contemplative glance at Lan Yi's retreating form. There was something peculiar about her. Though she feigned fear, her eyes betrayed no sign of it. Fu Chen, did you really see a wild man? Qin Yiming, feeling a mix of fear and curiosity, asked, could it be that you were just seeing things? I cannot say for certain it was a wild man, but I indeed saw a shadow, moving swiftly, disappearing into the woods. Fu Chen's face remained grim, as if he were still in shock at having seen a shadow alone on a deserted island in the dead of night. The terror was palpable. While the idea of wild men might seem absurd, he had indeed witnessed something. If it were a wild man, that would be preferable. What if it were a large wild animal, like a bear? They would be in danger. Noticing Fu Chen's pallor, Qin Yiming refrained from asking further questions, patting his shoulder. You should go rest. Tomorrow we will report this to the director. Please stay safe. Fu Chen nodded and returned to the tent. Sitting beside Chu Nanqing, Qin Yiming asked, Qin Ge, do you think there really are wild men on this island? Chu Nanqing frowned. It is more likely that someone simply misinterpreted what they saw. He was skeptical of the existence of wild men on the island. As Lan Yi entered the tent, Bai cheerfully sought praise. How did I perform just now? Quite well. Lan Yi thought to pat his head, but suddenly recalled something, retracting her hand. Seeing this, Sibai grasped her hand and placed it atop his head. If you want to touch, just touch. I give you permission. Lan Yi obliged, ruffling his hair. You asked me to touch your hair, so don't throw a tantrum tomorrow. By the way, did you go into the woods earlier? How did you return to the tent so quickly? She had clearly seen Sibai return to the tent. Yet Fu Qian claimed to have seen someone head into the woods. Could it be that this fellow possessed the art of duplication? Chapter 30. A new member joins. I did not go into the woods. Sibai looked bewildered. After I slapped Sang-jin, I ran back. It was quite perilous, and I almost got caught. Luckily, I have long legs and can run fast. You didn't go to the woods? Lan Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Then who did Fu Qian see? Is it possible that wild men truly inhabit the island? That seems implausible. If such beings existed, how could everyone have been here for so long without discovering them? Having never been here before, Sibai nodded with certainty, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. The forest was so dark, and venomous snakes could lurk within. Lan Yi felt unease kuripinin. She was uncertain whether Fu Qian had merely imagined it or if wild men genuinely roamed the island. Fu Qian's pallor suggested he was not lying. If wild men did exist, they might pose a threat to others. Tomorrow, do not wander alone. Stay close behind me, she instructed. Understood, Sibai replied with enthusiasm. I will be right beside you to protect you, Lan Yi rolled her eyes, admonishing him to stop being so bothersome and go to sleep. Just as she lay down, Sibai snuggled close, pulling her to rest her head on his shoulder. What are you doing? She scolded him. Sibai feigned innocence. You promised that if I helped you deal with Sang-jin, I could sleep close to you. Do you not know the difference between sleeping close and cuddling? Lan Yi glared at him, only to see his dark lashes flutter as if tears were about to fall. Overwhelmed, she sighed, conceding, fine, let's just sleep. With that, Sibai's expression brightened, and he happily embraced her, closing his eyes. Lan Yi began to suspect that Sibai's earlier display of grievance was merely an act, too reminiscent of a wolf in sheep's clothing. At 6:30 in the morning, as Lan Yi opened her eyes, she found herself gazing into a pair of icy eyes. Seemingly unfazed, she sat up and stretched languidly. Observing her nonchalant demeanor, Sibai narrowed his eyes dangerously. Lan Yi, you better provide me with an explanation that does not provoke my wrath. This woman had audacity, daring to instruct him to strike a woman. When had he ever needed to resort to physical action himself? Lan Yi, we are engaged in an equal exchange. Who was it last night who appeared as if they had struck gold? Sensing his temper rising, Lan Yi swiftly redirected the conversation. You ought to contemplate the contract issue. Yesterday, you signed a contract for 200 day. If you regret it, you can still escape by boat today. Sibai scoffed. Is there truly a difference between 200 a day and 200,000 a day for me? Unraveling the mystery surrounding Lan Yi. He had no intention of leaving. He was ensnared. Even if he departed in the morning, he would undoubtedly return in the afternoon. Sibai never engaged in futile endeavors. Lan Yi clenched her teeth, realizing that wealth afforded one strength. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside, prompting Lan Yi to raise an eyebrow as she stepped out of the tent. Sibai watched her figure vanish beyond the tent, his gaze filled with confusion. In his observations over the past few days, he noted that Lan Yi would often disappear at night only to reappear, exuding a faint fragrance as if she had just bathed. The secrets she harbored were exceedingly enigmatic. Outside the tent, drones had already commenced their operations. Chu Nanqing and her companions were welcoming new members at the seaside, anticipating another actress to join the cast. When a new member disembarked from the speedboat, everyone was taken aback. The live stream erupted in excitement. It's my goddess. The director actually invited her. Look, who is that coming down behind her? The barrage of comments overwhelmed the screen, forcing many viewers to disable the chat to enjoy the broadcast. I would like to introduce the new members. Director Lee announced with a smile, Bai Xia, Zhong Yu, Yin Xian, and Gu Yuxian. Bai Xia, a popular actress, had starred in 5 successful period dramas and had become an idol for the new generation. Securing her participation was not solely a matter of finances. Zhong Yu was also a rising star. Although not as popular as Bai Xia, she had garnered several awards. Yin Xian had entered the entertainment world at 18, spending 3 to 4 years in minor roles before recently achieving fame. In contrast, Gu Yuxian was the least popular among them, often referred to as the perennial scoundrel. Known for portraying detestable characters, outside of acting, he was labeled the ultimate sycophant, obsessively devoted to the host, Sang-jin. Having publicly declared his feelings for Sang-jin at an awards ceremony only to be rejected, he now joined this program with ulterior motives. Upon disembarking, his gaze fixated directly on Sang-jin, inciting a flurry of reactions from the online audience. I suddenly find Gu Yuxian so endearing. What a devoted man. If I were Sang-jin, I would marry him. Director Lee made a brief introduction before announcing the new rules. From today onward, you may form your own teams or work individually. Each person must complete tasks to earn reward points. which can be exchanged for supplies. New tasks will refresh daily, and you can collect them at the exchange point. Additionally, there will be real-life challenges on the island. Points can also be exchanged for votes, with 1 point equating to 100 votes. As Director Li divulged the regulations, everyone noticed that staff members had begun constructing the point exchange station on the shore. Chu Nanqing and her companions instantly grasped the implications. So, what Fuchen had seen last night was not a wild man after all. Sang Jin's expression soured as she bit her lip, refraining from mentioning last night's events. Being physically assaulted was hardly a matter of pride, especially since Si Bai had targeted her back. If she were to accuse him, it would likely backfire. This development was intriguing. It seemed Lan Yi could no longer dominate the scene, even if she failed to complete a single task. The resources she had amassed previously would likely sustain her until the program concluded. After announcing the survival rules, Director Li departed from the island. Having spent many years in the entertainment industry, the participants were familiar with one another, having shared the screen at various times. While their relationships were not particularly close, they exchanged pleasantries to maintain their public personas. Chu Nanqing and her group assisted the newcomers in setting up their tents. Bai Xia, curious and inexperienced, drew considerable attention, with drones capturing her every move and providing numerous close-up shots. Bai Xia is so adorable. Chapter 31. No plans to change the kitchen staff. The arrival of Bai Xia and her companions caused Lan Yi to lose her spotlight entirely, as she found herself without a single camera shot, which suited her intentions perfectly. She had always planned to deal with Sang Jin and exit the entertainment industry after the show concluded. Fame held little value for her. Serving the big shots and earning extra income was the true wisdom. With the drones no longer filming, Lan Yi wandered through the woods, retrieving some fresh sheep's milk bread from her space. As she prepared to return to the camp, a footprint caught her attention. It was a large print. Measuring it with her hand, she estimated it to be at least size 44, and it appeared to be barefoot. Chu Nanqing and her companions wore shoes and had smaller feet. Whose footprint could this be? It seemed to have been left behind last night. Could there truly be wild men on the island? Following the direction of the prints, she indeed spotted a second footprint. As she gazed deeper into the forest, a chill crept up her spine. For her safety, she decided not to venture further and quickly turned back towards the camp. Meanwhile, Chu Nanqing and her group were preoccupied with helping the new members set up their tents, completely oblivious to her presence. Returning to the tent, Lan Yi handed fresh milk bread to Si Bai. It seemed there truly were wild men on the island. I just discovered wild footprints. Be cautious and do not venture alone into the woods. Wild men? Si Bai scoffed. Are you certain you are not speaking nonsense? Whether you believe it or not. If you're captured by a wild man, do not blame me for not warning you. Lan Yi chose not to elaborate further. Her suspicion was not entirely certain, as perhaps those footprints had another explanation. While Lan Yi and Si Bai enjoyed their breakfast, Chu Nanqing and the others swiftly erected 2 tents. Once everything was completed, they gathered to discuss their survival plan for the next 10 days. As the former team leader, Chu Nanqing had spent considerable time on the island and felt he had the right to speak. He initiated the conversation. I believe we should work together on tasks, exchanging the points earned for food. The remaining points can be redistributed based on our contributions. As for whether to redeem personal desires or save points for future use, that is up to you. Chu Nanqing had always been the leader, and Qin Yiming and Fu Qian were accustomed to this, especially since they were all prominent figures. They nodded in agreement. Sang Jin hesitated for a moment before also nodding. Observing this, Gu Yuxuan gazed intently at Sang Jin, declaring, I too shall join. It was evident that wherever Sang Jin went, he would follow. Chu Nanqing was pleased with their response and turned his attention to the others. I will form my own group. Zhong Yu, known in the circle as the Ice Queen for her lack of smiles, maintained a cold demeanor except when acting. She was indeed the aloof goddess. My admiration for her was clearly a slight to Chu Nanqing. Although his expression darkened, he said nothing. Bai Shi, Yin Xian, do you wish to join? I am quite conflicted. Bai Shi cradled her chin, pondering for a moment before turning to Yin Xian. Yin Xian, how about we form a team together? Surprised by Bai Shi's suggestion to partner with her, Yin Xian nodded affirmatively. This indicated their refusal to join Chu Nanqing's team. Chu Nanqing felt displeased, yet maintained a generous FAOD. Surviving on the island is not as simple as you think. My intention for everyone to join forces stems from the belief that many hands make light work. However, if you prefer to form your own teams, that is also acceptable. You're always welcome to join my group. Thank you, esteemed actor. Bai Shi beamed innocently. By the way, why haven't Tee and the others come to the meeting? Wow. When Bai Shi smiled, she looked stunning and kind. Suddenly, it seemed Bai Shi and Yin Xian had become the focus. The bodyguards watching the live stream from the Si family frowned. Bodyguard 1. Why hasn't there been a shot of the young master? Bodyguard 2. The comments are all calling for Bai Shi and Chu Nanqing. Is it because the young master lacks popularity hence the director does not give him screen time. Bodyguard 3. How could our young master's popularity possibly be less than theirs? Bodyguard 1. How can we increase the young master's popularity? Bodyguard 8. It seems the comments are focused on by she, leaving no one to boost the young master's visibility. As a result, a peculiar scene unfolded in the live stream. The comments that had previously called for by she and Chu Nanxing were suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of comments calling for C-Bai. We want to see C-Bai? Switch to C-Bai's camera. We only want C-Bai? C-Bai, I love you. The director, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of comments, quickly instructed the staff to switch the camera to Lan Yi, as by she stood to find her. Meanwhile, at the C family's old residence, the matriarch sat on the sofa, scrutinizing Lan Yi's profile, her brow furrowing deeper. The illegitimate daughter of the Hung Fei executive, Fu Haitian, was born shortly after her mother's tragic death in an accident. Fu Haitian had hired a nanny to raise her until she turned 18. After becoming an unwed mother, he severed ties with her. At 20, she debuted on a talent show. Her acting skills and character were lacking. A thick dossier of scandals surrounded her, including multiple allegations of seducing married male stars. The matriarch's expression soured. Who is the father of her child? Butler Sue replied truthfully, we have been unable to uncover any information. It is quite strange that we cannot find any details about the father of Lan Yi's child. With a cold snort, the matriarch tossed the dossier onto the floor. What manner of woman is worthy of being by my precious grandson's side? Butler Sue asked, should we bring the young master back now? The matriarch retorted, do you think you can? No one understands my grandson's temper better than I do. Bringing him back now will only exacerbate his condition, leading him to rely even more on Lan Yi. What shall we do then? Butler Sue found it difficult to decipher the matriarch's thoughts. The matriarch huffed, let my grandson remain there for now. Ensure Zong Yu keeps a close watch. That woman must not take advantage of him. At the scene, Lan Yi and C-Bai were called outside. Bai she kindly suggested, Yi, we just formed 3 teams. Would you and C-Bai like to join ours? No need. Lan Yi declined outright. Bai she was a top-tier star who had starred in 2 international blockbusters. Lan Yi had never had the chance to collaborate with her, and this was the first time she was so close to Bai she. C-Bai, what about you? Bai she looked at him with an innocent smile. C-Bai glanced at her expressionlessly, showing no intention of switching teams. Chapter 32. The fishing master emerges buffed. No intention of switching. The blue fairy received a significant blow. I adore C-Bai's sharp tongue. C-Bai, do you not fear inciting Yi's ire with such words? Bai she's eyes sparkled with amusement. I watched the live stream earlier. Yi's survival skills are unmatched in resource gathering. If she were to become upset and refuse to gather resources, you might find yourself hungry. A flicker of impatience crossed C-Bai's gaze. The director invited you to participate in the show, not to meddle in our affairs. Bai she momentarily appeared awkward, but quickly masked it. You do not know my name, do you? I am Bai she. Do you not think our names bear a resemblance to that saying, your name, my surname? Lan Yi raised an eyebrow, wondering if Bai she was attempting to ingratiate herself with C-Bai. How intriguing. I have not heard of it. C-Bai replied flatly, turning to Lan Yi. Who was enjoying the show? Are you not going to claim your task? Lan Yi, did she just get caught in the crossfire? Wow, C-Bai is so imposing. I adore this non-sycophantic demeanor. I had not noticed how well-matched C-Bai and Bai she's names were. It appears Bai she has feelings for C-Bai. Oh no, I suddenly find myself shipping C-Bai and Bai she. Are you not going to claim your tasks? Bai she cheerfully followed behind the two. I shall go take a look as well. Seeing this, Chu Nanxing and the others approached. At the point's exchange location, a stoic figure stood inside a small house, next to which hung an electronic poster detailing around 20 tasks. As they gathered before the poster, the figure announced in a mechanical tone, tasks refresh every morning at 6 o'clock. Complete the tasks to redeem points here. Bai she inquired, what if one does not redeem on the same day? The figure replied, if tasks refresh, it is equivalent to a task failure, and points will reset to 0. Please redeem your points promptly after completing tasks. Curiosity piqued, they all moved closer to the electronic poster. Task 1. Gather 20 mushrooms for 2 points, limit 3 times. Task 2. Clean up 10 pieces of trash from the beach for 10 points. Task 3. Catch a fish for 10 points, limit 3 times. Task 4. Find a lost elderly woman for 10 points. Task 5. Locate a lost key for 20 points. Task 6. Locate the lost handkerchief for 20 points. Task 7. Hold a worm for 30 points. Task 8. Carry an injured uncle out of the woods for 30 points. Task 9. Swallow a tree bug hole for 50 points. Task 10. Rescue a child taken by a demon for 50 points. Task 11. Expose a teammate's scandal for 50 points. Task 12. Solve a magic box for 100 points. Random daily task. Pick coconuts for 10 points each. After reviewing the tasks, the group proceeded to the exchange station, where even the cheapest bread cost 10 points. Clothing and various meat staple foods began at 30 points. A Upon examining the tasks and the points required for exchange, everyone furrowed their brows in discontent. Cleaning up beach litter only yielded a mere 10 points, which seemed rather insufficient. With fair skin and a pouting expression, holding a worm in hand, what sort of bizarre task is this? Fu Chun cast a glance at his injured foot. His expression far from pleasant. I can only gather mushrooms now. 2 points. Surely this isn't meant to insult him, is it? Bai si zemin de. I believe you might want to try the magic box. It is an intelligence game that is not exhausting and offers high scores. Fu Chen's eyes sparkled with interest, and he hurriedly leaned on his stick to approach the real person and receive the magic box task. Subsequently, he settled on the ground to begin deciphering the magic box. A few gathered around to study it together for a while, yet they could not grasp its essence. At that moment, Sang Jin called out, "Zhong Yu, where are you going?" A few individuals, upon hearing the sound, lifted their heads and noticed that Zhong Yu was hastily approaching the edge of the forest. Engaged in a task, the group, upon hearing the words, turned their gaze towards the task issuance area, only to realize that Zhong Yu had accepted a mission involving the handling of earthworms. Bai Shi, feeling a wave of nausea, gasped in horror, exclaiming, "Surely not. Zhong Yu is to handle earthworms?" The mere thought of the wriggling worm on her hand sent shivers down her spine, causing goosebumps to rise all over her body. The men present were equally astonished, exclaiming in unison, "Wow, Zhong Yu exudes such an ethereal chill." Indeed, when women exude charm and elegance, men seem to fade into the background. It is astonishing to witness such a beautiful young lady stooping to collect earthworms. Alas, my worldview has been shattered. These celebrities are so accustomed to a life of luxury that their astonishment over something as simple as an earthworm is quite remarkable. Yet, it is Zhong Yu who remains grounded, unlike Yi. Bai Shi glanced around and realized that Si Bai and Lan Yi had mysteriously vanished. Perhaps they have gone to complete their tasks. Yin Xin gazed at the tasks taken from the bulletin board and remarked that she had accepted the fish-catching mission. As for Si Bai, being cared for by someone, he naturally returned to the tent to rest. Without the necessary tools, catching sea fish would indeed prove rather challenging. Wouldn't it? Bai Shi wore an expression of astonishment, as she had anticipated that Lan Yi would opt for a more straightforward task. Gu Yuxuan scoffed, suggesting that she might believe that catching fish is the simplest endeavor. Prior to arriving here, he had been closely following the live broadcasts. Witnessing Lan Yi bully Sang Jin repeatedly, which had long since become intolerable for him. His purpose in coming here was to seize the opportunity presented by the show to stand up for Sang Jin. Sang Jin softly remarked that Yi was quite adept at catching fish. Bai Shi expressed a hint of regret, pondering whether this task would ultimately be monopolized by Yi. That is not the case, Qin Yiming remarked. If you catch fish and roast them for a meal, wouldn't that save you the points needed for food exchange? Essentially, you'll be earning points. As soon as the words left her lips, Lan Yi approached, triumphantly carrying 3 large fish, which she nonchalantly tossed onto the ground to redeem for points. She rolled her pants up to her knees, her hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of spirited elegance. Presenting a point card, she declared the completion of task number 3, successfully exchanging it for 30 points. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Is it truly so easy to catch sea fish? In just a mere 20 minutes, 3 fish have already been caught. Zhu Nanqing's expression turned slightly grim. What sort of luck does Lan Yi possess? While others remained inactive, she effortlessly secured 30 points. Sang Jin's expression was far from pleasant. At this pace, should Lan Yi exchange the remaining points for votes, she might not even be a match for Bai Shi. The fresh fishing expert had emerged, and the early bird had caught the worm. While they were still deliberating, the Blue Fairy had already triumphantly acquired 30 points. Blue Fairy, abandon the entertainment industry and come help me catch fish at my home. I suddenly realized that standing alongside the Blue Fairy, she was equally impressive. Though I am a staunch critic of the Blue Fairy, this time her beauty truly shone amidst the astonishment of the crowd. Lan Yi had once again claimed task 4, find a lost grandmother for 10 points. There was no choice to support a big player. She needed to earn more points. Of course, her efforts to accumulate points were not solely for Si Bai. The rewards included not only food, but also clothing. Each person on the island was allowed only 2 outfits, and hers had been torn by branches. Accumulating 100 points would allow her to exchange for a new set. In Chapter 33, the task of consuming live insects, tasks that had been claimed by others would appear in red, displaying the names of those who had taken them. The easier tasks were limited, and if someone claimed them first, the remaining individuals would be left with the more challenging ones. Failure to complete these tasks would result in hunger. As Lan Yi claimed yet another task, Chu Nanqing's gaze flickered. Fu Chun, you go first and complete the mushroom picking task before tackling the Rubik's Cube. The cube appeared somewhat challenging. It would be wiser to undertake some guaranteed tasks to earn points. Fu Chun found himself struggling with the cube, and Sensing the impending crisis of the mushroom-picking task being claimed by someone else, hastily accepted the task. Sang Jin was about to claim task 2 when Bai Shi sighed and positioned herself in front of her, exclaiming, "Alas! Other tasks seem insurmountable for me. I can only resort to scavenging." Yin Xin gazed at the task list for a while, intending to accept task 6, which involves searching for a handkerchief, but was halted by Chu Nanqing. "These simple tasks are better suited for the ladies. We gentlemen ought to undertake more challenging endeavors. What do you think?" YNXN nodded, his hand moving downwards by an inch as he accepted task 8, carrying the injured uncle out of the woods. The lady was unable to bear the weight, so I chose this option. CHNNQing slightly furrowed her brow, then nodded and said, "Indeed." Meanwhile, GY Su In felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he should have chosen this task first, for it was the simplest among high-scoring tasks. After a moment of hesitation, he opted for task 10, which offered a high score but should not be overly challenging. Yidenatst or Yin. Take a look and select any task that seems simple. It doesn't matter if you can't complete it. Once I earn the points, I'll exchange food for you. You need not concern yourself with me. Just focus on your own task. Sing J In selected task 6, which involves searching for a handkerchief. GY Su In was quite considerate, but my goddess would not rely on others. CHNNQ Ing chose task 5, searching for a key, while QNYMing selected a random daily task of picking coconuts. Do not assume that picking coconuts is an easy task. There are only a few coconut trees on the island, tall and thick, making it exceedingly difficult to bring them down without tools. Otherwise, everyone would not have refrained from picking coconuts to eat. With the simpler tasks already taken, he was left with no choice but to select this one. After assigning the tasks, CHNNQing declared, "Everyone should first complete their own tasks. Those who finish early can assist their teammates. And we shall gather here to study the magic box." Haha, task 11 is the simplest. Just opening your mouth yields 50 points. However, not a single person dares to take on such an offensive task. Whoever accepts it must not intend to remain in the entertainment industry. I can assure you that this task could sit for 10 days without anyone daring to claim it. Once someone does, everyone will attack one another in a vicious cycle. I doubt anyone present retains any secrets. LNYY weaved through the dense forest, not following the map suggestion to find a grandmother. Having spent over half a month on the island, she had nearly traversed the entire area, and no one knew the island better than she. Her current objective was to search for the handkerchief and the key. Indeed, the pursuit of the handkerchief and the key was at the forefront of Chu Nanqing's thoughts. She was determined to seize these simple tasks before anyone else, ensuring that they would be unable to complete their missions. Only when faced with desperation would she find the opportunity to deal with Sang Jin. 2 hours later, Lan Yi appeared at the Points Exchange Center, disguised as an elderly woman, causing an uproar in the comments. Wow, the Blue Fairy has completed her task again. What has fueled her motivation so greatly? One person had earned 40 points, prompting the question, is it the power of currency? Oh, the Blue Fairy has accomplished her task again. Look, Zhongyu is back. Ugh, how disgusting. A long, thick worm resembling an ascaris. How did she manage to hold that long worm without flinching? Zhongyu's hands were still muddy from digging in the woods, and Lan Yi was taken aback by her boldness. This girl dared to catch worms. While Lan Yi could catch caterpillars, she shied away from worms, those eyeless, legless, wriggling creatures that sent chills down her spine. Zhongyu's audacity was indeed commendable. The announcement rang out. Lan Yi has successfully completed tasks 5 and 6, redeeming 40 points. The Blue Fairy, a veritable star in the survival game, had amassed 80 points while her team of 4 had yet to earn a single point. Zhongyu stood momentarily stunned, her gaze fixated on the worm. This worm was provided by the production team, so there was no doubt it was edible. Nevertheless, despite her strong psychological fortitude, Zhongyu hesitated at the prospect of consuming it. "Don't eat that. It's disgusting," Lan Yi said, stepping forward. With a delicate pinch between her fingers, she performed the astonishing feat of swallowing a live worm amidst gasps of astonishment. The announcement followed. Lan Yi has completed the task, redeeming 50 points. Wow, that's quite ruthless. The Blue Fairy is revolting, exclaimed onlookers. Just then, Bai strolled over, standing 2 meters behind Lan Yi, his expression a mixture of disbelief and disarray. The recently completed tasks had left Fu Chun nearly petrified. Bai Shui was retching as Zhongyu struggled to suppress her own gag reflex. Qin Yiming, returning with a coconut, dropped it in shock. Amidst the crowd's horrified gazes, Lan Yi cheerfully began selecting outfits, her 130 points allowing her to redeem clothing. Chapter 34. Sang Jin's persona is crumbling. Lan Yi exchanged 100 points for a casual outfit, delighting in her choice. Bai, having regained his composure, approached with a hint of dissatisfaction. What about mine? Clearly, he was displeased that Lan Yi had only redeemed one outfit. Tomorrow, Lan Yi replied cheerfully, not wishing to argue, as her points were insufficient for today. Sibai, how many points do you need? 70, came the reply. Sibai glanced at the taskbar, teasing. Are you unaware of Sang Jin's dark secrets? Or there's so many that you don't know which to reveal? Ha ha ha. Sibai is too blunt and adorable. The group was momentarily stunned. They wondered if Lan Yi would truly dare to follow through with Sibai's suggestion. Lan Yi nearly laughed. It seemed they were on the same wavelength. However, such a captivating scene deserved to be relayed directly to the involved parties. Have you all completed your tasks? Bai Shui approached, burdened with a pile of trash, breaking the awkward silence. It's so hot. Why is there so much garbage on the beach? What she thought would be an easy task turned out to be a challenge, as debris from the ocean littered the shore. With everyone still preoccupied with Lan Yi, no one responded. At that moment, Yin Xin emerged from the woods, carrying a live-action character. Yin Xin has completed the task, redeeming 30 points. Bai Shui quickly joined him with his trash. Bai Shui has completed the task, redeeming 10 points. Bai Shui glanced at his points card, then at Yin Xin's, sighing, Thank goodness for you. Or, IDB left eating bread. Before Yin Xin could respond, Qin Yiming exclaimed, Qingge and the others are back. They turned to see Chu Nanxing and Sang Jin supporting a limping Gu Yuxuan. The three looked rather unwell. Bai Shui, seemingly oblivious, questioned, How did Yuxuan get hurt? Gu Yuxuan, with a pale face, gritted his teeth, explaining that he had twisted his ankle while trying to rescue a child from a devil. The devil had vanished into the woods with the child. In truth, Gu Yuxuan had been startled by the horrifyingly realistic makeup of a creature, and as it approached, he felt an overwhelming fear that compelled him to flee, resulting in his injury. He had barely encountered Chu Nanxing before the creature disappeared. So your task has failed? Bai Shui inquired, glancing at Chu Nanxing and Sang Jin, who wore expressions of distress. You two look so grim. You didn't fail, did you? Chu Nanxing nodded, noticing that tasks 5 and 6 had turned blue. Green indicated unclaimed tasks, red signified claimed ones, and blue denoted completed tasks. Their tasks had been completed before they even had a chance. Upon seeing the names behind the tasks, Chu Nanxing's face turned ashen. What is going on? Lan Yi completed the tasks before you, came the response. Aren't tasks assigned to whoever claims them? Sang Jin, unable to maintain his composure, lamented. We searched the woods for nearly 2 hours, only for Lan Yi to finish it first. Is this some kind of game? Tasks not completed within an hour can be claimed by others, was the explanation. Why wasn't that mentioned earlier? Chu Nanxing's calm demeanor shattered. You didn't ask. The rules are written down, but you didn't read them. At this moment, everyone noticed the small print at the bottom of the taskbar. Lan Yi Yi, you intercepted Sang Jin's task without notifying her. Do you know she searched the woods for 2 hours? Gu Yuxuan fumed, advocating for Sang Jin. Lan Yi rolled her eyes. Not everyone treats her like a treasure. To others, she is just another face in the crowd, or perhaps even an adversary. Gu Yuxuan's expression darkened. Realizing Sang Jin had once regarded Lan Yi as a close friend, the intense emotions surrounding Gu Yuxuan's affection for Sang Jin have ignited heated discussions, particularly as he boldly defended her during a live broadcast. Although Gu Yuxuan's intentions may be noble, his temperament leaves much to be desired. The observations made by Lan Yaoling resonate deeply. Just because he harbors feelings for Sang Jin does not obligate everyone to indulge her whims. Seeing the situation escalate, Qin Yiming rushed over, clutching a coconut, exclaiming, Qingge, the tree is too tall. I managed to grab a coconut. Meanwhile, Fu Chun approached with mushrooms in hand, stating, I stepped on dozens of mushrooms. The remaining ones could be used for soup. The mere mention of mushrooms caused an immediate shift in the atmosphere, as thoughts of toxic varieties crept into everyone's minds. Qin Yiming completed a random task, earning 10 points, while Fu Chen earned 6. The disparity in their achievements became evident, as the 5 members of their team struggled to keep pace. The implications of Lan Yaoling's comments about not being able to sustain 5 individuals became starkly clear to Chu Nanxing's team. With 2 injured members and Sang Jinjing's limitations as a woman preventing her from undertaking high-stakes tasks, this predicament meant that he and Qin Yiming bore the responsibility of supporting 5. Despite having the largest team, their survival skills appeared to be the weakest. Regret washed over Chu Nanxing. He wished he had reorganized the team upon the arrival of new members and cast aside the burden of Fu Chun. However, it was too late to change course, as abandoning Fu Chun would tarnish his reputation. As he contemplated leaving with Gu Yuxuan, a notification sound caught his attention. Tasks were now available, though most had already been completed, leaving only those requiring intelligence. Upon witnessing Lan Yi accept the task, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, as everyone present felt a sense of unease. Who among them was without some dark secrets? Lan Yi, a notorious figure, had few fans and was unfazed by potential revelations, but that did not extend to others. Bai Shi's expression momentarily froze before he laughed. Are you truly going to take on that task? Noticing Sang Jingjing's trembling hands, Gu Yuxuan instinctively shielded her, akin to a protective hen. Lan Yi, reluctantly accepting the challenge, had initially hesitated, but the prospect of redeeming new clothing for Si Bai propelled her forward. Chu Nanqing's complexion paled, but he remained silent. With Lan Yi taking on the task, those who had offended her wrist becoming her targets. All present were aware of each other's unsavory histories, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. The barrage of comments surged, with viewers speculating who Lan Yaoling might choose to expose. As apprehensions spread among the group, they feared being selected, with Sang Jingjing feeling particularly anxious, convinced that Lan Yi would inevitably target her. Their mutual understanding led Sang Jingjing to believe that Lan Yi possessed the most damaging information about her. The air thickened with tension as Sang Jingjing sensed Lan Yi's intent to destroy her, even at the cost of mutual destruction. Recognizing Sang Jingjing's distress, Gu Yuxuan darkly warned Lan Yi, "I advise you to abandon this task. Do not fabricate lies to tarnish Xiaojing's reputation for the sake of points." Lan Yi's eyes sparkled with malicious delight, her resolve solidified by Gu Yuxuan's warning. Gu Yuxuan intended to defend Sang Jingjing, but inadvertently exacerbated the situation. Fearing Sang Jingjing's reaction, he hastily attempted to clarify, "Xiaojing, I did not mean to imply that you should be the subject of her revelations." Sang Jingjing's expression reflected her distress, fully aware that Lan Yi's target had always been her. Gu Yuxuan's well-meaning but misguided actions only fueled her annoyance. "Enough, I fear not. A person of integrity has nothing to fear from shadows. I shall stand firm." Though Lan Yi possessed knowledge of many of her secrets, Sang Jingjing had always been cautious, ensuring that no substantial evidence could be wielded against her. Lan Yi, emboldened, smirked as she prepared to expose Sang Jingjing, stating, "To my knowledge, Sang Jingjing is an orphan, raised by the Su family as their own daughter. At the age of 18, she reported Su Anjing for misconduct, resulting in his family's ruin. These events are hardly fabricated, are they?" The revelation shocked everyone present, with Sang Jingjing's countenance reflecting profound sorrow as memories of her painful past resurfaced. Bai Shi, moved by her distress, approached her with comforting arms. "Sang Jingjing, it is all in the past. Do not dwell on it." Gu Yuxuan, witnessing Sang Jingjing's heartbreak, erupted with anger, confronting Lan Yi. "What vile secrets are you revealing? You are exploiting Sang Jingjing's wounds for mere points. How can such a malicious woman even exist?" Except for Si Bai and Zhongyu, who remained indifferent, the others expressed their disapproval, feeling that Lan Yi had crossed a line. Voices rose in outrage, calling for her removal from the entertainment industry. Lan Yi, scanning the room with a cold smile, remarked, "What I am about to divulge may not constitute blackmail, since everyone is already aware. However, allow me to share some lesser-known facts. After that incident, Sang Jingjing sold the Su family's assets to fund her studies at a prestigious media university, ultimately thriving as a renowned host. While Su Anjing's family perished, he left behind a daughter, Su Yu. What qualifies Sang Jingjing to liquidate the Su family's legacy? Moreover, the investigation into Su Anjing's case was inconclusive, hastily closed following the family's demise. Many students had rallied in his defense at the time. To put it bluntly, even if Su Anjing had committed misconduct, what fault lay with his wife or daughter? Those who vandalized their home and drove his wife to despair. Have you experienced nightmares since then? Can you sleep soundly at night? Her barrage of questions left the audience speechless, with Si Bai narrowing his eyes in contemplation. The comments that had initially rallied in support of Sang Jingjing quickly dissipated. Moments later, a twist in the narrative emerged, with students of Su Anjing stepping forward, though their credibility remained uncertain. "Su Anjing was my professor. Honestly, he had a stellar reputation at the university. The students he taught spoke highly of him. When the allegations surfaced, none of us believed them. I was one of those who defended him. Did Sang Jingjing sell the Su family's assets? That seems a bit dubious, doesn't it? Wasn't Su Anjing's wife unjustly accused? But what of Su Yu? Isn't she imprisoned for attempted murder?" As the Su family's downfall paved the way for Sang Jingjing's rise to prominence, the narrative took a shocking turn, revealing that the case, dormant for years, had been resurrected within the live broadcast, garnering fervent attention, including the tragic fate of Su Yu. Not only within the live broadcast room, but also across various platforms, the topic has surged to the trending searches, igniting a flurry of discussions. Even director Li has begun to take an interest in the matter, instructing his staff to investigate the circumstances from that year. On site, Sang Jin's complexion was ashen. Few were aware of this incident, so how could Lan Yi possibly know? Gu Yuxuan believed that this was the opportune moment for him to showcase his merits, akin to a prince rescuing a princess ensnared by a wicked sorceress. If fortune favored him, Sang Jingjing would be so moved that she might consent to be with him. With this thought in mind, Gu Yuxuan exclaimed with indignation, "Lan Yi, do not merely possess a mouth to speak. Articulate your thoughts freely." What evidence do you have to substantiate that Xiao Jing has sold the house? Is there any issue, even if she sells the house? She was raised in the Su family and can be regarded as one of their own, possessing a rightful claim to inheritance. Moreover, given that Su Anjing has committed acts of indecency and Su Yu has attempted murder, should not due compensation be afforded to Xiao Jin? Upon uttering these words, Sang Jin's countenance grew increasingly grim. This Gu Yuxuan possesses not an ounce of intellect. What has become of Gu Yuxuan's moral compass? This matter has yet to be thoroughly investigated, rendering it premature to draw any conclusions. However, Gu Yuxuan's words have utterly disgusted me. Hearing this, Lan Yi scoffed. If memory serves me correctly, what Sang Jin publicly announced back then was a decision not to pursue compensation, was it not? Consequently, she has been praised by netizens for an extended period. Furthermore, Su Anjing has never acknowledged Sang Jin as her daughter. She merely took her into her home for care, as Su Anjing has a biological daughter. Although currently imprisoned, that daughter still possesses inheritance rights. Is not Sang Jin's conduct akin to usurping another's property? At the tender age of 18, possessing such cunning, would one be subject to harassment? Chapter 36. Is the vast ocean merely her family's fish pond? Gu Yuxuan was momentarily a loss for words. Realizing that he had inadvertently exacerbated the situation, his countenance darkening. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, Lan Yi, this is slander. Xiao Jin has the right to sue you. As for the party in question, Sang Jin, she remained silent, her expression a portrait of anguish. If this matter escalated, nothing could be concealed. The more one spoke, the more mistakes one could make. It would be prudent to wait until the fervor subsided before attempting to clarify and vindicate oneself. Bai Shi, supporting Sang Jin, felt as though he was aiding a dangerously hot potato. None of those present were Yi. Influenced by Lan Yi's words, they all sensed the complexity of the situation. Regardless of whether Sang Jin bore any suspicion of framing Su Anjing, her act of selling her house raised legal concerns. Lan Yi, exuding an air of fearlessness, asserted that there was ample evidence to substantiate her claims, challenging Sang Jin to provide her own explanations. Gu Yuxuan turned to glance at Sang Jin. Before he could utter a word, he witnessed Sang Jin collapse as if severed from her tether, falling into unconsciousness. Xiao Jin, Gu Yuxuan exclaimed in alarm. Presenting by seeing filling Sang Jin. As he gazed at the unconscious figure of Sang Jin, his eyes reddened as he warned, Lan Yi, if anything happens to Xiao Jin, I will not let you off easily. Lan Yi directed her gaze at the drone, her voice ringing clear, Director, please give him a close-up shot. Once the program concludes, I intend to report him for intimidation. The absence of an explanation from Sang Jin left her feeling disillusioned. Regardless of its veracity, it remained a fact that the Su family had indeed faced ruin due to Sang Jin. All those who hailed her as a goddess. Come forth and witness your idol's downfall. The thought of having supported such a persona for so many years ignited her ire. Lan Yiyi, an unexpected dark horse in the entertainment industry, dared to speak out about the Su family's plight, while Sang Jin's fainting act marked her exit. The image of Sang Jin in the hearts of her fans plummeted, leading to a staggering loss of 1 million followers on Weibo. Zhu Nanqing and the others assisted Sang Jin back to the tent. Zhong Yu and Yin Xian glanced at the task list and conferred, deciding to jointly tackle the magic box task, sharing the points equally. Meanwhile, Lan Yi gleefully redeemed 50 points. Sibai had already begun selecting outfits, and Lan Yi reminded him that he still needed 20 more points. I can lend you some, Zhong Yu interjected, who was in the midst of deciphering the magic box. Lan Yi was taken aback and was on the verge of declining when she heard Sibai raise an eyebrow and suggest, go pick a couple of coconuts to make up the difference. His tone seemed to imply a certain disdain toward Lan Yi's lack of understanding of how to shoulder responsibilities. Lan Yi rolled her eyes inwardly, sarcastically complaining, the coconut trees are so tall. I have a slight fear of heights. Qin Yiming took 2 hours and only managed to pick one. Redeeming outfits cost 1 million. Sibai interrupted her. Lan Yi's eyes sparkled with inspiration as she declared, you rest in the tent. I shall devise a solution at once. With that, she dashed off to gather coconuts. Observing this, Zhong Yu's lips twitched slightly, while Yin Xian cast a curious glance at Sibai, lost in contemplation. There was only one affluent family with the surname Si in Kyoto, making it likely that this individual was indeed young Master Si. However, it was somewhat hard to believe that he had signed up for a reality show at a mere 200 yuan per day. After much deliberation, Zhong Yu and Yin Xian discovered they were utterly unable to decipher the magic box, and reluctantly, they chose to abandon the task. Yin Xian chuckled lightly. It seems I'm better suited for earning points without exerting much thought. Zhong Yu concurred. Indeed, given the current circumstances. As the two prepared to return the magic box, they spotted Lan Yi approaching from a distance, lugging 2 large coconuts. Lan Yi has completed a random task, redeeming. Wait, there's more. After setting down the coconuts, Lan Yi dashed back to retrieve more. Before long, she returned with another pair of coconuts. Wow. Lan Yi truly excels in survival games. The screen seemed to radiate despair on behalf of Qin Yiming as the stark contrast became unbearable. Lan Yi, don't rush, there's still more. Amidst the astonished gazes of Yin Xin and Zhong Yu, Lan Yi made multiple trips, ultimately bringing back 10 coconuts. Lan Yi has completed a random task, redeeming 100 points. Thank you. Lan Yi joyfully accepted the points card, her eyes narrowed in delight as she had secured 1 million points. Yin Xin gaped in astonishment. How did you manage that? Lan, swaying like a coconut tree, would simply wait for the coconuts to fall and gather them effortlessly. In truth, upon observing the towering stature of the coconut tree, Lan felt a sense of trepidation. However, she soon discovered that by touching the trunk, she could directly summon the coconuts into her spatial realm and retrieve them with remarkable ease. While the procedure seemed straightforward, there lingered an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. YNXN, LNYY, preoccupied with her thoughts, hurried to the tent to summon SBI, handing him a points card before embarking on Task 12, delving into the enigma of the magic box. This contraption indeed possessed a high degree of intelligence. Yet despite her prolonged examination, she found herself at a complete loss. Just as SBI approached after exchanging for clothing, LNYY glanced up at him and inquired, "Can you do this?" SBI scoffed, having grown weary of such games since the tender age of 3. Lan Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue, urging him to give it a try. Were it anyone else making such a claim, she might dismiss it as mere bravado. Yet when it came from SBI, her belief was unwavering. This fellow exuded a certain shrewdness, standing leagues apart in intellect from Chu Nanqing and his ilk. With a dismissive wave, SBI retorted, "Have you ever encountered a handful of employers willing to engage in the labor themselves?" YY rolled her eyes, and suddenly a spark of inspiration struck her. With a beaming smile, she cast the magical box aside. "I shall prepare lunch for you." Not long after S. Ing-jae returned to the tent, she awoke, and no one mentioned the matters concerning the S family again. Their team had only accumulated 16 points, insufficient even to exchange for 2 loaves of bread. They could only procure 1. The sight of 5 individuals sharing a single loaf was particularly amusing, as it was devoured in mere bites. For those who had been deprived of staple food for over half a month, this was a delectable delight. However, for Ji Wai-Sun, who had just enjoyed a lavish breakfast that morning, it was somewhat unpalatable. He offered the bread to S. Ing-jae, saying, "You should eat more. I'm not hungry." "Thank you," she replied. After more than half a month without consuming staple foods, the allure of bread proved irresistible to Sang Jin, who could not decline. However, merely indulging in this temptation was insufficient. "Let us all venture out together this afternoon to catch some fish." CHNNQing directed, FCHN and YSUN, "Since you are injured, you shall go forage for wild vegetables. The 3 of us will catch fish. The items we exchange for points are insufficient to sustain us. If we do not catch some fish soon, we shall go to bed hungry tonight." Bai, with her fair complexion and bright eyes, chimed in while nibbling on bread. YNXN, "We too must join the fishing expedition, lest we face hunger this evening." They had accumulated 30 points, having already redeemed 2 loaves of bread, leaving only 1 for the night. She had never ventured into the sea to catch fish before and found the prospect delightful. "Very well," YNXN nodded. "I shall go." Qin Yiming suddenly let out a cry of astonishment. "Is Lan Yi a master angler? Another impressive catch has been made." A few individuals followed his gaze and beheld LNYY returning from the shoreline, triumphantly holding a fish weighing around 5 or 6 Gene. They were acutely aware of the challenges involved in catching fish, more so than anyone else. Yet, for LNYY, it appeared as though it were child's play. A mere visit to the seaside yielded several catches. Is the vast ocean merely a private fish pond for her? Bai Shi's eyes sparkled with surprise as she exclaimed, "Yi's fishing skills are truly remarkable." Chapter 37. The lazy ones have more waste. Yin Xin was equally astonished. Did Yi possess a secret to catching fish? Fuchen scoffed. Who knows her? Let me remind you, do not entertain any thoughts of taking advantage of her. She possesses an exceptionally selfish disposition and will not extend a helping hand to us. I do not perceive Yi as such a self-centered individual. Bai Shi, with an innocent expression, remarked, "Fu Chun, you will understand once you borrow some fish." However, Bai Shi remained unconvinced, as it was a survival program, and it was entirely normal for her not to lend any fish. Truly, she embodies the spirit of an angel, so kind and forgiving. Although I harbor no affection for the blue fairy, it is unbecoming for a man like Fu Chan to speak ill of women behind their backs. Fu Chen's assertions are rooted in truth. The blue fairy is inherently selfish and possesses remarkable fishing skills. What harm is there in lending a few fish to others? A chorus of self-righteous voices calls out, "Since you excel at making money, why not share some with me?" Fu Chan felt a tinge of displeasure at Bai Shi's defense of Lan Yiyi, retorting sarcastically, "You'll understand once you go hungry on the island for a few days." In Fu Chan's eyes, Bai Shi simply hadn't experienced the harsh realities of island life, which allowed her to make such flippant remarks. Bai Shi shrugged in response. Meanwhile, Lan Yiyi foraged some wild chili peppers from the woods, concocting a pot of fish soup and adding instant noodles to the mix. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, causing even Bai Shi's stomach to grumble in anticipation. How fragrant! Bai Shi rose to her feet, eager to discover what delectable dish Yi had prepared. Chu Nanxing and the others were already accustomed to such occurrences, fully convinced that Lan Yi had hidden away supplies. Thus, even if Lan Yi were to present a pot of plain rice, they would regard it as entirely commonplace. Upon reaching the entrance of Lan Yi's tent, Bai Shi was taken aback to find Zhongyu indulging in food. Exclaiming in surprise, "Zhongyu, have you joined Yi's team?" "No." Zhongyu shook his head, continuing to savor the fish and instant noodles. Bai Shi felt puzzled and inquired, "Then how do you partake in Yi's food?" Zhongyu, redeeming from meat dishes requires 30 points, while here at Yi, it only requires 20 points. One can enjoy both meat and staple foods, saving 10 points in the process. This calculation is quite straightforward. Has Lan Yaojing begun to set up a stall to sell meals? Is this a celebrity's private kitchen? Have you all noticed that among the participants in the program, Lan Yi seems to be the most comfortable? While others struggle with insufficient points to eat, Lan Yaoling has managed to retain 100 points, her fair eyes sparkling with delight. Is it possible for Yi to exchange points for food here? Zhongyu, she is willing if she chooses to be. Implicitly, if she is unwilling, then it is futile. Bai Shi, however, disregarded this remark entirely, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she bent down to gaze at Lan Yi and Si Bai, who were seated on the ground, enjoying their meal within the tent. The surrounding banana leaves of the wooden cabin were gently lifted, allowing for a refreshing breeze, and the sun had yet to cast its rays upon them, creating an atmosphere as comfortable as a vacation. Si Bai appeared distinctly dissatisfied with the lunch, taking a bite and furrowing his brow, while Lan Yi relished her food with great delight. Bai Shi blinked her eyes, her tone soft and gentle. "In the future, may we exchange food here with you?" "No." Lan Yi's refusal was particularly resolute, and her reasoning was quite sound. "The surplus food we have is only sufficient for Zhongyu alone." Bai Shi let out a disappointed sigh, lamenting the unfortunate circumstance. Lan Yi harbored a covert smirk. The image of a seemingly innocent angel, akin to a pig playing a tiger, was immensely popular among fans in the entertainment industry. Alas, it proved to be of little benefit to her. "Oomph." The blue fairy dared to reject Shi, and I shall represent the moon to eliminate her this afternoon. Apart from Lan Yi and Si Bai, the others are all at the seaside catching fish, diligently engaged in their task. Only Bai Shi, like a child, joyfully leaps along the water's edge, occasionally playfully charming the drone. Her innocent and carefree demeanor has garnered a substantial following, and her votes are rapidly increasing. Yin Xin managed to catch a few small fish, but they were inadvertently released by Bai Shi. Initially, Yin Xin thought it was an accident. However, after 3 or 4 instances, he furrowed his brow and reminded her that those fish were meant for dinner, and if they were released, they would be left hungry in the evening. "I'm so sorry," Bai Shi replied with a look of regret. "I just felt so sorry for those little fish. They haven't even grown up yet." Yin Xin lamented, feeling distressed. "It's disheartening. I labor alone while others do not cherish the fruits of my labor." Discontent has arisen towards Yin Xin, as he seems to be excessively gentle. In contrast to the fair-skinned, Sang Jin appears more like an inspiring older sister. Not only did she refrain from releasing the fish, but she also managed to catch 2 or 3. Chu Nanxing and Qin Yiming each succeeded in capturing a few as well, although they were merely small fish measuring over an inch. This was a considerable improvement compared to before, ensuring that there would be fish meat to consume for dinner. After a nap, Lan Yi awoke to find Si Bai gazing at her with a complex expression. Lan Yi blinked and inquired, "Why do you look at me like that?" It is already afternoon, yet this fellow remains uncharacteristically adorable. Could it be that he has recovered? Upon seeing her awaken, Si Bai's gaze instantly transformed into one of gentle affection. "Have I disturbed your slumber?" Upon hearing this, Lan Yi let out a sigh of relief, grateful that this individual had not improved. Although Si Bai was insufferable in the morning, he was at least obedient in the afternoon. Had he been perpetually cold-hearted and sharp-tongued throughout the day, she would have gladly resigned from her position. Why had he cast such a gaze upon her moments ago? Si Bai's gaze flickered momentarily, and with a furrowed brow, he stared at Lan Yi for a while. "Yi, did you truly consume live insects?" Observing his handsome face contorted in a myriad of expressions, Lan Yi could not help but stifle a laugh. Are you truly troubled by this matter? Sibai nodded, twisting the corners of her garment with both hands. Observing how the grand figure that had exuded an air of authority just this morning had now transformed. She found it inexplicably amusing. With a teasing tone, she inquired, did you not see clearly at that moment? Did you truly consume it? Sibai's eyebrows were nearly intertwined, his gaze particularly intricate, as if he were engaged in some inner turmoil. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he declared, even if you consume live insects, I still hold affection for you. Rest assured, I shall not waver in my affections. Lan Yi rolled her eyes with a look of disdain and diverted her gaze, picking up some sunflower seeds to crack open. The other members were still by the seaside, catching fish, observing their antics akin to a spirited dance. Lan Yi found it particularly amusing. However, Sibai, feeling neglected and scorned, expressed his discontent. How could you behave this way? I have never judged you for consuming live worms. A shiver ran down Lan Yi's spine at his words, for his tone and mannerisms rendered him the epitome of a green tea princess. As a thought crossed her mind, Lan Yi sighed and remarked, it is not that I disdain you. Rather, I am burdened with unspoken concerns. Sibai, what troubles your heart? Lan Yi, I am pondering how to unravel the mystery of the magic box and acquire those precious 100 points. Sibai's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and suddenly he clasped his stomach, his tone adorably naive as he exclaimed, oh dear, I am experiencing considerable discomfort in my abdomen. Please refrain from running around. I will quickly visit the restroom and return shortly. Lan Yi, the lazy person, tends to have frequent bodily needs. Chapter 38, Release My Mother. Moments later, Sibai joyfully approached, his hands clasped behind his back, and with an air of mystery, he asked, can you guess what I have in my hands? Lan Yi's lips twitched slightly. She thought, could you please refrain from making that expression while possessing such an exceptionally handsome face? It is rather childish. What is it? You guess. Sibai grinned like a child presenting a treasure, his smile radiant. Suddenly, a thought struck Lan Yi. Could it be that he has solved the magic cube? You are incredibly clever. Sibai patted Lan Yi's hair and presented her with a 100-point card. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she overlooked his action, leaping joyfully and planting a kiss on his cheek. At that moment, Sibai appeared to her as nothing more than a child, and she did not think much of it. Xiaobai, you are amazing. You solved the cube so quickly. Well done. Sibai's cheeks flushed visibly, his eyes gleaming with delight. If you like it, I will solve it again tomorrow. I have never lost at intelligence games. A drone happened to capture this moment. Blue Fairy, let go of Xiaobai, and let me have my turn. Sibai has boarded the pirate ship. Is he so happy after being flirted with that he is about to announce it? The bodyguards of the Sea family, watching the live broadcast, were equally astonished. Male bodyguard number 1 exclaimed, what did that woman just do? Female bodyguard number 1 replied, if I'm not mistaken, she just kissed the young master. The bodyguards gasped in shock. Male bodyguard number 3 suggested, should we report this to the old lady? Female bodyguard number 1 dismissed the idea, saying, no need. It seems the young master is quite happy. Male bodyguard number 1 added, the old lady instructed us to ensure the young master's safety, but she did not prohibit him from dating. The comments section suddenly filled with excitement. Release my mother. That big white one. Let go of my mother. Is that not Lan Yi's son? How can a child possess such speed? I have been single for 30 years and could never manage that. Now the entire internet knows you've been single for 30 years. The big white one, resembling a groundhog, let go of my mother. Even my mother has never kissed him like that. He actually kissed that groundhog. Lan Xiaobo expressed his discontent. Male bodyguard number 1 noted, someone just called the young master a groundhog. Female bodyguard number 1 replied, retort back. You are the groundhog. It was clearly Lan Yi who kissed Sibai. The big white one laughed like a groundhog, and a peculiar wave of groundhog insults erupted in the live stream, with many taking screenshots and it quickly becoming a trending video. Meanwhile, at the scene, Chu Nanxing and the others were in high spirits, although the fish they caught were not large. It was their most fruitful outing since the stormy day. The 3 of them managed to catch over 20 fish, enough for a hearty dinner that evening. Zhong Yu also caught a few, albeit small ones, and decided to grill them for a sandwich later. In contrast, Yin Xian's situation was somewhat dire. He had caught some fish, but a portion was released by Bai Shi, leaving him with only 3 small fish and a mere 10 points, hardly sufficient for a meal. Yin Xian, I am sorry. You are not angry with me, are you? Bai Shi looked at the 3 skinny fish and felt a pang of regret, realizing they might indeed go hungry that night. Yin Xian took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation, and said, Bai Shi, while we are participating in a variety show, we are indeed relying on our abilities to survive. I hope you refrain from being overly sentimental, or our team will only disband. Regardless of Bai Shi's status, participating in the show meant adhering to the rules, and Yin Xin had no intention of coddling her. Bai Shi bit her lip and nodded. Tears brimming in her eyes. I understand. Yin Xin is quite fierce. He was right. After the group returned to the shore, Fu Chun and Gu Yuxuan, who had gone to gather firewood, brought astonishing news. The task had been completed by Si Bai. They had originally planned to solve the magic box again, but had not anticipated that the task, which no one else had completed, would be accomplished by Si Bai. Everyone found it hard to believe. Si Bai is so impressive. Bai Shi's eyes brimmed with admiration. Fu Chun remarked it was just luck. He had not thoroughly examined it. Had he done so, he might have succeeded as well. However, Bai Shi countered, is it so difficult to acknowledge others' excellence? Fu Chun's expression soured, yet he remained silent. Fu Chun is rather petty. Chu Nanqing also felt somewhat displeased, but was better at concealing his emotions than Fu Chun. Let us prepare dinner. On the island, there was no lighting, and, at night, they could only rely on the campfire, which was quite inconvenient. Therefore, everyone tried to prepare their meals before dark. Chu Nanqing tended the fire, while Sang Jin prepared to grill the fish. To reduce attention, Sang Jin spoke little, avoiding the drone whenever possible. After spending several years in this circle, she understood how to minimize the fallout from any scandal. Lowering the heat was of utmost importance. Once the show concluded, she would find a way to clear her name based on how the situation evolved. It was certain she could not continue as the host, but her chances of entering the entertainment industry remained high. Bai Shi looked at Sang Jin with envy. Sang Jin, you are so capable. You could do everything. It's quite simple. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Sang Jin replied softly. Bai Shi waved her hand. Never mind. I am clumsy and would only be a hindrance. Seeing Yin Xin approach with a skewer of fish, Bai Shi proactively offered, Yin Xin, is there anything I can assist you with? Bai Shi is so magnanimous. Even after Yin Xin had scolded her, she still sought to reconcile. Initially, it was her fault. Bai Shi's initiative to speak with Yin Xin softened his demeanor, and he handed her the points card. Go exchange it for some bread. All right. Bai Shi took the points card and ran to the exchange station. Before long, she returned with a dejected expression, her hands empty. Yin Xin frowned. Where's the bread? Bai Shi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The wind was too strong, and the points card was blown into the sea. Zan Xin's Gao. The exchange station was quite far from the sea. How could it possibly blow into the water? Bai Shi bit her lip. My hands were a bit dirty. I want to wash them. Yin Xion's expression darkened further as he shot her a penetrating glance before turning to kneel by the fire to roast the fish. Bai Shi stood there, biting her lip, appearing particularly pitiful. Chu Nanqing approached to comfort her. It was not your intention. If the points card is gone, it is gone. If there aren't enough fish to eat later, we'll give you 2. Thank you, Qinggu, Bai Shi said, her face brimming with gratitude. Once back from the river, Lan Yi witnessed the scene unfold. She scoffed coldly and began to light a fire. Ever since Bai Shi and the others arrived, Lan Yi had been given little screen time, which suited her just fine, as it made everything more convenient. Just as she got the fire started and set the rabbit on the grill, Zhong Yu approached. Yi, where's Si Bai? She had not seen Si Bai since he returned from fishing and had assumed he was still with Lan Yi. However, upon her return, he was nowhere to be found, causing Zhong Yu to worry. Lan Yi was taken aback. Just as she was about to speak, she spotted Si Bai returning with a pile of firewood. She pointed in that direction. Yet, she found it curious that Zhong Yu seemed quite concerned about Si Bai. Without the sycophantic behavior exhibited by Bai Shi, Zhong Yu noticed Si Bai carrying firewood and remarked, you had Si Bai gather firewood. Si Bai approached and happened to overhear the statement. He clarified, it was not Yi who called, it was my own decision to go. Such tasks as gathering firewood should not fall upon Yi, for the wood is quite heavy and would tire her. Zhong Yu was momentarily speechless, maintaining a stoic expression as he replied, as long as you are content. With that, he turned and departed. Observing Zhong Yu's retreating figure, Lan Yi expressed her curiosity. Did you know Zhong Yu prior to this? Si Bai shook his head, indicating his unfamiliarity, expressing merely a lack of aversion towards her. To prevent Lan Yi from misunderstanding, he hastily clarified, however, I do not harbor any fondness for her. My affections are solely for you. Lan Yi retched slightly and replied, spare me the sentimentality. The sun is nearly setting. Bring out the lantern. As Lan Yi roasted the rabbit, an enticing aroma wafted towards Chu Nanqing. Upon learning from Zhong Yu that Lan Yi was preparing rabbit meat, Bai Shi felt a wave of saliva swell in his mouth, rendering the small fish he held suddenly unappetizing. If only the points had not been lost to the sea. With 10 points, he could have exchange for a rabbit leg from Yi. Fu Qin remarked, you seem unaware of her. She would not even barter the rabbit bones with us. Currently, Lan Yi possessed not only the supplies provided by the director, but also a points card. In essence, Lan Yi lacked nothing except for moral integrity. Zhong Yu, do you not have 10 points remaining? Bai Shi gazed at Zhong Yu and remarked, it seems that Yi holds you in high regard. Why do you not exchange for rabbit legs? Zhong Yi replied, I have already traded for bread. Bai Shi responded, what a pity. Pity for what? Gu Yuxuan interjected, I have only been on the island for a day. Yet I have already discerned that Lan Yi is selfish and self-serving, harming others in her pursuit of points. It would be wise for everyone to maintain a distance from her. Otherwise, anyone who shows her kindness may find themselves ensnared, as exemplified by Xiao Jin. Upon hearing her name, Sang Jin's complexion shifted. While Gu Yuxuan hails from a reasonably well-off family, she has always looked down upon him, having realized that his intellect is rather limited. In an industry as treacherous as entertainment, individuals like him are bound to stumble eventually. How amusing it is that Gu Yuxuan's unrequited affection is so aptly illustrated. Why bring up the topic of the blue fairy? Is she a treasure chest of misfortune? How is it that everything revolves around me? I have just devoured 2 generous bowls of rice, and I cannot help but salivate at the sight of the rabbit meat. That rabbit belonging to Lan Yiyi must weigh at least 7 or 8 gene. The director has presented such a plump rabbit, clearly intended for everyone. Yet Lan Yiyi is so selfish, indulging alone. The sky is shrouded in darkness, with only the surrounding flames providing a flicker of illumination. Jin, feeling frightened, timidly draws closer to YNXN. It is so dark. Yin Xin furrowed his brow in silence. The others pretended not to hear. The drone had ceased filming, and during this lull in the live broadcast, there was no need for them to maintain their personas. Bai Shi seemed to have sensed this shift and refrained from continuing her flirtation. At that moment, a sudden flash of light flickered, and, as he turned his head, he nearly choked on his own saliva. Wasn't Lan Yi being excessively extravagant? To his astonishment, Qin Yiming found that a solar-powered lamp had indeed been exchanged. The solar lamp required 150 points, and he marveled at how generous Lan Yi was, considering they could barely afford a meal. Meanwhile, Lan Yi had already embraced the use of electrical appliances. Was this indicative of the disparity between the landowners and the humble farmers? If this continues to progress, Lan Yi might as well construct a villa on the island. Wouldn't she? Yi possesses an astonishing amount of points, doesn't she? Bai Shi, with a face full of envy, remarked, how wonderful it would be if we could also have electric lights here. It is utterly frightening in this pitch darkness. Gu Yuxuan turned to the side where Sang Jin was, saying, Xiao Jin, once I earn enough points, I shall procure an electric light for you. No need. Sang Jin replied softly, I usually retire early in the evening, so I have no use for an electric light. If you truly manage to accumulate points, I believe it would be wiser to exchange them for some sunscreen and mosquito repellent instead. After basking on the island for such an extended period, her skin had become quite coarse, and her complexion had darkened significantly. Sitting alongside Gu Yuxuan, the disparity in their skin tones was strikingly apparent. Previously, she had not recognized the importance of sunscreen, but now, in comparison with Lan Yi, the difference was unmistakable. Bai Xia had only been exposed to the sun for a single day and was already sunburned, while Lan Yi's skin radiated a luminous fairness. Upon hearing Sang Jin's remarks, Bai Xia became acutely aware of the matter at hand. Which brand of sunscreen was Yi using? Why has my skin not only avoided tanning after spending such an extended period on the island, but has actually improved in condition? Shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. I am unaware, as Yi always applies sunscreen behind my back. Previously, she had used the same brand of sunscreen as Lan Yi, which proved to be rather ineffective. It appeared that after the torrential rain, her sunscreen had been swept away, and Lan Yi began to become increasingly fair. Fu Qin scoffed. Lan Yi hardly spends any time in the sun, as she mostly sleeps in the tent during the day. With the added sunscreen, it is a wonder she could get a tan at all. The disparity between Lan Yi and the others during this period left Fu Qin feeling profoundly unbalanced. How could a mere shadow, typically inconspicuous in the entertainment industry, thrive so splendidly here? What kind of world is this? Surely, it must have something to do with skin tone. Jin, there's no need for you to envy her. I cherish you just as you are. Su seized the opportunity to confess his feelings. Bix, filled with admiration, remarked, Jin, how devoted Su is. Were I in your position, I would acquiesce to his request. Gu Yuxuan felt a surge of joy within as he gazed at Sang Jin. His unwavering devotion must surely evoke envy from other women, who would be moved by Sang Jin's charm, would they not? Do not all girls pursue intricacies? Sang Jin smiled faintly and said, Please do not jest about us. We are merely good friends. Gu Yuxuan's smile froze upon his face, and he let out a pale sigh tinged with regret. Sang Jin rose to her feet and remarked, I feel a bit drowsy. I shall retire for the night. You all should also rest early. Tomorrow, everyone must rise early. Otherwise, the commendable tasks will be claimed by Yi. The tasks range from the simple to the exceedingly challenging, and all present are rivals. Those who awaken early can select their tasks, while those who arrive late must settle for what remains. Prompted by Sang Jin, everyone returned to their tents, each harboring their own thoughts. Chapter 40. An unprecedented dark star at dawn the following day, the live broadcast commenced. Bai Si, sporting dark circles under her eyes, emerged from the tent, her face marked by several red welts from mosquito bites. Pouting, she lamented about the multitude of mosquitoes that plagued her throughout the night. I am tormented by incessant itching from mosquito bites, to the extent that sleep eludes me. Upon entering the live broadcast room, I was greeted by the sight of my goddess awakening, which stirred a pang of sympathy within me for She. It was evident that she had tanned more since yesterday. Sang Jin, stretching lazily, emerged as well. We have all grown accustomed to the multitude of mosquitoes that plague the night here. Since her arrival, she has not enjoyed a single restful night as sleep. Indeed, one often learns that comparisons can evoke a sense of discomfort. In contrast, Shi's fair and beautiful complexion remained striking. Zhong Yu also emerged from her tent. She was never particularly fair-skinned, so her complexion had not noticeably changed after a day in the sun. Several gentlemen had already completed their morning routines, and upon noticing that Lan Yi's tent remained undisturbed, they collectively sighed in relief. To be honest, there was a genuine apprehension that upon awakening, Lan Yi and Bai would have completed all the tasks. Chu Nanqing turned to the three ladies, urging them to prepare quickly, for once they were ready, we would head out to receive our tasks. At the mere mention of tasks, everyone's spirits were instantly lifted. Sang Jin and Zhong Yu soon finished their preparations, while Bai Shi lingered, grumbling about the multitude of mosquito bites adorning her skin. Yin Xin, growing somewhat impatient, decided to proceed to receive the tasks without waiting. Yin Xin exhibited little gentlemanly demeanor, while the film emperor, despite being charming, seemed to indulge Bai Shi's princess-like tendencies. Time has progressed, yet there remains an air of procrastination. These are the words of my teammate, prompting me to expel her from the group. Upon arrival at the mission receiving area, Chu Nanqing and the others were momentarily taken aback, expecting an array of tasks akin to the previous day. However, upon reaching the site, they discovered only 2 missions available. The first task entails searching for the fangs of wild men within the dense forest. For each wild man captured, a fawn will drop, yielding 10 points, with a maximum of 50 captures permitted. This implies a total of 500 points, and with 9 individuals in their group, each person averages merely over 40 points. The second task is a daily random mission, involving the collection of coconuts, which grants 10 points each. Everyone's attention was focused on the task, and no one noticed the subtle change in Sang Jin's expression. We are about to enter the woods. Bai Shi, upon seeing the task list, expressed some trepidation, asking, could there be large wild animals in there, like wild boars? No. Chu Nanqing shook his head. We have traversed this area thoroughly. There are no large wild animals, and venomous snakes are quite rare. The last incident with the wild man was clarified. It was indeed a real person. As for why they attacked Sang Jin, that remains a mystery. Then let us hurry and set off. The wild man sounds quite thrilling, Bai Shi said with eager anticipation. Turning to see Lan Yi and Bai approaching, she exclaimed, Bai, are you joining us to catch the wild man? Catch a wild man? Lan Yi inquired curiously, glancing at the task list, her interest piqued. Observing Yi's enthusiasm, Bai Shi turned to Bai. Are you participating? Boring, Bai replied dismissively. Bai Shi felt slightly awkward and suggested, since Bai isn't joining, why don't you come with us? It wouldn't be safe for you to be alone, especially if there are snakes in the woods. No need, Lan Yi declined. You go ahead. We haven't even had breakfast yet. Missing a meal could cost a fortune. I can't afford to skip work. The blue fairy truly has no appreciation for her own safety. If she gets bitten by a snake, it serves her right, Gu Yuxuan remarked darkly, clearly displeased with Bai Shi's invitation for Lan Yi to join, feeling that an extra person would mean fewer resources for them. Besides, Lan Yi was like a cheat code in the game. If she joined, no one else would earn any points. Though they had only been there for a day, Gu Yuxuan already sensed a looming crisis, convinced that Lan Yi could conquer any task with ease. All right then, Bai Shi cautioned, be careful on your own. We're off now. Goddess Shi is so kind. Isn't Shi the most beautiful? Have you all noticed that the blue fairy has even better skin than Bai Shi? She glows. After all, she has been on the island for 22 days. Director, please investigate what brand of sunscreen the blue fairy uses. I am determined to buy it. The live chat exploded with inquiries about the brand of sunscreen Lan Yi used. Some streamers began promoting the same sunscreen, leading to a surge in sales. Major skincare brands started reaching out to Lan Yi's agent, eager to secure her as a spokesperson. Previously, such endorsements were reserved for top-tier stars like Bai Shi. But now Lan Yi had become the most sought-after spokesperson. Director Li was taken aback by this spectacle. It was the first time he had seen a star being criticized so harshly while simultaneously attracting interest in their products. Was he about to create an unprecedented black star? My mother is naturally beautiful. She is the most stunning. That big white creature resembling a gopher. Stay away from my mother. Lan Yiyi, wide-eyed as he opened his tablet to watch the live stream, feeling envious of how Bai was always behind Lan Yi. Humph. My mother has never treated me as well as that. Your mother is the gopher. Bai is the most handsome guy on the island. The bodyguards of the C family had formed a coalition to counter the negative comments, primarily targeting Lan Xiaobo. Whenever he insulted Bai as a gopher, they would swiftly retaliate. A barrage of comments ensued until a nanny forcibly carried Lan Xiaobo out for school. The bread provided by the production team had been consumed, leaving Lan Yi to exchange 20 points for 2 loaves and some fresh goat milk. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she prepared to head into the woods for the task. Do you want to come with me? Bai, I'm not going. He declined, and Lan Yi did not press him. It was probably safer not to go, especially with the wild men present. Wild men? Bai's amber eyes narrowed slightly. Yes. Lan Yi nodded, recalling how Fu Chun had mentioned seeing a dark figure. The next morning, she had discovered several large footprints in the woods. While she could not be certain they belonged to a wild man, it was evident that there were unfamiliar individuals in the vicinity, and it was safer to remain cautious. Lan Yi had thoroughly considered the situation. The island was filled with celebrities. If any unscrupulous individuals aimed to make a quick fortune, it was certainly a possibility. So exercising caution was wise. Should danger arise, she could retreat to her space at any moment, so she felt unafraid. All right then, Bai, intrigued by Lan Yi's words, decided to join her. You just said it was boring. Bai, it's time to witness a true wild man. Lan Yi rolled her eyes. If you see one, don't be so frightened that you can't move. These rich young masters appeared aloof and fearless, but in the face of danger, they would likely be more cowardly than anyone. Before entering the woods, Lan Yi changed into long pants. The woods were teeming with mosquitoes and other pests, and long pants offer more safety. Shi, wearing shorts that barely reached mid-thigh, looked lovely but might end up in tears by the end. After they entered the woods, Lan Yi quickly noticed movement in the grass. With a jolt of adrenaline, she sprang forward like a monkey and effortlessly seized what appeared to be a wild man, snatching a fong from his mouth with such speed that even she was taken aback. Recently, she had bathed and consumed water solely from her space's stream. Could that be related? The wild men, astonished by her swift movements, quickly retreated deeper into the woods. There were 8 of them on the island, and after losing a fong, they needed to relocate to continue their stakeout. Bai scrutinized Lan Yi with narrowed eyes. Her speed was not that of an ordinary person. Even the bodyguard trained from childhood could not match such swiftness. Lan Yi felt uneasy under his gaze, realizing she should have left it behind. She would need to be more discreet. Meanwhile, Yin Xin discovered a wild man and prepared to capture him, but she suddenly screamed, "Ah, a wild man!" Her shout sent the wild man fleeing into the dense forest, disappearing in an instant. The wild men were all camouflaged in leaf attire, blending seamlessly with the foliage, making them difficult to spot once they fled. This was the 3rd time she had scared away a wild man, resulting in her only having earned a single fong thus far. Yin Xin frowned and admonished, Shi, if you keep this up, I will have to separate from you. I'm sorry, Shi replied, her eyes slightly reddening as she bit her lip in a low voice. I'm just timid. I panicked when I saw the wild man and lost control. Nearby, Chu Nanqing observed this exchange and remarked coolly, Yin Xin, men should be more magnanimous. It's perfectly normal for a girl to be frightened upon encountering a wild man. If it's too much, perhaps she should stay behind us. Since morning, Chu Nanqing's group had collected 5 fangs. This had been their smoothest operation since the torrential rain, and her spirits were high. If all went well, they might earn 300 points today. I'll stick with Yin Xin, Shi stated, looking at him. After all, we are on the same team. Yin Xin remained silent, already contemplating whether to part ways with Shi. Feeling sympathy for Shi, he thought it was perfectly normal for a girl to be scared. As a teammate, it was unbecoming to not support her and instead scold her. Yin Xin lacked gentlemanly qualities, and he could no longer support Shi's actions. It is truly unfortunate to be burdened with such teammates, who are utterly unhelpful and even hinder our progress. It would be preferable to team up with the Ying, who is merely acting. XX, hurry and join forces with as this pretense is quite tiresome. When we ventured into the haunted house, we were fully aware that the ghosts were merely actors, yet we still felt fear, did we not? What is with YNXN? S attitude. You should not partner with. They are nothing but a crowd of mindless fans. Zing Y managed to acquire 2 fangs on his own without expressing any fear. Amidst the quarrels of netizens, the camera that was originally focused on abruptly shifted to LNYY. Capturing the moment, she seized a fong from a wild man. Goodness, is this something a mere human can accomplish? Has the blue fairy become a master? The reason everyone maintained their composure was entirely due to's astonishing agility when she spotted a wild man. She swiftly spun around a tree trunk and snatched a fong straight from his mouth, her movements quick, precise, and fierce, more nimble than a monkey. Even was taken aback. She had intended to be more low-key, but upon sighting the wild man, her body reacted faster than her mind. By the time she realized what she had done, the fang was already in her hand. Since this was the 5th fang she had collected, SBI was no longer surprised. Since her abilities were already revealed, decided to stop concealing her prowess and continued her search for more wild men. The blue fairy had indeed proven her mettle in the realm of survival. From now on, everyone could simply call her Lan, while remained intently focused on her surroundings, walked with a calm demeanor, as if strolling leisurely, unhurried and patient. After they had walked for a while, suddenly froze. Before them, merely 2 meters away, squatted a wild man resembling a gorilla, clad in banana leaves, facing away from them, engaged in some activity. The drone conveniently captured the scene. This depiction is quite impressive. It deserves a perfect score of 100. Could he be the top wild man? With his fangs worth 100 points? Director, please zoom in on side. Shoo gestured for silence towards and cautiously approached the wild man, planning to sneak past him to seize a fang from his back. However, an unpleasant odor suddenly assaulted her nostrils, and upon glancing down, she was immediately overcome with nausea. What a filthy creature. No wonder he was squatting. He was relieving himself. Ha ha, this is the most hilarious joke of the year. I wonder how large the shadow this has cast on Psyche is. The stench was so potent that it could be sensed even through the screen. The wild man, startled by his retching, abruptly turned and stood up, leaving in shock. This wild man was over 2 meters tall. Goodness, does he have something under his feet? Where did the production team find such a giant? What astonished even more was that this wild man was unlike the others. While the others wore masks and had fake fangs, this one had no mask, his face covered in thick hair, dark eyes, and most importantly, no fangs in sight. Just as pondered where he might be concealing his fangs, he suddenly lunged towards her. This was something had not anticipated, for the previous wild men had all fled upon being discovered. In mere seconds, the wild man was upon her, his large hand reaching for her neck. In the nick of time, yanked her away, causing the wild man to miss his target. He seemed somewhat enraged and launched another attack. Realizing the danger, turned and fled. You dare to run? Came an angry roar from behind. When she turned her head, she saw being lifted by the wild man by the collar of his shirt, appearing particularly ridiculous. How satisfying it was to see that arrogant fellow in such a predicament. Chapter 42. Reading too much fiction impairs intelligence. S' voice was dark, his gaze icy as he glared at her, clearly on the verge of exploding. Understood that provoking would not end well for her, so she hurriedly exclaimed, I came to save you. She rushed over and kicked the wild man's shins while simultaneously twisting his wrist backward. The wild man roared in pain and flung away, reaching for her. Fortunately, she had anticipated this and deftly dodged, managing to grab a handful of the wild man's hair in the process. After 2 failed attempts to seize her, the wild man let out another furious roar and dashed into the dense forest, startling countless birds into flight. Goodness, this disguise is incredibly realistic. Has practiced martial arts? Her movements against the wild man were so impressive that one might think they were filming an action movie. Ha ha! The sight of being hoisted by the wild man is quite adorable. Are you alright? Asked as she helped up. What do you think? S' expression was beyond cold, each word sharp as ice, seemingly intent on piercing with his gaze. You are rather weak, aren't you? Remarked disdainfully. Others prominent figures are both virtuous and capable, able to fight and rescue the damsel in distress. Why do you resemble a mere novice? The image of being captured by the wild man made her stifle her laughter. Suppressing the urge to strangle, he thought to himself that this woman had just abandoned him in his moment of need. That wild man was rather peculiar, he said, attempting to shift the topic. Glanced at the handful of hair she had taken from the wild man and muttered, Why does this look so much like real hair, complete with follicles? Upon speaking, she suddenly froze, exchanging a meaningful glance with, both recognizing the same unsettling thought in each other's eyes. Their bickering resembled that of feuding partners. Oh, how delightful! And, hurry and make your relationship public. How absurd. You ship a pile of feces? As a child, she is utterly unworthy of. Meanwhile, Director L was grinning ear to ear, excited at the prospect of an additional $1,000 in salary. All right, Director. The crew members felt a chill run down their spines, but dared not show it. When selecting the wild man, it seemed he had not chosen one of such towering stature. Perhaps they had employed some props? That was a possibility. The bodyguards of the family spoke among themselves. Female bodyguard number 1. That wild man was incredibly lifelike. Male bodyguard number 1. It's arranged by the director. There's no need to fear. Male bodyguard no. 3. Should we document that save the young master once? Female bodyguard number 1. I think that would be appropriate. At the scene, CHNN and her group had collected 3 more fangs, totaling 8, while had 2 and had 4. bringing their combined total to 14 fangs and 36 points, began to plot. Given their current pace, without participation in the task, they would only manage to earn a little more than half the points. If did join the task, they would earn even less, since their team was larger. If they split into 2 groups to search for fangs, they would surely find more. She paused, stating, "We have traversed this forest many times. It poses little danger. It would be best for everyone to split up for the task. If we finish early, we can also attend to our daily tasks." Gy Su-in brightened at the suggestion, saying, "I'll team up with Ojin. Splitting up would provide him with a chance to be alone with Jin and showcase his capabilities." "Do you have any objections?" inquired. Shook her head. Expressing no dissent. Nodded. "Then the 3 of us will stay together. Although the forest is relatively safe, you should still exercise caution." Nodded, leading in another direction. "Wow. The Ying is such a gentleman, respecting his choice." As they walked for a short while, S' attention was captured by a large footprint on the ground. It seemed she had noticed it earlier, and her expression revealed no surprise, but rather a certain delight. Neither of them were particularly prominent figures, and without the drone following them, they felt a sense of freedom. "Walk closely beside. Stay close to me. If we encounter a wild man, I'll handle it. You just need to collect the fangs." S' eyes flashed with a hint of disdain, yet she gently remarked, "Please take care of yourself." "Xiao Jin, are you concerned about me?" Gu Yuxuan's eyes sparkled with emotion as he expressed his grievances. "I thought you would be delighted to see me on the island, but since my arrival, you have been rather aloof. I feared I was being overly sentimental, and it has weighed heavily on my heart." In the past, although had declined his advances under the pretext of focusing on her career, she would still agree to dine with him, fostering a decent rapport, which led Gu Yuxuan to believe that harbored feelings for him as well. However, upon arriving at the island, he sensed a lack of interest from her, which left him in despair. Raised her glistening eyes to meet his. "Yuxuan, it is not that I am indifferent. It is merely that our every action is scrutinized by countless eyes. I fear for your future. You know, I have recently made headlines, and my career may suffer as a result. It is possible I may never find my footing in the entertainment industry again." Gu Yuxuan's expression darkened instantly. "Xiao Jin, rest assured, regardless of how others perceive you, I have faith in you. Even if you were to sell the Su family assets, they owe you compensation. Wrongdoing must come with consequences, and that is their rightful retribution." S' disdain deepened. She could never find herself attracted to a man who could not discern the gravity of the situation. Presently, her career was at stake, and once the Su family's affairs escalated, many would likely distance themselves from her, including Gu Yuxuan, who represented a potential escape route. Therefore, resolved to maintain this relationship outwardly. "Thank you," she said, her face a mask of gratitude. "Xiao Jin." Gu Yuxuan's voice suddenly turned hoarse as he leaned closer to. She averted her gaze, thinking him bashful, which only intensified the fervor in his eyes. At that moment, there was a rustling in the nearby bushes, and seized the opportunity to push Gu Yuxuan away, exclaiming, "It seems there are wild men about." Frustrated at the interruption, Gu Yuxuan retorted, "Xiao Jin, stay here. I will investigate. Once I catch the wild man, he shall face my wrath." "Be careful," she cautioned. Just as she finished speaking, a cry escaped Gu Yuxuan's lips, prompting her to rush toward the sound. Pushing through a dense thicket, she beheld Gu Yuxuan being lifted by a wild man towering over 2 meters. S' pupils widened in fear and astonishment. Indeed, wild men existed in the woods. She had discovered their tracks the previous day and sensed something amiss, and now her suspicions were confirmed. "Xiao Jin, save me!" Gu Yuxuan cried, suspended like a frightened chick, his eyes filled with terror. Having lived in a bustling metropolis, he had never encountered such a scene. The proximity to death was utterly terrifying. In Chapter 43, titled "The Blue of Survival," regained her composure, though she too felt a twinge of fear upon witnessing such a spectacle for the first time. She glanced around and picked up a stone from the ground, hurling it at the wild man's head. The stone struck true, and the wild man screeched, releasing Gu Yuxuan and fleeing. "Yuxuan, are you all right?" Rushed to check on him, only to catch a whiff of an unpleasant odor. Looking down, she realized with dismay that Gu Yuxuan had wet his pants, a pitiful display of masculinity. "I am fine," he gasped, struggling to regain his breath, his face flushed with shame, more embarrassed than if he had been stripped of his trousers. "Xiao Jin, I assure you, anyone would have been frightened in that situation." Offered her comfort. Observing that did not seem to hold his mishap against him, Gu Yuxuan felt a wave of gratitude. Yet he was puzzled at the presence of genuine wild men on the island. Just moments before, he had believed he was facing certain death. In the presence of such a towering figure, he had been powerless to defend himself, caught off guard, and lifted before he could react. "I do not know," replied, her eyes flickering. "We should inform the others. It would be disastrous if they encountered the wild men." Gu Yuxuan looked embarrassed. "How can I face them looking like this?" Suggested, "You should return to change clothes while I inform them." There are many with Qing Gu. Encountering wild men would pose little danger. But if Yi is alone, it could be disastrous. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuxuan's eyes flickered with calculation. Xiao Jin, let us feign ignorance regarding the wild men on the island. We must not disclose this to anyone. Huh? Feign confusion. Isn't that unwise? What if the wild men harm Yi? Xiao Jin, your kindness is commendable. Despite bullying, you still worry for her safety. She is selfish and should face some consequences, Gu Yuxuan replied, narrowing his eyes, his tone harsh. What happened earlier was orchestrated by the director. We had no knowledge of real wild men on the island. If encounters danger, it would be her just deserts. Is that really acceptable? Hesitated. There is nothing wrong with it. Gu Yuxuan resolutely decided he must show the consequences of her actions. Bit her lip. Let me help you back to change clothes. With the drone following us, no one will notice if we return to change. Gu Yuxuan glanced down at his pants, his face reddening. I can manage on my own. I do not wish to dirty your clothes. As he attempted to rise, his legs trembled, nearly collapsing. Gu Yuxuan's face flushed even more, the fear he had felt moments earlier leaving him somewhat unsteady. Allow me to assist you. Bent down to help Gu Yuxuan to his feet, leaving him feeling utterly moved. The two made their way back to change clothes at a leisurely pace before quietly re-entering the woods. After their encounter with the wild men, Gu Yuxuan became particularly timid, startled by every rustle in the foliage. The outcome was predictable. Managed to procure a tusk, while Gu Yuxuan only frightened away 2 wild men without contributing. Chu Nanxing had initially believed that the division of the group would lead to a doubling of the tusks collected, but after making a circuit through the woods, they had only obtained 10 tusks, while Zhongyu had 5, and Yin Xin 3. The wild men seemed nearly extinct. No matter how hard they searched, they remained elusive, leaving Chu Nanxing with an ominous premonition. He maintained a stoic expression. Let us step outside and assess the situation. Bai Shi incessantly scratched at her arms and legs. Then, let us hurry out. My skin is torn and itchy from the branches. Meanwhile, successfully secured the final wild man's tusk. It is about time to leave. I have effectively eradicated the wild men. The blue fairy truly reigned supreme in the realm of survival. After counting, she found she possessed a total of 31 tusks. A staggering feat that left others in her wake. If only I had abilities, I too would participate in survival shows to earn extra income. Then shifted her focus, deciding to stake her claim in a different area. After tallying her spoils, she realized that according to the intervals of the wild men's appearances, there were likely very few left in the woods. Continuing the search would be a waste of time, and she resolved to call it a day. However, she did not immediately return to exchange points, but instead took a detour to the coconut trees. Gazing at the towering palm trees, which loomed as high as 4 or 5 people, Bai scoffed. Are you planning to climb the tree? I am curious to see how you intend to retrieve the coconuts. Rolled her eyes. Only a fool would climb a tree. Palm trees are not ordinary. They are tall and straight, making them difficult to scale. Falling could easily result in a broken leg. After circling the coconut tree, she rested her chin on her hand. Deep in thought, with Bai present, using her spatial abilities was out of the question. How could she bring down the coconuts? While pondering, she absent-mindedly shook the tree. Suddenly, something fell from the tree with a thud, landing at Bai's feet. Bai's expression darkened. Lan Yi's eyes widened with excitement as she dashed over to pick up the coconuts that had fallen to the ground. How could they have dropped so effortlessly? Bai, seemingly unfazed by the situation, was abruptly pulled aside by Lan Yi. Stay back, she instructed. The contract clearly states that if any of the crew is harmed, there will be no compensation. Bai narrowed his eyes dangerously, as if he could freeze her on the spot at any moment. However, Lan Yi was too preoccupied to care about his demeanor. She vigorously shook the tree trunk, causing coconuts to rain down like hailstones. There were 3 coconut trees in total, yielding 15 coconuts, and with the fangs accounted for, they had amassed 460 points. What kind of divine intervention was this? Were the coconuts simply going to drop down like this? Would Qin Yiming be moved to tears upon witnessing such ease? Had they shown proper respect to the coconuts? The female bodyguard from the C family exclaimed. Lan Yi almost hit the young master. We need to record this. The male bodyguard added. Lan Yi is the most dangerous when there is no actual danger. Upon returning to the redemption area, Chu Nanjing and the others were relieved to find that Lan Yi had not yet returned. In truth, they feared that upon their return, they would discover that Lan Yi had claimed all the fangs. Concerned about losing their fangs, the group hurriedly exchanged their points on the spot. Bai Shi held on to Yin Xin's arm and proposed. Yin Xin, shall we use these points to redeem sunscreen and mosquito repellent? The mosquitoes are unbearable tonight. She felt uncomfortable and just wanted to quickly take a shower, change clothes, apply some mosquito repellent, and layer on sunscreen to avoid getting tanned. Chapter 44. Watch out for the ants carrying away the coconuts. Yin Xin frowned, contemplating before saying, Bai Shi, I no longer wish to be on the same team as you. Let's disband the team. What? Bai Shi was taken aback, feeling wronged. Zan Xin. It's fine if you want to exchange for mosquito repellent and sunscreen. There's no need to disband the team. In their team of 5, they had only obtained 10 fangs, which meant each person would receive a mere 20 points. However, if she joined Yin Xin, they could average 16 points per person. They would collectively receive 15 points, which did not seem significantly different at first glance. Yet Bai Shi understood that, in reality, the benefits of teaming up with Yin Xin were far superior to those in Chu Nanjing's team. Chu Nanjing's team was larger and more complicated, unlike Yin Xin's, where she could simply enjoy the rewards without effort. However, to disband the team after just one day was quite hasty. Fu Chen hoped the two would not part ways. Bai Shi was a burden, full of princess-like complaints, and anyone who teamed up with her would surely be unfortunate. He recalled that Bai Shi had previously participated in a variety show where, after breaking the rules, she had been attacked by her fans when another contestant tried to remind her of the guidelines. Bai Shi looked at Yin Xin with a pitiful expression. I know I'm holding you back, but I promise to perform well when we enter the woods again. I still want to be on my own team. Yin Xin's resolve remained unwavering. He was determined about his decision. Everyone expected Bai Shi to continue pleading with Yin Xin to reconsider, but instead, she nodded with reddened eyes, saying, all right, since you have made your decision, I will respect it. Just moments ago, she had desperately wished to keep the team together, but now she let go with surprising ease. This sudden shift stirred sympathy among countless online viewers who chastised Yin Xin for being ungracious and lacking decorum. How could Yin Xin be so harsh? Just because the goddess didn't earn any points, he decides to leave the team, showing no compassion whatsoever. Yin Xin and Lan Yi could form a team called Selfish and Greedy, leaving Bai Shi in a pitiful state, on the brink of tears. Standing at the redemption area, Bai Shi's eyes grew redder as she fought to hold back her tears, a sight that even Chu Nanjing found slightly pitiable. Bai Shi, it's somewhat dangerous for you to be on your own. If you're willing, you can join our team. Bai Shi looked up at Chu Nanjing, her eyes sparkling with hope. Of course, she replied. Although Chu Nanjing was addressing Bai Shi, her gaze was directed at Yin Xin. Our team values cooperation and mutual support. Even if a teammate fails to earn points, we will not abandon them. This message was clearly aimed at Yin Xin, implying that his actions were unjust. Yin Xin remained silent, his brows furrowed. He was a stickler for principles and could not tolerate those who slacked off, regardless of their appearance. Bai Shi, my Li. Since you don't mind, I will join your team from now on. Oh, the best-hearted actor is surely fond of Bai Shi. How I wish they would end up together. The disparity in character was evident. Fu Chen's expression darkened. Adding a freeloader to their team was frustrating, while Chu Nanjing took on all the burdens. He felt uneasy, but did not want to express it openly, so he directed his frustration toward Yin Xin. Bai Shi was previously on your team, and you earned 30 points, which means she is entitled to half. Now that you have not distributed her points, it seems inappropriate to expel her from the team. His meaning was clear. Even if the team disbanded, 15 points should still be allocated to Bai Shi. Yin Xin did not argue and directly awarded Bai Shi 20 points as a disbandment fee. Fu Chen felt a sense of relief. Their team of 6 had a total of 120 points, averaging 20 points per person, thus ensuring they had not suffered a loss this time. To ease the tension, Qin Yiming glanced around and asked, oh, where are E and C Bai? Why aren't they in the tent? Do we even need to ask? Gu Yuxuan speculated. They must be off capturing wild men. Chu Nanjing and the others were unfazed when they exited, indicating they had not encountered any wild men. However, Lan Yi and C Bai still had not returned, perhaps already captured and torn apart by wild men. Sang Jin's gaze darkened momentarily. She did not believe Lan Yi would always be so fortunate. Initially intending to deal with Lan Yi gradually, now that Lan Yi had seemingly chosen to oppose her, she cannot be blamed. The house they bought together had now appreciated to 80 million, doubling in value, as long as she secured the complete ownership of the property. Even if her career in the entertainment industry faltered, she would never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life. Chu Nanjing felt an unease creeping in. With 31 fangs still unclaimed and no sign of wild men in the woods, something felt amiss. Could it be that Yi has returned? Bai Shi suddenly exclaimed. Everyone followed her gaze and saw Lan Yi approaching, cradling 2 coconuts. Clearly, this indicated she had not encountered any wild men, but had instead opted to complete her daily tasks. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, affirming that Lan Yi could not always be so lucky. Sang Jin clenched her fists in frustration. How infuriating that Lan Yi had avoided the woods altogether. Gu Yuxuan's expression soured further. Their plans had unraveled, and he wished he could throw Lan Yi into the path of the wild men. As Lan Yi stepped closer, Bai Shi curiously asked, why didn't you go into the woods to catch wild men? Fu Chen scoffed. Lan Yi may excel at fishing, but that does not mean she can succeed in everything. had she not known beforehand that the director had released supplies and hidden them while the rest were oblivious. It would have been Lan Yi who went hungry. Gu Yuxuan remarked, luck isn't something one can rely on for a lifetime. This time, she escaped misfortune. But I refuse to believe Lan Yi is perpetually blessed. Chu Nanjing replied calmly, every skill has its specialty. This is not surprising. Qin Yiming remained silent. He sensed that the group harbored ill feelings towards Lan Yi. Yet, having tasted her fish and watermelon, he thought Lan Yi was not so selfish after all. If he were in her position, knowing others disliked him, he would hardly be inclined to share his fish. No one wished to be the fool. You have all been deceived by Ln by O11ing. She is merely a points collector. Nonetheless, I am genuinely eager to witness their expressions upon discovering the truth. XX would fare better if paired with Ln. Allowing her to toil while XX focuses on beauty. LNYY, overhearing their conversation, displayed a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. After all this time, they believe they have gained nothing. A splendid spectacle awaits. She blinked and placed the coconut on the ground. SBI. Keep an eye on the coconut, lest the ants carry it away while I fetch the others. Chapter 45. Are there really ants that will carry away the coconut? Ha ha. LN, you're truly amusing. Why doesn't she mention that the ants might establish an empire atop it? I suspect LN is using insinuation to criticize. A miraculous discrepancy appeared in the vote count beneath the livestream. BIX and CH in NQ firmly held the first position, while SBI and the votes placed second among the males, with LNYY at the bottom of the female leaderboard. Before GNX departed, LNYY's votes had begun to warm up, showing promise of surpassing SNJN. Now, her votes seemed as stagnant as if crushed by a compressor. The events surrounding SNJN and the S family had trended on social media, intensifying in fervor, as if someone were pulling strings behind the scenes. Even public relations could not contain the fallout, compounded by the recent death of SY, leading netizens to call for a reinvestigation of the case. At the scene, GY Su In remarked sarcastically, we wouldn't be impressed by these two coconuts. Please refrain from your sardonic remarks. LNYY. Perhaps someone speaks insincerely? GY Su In wished to retort, but was subtly halted by SNJN's tug on his sleeve. LNYY struggled in the entertainment industry. They could not afford to clash with her directly. It was unnecessary to invite trouble merely for a moment's satisfaction. Bayekis curiously asked, did you gather many coconuts? FCHN scoffed. There are only a few coconut trees on the island. How many could she possibly collect? Previously, he had attempted to harvest coconuts, nearly shaking the tree to its roots without yielding a single one. LNYY could not have possibly gathered more than 3 or 4 coconuts. Imagining she could gather a dozen like last time was utterly implausible. Her luck had surely run out. LNYY shrugged. Indeed, not many, merely a dozen or so. Since you haven't moved all your coconuts, you should hurry and do so. CHNNQing said with a faint smile, we can keep an eye on things while you take a break. LNYY chuckled inwardly. Their offer to help was merely a guise to mock her for her meager haul. Since they were eager to witness her embarrassment, she would not hold back. I appreciate your assistance. I shall endeavor to be swift. QNYMing could not resist asking, why? Can you manage alone? Do you need help? Unlike the others, he believed LNYY had certainly gathered a considerable amount of coconuts. Even if she were to transform into a bull, he would not be surprised, for she had achieved too much that was beyond ordinary human capability lately, rendering him immune to astonishment. You are part of our team. It may not be appropriate for you to assist LNYY, FCHN said, his expression darkening as he suspected QNYMing was trying to enhance his image. Is it not my freedom to utilize my leisure time as I wish? He had maintained a low profile since arriving on the island and had no intention of seeking the limelight. His desire to help LNYY stemmed from pure altruism. If everyone acted according to their whims, where would the discipline of our team be? FCHN countered. Let us not quarrel. SICH-NQ interjected. If you wish to assist, do so, but let this be a one-time exception. We are a team, and everyone must adhere to the rules. It was fortunate that the esteemed actor was leading. Had it been FCHN, QNYMing would have likely been expelled. A premonition stirred within me that LN would ultimately win QNYMing over to her side. Very well, QNYMing nodded. But due to CH and NQing's position as captain, he refrained from further comment. QNYMing had already created tension with his teammates in his desire to help. If LNYY were to refuse again, it would be rather ungrateful. Given the substantial number of coconuts, LNYY chose not to decline. When the two found the coconuts, QNYMing gazed in astonishment at the pile of coconuts and the bare trees. Although he had anticipated this outcome, He was still shocked that Lan Yiyi had stripped the trees bare. Haha, Qnyming, your astonished expression is quite endearing. How did you manage that, YY? He exclaimed, already imagining the reactions of the others upon seeing the coconuts. They had collectively earned merely 100 points. While Lan Yiyi and SB, I had amassed 150 points. What a miraculous feat. Lan Yiyi was indeed the landlady of the survival realm. With a nonchalant tone, Lan Yiyi replied, I simply shook them down. Qnyming was left speechless. After Lan Yiyi departed, SBI settled himself comfortably beside the reward station. Su-in confronted him. While everyone else is watching over the coconuts, you sit there like a lord. Is that appropriate? What? SB, I raised an eyebrow. Are there really ants that will carry away the coconuts? Su-in was momentarily at a loss for words, his face contorted in displeasure. The absurdity of it all made him laugh. Su-in had a penchant for confrontation, yet he often found himself at a disadvantage. His portrayal of the character Ing seemed to be a reflection of his true self, making him quite unlikable. Does anyone else find that SBI and LN are both adept at banter? BIX and several netizens clearly shared this sentiment. SBI, your tone when speaking to YY is quite similar. Su-in interjected before SBI could respond. One becomes like those they associate with. You are a public figure. Do not speak carelessly like an uneducated buffoon. Choose your words wisely, Ing remarked unexpectedly, leaving the attendees momentarily stunned. Su-in's face flushed crimson as he recalled that they were live-streaming, and everyone could hear his words. Y and X scanned Y and SBI thoughtfully, sensing an affinity between them. Perhaps they were acquainted? Queuing furrowed his brow slightly, observing Y for several moments. Her personality seemed ill-suited for the entertainment industry, yet here she was, a rising star with a decent following. Was there someone supporting her from behind? BIX's gaze flickered as she attempted to mediate. Su-in is simply being blunt. You may have taken his words too seriously. FCHN, however, remained silent, relishing the unfolding spectacle of conflict among these competitors. Each collapse of a persona meant one less rival for him. Trouble arises from the tongue. Y maintained her impassive demeanor, harboring no personal grievances. Anyone who targeted SB, I would find themselves in her sights. BIX blinked and inquired, Y, do you and SBI share a prior acquaintance? You seem particularly concerned about his affairs. It was evident she had noticed Y's unusual interest in SBI. Since arriving on the island, Y had shown little curiosity about anything. Yet whenever SBI was involved, she would invariably interject. Chapter 46. He intends to expose the program's dark secrets. Do SBI and Y know each other? Who is SBI, and can anyone shed light on this? I too have noticed Y appears particularly invested in SBI's matters. Yet SB has been under LN's care, creating a rather intricate relationship. The life of a star is no easy endeavor. Are you planning to become paparazzo? SBI's unexpected remark caused BIX's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Bye, please do not misunderstand. I merely asked out of curiosity. If this matter cannot be discussed openly in the live stream, it is perfectly acceptable for you not to respond. Regardless of your status or beauty, I apologize to she, though you are indeed lovely. This time I stand with Bye. If blame is to be assigned, let it be directed at Bye and Lan's remarkable on-screen chemistry. Who could possibly resist nurturing a charming and affluent man? Bai Shi's words were insightful. The conversation continued until Lan Yi and Qin Yiming approached, at which point they discovered the two had somehow acquired a canvas and returned with a plethora of coconuts. With the previous two, they now boasted a total of 15 coconuts. After wandering the woods for 2 to 3 hours, they had earned a mere 100 points, while Lan Yaojing effortlessly amassed 150 points through her daily tasks. Gu Yuxian and Fu Chun wore expressions as grim as if they had consumed rat droppings, and Chu Nanqing's demeanor was hardly better. Yin Xin and Zhongyu appeared indifferent, seemingly unaffected by Lan Yi's success, while Sang Jin clenched her fist in quiet frustration. What was the root of this issue? She could not comprehend why Lan Yi had suddenly become so formidable. Indeed, I had not been mistaken. Their expressions were utterly amusing. It seemed Lan was on a roll. How could her luck be so extraordinary? I seriously suspect that a certain influential figure orchestrated this scenario to elevate Lan's standing. Lan was clearly thriving, and I wish for Shi to partake in this fortune as well. Shi appeared to have lost weight. Bai Shi gasped in astonishment, taking a moment before exclaiming, You are incredible. How did you manage to collect so many coconuts? Simply shake the coconut tree vigorously, Lan Yi replied nonchalantly, as if it were that simple. The others present exchanged glances of disbelief. Everyone except Bai Shi had attempted to shake the coconut trees, and the results were predictable. Bai Shi managed a strained smile. Lan Yi successfully completed her daily task, earning 150 points. As she accepted her points and gazed at the drone, she instructed the director, tomorrow's daily task should not involve coconut picking. The coconut trees are already bare. Observing Lan Yi se triumphant de manor. Fu Chan's face turned a ghastly shade, and he scoffed at Qin Yiming. While she effortlessly amassed 150 points, you toiled to assist her, essentially creating garments for her. Lan Yi produced a 20-point card, saying, Qin Yiming, thank you for your help. This is for you. Qin Yiming was taken aback, not expecting such generosity. He had simply assisted her out of goodwill. He accepted it without hesitation, saying, thank you. Fu Chen's expression darkened further. He believed Lan Yi was intentionally trying to humiliate him. Had Lan forgotten something? Quickly reveal the fangs. I am eager to witness their astonished faces. Chu Nanqing, shifting her gaze from Lan Yi, suggested. Let's exchange some points for bread and take a moment to rest before continuing our hunt for wild people in the afternoon. The others agreed without objection, and Chu Nanqing promptly exchanged points for 12 loaves of bread, as it had been far too long since they had eaten to their fill. As captain, Chu Nanqing understood that if she allowed her team to remain hungry, they would soon entertain other thoughts and cease to heed her commands. Zhongyu and Yin Xian each exchanged for a loaf. Bai Shi, receiving a loaf from Chu Nanqing, glanced at Lan Yi and asked, why haven't you exchanged for food? With so many points, you could redeem eat. Lan Yi replied, I still have task points to redeem. The group froze in disbelief. Task points? Did Lan Yi still have coconuts left to collect? Was she intent on eradicating all the coconuts from the island? Under the scrutiny of her peers, Lan Yi reached in her pocket, and the next scene left everyone dumbfounded as she produced an entire string of fangs. Yes, an entire string of fangs. Lan Yi completed her task and redeemed 320 points. The island fell into silence. Except for Bai, everyone shared the same expression of disbelief. 320 points? Additionally, Lan Yi had earned 150 points from coconuts, and now 320 for wild man fangs? This is unbelievable. Has Lan Yi become superhuman? There must be some underlying scheme at play. Is the system malfunctioning? Why is everyone so still? Their expressions were utterly hilarious. It was truly amusing, and I believe this show should be renamed Lan's Extraordinary Life. How could a fairy work while gnawing on bread? Oh dear, someone please provide our fairy Shishi with a proper meal and let Lan bear the labor. Lan Yi, where did you acquire so many fangs? Gu Yuxian glared at Lan Yi, unable to contain himself. He felt compelled to expose the program's hidden agendas. Director, are we participating in a real survival show? If Lan Yi continues to be given advantages, I demand to withdraw. Gu Yuxian believed the director must have arranged this behind the scenes. Otherwise, Lan Yi could not possibly be so fortunate. Bai was not laboring, and Lan Yi, a solitary woman, could not possess such capabilities. I too shall withdraw. Fu Chen aligned himself with Gu Yuxian this time. Chu Nanqing remained silent for a moment before stating, Director, we collectively hope for fairness and transparency in this program. His tone was relatively calm. Compared to Gu Yuxian and Fu Chen, he appeared much more composed. Bai Shi looked at Lan Yi with some surprise, thinking she genuinely had such good fortune, only to realize it was the director's arrangement. Sang Jin remained silent, subtly positioning herself behind Gu Yuxian to diminish her presence. Zhongyu and Yin Xian also refrained from expressing their opinions, displaying a similar character trait. They focused solely on themselves, unconcerned about others. They had long suspected a script was in place. Otherwise, how could Lan be so fortunate? If one cannot outperform another, they resort to claiming there is a conspiracy. How ridiculous. Did you not witness Lan's live tasks? Chapter 47. Eat if you like. Bai observed the unfolding drama with evident amusement, patiently watching how Lan Yi would navigate this predicament. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Qin Yiming interjected, unable to remain silent as the others targeted Lan Yi. Consider this. When Yi catches fish, does she not go to the shore to catch them herself? There is no assistance from the production crew. We cannot assume there is foul play simply because Yi is capable. Xin Yiming, have you been bribed by Lan Yi's 20 points? Fu Chen Mokid. Qin Yiming furrowed his brow in annoyance, insisting, I am merely speaking the truth. The truth should come from the director, Gu Yuxian retorted. As they rallied against Lan Yi, he and Fu Chen were in complete agreement. A quarrel ensued. Celebrity disputes are no different from those of ordinary people. While Qin Yiming exhibited some integrity, he would undoubtedly become a target for the others. Director, please come forward and address this. Director Li watched the live stream with a smile, remaining composed despite the tension in the room. He allowed them to argue. The more intense the conflict, the higher the ratings. In essence, He opted to let the situation unfold and escalate. In the face of their skepticism, Lan Yi Yi maintained an air of calm that surpassed even the directors. She surveyed the prize station for a moment, seemingly dissatisfied with the available ingredients, and ultimately exchanged 10 points for cumin. Once everything was arranged, she directed her gaze at the drone, leading everyone to believe she was about to clarify the situation. Fu Chun and Gu Yuxian raised their chins defiantly, eager to see how Lan Yi Yi would defend herself. However, when Lan Yi Yi finally spoke, it immediately darkened Fu Chun and Gu Yuxian's expressions. The director, please send over more ingredients. The options for exchange are rather limited. It will be preferable to have some beef and instant rice, and perhaps a serving of instant noodles as well. Sibai frowned, declaring that he does not consume instant noodles due to their lack of nutritional value. Lan Yi Yi cast a glance at him, remarking that among the men on the island, he was the most delicate, questioning where he might be lacking in nutrition. 1 million for a bowl of instant noodles? Sibai narrowed his eyes. Lan Yi pondered for a moment, seemingly agreeing that it was a bit excessive, and suggested, how about I get you a serving of braised beef instead? Sibai scoffed coldly, challenging her to bring it over and test her resolve. Lan Yi Yi clicked her tongue and, grasping the cumin, turned away, stating, I'll prepare grilled fish for you instead. Sibai slightly furrowed his attractive brows, expressing his weariness with grilled fish. Lan Yi rolled her eyes silently, thinking that he had become spoiled. Others lacked even bread to eat. While he complained about being tired of various grilled meats, the drone happened to capture Lan Yi Yi's expression, prompting countless netizens to speculate on what she had just said. Haha, Lan's expression was utterly adorable just now. If anyone can read lips, please help translate. Spoiled you, eat or not. If Sibai were to hear those words, would it not infuriate him? I believe the show could be aptly renamed to the service you can't afford for 1 million. The audience, having strayed from the topic, noticed that Lan Yi Yi completely disregarded their doubts, which incensed Fu Chun and Gu Yuxian greatly. Bai Shi also felt intrigued and called out to Lan Yi Yi. Do you not intend to explain? Lan Yi Yi, feigning ignorance, asked, is there something that requires explanation? Bai Shi responded, everyone is questioning whether the show has hidden agendas. Shouldn't you clarify? This question seemed rather amusing. Finding it genuinely hilarious, Lan Yi chuckled softly. If the show has hidden agendas, shouldn't that be the director's responsibility? What does that have to do with me? Although I do not particularly favor Lan. Her words seem somewhat reasonable. What kind of attitude is this, Lan? Is that polite? Bai si in dazet, noting lanch dit diet no. Is your jealousy showing, Bai? Lan's looks are indeed the finest on the island. One need only take a stroll around the island to ascertain the truth of that statement. The barrage of comments shifted dramatically, the topic now revolving around female celebrities' appearances. The majority of netizens expressed their distaste for Lan Yi Yi, but could not deny her beauty. Her features were striking, her figure enviable, and her complexion flawless, leaving little room for criticism. At the scene, Bai Shi was taken aback by Lan Yi Yi's response. She gently said, while that may be true, you are also a party involved in the incident. Shouldn't you provide some explanation? Lan Yi responded succinctly. I completed the tasks based on my own abilities. Impossible, Gu Yuxian retorted, glaring at her. If there were no hidden agendas, how could you accumulate so many points on your own? Lan Yi Yi countered, the entire process was live-streamed. Did you witness my series of martial arts maneuvers? Could any of you replicate them? If so, you too could earn such points. With a resigned shrug, she added, look, I have explained, yet you still refuse to believe me. Having said that, she left with a flourish. As she departed, Sibai rose to follow her. Zhongyu and Yin Xin also exited. Bai Shi looked around at the remaining few, exchanging glances. Without the director present to offer explanations, they found themselves at a loss for what to do on the island. The atmosphere became tense for a few seconds until Chu Nanqing broke the awkward silence, suggesting, let's all go eat something and take a break. The director will surely provide us with an explanation. Gu Yuxian, with a sullen expression, declared, if the director does not give us an explanation this time, I will withdraw. Fu Chen echoed, Count Min. Bai Shi, however, suddenly shifted her stance, speculating. Perhaps Yi is truly capable, is not impossible. Qini Ming nodded, asserting, setting aside everything else. Yi's fishing skills are certainly superior to ours. Upon hearing this, Gu Yuxian and Fu Chun immediately directed their ire at Qini Ming. Gu Yuxian mocked, Lan Yi bought you off for 20 points. You might as well team up with her. You two seem quite compatible. Xin Yiming, who merely wished to participate in the show quietly and seize an opportunity for a comeback, found himself unwilling to remain silent in the face of repeated provocations. Gu Yuxian, I merely stated a fact. Is it so difficult to acknowledge someone else's excellence? Was he insinuating that he lacked magnanimity? Gu Yuxian's expression darkened. Lan Yi is merely a bit lucky. Enough already. Let's not bicker, Bai Shi interjected, taking on the role of peacemaker. We should go eat something first. We need to fish again this afternoon. Otherwise, we will go hungry tonight. Bai Shi, having come to realize the situation, understood that the director had genuinely abandoned them on the island. The island sea breeze was harsh, leaving their skin dry and sunburned. If she did not exchange for sunscreen and mosquito repellent soon, she would truly lose her mind. Gu Yuxian snorted and fell silent. However, Fu Chen remarked, "Qin Yiming, you should present your points. We are all on the same team, and all points should be shared. One cannot hoard them." In Chapter 47, Life Assistant, Qin Yiming had initially planned to share his points. However, upon hearing Fu Chen's presumptuous tone, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. "These are not task points. They're my personal earnings." Fu Chen, believing he intended to hoard the points, altered his tone. "We agreed that all resources would be shared when forming teams." "Indeed." Gu Yuxian chimed in, "You are part of our team, yet you took on tasks privately. That is inherently wrong. If you hoard points, it is against the rules." Qin Yiming was incensed by their words. It was clear they were targeting him. "I will withdraw from the team." "Yiming, do not be agitated." Chu Nanqing, who had been silent until now, patted his shoulder. "We are all part of the same team. Unity is essential for survival. You took on tasks that did not comply with the regulations, but these points are indeed yours. I previously stated this would be the last time. I trust you will not repeat it. As for the points, it is your decision whether to share them or not." This profound statement left Qin Yiming momentarily speechless. If he persisted in withdrawing without sharing points, it would seem as though he was being overly calculative. Taking a deep breath, he softened his expression. "Qin Ge, this is not about taking private work. I did not anticipate you would grant points. However, as a member of the team, the points should be shared. I was merely caught up in the moment." Chu Nanqing nodded. "It is fine. We are all team members. We can discuss matters openly." Bai Shi quickly interjected, pulling Qin Yiming's arm. "Do not even mention withdrawing from the team. You frightened me earlier. We are all in this together. We must unite." Fu Chun and Gu Yuxian had weak task capabilities, while Sang Jin, being another female, was also lacking. They relied on Qin Yiming and Chu Nanqing to earn points. Qin Yiming nodded, discreetly withdrawing his arm. Bai Shi, a popular figure with many fans, had one notable trait. She did not support the male lead, and those associated with her often faced harsh criticism, so it was best to maintain some distance. Believing Qin Yiming was about to withdraw, Bai Shi felt a surge of irritation toward Fu Chun and Gu Yuxian, noting their questionable character. Qin Yiming was still wearing diapers when they were filming. Now they are teaming up to bully him? How infuriating. The film emperor, and Bai Shi the fairest of all. Had anyone noticed that Sang Jin now resembled a transparent figure, hardly speaking at all? Would she dare to voice her thoughts? Currently, all major headlines were abuzz with news about the Su family. Upon returning to the camp, they passed by Lan Yi's tent and were momentarily stunned. There sat Si Bai, relaxed beneath the shelter, while Lan Yi munched on sunflower seeds and roasted duck. It was no wonder everyone else was exchanging for bread, while Lan Yi only opted for a portion of cumin. It is incorrect. Did not Lan Yi say she would not indulge Si Bai? Is this what it means to not indulge? And where did the roast duck come from? Fu Chun and Gu Yuxuan wore the most dismal expressions. Lan Yi was utterly excessive, hoarding so much food for herself. Where's the translator? Did Lan not say she would not indulge Si Bai? Is this what it means to not indulge? Alas, I too wish to find such a girlfriend. Provided you can casually produce 1,000,000 for a meal. Everyone quickly observed the expressions of Fu Chun and Gu Yuxuan. They are turning as dark as the bottom of the pot. Let us return to the tent to rest. Chu Nanqing shifted her gaze from Lan Yi and led the way back to the tent. Bai Xiang, however, did not leave. She approached and asked "When did you catch the duck?" Lan Yi replied, "Just now." Bai Xiang expressed disbelief, "But you just came from over there." Lan Yi gao de. "How long do you think it takes to catch a duck?" Bai Xiang was momentarily speechless. She then turned her attention to Si Bai, offering him a piece of bread. "Si Bai, would you like some bread?" Si Bai raised an eyebrow. "Do you think I cannot afford my own?" Bai Xiang clarified, "That is not what I meant." Si Bai retorted, "Then what do you mean?" She continued, "I just believe that as members of the program, we should assist one another and stand united." Bai Xiang's gaze softened. "I also wish to help ease the tension between you and them." "Is that so?" Si Bai laughed coldly. "What does your notion of mutual assistance entail?" Before Bai Xiang could respond, he added, "Is it exchanging your bread for our roast duck?" Lan Yi turned to Si Bai with a smile, realizing that this fellow had not been misled by Bai Xiang. Bai Xiang was left speechless, her face slightly flushed. "Si Bai, you misunderstand. I did not intend to take advantage of you." Si Bai replied, "You cannot take advantage of me." Bai Xiang, having hit a wall, pursed her lips and returned to the tent, her mind swirling with questions. While watching the live broadcast, she had noticed that Si Bai was entirely different in the morning and afternoon. Sometimes he was as cold as ice, while other times he exhibited charm that made Lan Yi feel cherished. How could one person change so dramatically? This was not normal. Si Bai's identity must be extraordinary. Even Bai Xiang felt drawn to him. Bai Xiang merely wished to mend the relationships among everyone. Lan Yi had managed to roast the duck just in time. She then exchanged for 2 coconuts at the redemption center and enjoyed coconut juice with Bai, feeling as if they were on a tropical vacation. After satisfying her hunger, Lan Yi indulged in a delightful nap, only to be awakened by someone kicking her. She turned impatiently to glare at Bai. Do you not know I am not a morning person? Bai, casually sitting behind her, narrowed his amber eyes dangerously. Lan Yi, is this how you typically treat me? Lan Yi instantly perked up. Her first thought was to check the sun. It was tilting westward, indicating that it was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. How could he? As if seeing through her thoughts, Bai scoffed, disappointed. Why have you not transformed? Lan Yi felt her pleasant days were at an end. This fellow was exceptionally demanding. Previously, she had managed to endure just one morning, but would today present a sudden challenge? Would always be like this? No, please. Did this woman consider him a Superman? Bai issued a warning. Lan Yi, adjust your attitude. You are merely my temporarily hired life assistant. If I were to knock Bai unconscious and toss him into the water, would the adorably naive Bai return? Chapter 49. Both annoying and addictive, why did you kick me? Although dissatisfied, Lan Yi decided to face reality. Lan Xiaobo was still waiting for her at home. According to the original owner's memories, Lan Xiaobo was a clever and adorable child who longed for maternal love. Unfortunately, the original owner, influenced by Sang Jin, believed that her misfortunes stemmed solely from having a child out of wedlock. Thus, she resented Lan Xiaobo and entrusted him to a nanny after his birth. Each time she returned home, Lan Xiaobo greeted her with joy, asking for hugs, only to be scolded loudly by her. Over time, Lan Xiaobo grew somewhat fearful of her, standing at a distance with a gaze filled with yearning for maternal affection. Alas, what a pity. Once she dealt with Sang Jin, she would live together with Lan Xiaobo. Noticing that she seemed distracted while speaking to him, Bai said, please redeem some water. All right. With several hundred points in hand, Lan Yi was not stingy. After stretching, she got up to exchange for a bottle of nutrient drink. The water in the space was sweet and refreshing, having only drunk the stream water from the space. She opted for just 1 bottle of nutrient drink. Lan Yi was now a wealthy landowner in this island setting. What kind of world was this? Where others struggled to fill their stomachs while she enjoyed nutrient drinks. What a situation. Alas, Lan Yi showed no sympathy. Bai Xiang had caught fish for over an hour without even a sip of water. Upon seeing Lan Yi return with a bottle of nutrient drink, Bai frowned. Who told you to redeem this? Lan Yi looked skyward in exasperation. Why did you not say so earlier? This costs 20 points. Now you tell me. Bai replied coldly. Exchange it for purified water. Lan Yi gritted her teeth, silently mouthing 6 words at him. Exchange it for purified water. Spoiled you. Translator. Where's my translator? Hurry and translate what Lan said. Exchange it for purified water. Spoiled you. There is no service spirit at all. Xiao Bai, quickly deduct Lan's wages. Though she verbally insisted on exchanging it, Lan Yi ultimately capitulated to the capitalist. She stomped her way back to the redemption center, grumbling under her breath about Bai, in exchange for 2 bottles of purified water. Here, drink. Wow, I feel inexplicably refreshed, Lan Yi exclaimed, even as she insisted she would not indulge Bai, fulfilling his minor requests. Bai should not be deceived by Lan's appearance. Just because she had given birth, did that mean she was unworthy of true love? Some stars had 2 children and still found partners younger than themselves. Bai glanced at the bottle cap, incredulous. You expect me to open it? Truly spoiled. Lan Yi was feeling a bit petulant. She twisted the cap with force. Now, what can you drink, esteemed employer? Bai expressionlessly accepted the bottle and took a few gulps. Drink, drink. If you choke, do not blame me. No, she could not afford to have him choke. They had yet to settle the bill. What would happen if he died and the debt vanished? Lan Yi sat down in frustration, taking a swig from her previously redeemed nutrient drink to calm her anger. Checking the time, she stood up. I will go prepare dinner. You rest and do not wander. This fellow was quite shrewd. It would be unsafe to attempt a bath in the space at night, so it was better to wash up and prepare food now. Lan's angry demeanor is quite adorable. I bet she has mentally cursed Bai's ancestors several times. It was unfair. Why should Lan enjoy cooling off with a drink while Bai Xiang was left sunbathing? Then you go replace Bai Xiang in the sun. The few people fishing by the sea also noticed Lan Yi making 2 trips to the redemption center. Gu Yuxuan, having caught no fish, was already in a foul mood. Upon seeing this scene, he angrily tossed his stick into the sea. Has the director not observed our reactions? Why have they not provided any explanation thus far? Sang Jin picked up the stick and placed it in his hand, urging him not to sulk. Gu Yuxuan's heart softened, and his expression instantly transformed into one of tenderness. Xiao Jin, it's not that I'm bad-tempered. I simply find this situation unfair. Look at you, sunburned like this, while Lan Yi appears to be on vacation. It pains me to see you like this. Sang Jin frowned, thinking that Gu Yuxuan truly lacked awareness, seizing every opportunity to express his thoughts. She chuckled softly and replied, "Everyone is here fishing. I am not the only one enduring hardship. What is so difficult about it? Fu Chen interjected teasingly. You're the only one who holds his heart." There was a hint of amusement in his tone, although he could not communicate with the outside world at the moment. He surmised that Sang Jin must be at the center of attention, and Gu Yuxuan's unabashed display of affection was indeed commendable. Why she followed up, "Sang Jin, how lucky you are. I am eagerly awaiting your official announcement." Gu Yuxuan smiled at Sang Jin, his face radiating affection. Sang Jin feigned shyness and lowered her head, saying, "Yuxuan and I are just good friends. Please don't tease us." "Oh," by she elongated her tone, "just good friends, huh?" Gu Yuxuan's smile froze on his face. He had already expressed his feelings and assured her that he would never disdain her. Why then did Sang Jin continue to evade his affections? Gu Yuxuan was on the verge of heartbreak. Despite his dislike for Gu Yuxuan, it seemed he genuinely cared for Sang Jin. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Chu Nanxing calmly suggested, "Sang Jin, why don't you and by she go into the woods to gather some wild vegetables? We can make fish soup for dinner." They had only caught small fish, which could not be skewered for grilling, and thus would have to make fish soup to pair with bread. Sang Jin cast a grateful glance toward Chu Nanxing and turned to head ashore, followed closely by Bai Shi. Noting Gu Yuxuan's grim expression as his gaze lingered on Sang Jin, Chu Nanxing added, "Yuxuan, you should go collect some firewood from the woods. Fu Chun, your foot is injured. Soaking too long in the water isn't good for you, so you should go with him." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuxuan quickly made his way to the shore and approached Sang Jin. The lead actor was indeed considerate and possessed high emotional intelligence, always managing to defuse conflicts. Gu Yuxuan was undoubtedly going to confess his feelings to Sang Jin. Directorly instructed, "Drone, follow Sang Jin." Sang Jin had now become a trending topic online, and coupled with her entanglement with Gu Yuxuan, it was a hot topic that netizens enjoyed discussing. Unexpectedly, as the drone followed Sang Jin, the comments section exploded. "I don't want to see this unfortunate woman. I want to see Lan. She must have hidden supplies in a mouse hole." The director was urged to switch the camera to Lan Yi quickly. Due to the incident involving the Su family, many netizens began to resent Sang Jin. Reluctantly, Director Lee had no choice but to have the drone follow Lan Yi instead. He could not comprehend why netizens continue to criticize Lan Yi while also wanting to watch her. It truly exemplified the adage of being both detestable and captivating. Chapter 50. The Will 2 drones followed, one capturing Lan Yi and the other tracking Chu Nanxing and Qin Yiming. Lan Yi intended to enter the woods, but was surprised when the drone arrived shortly after her. She had no choice but to feign seriousness as she navigated through the trees. Was Lan searching for supplies? It seemed they had switched to an adventure channel. Did you see that? A shadow flickered in the upper left corner just now. Lan seems unaware. It terrified me. Is this arranged by the director, or was it a genuine supernatural occurrence? As the drone disappeared, Gu Yuxuan hastily caught up with Sang Jin, grabbing her wrist. "Xiao Jin, please stop tormenting me. Just tell me, do you have a place for me in your heart? Just one word from you will suffice. If you do not care for me, I will never disturb you again." After being rejected by Sang Jin multiple times in front of others, Gu Yuxuan could no longer endure it. "Yuxuan, didn't I tell you last time? I am in a situation that may endanger you," Sang Jin replied, her expression one of helplessness. "I'm not afraid of being implicated. No matter who you are, I like you." Gu Yuxuan grasped her shoulders, demanding, "Just tell me. Do you have me in your heart? Do you like me? I do not care about anything else." "Yuxuan, please calm down." Sang Jin frowned, feeling a deep disdain. She loathed men who were mindless and only knew of love. "I cannot calm down. You consume my every thought." Gu Yuxuan pulled Sang Jin into his embrace, as if trying to merge her with his being. A glimmer of calculation flashed in Sang Jin's eyes as she suddenly shifted her tone. "Yuxuan, I am sorry. Until I resolve my own issues, I cannot accept your feelings. The more genuine you are, the more I cannot let you suffer. Yi has been targeting me for some reason, and now she has provoked the Su family matter. After the show concludes, she will surely continue to exploit this. I cannot afford to think about romantic matters right now." Gu Yuxuan interpreted Sang Jin's words through his own lens, pulling her from his embrace and fixing his gaze upon her. "Xiao Jin, you do have me in your heart. You are just afraid of dragging me down, right?" Sang Jin evaded his question, touched. "I feel like a virus. Everyone avoids me. Yet you are foolish enough to approach. Xiao Jin, as long as you have me in your heart, I will face any adversity alongside you." Having harbored feelings for Sang Jin for so long, Gu Yuxuan felt elated to finally receive a response. Sang Jin smiled slightly, but the light in her eyes dimmed instantly. "I am truly scared of trusting another person. I regarded Yi as a good sister, yet she now seeks to ruin me. Xiao Jin, do not be afraid." Gu Yuxuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he scoffed. "Lan Yi won't be able to flaunt herself for long. Once the show is over, I will ensure she is completely eradicated from the entertainment industry." While he lacked the means to deal with celebrity influencers, he He could certainly make Lan Yi disappear from the industry. However, Sang Jin hesitated. Yi and I co-invested in a villa. Given the situation between us, it seems we may end up in a legal dispute. Sang Jin did not continue, but Gu Yuxuan understood her implication. Currently, with Sang Jin entangled in the Su family matter, any real estate disputes with Lan Yi would be decidedly disadvantageous for her. Xiao Jin, since you have a good relationship with Lan Yi, do you know much about her situation? If she dares to expose your secrets, then let us return the favor. Sang Jin deliberately misinterpreted Gu Yuxuan's meaning and uncovered Lan Yi's background. Yi's mother had died when she was young, leaving her to depend solely on Lan Xiaobo. However, she had never mentioned the identity of the child's father, as if she were unaware of who he was. As for the dirt on Lan Yi, there was plenty, but it was all out in the open. Gu Yuxuan scoffed derisively. She doesn't even know who the father of her child is. She must be quite the player, seeing that he was not following her lead and instead ridiculing Lan Yi. In truth, Yi was quite pitiful, lacking any background and having climbed her way to success. Neither of them had any family. Thus, when they purchased the house, they also drafted a will, stating that in the event of either party's misfortune, the other would inherit their estate. Gu Yuxuan now caught on to the crux of the matter, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. If something were to happen to you during the show, would the property rights be entirely yours? Yes. Sang Jin feigned ignorance of his meaning and nodded gently. If I were to have an accident, all the assets under my name would belong to her. Why are you so foolish? Gu Yuxuan's expression was one of concern. Lan Yi must be coveting your assets. That is why she is deliberately targeting you. If something were to happen to you, everything you own would become hers. Sang Jin shook her head. Yi isn't like that. Gu Yuxuan inquired. Then why do you think she suddenly turned against you? Sang Jin shook her head again. I do not know. Gu Yuxuan grasped her shoulders, compelling Sang Jin to meet his gaze. Xiao Jin, look at me. From this moment on, you must remember that only I truly care for your well-being. Lan Yi seeks to monopolize the property. If you do not remain vigilant, she will devour you to the bone. Was Yi truly after the property? Sang Jin appeared swayed by Gu Yuxuan's words, her expression one of deep hurt. Gu Yuxuan, is there any other explanation? Sang Jin helplessly shook her head. My heart is in turmoil. I do not know what to do. Xiao Jin, you need not worry about anything. Leave it all to me. I will assist you. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Gu Yuxuan's eyes, as though a plan had already begun to take shape in his mind. Yuxuan, do not act foolishly, Sang Jin pleaded, gripping Gu Yuxuan's arm in fear. Rest assured, he narrowed his eyes, I will make Lan Yi regret treating you this way. A black star without a backing or family would soon be forgotten should any trouble arise. Suddenly, Sang Jin embraced Gu Yuxuan. Yuxuan, I am grateful for you. Without you, I would not know what to do. Gu Yuxuan's heart soared at her gesture, believing it to be an acceptance of his feelings. Overwhelmed with joy, he lowered his head to kiss Sang Jin. He had cherished Sang Jin for years, ever since she became the center of attention following her incident. Later, as she entered the media university and became a host, their paths crossed formally, and he began his pursuit. Time flew by, and at last his wishes were fulfilled. Chapter 51. Traces of the Wild Man Without Drones by Xia did not hastily search for wild vegetables. She excused herself to change clothes in the tent, and, upon emerging, spotted Sibai alone beneath the canopy, enjoying the sea breeze. Sibai, where is Yi? In the woods. Sibai gazed towards the sea, offering Bai Xia not even a glance. Yi must be looking for supplies, right? Bai Xia blinked and squatted beside Sibai, enviously remarking, I admire Yi. Her survival skills are remarkable. Sibai frowned, his voice cool. This is not a position for you to sit. He disliked women encroaching upon his personal space. Taken aback by his bluntness, Bai Xia paused, half squatting without resuming her seat. Is this Yi's exclusive spot? Sibai remained silent, seemingly too disdainful to respond. Bai Xia, however, did not take offense and gently inquired, Sibai, are you and Yi in a relationship? It was not uncommon for celebrities to develop feelings during programs, and Bai Xia considered this a strong possibility. Sibai glanced at her. What do you wish to know? Confronted with such directness for the first time, Bai Xia felt somewhat at a loss, her initial thoughts disrupted by Sibai's demeanor. She smiled, steering the conversation back to the main topic. Sibai, you misunderstood. I did not intend to pry into your relationship. I merely noticed how well you and Yi get along. You must truly love her, considering you do not mind that she is an unwed mother, right? Unwed mother? The term piqued Sibai's interest. He was evidently unaware, and Bai Xia feigned surprise. Covering her mouth, Sibai, you cannot possibly not know that Yi is an unwed mother? Sibai remained silent. Yet the slight narrowing of his eyes confirmed Bai Xia's suspicion. Full of remorse, she exclaimed, I am sorry. I presumed you were aware. After all, Yi has a son of nearly 5 years, and this is common knowledge. It is my fault for speaking out of turn. Sibai, if you know it's best to remain silent, then keep your mouth shut. His tone was laced with coldness, seemingly angered by Lan Yi's circumstances. Having achieved her goal, Bai Xia said little more, apologizing and leaving with an expression of regret. Bai's amber eyes flickered with a chill, which faded almost instantly, replaced by a complex, unnameable emotion. What a shock. This delightful variety show has turned into a paranormal exploration. I rewatched the previous livestream, and indeed, a shadow resembling a person flitted by the camera's edge. Lan was still venturing into the woods, fearlessly undeterred. If she were to see this video segment, it would surely terrify many viewers in the livestream. Observing a shadow dart past the lens, they all felt a chill for Lan Yi. Yet the woman herself remained oblivious. Continuing her trek through the dense forest, she sought a spot beyond the reach of drone surveillance to retrieve some supplies. Bathing was out of the question, and she would have to wait until nightfall, using the pretext of a restroom break. The island was triangular, with a small hill rising in the center, approximately 2 stories high. Typically, everyone avoided this area, steering clear of the small mountain, where the trees grew thick and the slopes steep. Unbeknownst to Lan Yi, she had wandered here, and, intending to skirt around as usual, accidentally discovered a cave with an entrance over 2 meters tall and about 1 meter wide, obscured by brush. If one did not look closely, it would be nearly impossible to notice. Realizing something, Lan Yi feigned ignorance and casually turned back, confident that the entrance was sufficiently concealed from the drone's view. The reason everyone had failed to detect the wild man's presence was likely due to him hiding within this cave. Lan Yi recalled a saying, "A clever hunter will appear as prey." While Jin outwardly maintained her composure, she was likely already devising various methods to eliminate her rival. Should she suddenly discover a silent yet lethal approach, it was certain that Jin would not let the opportunity slip by. In high spirits, Lan Yi retraced her steps, deliberately taking a different route back to conveniently retrieve her supplies. Along the way, she strategically placed the items in a dense thicket, making it seem as though she had just found them. Those speculating about underlying secrets should take a look. Is this the truth? Lan had scoured the woods for over an hour to locate these supplies while your goddess and fairy were busy gathering wild vegetables. Only Lan, like a man, was foraging for food. If a meal were worth 1,000,000, I would gladly relocate the island. Who are those 2 people ahead? Ah, is this something we can see for free? Mother, I am blind. Inappropriate for children. Lan Yi was on her way back with her supplies when she unexpectedly encountered Gu Yuxuan and Jin, who were supposed to be foraging for wild vegetables, yet were instead locked in a passionate embrace. Even as Lan Yi approached, they remained oblivious. Witnessing this scene, rather than interrupting the two, Lan Yi stood aside, savoring the moment. Deep in their feelings, Gu Yuxuan emitted sounds of pleasure, making the scene painful to behold. Wow, Lan is so mischievous. I absolutely adore this. Is this truly your goddess? She must be a seductress. I have learned something new. So this is what foraging for wild vegetables and collecting firewood entails. The staff in front of the screen were also stunned, left in a daze for quite some time before inquiring with the director whether to switch the camera angle. Director Lee's eyes were squinted in laughter. Let us not switch just yet. Follow them with the drone and zoom in. He desired popularity and viewership, as long as those 2 elements were present. The star's personas were of no concern to him. Thus, the footage of Jin and Gu Yuxuan kissing was magnified, with Jin's eyes closed. Her expression one of blissful enjoyment, alongside Gu Yuxuan. Wow, this is quite intense. I am drooling. Gu Yuxuan, still unaware of the unusual situation, closed his eyes, completely lost in the kiss. A flicker of disdain crossed Jin's eyes. We should resume foraging for wild vegetables. It would not be good if someone sees us. It is still early. Our conversation is not yet complete. Suddenly, Gu Yuxuan went stiff. Jin sensed something amiss and turned her head, only to find Lan Yi watching them with an amused expression, glancing at the nearby drone, which had also captured the moment. Lan helplessly shrugged her shoulders and apologized for interrupting their good fortune, urging them to continue. Jin came to her senses and said, Why, you've misunderstood. We're not what you think. What I think is unimportant, Lan replied, gesturing towards the unmanned camera. What they think is far more significant. Jin's face turned pale in an instant. Lan must be doing this on purpose. Don't be afraid, Su-en said, instinctively taking Jin's hand. Love is free. We are not married, so what is there to fear? Since everyone had discovered it, they might as well take the opportunity to make it official. Chapter 52, Why? I miss you so much. Is this about to be officially announced? It's hilarious. Who cares about their relationship now? We only wish to know whether Jin sold the Su family's assets. New Jersey raised Jin, only to have her cause the family to be ruined. If everything was designed by Jin, this woman is terrifying and must restore justice for the Su family. How could she possibly sell someone else's property? Isn't it true that she has been playing the victim to gain sympathy? In no time, the live stream was trending again due to S situation. The public was not concerned about her romantic status. They merely demanded a thorough investigation into the Su family's affairs and questioned S right to sell their assets. Unbeknownst to them, G.Y. Su-in, who had inadvertently placed S.J.in back into the spotlight, still believed that his unwavering support for her during her hardships was commendable. Facing the drone, he professed with deep affection, "I have liked G for several years, and now we are finally together. Please bless us." Lan felt her lips twitch in discomfort. Did G.Y. Su-in really think he was being romantic? With matters reaching this point, S.J.in knew she had no way out and had a feigned happiness to cooperate with G.Y. Su-in. From friends to lovers, we have experienced so much together. Meeting him has made me feel fortunate, and if possible, I hope this luck continues. Lan scoffed softly and walked toward the two. G.Y. Su-in instinctively shielded S.J.in, ressembling à protectivement. Lan didn't even glance at him, and simply walked past, returning to the camp. G.Y. Su-in must be seriously unwell. This nauseating couple should switch the camera. Do not let this malicious woman appear until the investigation into the Su family's affairs is resolved. Lan Yi returned.
She encountered Bix, who was planning to forage for wild vegetables. Why? Have you seen S.J.in? Lan replied, "In the woods."
She is nestled with G.Y. Su-in, engaged in mutual nibbling. Bix was taken aback by Lny's directness in front of the drone and was momentarily stunned. By the time she regained her composure, Lnyy had already returned to the tent. SBI happened to emerge from the tent just as Lnyy returned. He immediately approached her, as if they were long-lost friends, grasping her arm with a pitiful expression. "YY, I miss you so much. What is this nonsense?" Lnyy questioned. Had SBI turned back into his naive self? "What is wrong with you today?" SBI replied, "My condition is worsening. That guy may take over soon." He gazed at Lnyy with reluctance. "YY, I don't know if I can return to normal in time." Lnyy finally understood. SBI's condition had improved, which was why he had not reverted to his innocent self at noon. This meant that SBI could recover at any moment, and the adorable, naive SBI would vanish forever. Strangely, Lnyy felt a twinge of reluctance in her heart. No, this fellow was merely her benefactor. Why should she feel anything? It must be the remnants of the original owner's maternal instincts surfacing. Enough with the sentimentality, she declared, placing her supplies on the ground. "You keep an eye on the items. I'll gather firewood." "YY, I'll take a break. I'll go collect it." SBI called after her before heading into the woods. Wow, SBI is so doting. I love this kind of sharp-tongued, yet overbearing man. Although SBI could be harsh with his words, he was genuinely caring at times. Lnyy opened the supply box, which contained 2 packets of instant noodles and a bag of beef jerky. She initially planned to boil some noodles casually, since SBI was not picky and would eat whatever. However, recalling his earlier words, Lnyy pretended to fish by the beach. In reality, she retrieved a fish from her space and meticulously grilled it. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, causing Sage and Ing and the others to wear displeased expressions. They had only caught a few small fish, enough for a broth, while Lnyy, as if visiting her own fish pond, could catch a large fish effortlessly without fail. Questions about her supplies arose. They wondered where Lnyy had hidden them. They had scoured the island, yet found nothing. G.Y. Su-in became increasingly uncomfortable with his thoughts. Where has Lnyy hidden her supplies? Why can she access them whenever she wants? FCH chimed in. If we knew, would we still be drinking fish soup? Everyone present, except for Lnyy and SBI, had visibly lost weight. Aside from the mountain, we searched everywhere else. The mountain was too steep for anyone to climb, right? QNYMing felt that Lnyy couldn't possibly stash food up there. Bix speculated, perhaps the less likely places we consider, the more potential there is. Her words piqued G.Y. Su-in and FCH's interest. Could the supplies truly be hidden in the mountains? G.Y. Su-in suggested, "Let us go explore that area tomorrow." "I will join," FCH nodded. Noticing that the two had completely disregarded him, felt slightly displeased. "You all go ahead. We 4 will handle our task." His meaning was clear. He would not join, nor would SNJN, Bix, and QNYMing. G.Y. Su-in and FCH were oblivious to the tension and found nothing wrong with the arrangement. Splitting up was indeed more suitable. G.Y. Su-in and FCH were indeed 2 of a kind, both preferring shortcuts over completing tasks. FCH turned to Z ing Y and Y in X in, asking, "Do you want to join us?" Z ing Y shook his head expressionlessly. "No." Y and X in added, "I have no interest in following others." GY Su in frowned. "We are merely going for a stroll by the mountain, not stalking L in YY. FCH had long harbored a dislike for Y and X in. You are content earning points for your tasks. But that's because you haven't been here long enough. Wait until you've been here for a few days without earning any points. You'll understand." YNX replied, "Not earning points is my own inadequacy. It has nothing to do with others." FCH was momentarily silenced. "All right, everyone, let us not argue." CHN interjected, "Whether one wants to go or not is a personal choice. Let us not involve others." His implication was straightforward. GY Su and FCH should refrain from interfering with others' decisions. GY Su and FCH had clearly aligned themselves, which was not a good sign for CH the team leader. Their unity could undermine his authority, especially since they were both considered key members of the team, and should they choose to disregard him, his leadership would be rendered ineffective. FCH had always been somewhat rebellious towards him, a fact CH was aware of, though he had not openly acknowledged it. Chapter 53. L. drifts away. It appears that the esteemed actor has been treated fairly. I have come to realize that among these men, only QNYM the actor, and YNX possess sound principles. Currently, GY Su and FCH are acting selfishly. If this were real, their characters would be in question, as the comments are rife with criticism, asserting that FCH and GY Su's integrity is indeed problematic. Tensions are running high over the matter concerning LNYY. Yet she is comfortably indulging in a hearty meal with SBI, reclining in a shelter while enjoying the sea breeze. Despite her leisurely day, LNYY is beginning to feel drowsy again, while SBI remains wide awake, his gaze fixed on her with a complex and inscrutable expression, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupy his mind. Initially, LNYY chooses to ignore him, but under his prolonged stare, she feels a twinge of discomfort and asks, "What are you staring at?" SBI blinks, seemingly torn about whether to voice his inner thoughts. After a brief struggle, he finally inquires, "Why, did you really have a baby?" Caught off guard by his unexpected question, LNYY blinks in surprise before casually nodding and responding, "Yes, didn't you know? I thought everyone knew by now. It's hardly secret. Anyone who knows me is aware." SBI falls silent, lost in his thoughts. LNYY raises an eyebrow and asks, "Who told you?" SBI, who had never broached this topic before, reveals BIX. "Ah, it's her. LNY y chucle enigmatically. Why are you so concerned about whether I have a child?" She dismisses SBI's professed affection as mere infatuation, recognizing that his feelings stem more from a childlike dependence rather than genuine love. She knows that once he fully recovers, he will revert to the annoying person he was before. If it weren't for the generous compensation he offers, she wouldn't endure his whims at all. SBI, feeling aggrieved, remarks, "Now that you have a baby, you want to love me wholeheartedly." LNYY nearly chokes on her own saliva, raising a hand to poke his forehead. "What nonsense are you thinking?" SBI, resembling a small child, nestles in LNYY's embrace and insists, "It doesn't matter if you have a baby. As long as you treat me as well as you treat him, I will love the baby just the same." LNYY's lips twitch. This fellow is rather self-indulgent. She never indicated that she would marry SBI. Pushing him away, she declares, "Don't even think about taking advantage of me. I'm tired and going to sleep." She closes her eyes and lies still. Why? SBI gently prods her back with his finger. When she does not respond, he sorrowfully curls up behind her, seeking her warmth. Despite SBI's childish antics, there is a certain endearing quality to him when he is unwell. However, she is acutely aware that a relationship with him is impossible unless he remains in this state indefinitely. This fleeting, bird-like dependence is far too unreliable. Instead, she resolves to earn some money, sell her house, and find a tranquil city to raise LNSHOB. After a restful night, LNYY had intended to explore the cave, but upon awakening the next day, she finds it bright outside. As she opens her eyes, SBI's mocking voice reaches her ears. "Are you a pig?" Everyone else is already awake, while LNYY has slept soundly until now. Despite the bustle outside the tent, she remained undisturbed, and SBI deliberately refrained from waking her, curious to see how long she would sleep. True to form, she did not disappoint him. LNYY sits up lazily and glances at the time. It's 7 in the morning. "I thought it was much later," she yawns. "I'll go find something to eat. You should wash up." SBI squints. "I'll trade for some purified water from now on. I want to wash up with purified water." LNYY responds, "What if the points aren't money?" Although she feels a twinge of dissatisfaction, She helps him exchange for purified water and grabs 2 loaves of bread. LNYY has become increasingly indifferent, offering SBI just this. Oh dear, I feel sorry for SBI. This is worse than the school cafeteria. CHNNQing and the others seem to be in high spirits. Gathered around the task, board chatting. Upon seeing LNYY approach, BIX cheerfully exclaims, YY, today's task is quite simple. Everyone will have meat for lunch. LNYY glances at the task board, which is the same as yesterday, featuring only one main task and one daily task. The main task is find the lost ribbons, each worth 10 points, with a total of 50 needed. The daily task, clean up the beach litter, with each piece of trash earning 1 point. Upon reading the tasks, LNYY understands why CH and NQing and the others are so cheerful. Their team has a significant advantage in numbers. LNYY, I wish you all good luck. BIX, catching the implication in her words, asks, aren't you going to join us for the task? LNYY replies, it depends on my mood. I have enough points to eat for several days. BIX remarks, indeed, having points makes one rather capricious. LNYY's nonchalance prompts comments from the others. How dare you stop and slack off? What if SBI deducts your meal allowance? FCH ingests. I'm just afraid that some people say they want to go, but secretly do. GY Su N chimes in. Such people are the most shameless. These 2 men, in their banter, are utterly insufferable. LNYY sighs at the drone of the drone, recognizing that some people are indeed lacking in dignity. Their inability to perform tasks leads them to insult others covertly. QNYMing nearly bursts into laughter at LNYY's boldness. Is she planning to exit the entertainment industry? SNJN observes LNYY's fearless demeanor with a hint of dread in her eyes. For a fleeting moment, she sees a reflection of SY and LNYY. Having lived with SY for 10 years, SNJN is the one person who knows her best and is certain she is not mistaken. Just a few nights ago, she dreamt that SY had died. Was it merely coincidence? Recalling recent events, a chill runs down SNJN's spine. Who are you talking about? GY Su and asks, feeling a bit embarrassed, as LNYY is clearly addressing him. FCH and Olsupal, LNYI. Aren't we all your seniors here? You should speak with more respect. LNYY rolls her eyes, asserting, those worthy of respect are called seniors. Those unworthy are merely troublemakers. She has no intention of remaining in the entertainment industry, and thus has no fear of offending anyone. Chapter 54. Women are indeed materialistic. Regardless of who resists, LNYY boldly confronts the crowd, likely having offended half of the entertainment industry. Take it easy. We still want to see you on the deserted island. The fervor surrounding her is palpable. Though not a fan, many cannot help but wish to see her directorial efforts. They eagerly await her revelation of the sunscreen brand she uses, as they intend to follow suit. Not only are millions of netizens curious about the brand of sunscreen LNYY uses, but even some celebrity wives are discreetly inquiring. During this time, Director L's phone is nearly overwhelmed with inquiries. Yet, LNYY cleverly keeps her sunscreen brand a secret, leaving them in the dark. The atmosphere on set can be described as tense, with LNYY showing no regard for the others, confronting anyone she finds displeasing. Though GY Su N and FCH N pretend to be unperturbed, they're inwardly anxious. Who doesn't have a few skeletons in their closet? If LNYY were to speak indiscriminately, it could jeopardize their careers. While fearful, they cannot endure the public humiliation inflicted by LNYY. Especially GY Su N, who feels he has lost face in front of SNJN, just as he prepares to retort and reclaim his dignity. All the participants of the program are artists, and there is no need to let momentary verbal conflicts disrupt the harmony. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten to prepare for our tasks. Without points, several of us have gone without breakfast and must endure hunger. Fortunately, there is the film emperor, who consistently steps in to tidy up the mess. Next time, he should refrain from participating with them, as it truly diminishes the quality of the show. My heart aches for the film emperor for a brief moment. Gu Yuxuan appeared quite displeased, his temper flaring, and it is certain he will be an abusive partner in the future. Upon hearing Chu Nanqing's words, Gu Yuxuan found a way to retreat, knowing that continuing the argument would be to his detriment. He feigned compliance, scoffing softly as he walked away. Yin, Xin, and Zong Yu had already departed to complete their tasks during their dispute. Lan Yi returned to the tent with her belongings, followed closely by Bai Shi, who enviously remarked, Yi, after so many years of acting, you are the female star I admire the most. You confront anyone you wish and express whatever you desire. You live so freely. Is that so? Lan Yi replied with a smile that barely masked her disdain. If you do not plan to pursue a career in the entertainment industry, you could live like that too. Bai Shi was momentarily speechless, and then curiously asked, You don't intend to stay in the entertainment industry? Lan Yi retorted, at this point, what chance do I have? Who would still want to cast me in a film? She was taken aback by Lan Yi's bluntness. Yi, your acting is quite good. How could no one want to cast you? Lan Yi responded, you would do better to compliment my looks. That would be more credible. Oh my, you made me laugh so hard, Shi admitted. Although she was a fan of Shi, she had to concede that Shi's response was rather hypocritical. If Lan Yi truly possessed acting skills, she would not have become the target of online criticism. Shi's cheeks flushed slightly at Lan Yi's words. Upon arriving at the camp, Shi did not leave, but instead linked her arm with Lan Yi's. What brand of sunscreen do you use? It works wonders. May I borrow it? My skin has tanned considerably, and once the program ends, I'll buy you a brand new set. Her tone was light and natural, as if they were the best of friends, although they both understood that they had only met through this program and had merely heard each other's names before. To put it bluntly, Lan Yi's previous acting skills did not merit sharing the same screen with Shi. I am naturally beautiful. That is of no consequence. Lan Yi withdrew her arm nonchalantly and hurried to complete her tasks to earn points for sunscreen. You've certainly tanned quite a bit during your 2 days on the island. Your looks have diminished. Shi's expression shifted instantly. Although she knew Lan Yi's tongue could be sharp, what girl would not care about others' opinions of her appearance? Moreover, she had indeed lost some of her allure during her stay on the island. How could Lan Yi utter such narcissistic remarks with such seriousness? Woo-woo. My fairy sister is saddened, she thought, though Lan Yi's words seemed to ring true. Despite Lan Yi's self-absorption, she found it difficult to criticize her. Among the female stars on the island, Lan Yi was indeed a radiant presence. Shi quietly departed, while Lan Yi returned to the shelter in good spirits. Offering her some bread, Bai raised an elegant brow. Is this all you have for me? Just this? Bai had begun to be picky again. What would you prefer? Lan Yi pointed toward Shu Nanqing's tent. They are all hungry and have not had breakfast. Bai scoffed. 100,000 for a slice of bread. Lan Yi, do you think I am foolish and wealthy? Who said it was just a few slices of bread? There are also several bottles of purified water, Lan Yi argued. Dear boss, please endure a little discomfort. Look around. Who else is living as well as you? With food and drink, even washing your face with purified water, no director would dare to be so extravagant. Bai coldly retorted, what about fresh milk? Lan Yi Yi, the goats are on strike. Bai's eyes narrowed dangerously. If there is no fresh milk tomorrow morning, your breakfast will be deducted. Lan Yi rolled her eyes. Capitalists are indeed ruthless, trying to exploit me. After eating the bread, Lan Yi stretched, intending to take a brief nap, but Bai ordered, go earn points. Rest assured, there are enough points for 2 days. You won't go hungry. Lan Yi had no intention of exchanging points for votes to secure victory. Therefore, accumulating points was pointless. She planned to rest well now and explore the wild cave in the afternoon. 500 points can be exchanged for a lounge share, Bai mentioned. Upon hearing this, Lan Yi's temper flared. Bai, do not push your luck. I only manage your meals. I am not responsible for your daily living tasks. 1 million, Bai countered. Lan Yi, momentarily speechless, quickly responded with 2 words. Deal. Bai chuckled, mocking, women are indeed materialistic. Lan Yi replied, next time, please state your demands clearly at the outset. Money and power are not to be blamed. Chapter 55. Do you need help? A lounge chair for 1 million? My goodness. I am but a commoner. Each time Lan Yi heard the clinking of coins, her eyes sparkled with understanding why she was so confrontational. She clung to Bai's leg, knowing that once the program concluded, she would be a millionaire. With that wealth, she could live comfortably, engage in any business she pleased, and no longer have to concern herself with others' opinions. In her prime, Lan Yi's aspirations seemed modest. Perhaps her ultimate goal should be to become Mrs. C. By the end of the program, she might even be carrying a little C. Lan Yi was poised to excel in every task and earn points. Bai watched her cheerfully prepare to undertake her responsibilities, his brow furrowing slightly. This woman was truly blinded by wealth. While other women might disguise their material desires, Lan Yi displayed hers openly. As the sole heir of his C family, was he not worth more than 1 million or 2? Was this woman insulting him? Or was she simply too foolish to recognize his true value? Lost in thoughts of 1 million, Lan Yi failed to notice Bai's expression. She calculated her current points and tucked the points card safely inside the tent, declaring, I'm off to complete my tasks. You keep an eye on these points cards. Bai replied, I'm heading to the woods too. Lan Yi questioned, what do you need to do in the woods? You do not seem to enjoy discomfort. Isn't it just a burden? Bai responded, my throat is parched. Lan Yi scoffed, what nonsense. Lip-reading translator, come and translate for me. She joked, clearly not taking Bai seriously. Lan Yi feigned placing the points card in the tent, but instead concealed it within her space. She was likely off completing her daily tasks, and it was wiser to keep the points card close. Let us go, she declared, striding ahead without any intention of accommodating Bai. This fellow surely was not there to assist with tasks. he was merely being a nuisance. The two swiftly entered the woods, and Lan Yi noted the trampled grass, deducing the whereabouts of Chu Nanxing and the others, leading Si Bai in the opposite direction. Drones followed closely, capturing their every move. For the sake of 1 million, Lan Yi widened her eyes, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Shortly after, she spotted a colorful ribbon hanging from a branch. She retrieved the ribbon, securing 10 points. Si Bai cast a disdainful glance in her direction. Foolishness manifests in those who, in their blind pursuit of material wealth, fail to recognize the profound depths of true value. The woman before me, fixated solely on superficial riches, embodies an utter lack of discernment. Naturally, Lan Yi sensed the disdain in Si Bai's gaze and subtly rolled her eyes. Stay close, she cautioned. Should we become separated and encounter danger, do not hold me accountable. Did she desire a deduction from her wages? What an attitude! If I had such a wealthy benefactor, I would carry him on my back through the mountains, leading the way. The path through the woods was nearly obscured by overgrown brambles and grass towering above. Unperturbed by Si Bai's presence, she strode ahead with remarkable speed, branches snapping back to strike Si Bai as he followed. His pristine white shirt was soon stained with green sap, prompting him to furrow his brow and call out with a chill, "Lan Yi." "What?" she replied, turning back with annoyance. "You insisted on coming. The woods are always like this. Should I carve a path for you?" Si Bai had a reasonable idea. He proposed that she break all the obstructing branches ahead. Just as she opened her mouth to retort, he added, 1 million. Ah, a brother who understands. The previously frowning Lan Yi's face instantly brightened. Then keep up. The range of her expressions was quite remarkable. If only she displayed such emotion while filming, she might not face such harsh criticism. The celebrated actor had already secured 5 ribbons, while Lan Yi was unlikely to earn even 10 million today. Zhongyu and Yin Xin had ventured out earliest and might have already found a dozen ribbons. In truth, Zhongyu had not found a single ribbon and now found herself trapped in a mire, unable to move. Both Zhongyu and Yin Xin were not particularly adept in this wilderness, thus receiving fewer camera shots. Focused solely on the task at hand, she failed to notice the treacherous ground beneath her and fell into a pit of mud. To her dismay, the muck had risen to her waist, and she continued to sink deeper. The usually stoic Zhongyu revealed a flicker of panic in her eyes. If she sank any further, she would be submerged, and there was nothing nearby to aid her escape. The more she struggled, the faster she sank, so she remained still, attempting to call for help. "Help! Is anyone there? Help!" After several futile attempts, silence engulfed her. Within minutes, the mud had reached her chest, and a suffocating sensation enveloped her. Resigned, she closed her eyes. She could not ascend, no one was coming to her aid, and she could only wait for death. "Do you need assistance?" A soft voice suddenly broke through the silence. Zhongyu opened her eyes to see Yin Xin, who had appeared out of nowhere, holding a sturdy stick, the other end extending conveniently towards her. "Zhongyu, yes. I need it." Grasping the stick, she combined her efforts with Yin Xion's for over 10 minutes before finally emerging from the mire. Both exhausted and drenched in sweat, they collapsed onto the ground to rest. Yin Xion regarded Zhongyu with a curious expression. I've never seen someone remain silent in danger, closing their eyes and awaiting death. He had been searching for ribbons nearby when he heard her voice and followed it, only to find her quietly sinking. Fortunately, he had a stick handy, which serendipitously saved her life. Recalling the earlier scene, Zhongyu felt a faint blush creep onto her normally icy visage. I did call out, but no one responded. Yin Xin raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't a normal person scream for help when in peril? Zhongyu pressed her lips together. Perhaps I'm not normal. Yin Xin paused momentarily before shifting the conversation. Where are your ribbons? Covered in mud, Zhongyu had nothing to show for her efforts, given her abilities. It was improbable that she had found none. She checked her pockets, confirming that they were indeed empty. They must have fallen into the muck. Yin Xin contemplated for a moment before suddenly suggesting, "Shall we form a team?" Taken aback by his proposal, Zhongyu quickly shook her head. "I do not wish to team up. If she were to team up, it would only be with Si Bai." "Zhongyu, are you tired of living?" Acknowledging Yin Xion's misunderstanding, she explained, "It's not that I doubt your capabilities." Seeing that Zhongyu was indeed unwilling to team up, Yin Xion did not press the issue. "I suggested teaming up because working alone is perilous, as we just witnessed. Had I not arrived in time, the consequences could have been dire. Since you prefer not to team up, we can still work together on tasks for the sake of safety." "That is acceptable." Zhongyu nodded. Her reluctance to team up stemmed from her desire to assist Si Bai if he required help. Having teammates could complicate matters. Collaborating on tasks would not interfere with her intentions. "Let us go." Yin Xion rose, suggesting they search for ribbons before they starve by midday. Zhongyu nodded and stood up, pausing to add, "If you find yourself in danger, I will help you." Yin Xion shot her a bewildered glance. This girl seemed to possess a rather low emotional intelligence. Having never collaborated with Zhongyu before, he knew little about her. only that she was known for her cool demeanor. He was genuinely curious how such a personality could thrive in the entertainment industry and rise among the new starlets. Chu Nanxing and Qin Yiming teamed up, Gu Yuxuan paired with Sang Jin, and Fu Chan worked solo, while she collected trash by the seaside. Both Chu Nanxing and Gu Yuxuan were faring well, and Fu Chan had also found 2 ribbons, collectively amassing 12 ribbons. Chu Nanxing was quite pleased, confident that their team would have a bountiful harvest that day. Meanwhile, Lan Yi had only managed to find 3 ribbons, lamenting the unfairness of Shi's situation as she had to collect trash. She thought it unjust, believing that Lan should be the one doing the collecting while Shi focused on her beauty. As Lan Yi navigated through the dense forest with Bai, fatigue began to set in. Initially, she had found traversing the woods a breeze, but now she was forced to act as a makeshift lawnmower, clearing branches to carve a path for Bai. Moreover, Bai had proposed an offer she found impossible to refuse. The allure of wealth was simply too great. She had a son to support and needed to earn money. Missing this opportunity would mean losing out on a rare chance, so she gritted her teeth and pressed onward. After some time, Lan Yi suddenly realized that she had led Bai to the vicinity of a cave, relieved that no drones were following them. After some consideration, she decided to investigate the cave. I discovered a cave ahead, but it may be dangerous. Wait here. I'll take a look and return. A cave? Bai raised an eyebrow. Let's go together. There might be dangers inside. Unwilling to bring him along, she attempted to frighten him, suggesting that perhaps there were giant pythons or grizzly bears lurking within, noting that his physique might not withstand the peril. Bai scoffed. Lan Yiyi, is your brain functioning properly? Are you trying to insult my intelligence with such childish scare tactics? Infuriated, Lan Yiyi retorted, if you don't believe me, then go ahead. With that, she took the lead, and the pair soon reached the cave entrance. Unsure if wild humans lurked within, Lan Yiyi hesitated to enter directly. She tossed a small stone inside as a test, and after waiting in silence, she cautiously stepped inside. Unlike Lan Yiyi, Bai remained calm and composed, approaching the cave as if inspecting a site with confidence, undaunted by the unknown. Lan Yi turned around to observe the situation, and, upon glimpsing the scene, her back straightened instantly. She could not afford to lose her momentum. The cave was not deep, approximately a dozen square meters. Within it lay some withered grass and a few unidentifiable bones, along with various miscellaneous items, likely remnants of daily life. It resembled the belongings of wild men scavenged from a beach. As she surveyed the area, Lan Yi spotted a familiar garment, the very one that Sang Jin had lost to the storm some time ago. No wonder it had been difficult to find. It had been taken here by the wild men. In addition to these items, a doll caught Lan Yi's attention, clearly cherished by the wild man. It was carefully placed atop a pile of grass. She picked up the doll and mused aloud. Over 2 meters tall, what a big baby. Bai scolded. When it returns, you will truly understand the power of that big baby. Bai was no fool, observing this scene and recalling their earlier encounter with the wild man. He had already formed a conjecture. Her reminder sent a chill down Lan Yi's spine. Indeed, they were in the lair of the wild man, towering over 2 meters. If a confrontation ensued, victory would surely elude them. Let us hurry and get out of here. Lan Yi turned on her heel, leaving Bai momentarily stunned by her decisiveness. He had thought her brave, unafraid of death, but perhaps he had overestimated her. Once outside the cave, Lan Yi patted her chest, relieved to have escaped. Let's distance ourselves from this place. Life is paramount. Bai leisurely turned to walk ahead, seemingly unfazed. Observing his calm demeanor, Lan Yi couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy, attempting to act like a big shot, would surely panic more than anyone when confronted by the wild man. Bai retraced their steps, while Lan Yi had just called for him to head in another direction when she caught a movement out of the corner of her eye. Her pupils constricted, and she shouted, "Be careful!" Simultaneously, she leapt and kicked out in self-defense. As she did so, a wild rabbit bolted from the bushes, disappearing before their eyes. Lan Yi stood frozen, observing Bai, who had been knocked over, with an unmistakable imprint of her foot on his rear. Her mind raced with panic. Oh no. Moments later, Bai's furieux roi aka. Though typically cold and sharp-tongued, Bai rarely raised his voice in such a manner, indicating his extreme anger. Lan Yi shivered at a shout, instinctively wanting to flee, but her legs moved instead to assist Bai. It was an accident. I thought I saw the wild man coming. Lan Yi, have you a death wish? Bai pushed her away. Lan Yi's lips twitched. The scene resembled a petulant woman throwing a tantrum. I truly did not mean to. I thought it was the wild man returning, and I was worried for your safety. Hence my unfortunate kick. Bai stood up, his amber gaze piercing like a blade, sending a chill down Lan Yi's spine. She realized the gravity of her situation had escalated. Fortunately, no drones were filming. Otherwise, he would surely seek revenge. You think I would believe your nonsense? Sebai narrowed his eyes, as if ready to throttle her. Lan Yi shrank back, prepared to flee at any moment. Suddenly, the bushes rustled again, and, as she turned, she was met with a large face. Her pupils dilated, and upon realizing the danger, she grabbed Sebai and fled. Oh my, this is real. Run. The wild man lunged for Lan Yi, but missed, letting out a furious roar as he pursued them. Weighing at least 200 or 300 pounds, the ground trembled beneath his weight as he ran. In a panic, Lan Yi dashed through any gap she could find, dragging Sebai along for about 10 minutes until they finally lost the wild man. Breathless, she released Sebai and collapsed onto an open area, only to find him glaring at her with a frigid stare. Clearing her throat, she began to babble. I truly did not mean it. How can I explain to you so that you will believe me? Perhaps you could kick me back, or even better, kick me twice. If that one tea suffice, I will take care of you for 2 days without asking for food expenses. Lan Yi rambled through every apology she could muster. She understood that for a man like Sebai, being kicked by a woman would bruise his pride and ego, yet time could not rewind. For the sake of her life and the considerable fortune she had toiled for, she resolved to sacrifice her dignity. In the face of wealth, all else seemed trivial. Pride could not be consumed, and she could not afford to be proud. Thus, she chose to endure a little humiliation. Sebai's gaze narrowed slightly as he turned away. Lan Yi paused, confused. What now? Sebai's voice was as cold as ice. I intend to kick you back. Are you serious? Lan Yi exclaimed. If he kicked her, she could very well end up injured. However, reflecting on their last encounter with the wild man, she realized he was more of a show of strength than anything else. Don't worry, she thought, steeling herself for the impending blow. Go ahead. But as she turned to face the open ground, she suddenly noticed something amiss. Wait, she exclaimed, only to find herself plunging into a mud pit, struggling to escape as she sank deeper. Tears welled in her eyes as she lamented, this guy is so cruel. I merely kicked Sebai once, and he seeks to end my life. Sebai observed her struggling in the mud, his anger subsiding somewhat. Help me. Find a stick to pull me out. I am sinking. Lan Yi Yi. Sebai remained indifferent, climbing out himself. How could you be so heartless? I've cared for you for so long. She argued. Care for me? You think that counts? Sebai's eyes glinted dangerously. Even now, she attempted to take advantage of him. He scoffed, you wait here. I will find someone to dig you out. Please, I was wrong. My lord, my esteemed ancestor, have mercy and save me. I truly understand my mistake. You have kicked me. I am in a far more pitiful state than you were earlier. Surely my life is not the price for this. If I perish, there will be no one left to care for you on this island. When you fall ill, you will surely regret treating me this way. After all, I am your savior. Be quiet. Sebai was growing weary of her incessant chatter. Spotting a stick nearby, he picked it up and handed one into Lan Yi. Believing he had a change of heart, she eagerly accepted it, but as she attempted to use it to climb up, Sebai let go. I'm already waist deep. If you don't pull me up now, you will regret it. She pleaded. Is that so? Sebai chuckled. I've never experienced regret. Indeed, capitalists possess hearts of stone. Sebai crouched down, observing her with an amused expression. Want to come up? Of course. Elle Y nodded fervently. Convinced that this man was no longer angry, he was now intentionally mocking her. SBI, who is the father of the child? Huh? LNYY was taken aback, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Was this man out his mind? How did the conversation shift to LNSHOB? What did our current predicament have to do with my son? SBI, I do not wish to repeat myself. With her life in the hands of another, LNYY resolved to submit to the malevolent forces. I do not know who it is. SBI's brow furrowed, his countenance darkening instantly. A flicker of disdain flashing his eyes before he even realized it. You may wait to die inside. Clearly, he presumed that LNYY was so frivolous that she could not ascertain the identity of the child's father. LNYY panicked. She noticed SBI's expression and was certain that he was not joking this time. He genuinely intended to abandon her. This man had become wicked to the core. After all the time she had spent nurturing him, although she had the option to retreat into her space, it had its drawbacks. Wherever she entered, she would emerge from the same place. Even if she hid in her space for an eternity, she would still find herself mired in the same predicament upon her return. Her mind raced, and LNYY surmised the source of SBI's ire. He likely believed the original owner to be an indiscreet woman who did not even know the father of her child. Were she in his position, she would probably think the same. Realizing this, she hastily called out to SBI. Hey, esteemed one, please do not leave yet. Allow me to explain. SBI scoffed. A woman like you deserves to be submerged. Submerged? LNYY protested vehemently. It is not as you think. I still possess my first kiss. I have never had a boyfriend over the years. LNSHOB was an accident. SBI raised an eyebrow. Is he not your biological son? He is my biological son, LNYY replied. smiling ingratiatingly. Just pull me up first. This story is lengthy, and I will explain it to you in detail. Cunning woman, SBI said, turning to leave. LNYY, exasperated, called out to him urgently, wait. I can speak now. I must tell you this. Please do not share it with anyone. I have never disclosed this to anyone. SBI, you may continue to buy time until you sink, then go to the underworld to speak. The card still exists? LNYY was infuriated. This man seemed sent by the heavens to torment her. Nevertheless, the heavens had granted her a chance for rebirth and vengeance, so a bit of difficulty seemed justifiable. The mire was nearly at her chest. She decided to cut to the chase. On my 18th birthday, I celebrated with friends and drank too much. I mistakenly entered the wrong room and was taken advantage of by an old lecher, resulting in my son, L.N.Shob. I was so inebriated that I had no idea who he was, and by the time I awoke, he had already left. Although her memory was somewhat hazy due to the intoxication, the original owner did retain some recollection, and it was not entirely forced. Thus, she regarded it as a brief encounter and refrained from reporting it. What she had yet to mention was that the man had left her a card without a password, containing 40 million. This had been LNYY's initial capital for purchasing a home and entering the entertainment industry. SBI gazed intently at her, scrutinizing her. You were drinking and became an unwed mother at such a young age, LNYY. What else are you capable of? I did not want a child, but my health is poor. The doctor informed me that if I do not have this child, I might never become a mother in this lifetime. I have no relatives in this world. If I were to lose the chance to have another child, would I not be destined to live in solitude? LNYY spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet her words were laden with righteousness. Besides, that old lecher displayed a modicum of humanity by leaving me some money, sufficient for raising the child. Initially, the original owner had intended to nurture L.N.Shob well, but upon entering the entertainment industry and facing the backlash of being an unwed mother, alongside S.N.J.N.'s provocation, her affection for L.N.Shob had diminished, leading her to perceive him as the ruin of her life. SBI sneered. LNYY, I was right about you. You are indeed a woman driven by greed. Someone casually leaves you some money, and you choose to bear a child for an unknown man? Though this matter did not concern him, I felt an inexplicable anger. What do you mean by a little money? LNYY had not intended to disclose the amount, but provoked by SBI's derision, she retorted, 40 million. He left me 40 million. Suddenly, a thought crossed SBI's mind, and his fingers trembled slightly. Does that card still exist? It's lost. Lost. SBI raised an eyebrow. LNYY countered. Once the money was withdrawn, what purpose would the card serve? Would you prefer I keep it for decoration? Are you not particularly bright? SBI scrutinized her, realizing that the card might be crucial in locating the child's father. Who says I want to find the child's father? LNYY retorted angrily. He took advantage of me and left. Why should I seek him out for my son, whom I have painstakingly raised? The original owner had been blackened for so many years. That prominent figure must have long deduced L.N.Shob's lineage, yet had never sought them out, clearly indicating that he did not wish to acknowledge L.N.Shob. A person who casually dispensed 40 million surely hailed from a wealthy background, and she had no desire to become embroiled in a struggle for power among the affluent. SBI remained silent, his gaze lingering on LNYY's face as if he sought something within her, wholly oblivious to the fact that the mire had already reached her shoulders. LNYY's complexion grew increasingly flushed, her breathing becoming labored. SDE, I have divulged everything you wish to know. If you do not rescue me soon, I shall truly perish. SBI snapped back to reality, slowly rising. I will find someone to pull you up. LNYY silently cursed SBI 8,000 times. Her temper flared as she scooped up the mud and hurled it at him. Are you sending someone to collect my corpse? LNYY. SBI growled, incredulous that this woman was throwing mud at him. Had she lost her mind? Help! Help! LNYY continued to hurl mud at SBI while calling for help. SBI, his eardrums nearly bursting from the noise, scowled. If you wish to come up, then be quiet. LNYY was abruptly silenced as if a pause button had been pressed. And only then did SBI grasp the stick in her hand and pull her up. The drone fortuitously tracked their movements, and viewers erupted in excitement upon witnessing the scene. LNYY fell into the mud. How dangerous! SBI, covered in mud from rescuing her, displayed remarkable bravery. Although he sometimes appeared harsh towards LNYY, he was still attentive in times of crisis. Despite her disheveled state, LNYY's beauty remained intact. Exhausted and gasping for breath, she lay on the ground to recover, while SBI sat beside her as if nothing had occurred. After a moment, LNYY, suppressing the urge to lash out at him, sat up. Suddenly, She noticed a patch of half-dried mud nearby, and realization dawned upon her. It seemed she was not the only unfortunate one. Remembering how SBI had nearly abandoned her, LNYY felt her anger surge. She stood up in a huff, not sparing SBI a glance, and turned to leave. SBI cast her a sidelong glance before following suit. LNYY was caked in mud, resembling a clay figure. As she walked, the mud clung to branches, splattering SBI behind her, yet he remarkably refrained from expressing anger. LNYY was being excessively unreasonable. She had intentionally splattered mud everywhere. SBI should not indulge her capriciousness. Neither LNYY nor SBI voiced any objections. Yet the viewers grew restless as LNYY had not mentioned the wild man, and oddly enough, SBI had not brought it up either, establishing an unspoken understanding between them. Upon returning to the camp, LNYY changed into a fresh outfit and headed back to the woods. Despite her anger, she was not one to hold a grudge against Chi-In. Earning a living to support her son was her priority. The time swiftly approached noon, and ZHNNQing and her companions had collectively gathered 21 ribbons, earning a total of 210 points. Over the past few days, this was their team's highest score. Biashi had also collected dozens of pieces of trash, exchanging them for 50 points. Zing Y and YNX each redeemed their points for food, earning 50 and 100 points respectively, while LNYY exchanged for 90 points. FCHN and GY Su N were delighted. Fortune was turning. An LNYY streak of good luck seemed to be waning. As the team leader, ZHNNQing began her summary speech. Our team has earned a total of 260 points, considering that everyone has not had a proper meal recently. Let's allocate 30 points each for a meat dish to replenish our nutrition, and later, each can redeem a piece of bread for the evening. The remaining points will be saved for tomorrow. Does anyone have any objections to this arrangement? I have no objections. QNYMing was the first to respond. Neither do I, Sing JN said softly. Since G doesn't he have any objections, I won't T either. GY Su N gazed affectionately at Sing JN. FCHN and BI she also expressed their agreement, leading ZHNNQing to distribute 40 points to each member, while the remaining 20 points were kept with her. Regardless of the circumstances, they would finally have enough to eat and could even save some points. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. In Chapter 59, The Farmer and the Snake. Why does the film emperor seem like a pyramid scheme leader? The film emperor has become so gaunt. Yet she has only been on the island for a few days and has already changed so drastically. How can LN and SBI appear so radiant and healthy? What elixir has LN used? Zing Y and YNX returned to the tent with their food, while Zich and NQing and FCH also retrieved their provisions. Bieshi glanced regretfully at the sunscreen in the exchange column and sighed. 150 points, alas. I have no hope of using that. Hearing this, QNYMing remarked, that's impractical. You should stick to physical sun protection. Bieshi looked at LNYY walking back to the camp, wondering if her beautiful skin was a result of using sunscreen. QNYMing shook his head. I haven't seen her apply any sunscreen. If she had it, she would have used it all up by now. Perhaps she is simply naturally beautiful. Biashi's expression subtly shifted. If LNYY was naturally beautiful, did that make her an artificially enhanced beauty? Biashi felt as if she had sustained 1,000 points of damage. I cannot believe that LN must have some secret to avoid tanning. Upon returning to the camp, SBI was sitting under the tent with one knee bent, lost in thought. The drone happened to capture his profile, highlighting his striking features framed by long, dark eyelashes. And in Y was momentarily captivated. It is no wonder people say to seek beauty in a boyfriend. During an argument, one could not help but feel appeased by such a handsome face. There is some truth to that, as she found herself less angry at the moment. SBI is so handsome. I apologize, Film Emperor. Although your acting skills are superb, SBI is undeniably captivating. I may be swayed to change my affections. In the entertainment industry, henceforth, I shall only acknowledge the beauty of LN and SBI, for only they shine even without makeup, their beauty radiating naturally. As soon as LNYY settled down, SBI coolly inquired, where's the lounge chair? I don't have enough points, LNYY complained. You keep exchanging for clothes and purified water. I can't keep up with your spending pace, even with my luck. Although points are not money on this island, they serve as currency. LN, who was cheerful in the morning, began to complain now, raising suspicions about her intention to increase her demands. 1 million is out of the question? SBI frowned, clearly displeased by her incessant complaints. LNYY pouted. The labor does not equate to the rewards. Efficiency will inevitably be lower. If you're in a hurry, you might consider offering more. SBI's expression turned cold. LNYY. Do you see nothing but money? If it weren't for the money, why would I endure such hardships here? Lan Yiyi. I still have to support my son. It was unclear which word had struck a nerve with SBI, but his demeanor softened slightly. 2 million, if you refuse. I believe many would be willing to take your place. Lan scoffed, aside from me. Very few here would value your 2 million. It could be said that among the artists on this island, Lan Yiyi and Sjn were the most financially challenged. Lan Yiyi did not care for her image and was willing to humble herself for the earnings, while Sjn would not. Thus, only Lan Yiyi had the ability to earn this money. SBI raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? Lan Yiyi smiled mischievously. Not certain at all. After all, he was her major financial supporter. Only a fool would openly challenge him. Lan Yiyi stretched and stood. It's 10:30. I will go find you some food. Rest assured, tonight I will ensure you do not sleep on a haystack. You better keep your word. SBI warned. Wow, SBI exudes the aura of a domineering CEO, so generous with his 2 million offer. Someone tell me who SBI is. Before Lan Yiyi left, she exchanged 10 points for 2 large snakeskin bags and joyfully ventured into the woods. She noticed Lan Yiyi's movements and felt puzzled. Isn't she going to eat? Why is she heading back to the woods? Queuing merely cast a brief glance before redirecting her attention. Perhaps she's searching for supplies. The task had already been completed, and Lan Yiyi's return to the woods suggested one possibility: retrieving hidden supplies. She was cunning, concealing her items so cleverly that they were nearly impossible to find. Likely, those supplies had already been mostly used up by Lan Yiyi, and Queuing had no intention of further monitoring her. Seizing the opportunity to disparage Lan Yiyi, Su-in quickly interjected, although I, as a man, shouldn't comment on a female star's character. I cannot help but feel that Lan Yiyi is the most selfish star I know. With so many resources, she and SBI could never utilize them all, yet she chooses to hoard them. He then shifted the topic to Sjn. Sjn has been so kind to her, always subsidizing her. Yet it seems she has become the real-life embodiment of the farmer and the snake. Su-in intended to vindicate Sjn, but unexpectedly, Sjn's expression darkened. In the current situation, the less presence she had, the better, yet Su-in continued to push her into the spotlight. Sjn felt troubled. If she did not know Su-in well, she might suspect he was doing this on purpose. Hasn't Sjn always treated Yiyi well? She remarked, slightly surprised. If that is the case, then Yiyi truly seems to be in the wrong. FCHN scoffed. Her character is inherently selfish. It is not surprising she would act this way. Su-in believed he had successfully steered the conversation towards a collective disdain for Lan Yiyi, and he continued, you all may not know this, but Sjn is low-key and doesn't he like to discuss such matters publicly. Lan Yiyi bullies her precisely because of that. The goddess treats Lan well. She must be innocent. I hope the truth is uncovered soon to clear her name, he insisted. The facts were evident, yet some still sought to defend her. Your family must run a cleaning company, Su-in claimed without a hint of shame. Lan could afford a villa. She certainly did not rely on Sjn's meager salary for sustenance. Qnyming, unable to contain himself at Su-in's absurd claims, posed a question. Lan Yiyi lives in a villa worth several million. I heard she bought it years ago. She shouldn't be lacking in funds, right? It's not that she is excessively wealthy, but she certainly doesn't need to rely on Sjn's support so dramatically. Although Lan Yiyi's acting skills may not be exceptional, she often found herself trending for negative reasons. Thus, possessing a modicum of fame, one can invariably secure roles as the 3rd or 4th female lead in television dramas, suggesting that financial stability is not an issue. Gu Yuxuan's remarks were clearly intended to cast aspersions on Lan Yi while attempting to exonerate Sang Jin. Chapter 60. What is Lan dragging? A slap in the face. Gu Yuxuan still wished to cleanse Sang Jin's reputation, but little did he realize that Lan was far wealthier than Sang. It is no wonder that Lan, at such a young age, could afford to raise a son. Her family must be affluent. Sang Jin, standing by, was rendered speechless, likely feeling guilty as Qin Yiming delivered a pointed rebuke, causing her expression to darken instantly. How could a parentless orphan like Lan Yi possess the means to purchase a villa? Qin Yiming remarked, I'm unsure of her financial sources, but she indeed acquired a villa. This matter even trended on social media. Many remember it, do they not? I recall, indeed, at that time, speculation arose that Lan was being financially supported by someone, having given birth to Lan Xiaobo, and that mysterious benefactor had purchased her villa. I even criticized Lan back then. Bai Xian nodded, affirming her knowledge of the situation. Indeed, Yi owns a villa. Chu Nanqing also concurred, noting that Yi frequently shares her daily life on Weibo, often showcasing her villa. Fu Chan scoffed, Isn't that flaunting wealth? Many harbor disdain for Lan Yiyi, partly due to her ostentation. Lan Yiyi's income cannot possibly afford her those luxury brands worth millions. However, she would acquire secondhand luxury items or outdated ones, or perhaps rent high-end attire for events. She once wore an outfit that matched by Siez, drawing considerable criticism from netizens. Within the entertainment industry, Lan Yiyi is regarded as a joke. Upon hearing that everyone believed Lan Yiyi owned a villa, Gu Yuxuan derisively stated that villa was not purchased with her own funds. What? Bai Xie exclaimed in surprise, feigning curiosity. Was it a gift from her family? Though she spoke thus, she had already concluded in her heart that the villa must have been gifted by another man. Despite Lan Yi's lackluster acting skills and the industry's consensus on her poor character, her beauty remains undeniable. Gu Yuxuan smiled mysteriously. I cannot ascertain the source of her funds, but the villa was not acquired solely by her. Recognizing Gu Yuxuan's impending revelations, Sang Jin swiftly interrupted. Yuxuan, it's unseemly to speak ill of others behind their backs. Let us discuss something else. Gu Yuxuan assumed Sang Jin was still defending Lan Yi. Xiao Jin, even now, you wish to protect Lan Yi? She does not regard you as a sister. I must reveal the truth so that everyone can understand what kind of person Lan Yi truly is. Gu Yuxuan was poised to disclose a significant secret, promising an intriguing spectacle. Unavoidably, Gu Yuxuan often shot himself in the foot, and it appeared this instance would be no different. His character was already tarnished. A few more insignificant details would not alter that. Sang Jin's expression shifted, realizing the futility of discussing matters with him. Gu Yuxuan disregarded her admonitions. Xiao Jin, do not interfere. I cannot remain silent. I must speak out to restore your honor. Gu Yuxuan addressed the crowd. In truth, that villa was co-purchased with funds from Xiao Jin, who holds half of the property's title. Without Xiao Jin's assistance, how could Lan Yi afford such a residence? The onlookers displayed expressions of astonishment. Gu Yuxuan believed his words had struck a chord and continued divulging details. Initially, Xiao Jin and she established an agreement. Should either encounter trouble, the villa's ownership would entirely revert to the other party. Thus, Lan Yi has been undermining Xiao Jin, aiming to monopolize the villa. How could an orphan like Sang Jin possess the means to buy a villa? If we consider the timeline, it coincided with Sang Jin's sale of the Su family's assets. This woman is exceedingly cunning. Surely, she orchestrated everything. Do you recall the incident where Lan saved Si Bai from drowning? At that time, Sang Jin was solely concerned for Si Bai, neglecting Lan's condition. It is chilling to think that, in a year or two, Lan might meet a fate similar to the Su family, thanks to Sang Jin's machinations. Mother, I am terrified. It appears Sang Jin is the ultimate schemer. Unbeknownst to Gu Yuxuan, whose words had already ignited a frenzy among netizens, he wore a countenance of righteous indignation, having unveiled Lan Yi's true nature, thereby revealing to all the kind of person she truly is. Xiao Jin must be deeply moved. Chu Nanqing and others remained silent, their expressions nuanced. Clearly, like the netizens, they pondered the origins of Sang Jin's wealth. Even if Lan were to become someone's mistress and bear an illegitimate child, at least she did not resort to treachery. Sang Jin, however, was another matter. Gu Yuxuan's words inadvertently confirmed the rumors surrounding Sang Jin's sale of the Su family's assets. One must admit, having a boyfriend like Gu Yuxuan is indeed unfortunate. He is a veritable liability. I never imagined that hosting could be so lucrative, Qin Yiming remarked, laden with implication. He was unaware of the specifics of past events, yet upon reflection, everything seemed too coincidental, as if orchestrated by unseen hands. If Sang Jin were indeed behind this, one can only say that she is a formidable woman. Bai Xie quietly observed, wasn't Sang Jin just starting university at that time? How could she possess such wealth? Gu Yuxuan, oblivious to her insinuation, corrected, Xiao Jin was in her junior year. That was the second year I took notice of her. Zhongyu, who had remained silent, posed a question. Is it plausible for someone in their junior year to afford a villa? The moment this was said, the atmosphere grew tense. Gu Yuxuan finally grasped the implications, his expression faltering as he instinctively glanced at Sang Jin, only to realize her face was decidedly pale. Xiao Jin. Sang Jin rubbed her forehead. I have a terrible headache. I will return to the tent to rest. Gu Yuxuan hurried to assist her, his face a mask of regret, yet uncertain how to apologize. He had merely wanted to assist Sang Jin, but inadvertently ended up complicating matters further. Sang Jin offered no explanation, her guilt evident in the circumstances. Could she justify herself? Well, the online defenders of Sang Jin, they should emerge to advocate for their goddess. Gu Yuxuan is indeed a misguided ally. It seems the pair is not far from a breakup. Look, what is Lan dragging? Chu Nanqing and others also noticed Lan Yi, who was slowly emerging from the woods, dragging 2 large bags. Fu Chen frowned. Could Lan Yi be bringing back that much material? Bai Xie expressed surprise. Did the director allocate so many resources? Chu Nanqing stood up, visibly displeased. Let's find out. The others followed, curious about the contents of Lan Yi's bags. Director Li, watching from the screen, was equally perplexed, inquiring with the staff, "Did you allocate this much material?" The staff shook their heads. Much of what was allocated was poultry, and Lan Yi has nearly consumed it all. They had lost track of how many poultry Lan Yi had actually eaten. This Lan Yi consistently manages to astonish them. Not only the netizens, but even they were eager to follow her. Chapter 61. Has Lan hit a jackpot? Lan consistently leaves me astounded. Her striking exterior may be commonplace, but her intriguing spirit is one in a million. She is the piece assistance of this program. Although I'm not fond of her, the moment I cannot see her, I feel an inexplicable discomfort. My goodness, I am thoroughly enchanted. Attention, attention, orange alert. A new strain of Lan has emerged. If you have not yet been ensnared, take heed and steer clear, lest you find yourself like me, watching her at every turn, even during meals and classes. Lan Yi deliberately concealed her items within a spatial pocket, retrieving them only upon reaching the edge of the woods. Despite this, the short distance to the exchange point left her breathless. Finally dragging her belongings before her, she gasped, "I wish to exchange for points." The others were momentarily taken aback. Bai Xia inquired, "What do you have in there?" Lan Yi replied, "Beach litter." As I opened the bag, a heap of refuse tumbled out, leaving Bai Xia in a state of astonishment. The others shared her shock. How had they not noticed such a plethora of litter along the shore? Where had Lan Yi sourced it? Where did you collect this?" Bai Xia queried, her bewilderment evident, for despite her diligent efforts to cleanse the beach, she had only managed to gather around 500 pieces. By the seaside, Lan Yi Yi, the group remarked, "Is Lan on a roll? If we weren't on an island, I would suspect she had ventured to a recycling station." Lan did not disappoint. All present bore expressions of astonishment. Nonetheless, it was a fact that Lan Yi had filled 2 large bags with trash. Upon counting, they discovered a staggering total of 1,500 items, prompting Lan Yi to gleefully redeem 150 points. With her previous points combined, she successfully exchanged them for a lounge share, leaving her with 50 points to spare. Everyone was left dumbfounded, unfazed by their astonishment. Lan Yi began to drag the lounge chair towards the campsite. Zhong Yu and Yin Xn volunteered to assist her, and Qin Yiming also lent a hand, while the remaining few, though reluctant, helped carry it as well. Meanwhile, within the cave, the wild man returned from outside, and, upon entering, let out an enraged roar that startled countless birds from the trees. The group noticed the disturbance in the woods, and Bai Xia remarked curiously, "What is going on?" Lan Yi, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Such occurrences usually indicate a significant change in the weather. Everyone, make sure to secure your tents tonight." Having learned from past experiences, Chu Nanqing and the others immediately became vigilant. After assisting Lan Yi with her belongings, they busied themselves reinforcing their tents. Bai, however, leisurely reclined in the lounge chair, nonchalantly ordering preparations for lunch. "All right." Lan Yi cheerfully made her way to the water's edge and soon returned with 2 large fish. Bai frowned. "More grilled fish?" Lan Yi shrugged helplessly. "I have no choice. I'm busy earning points to redeem for the lounge share." Bai warned, "If you bring grilled fish to placate me again tomorrow, your meal allowance will be halved." The group laughed. It seemed the only leverage Bai had over Lan was to reduce her meal expenses. Lan Yi secretly rolled her eyes and was about to start a fire to grill the fish when Yin Xian and Zhong Yu approached her together. Zhong Yu directly asked, "Can we exchange points for some fish?" Redeeming meat dishes costs 30 points, and the taste is mediocre, while trading with Lan Yi for fish only requires 10 points, saving them 20 points and allowing them to choose how to prepare it. A most advantageous deal. Of course, this was contingent on Lan Yi's willingness. Yin Xian, scratching his nose, suggested, perhaps it would be more appropriate to ask with a gentler tone. Given the coldness of their approach, would Lan Yi agree? To their surprise, Lan Yi readily consented. "Sure, you can help me grill the fish while I catch a couple more from the sea for you." "Thank you." Zhong Yu replied stiffly as he took a stick and began to assist Lan Yi with grilling. Yin Xian also took a stick to help. Observing Lan Yi's figure, he furrowed his brow. When did the sea become her personal fishing pond? Bai, lounging on the chair, raised an eyebrow, pondering the secrets this woman possessed. Secrets that were likely beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. "Quick, follow Lan. I want to see how she catches fish." "Hurry, get the drone to follow." Director Li was equally intrigued, instructing the crew to switch the camera to focus on Lan Yi. With great composure, Lan Yi approached the shoreline, rolling up her pants and wading into the water, where the waves crashed rhythmically against the shore. The drone struggled to capture the underwater scene clearly, but then, Lan Yi focused on a specific spot, swiftly plunging her hand into the water and emerging with a flopping fish. "Wow, is Lan on a roll? This is too easy." While it appeared effortless, The skill involved was indeed remarkable. Her prowess was undeniable. Before the two fish were even halfway grilled, Lan Yi returned with two more sizable catches. One weighing about 4 to 5 pounds, sufficient for Zone Yu and Yin Xin's meal. The rapidity with which she had caught two fish left Yin Xin slightly astonished. Though he had long known of Lan Yi's extraordinary fishing skills, witnessing it firsthand was still surprising. Zone Yu, however, maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly focused only on the fish. As for Lan Yi's impressive fishing ability, it was of no concern to her. This should be enough for you, Lan Yi said as she placed the two fish on the ground and, with deft hands, took the fish from Zone Yu and Yin Xin to continue grilling. That is sufficient, Zone Yu nodded, presenting a 10-point card to Lan Yi. Yin Xin followed suit, producing his own 10-point card. Lan Yi accepted the cards joyfully, saying, "Next time you want fish, come find me again." "All right." Zone Yu nodded as he and Yin Xin departed. When Fu Chun saw the two return with fish, he was taken aback. Upon inquiring, he learned they had traded with Lan Yi and began to formulate a plan. Each of them held 10 points intended for bread, which, to be honest, was hardly enough sustenance. If they could exchange for a fish instead, it would be a significant win. However, since his relationship with Lan Yi was not particularly amicable, he pondered and eventually decided to consult Chu Nanqing. They concluded that Qin Yiming should approach Lan Yi for the fish exchange. Qin Yiming felt somewhat uneasy. He often spoke ill of Lan Yi behind her back. And now he found himself needing her help. Bai Xian noticed his discomfort and suggested, "Yiming, I'll accompany you." Qin Yiming had no choice but to nod in agreement. "I bet Lan won't agree. If she does, I will livestream myself eating something unsavory. If she agrees, I will broadcast myself drinking pesticide. If she agrees, I will confess my feelings to Ruru. Lan must agree for that to happen, as Ruru needs to find someone." Ruru was a recently popular internet celebrity, known for her dark skin, buck teeth, and a face full of freckles, unmarried at 35, claiming she would marry a wealthy heir, which had ironically made her a target of ridicule online. Chapter 62. The petty tyrant Lan Yi had just finished grilling the fish when she noticed the two approaching and could easily guess their intentions. Bai Xia sidled up, glancing at Bai before smiling brightly. "Zone, you mentioned that you can exchange points for fish. You're quite skilled at fishing. Could you catch a few for us? We can trade points." Qin Yiming remained silent. Truthfully, he didn't feel entitled to make such a request. Exchanging points for fish? Lan Yi deliberately elongated her tone, as if contemplating. "Hurry and agree. Ruru's love life depends on you. That guy isn't wealthy. Ruru wouldn't look at a poor guy. Love isn't about marriage. It's just a sweet and sour experience. Hello, I'm Ruru." The scene was becoming quite amusing, and the real Ruru had arrived to speak. "Lan, you must agree. Poor guy. Lan, you have to support me. My future depends on you. Please help us." Bai Xia pleaded sweetly. "I know you're the best." Qin Yiming felt a bit embarrassed. Catching 5 or 6 fish isn't easy. If you can't, it's fine." Bai Xia turned to him reproachfully. "Yiming, that is not fair. We are representing our group to exchange supplies. If we can't get anything, we'll all go hungry tonight." Qin Yiming replied, "But we shouldn't force her. Lan, hurry and agree. Bai Xia has personally asked you." Lan Yi took a bite of the fish, her expression conflicted. "Actually, it's not that I don't want to help. It's just that fish are difficult to catch, and their sizes are unpredictable." Bai Shi, upon hearing this, immediately replied, "It's no problem. Each fish can be exchanged for 10 points. Lan Yi always catches fish weighing several kilograms. Even if they are small, they should weigh at least 1 or 2 kilograms, right? If we fail to catch any, the points can certainly be returned, so there is no loss." "All right." Lan Yi suddenly agreed with great enthusiasm, extending her hand. "Then please give me the points first." Bai Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement, fearing that Lan Yi might change her mind, and hurriedly produced 60 points, saying, "Thank you, Yi." Qin Yiming was astonished that Lan Yi had truly agreed, his mouth agape in surprise. Lan Yi, delighted with the 60 points in her hand, replied, "It's no trouble. I don't have much to do this afternoon. You can wait for news back home." In a light-hearted moment, a voice called out, "Ah, the poor boy. Come out and confess to Ruru." Ruru responded, "Woo, my love has arrived." The poor boy lamented, "Woo, confess, confess." Ruru encouraged, "Come on, my little darling." The poor boy declared, "Woo, Ruru, I love you." The live stream connected with netizens who were dissatisfied with the poor boy's method of confession. And amidst the clamor for a more heartfelt approach, he went live to confess to Ruru in a grand display of affection. This peculiar confession was dubbed a cross-appearance confession simply because the poor boy, labeled as such by netizens, was a college student majoring in sports, standing at 188 meters tall, with an attractive appearance worthy of an 8 out of 10, complemented by his perfect height, making him a rare beauty. After the live confession concluded, the poor boy was in tears, vowing in the streaming room never to make such foolish remarks again, stating that his perception of love had been shattered. Upon returning, Bai Shi was filled with joy to share the good news, yet Chu Nanxing and the others felt something was amiss. The consensus among them was, when did Lan Yi become so agreeable? Fu Chen questioned, is Lan Yi up to something? I still vividly remember the incident with the poisonous mushrooms. Gu Yuxuan scoffed. If you eat, go ahead, a 1T dare. Bai Shi, initially quite pleased, pouted and asked, are you sure you don't want any? I can retrieve the points. Taken aback by Bai Shi's words, Gu Yuxuan felt a bit embarrassed and replied curtly, do as you wish. Chu Nanxing remarked, once the points are given, asking for them back is inappropriate. You might not catch that many fish anyway. If she catches fewer, we can simply deduct it from your share. Gu Yuxuan feigned courtesy towards Chu Nanxing, saying, then there's no need to recover them. Lan Yi, relishing a grilled fish, burped contentedly, while Sibai wrinkled his brow in disdain. Lan Yi, are you even a woman? What's wrong with that? Lan Yi retorted, her annoyance evident. Sibai narrowed his eyes, warning, mind your appearance and attitude. Lan Yi blinked. Is there an extra reward for that? Sibai's expression darkened. Have you fallen into the trap of money? Lan Yi quipped, I want to raise a son. For some reason, this statement softened Sibai's demeanor considerably. Huh, she has indeed fallen into the money trap. He thought, Sibai is so handsome, yet Lan is so fierce. Lan Yi, only hearing the sound of money, smiled broadly. Rising and stretching, she announced, I'm going to catch fish. You can take a nap. I'll go with you. Sibai unexpectedly stood up as well. Lan Yi almost twisted her back, wondering why he suddenly acted so irrationally. However, accustomed to such surprises, she replied, let us go. She gestured towards the cooking pot, instructing him to bring along. Sibai eagerly complied, following her to the beach, where the waves crashed against the shore. Lan Yi rolled up her pants and stepped into the sea, her long legs eliciting cheers from netizens. Wow, those legs are so fair. From now on, I'll only use Lan's endorsed skincare products, Sibai remarked as they walked leisurely through the water, splashing playfully. Don't agree to help them catch fish again next time. It's only 10 points, not worth it, he complained. You eat one of my fish for 1,000,000. Lan Yi teased with a smile. Sibai chuckled. Well, you should only help me for fun. Wow. Sibai transformed into a devoted admirer once more. Lan Yi Yi. As long as the money is right, anything is negotiable. Sibai countered, I can't give you all the money at once. Otherwise, you might run off with it and ignore me. Haha, Sibai has seen through me. Lan Yi rolled her eyes, recognizing his cleverness. Indeed, shrewd individuals remain astute regardless of their circumstances. As the half-hour mark passed with Lan Yi still absent from the beach, Bai Shi grew somewhat curious. Why is he taking so long to catch fish? Gu Yuxuan scoffed. She isn't always so lucky. Fu Chen added, catching sea fish isn't that easy. Chu Nanxing glanced at the two and remarked, if Yi succeeds in helping us catch fish this time, we can exchange with her daily. Who wouldn't want to eat fish she catches? We should notify her in advance. This statement was clearly directed at Gu Yuxuan and Fu Chen, who seemed to have aligned themselves lately. For Chu Nanxing, the team leader, this was not favorable, affecting his management. He needed to assert his authority. The expressions of Fu Chen and Gu Yuxuan darkened instantly. While they disliked Lan Yi, choosing to eat fish rather than bread would indeed be foolish. Now that Chu Nanxing had spoken, if they did not express their stance, it would be akin to slapping themselves in the face. From now on, I'll want to exchange with her. I can't eat the fish she catches. Gu Yuxuan was the first to declare. I can't eat either, Fu Chen added, his face grim. Chu Nanxing nodded. Since you have decided, starting tomorrow, the four of us will exchange fish with Yi, and you two will exchange for bread. Fu Chen and Gu Yuxuan nodded with gloomy faces. Sang Jin emerged from the tent. I'll go pick some wild vegetables. Let us make some vegetable soup for dinner. Upon seeing Sang Jin, Gu Yuxuan's eyes lit up. After previously offending her, he had been eager to apologize but was rebuffed. Now, wanting to accompany her, he feared rejection would embarrass him. Chu Nanxing seemed to read his thoughts and calmly suggested, it's unsafe for you to go alone. Let Yuxuan accompany you. Sang Jin glanced at Gu Yuxuan and nodded slightly. The male lead is so perceptive, he thought, noticing Gu Yuxuan's anxious demeanor. He must be infatuated with Sang Jin. It was surprising that such a seemingly cruel woman had admirers. Her taste was indeed peculiar. Sang Jin took a basin and headed into the woods, with Gu Yuxuan quickly following, offering to carry the basin for her. Once out of the drone's filming range, Sang Jin's previously serene expression turned somewhat displeased. Gu Yuxuan felt a pang of unease and refrained from speaking. Once in the woods, he seized the moment to apologize. Xiao Jin, I'm sorry. I intended to help, but it backfired. You can scold me. It's all my fault. Sang Jin suppressed her inner anger and replied softly, you were only trying to help. How could I blame you? Xiao Jin, how can you be so kind and understanding? Your kindness only adds to my guilt. Gu Yuxuan lamented internally, more determined than ever to find a way to deal with Lan Yi. If only I hadn't been caught up in public opinion. Sang Jin offered a faint smile. If that were the case, we would certainly be a couple blessed by everyone. Upon hearing those words, Gu Yuxuan's resolve grew even stronger. Xiao Jin, rest assured, I shall ensure that Lan Yi pays the price. Sang Jin nodded, expressing her faith in him. However, given the current public scrutiny, it would be prudent for me to maintain a low profile. Please, try not to interact with me in front of the cameras. It would be better for you. I do not wish to drag you down. I refuse to accept that. Gu Yuxuan enveloped Sang Jin in his embrace. We are a couple, and since our relationship has already been made public, as long as you hold me in your heart, I care not about anything else. It would not be an exaggeration to label Gu Yuxuan as infatuated. Ever since their arrival on the island, his sole intention had been to win Sang Jin's affection. When Sang Jin was embroiled in scandal due to Lan Yi, he felt a sense of secret delight, believing he finally had the chance to be her hero and showcase his unwavering devotion. Thus, irrespective of the external opinions regarding Sang Jin, his singular thought was to stand united with her. Sang Jin, who detested such foolish men, recognized that at present, Gu Yuxuan was her only ally. A glimmer of calculation flashed in her eyes as she gently embraced Gu Yuxuan. I trust your sincerity. Let us refrain from discussing this for now. I am feeling rather low. How about a stroll in the woods? While in the tent, Sang Jin contemplated and concluded that the wild man's lair was likely situated on the mountain. All right, Gu Yuxuan replied, taking Sang Jin's hand. Xiao Jin, walk behind me. If we encounter the wild man, you should run first. Recalling the scene of him wetting his pants last time, a flicker of disdain crossed Sang Jin's eyes. As long as we do not provoke the wild man, he should not attack us. Gu Yuxuan countered. That sort of beast knows nothing of humanity. It is better we remain cautious. Blue's fishing skills had diminished, and after nearly half an hour, she had yet to catch a single fish. It seemed she would not have a chance to earn any points. Look, Blue has caught a fish. I dropped it. Is that a fry? The kindergarten fry had all been sent to the advanced class. Under the watchful eyes of numerous netizens, Lan Yi caught another small fish, anxious not to harm it. She urged Si-Bai to bring over the pot quickly. Be careful with the fish. We emphasize fresh catches. We collected 10 points from them, so we cannot present anything stale. Si-Bai grinned and chimed in, I caught one too. Lan Yi glanced at him, her lips twitching in disbelief. Goodness, at least mine is an inch long. Yours is barely visible in the pot. She patted Si-Bai's shoulder. Well done, keep it up. If we catch 3 more, we can rest on shore. Si-Bai mimicked her gestures, gently ruffling Lan Yi's hair. You are also amazing. Lan Yi's lips twitched. Why did she find his ruffling of her hair so odd? This cunning groundhog. No wonder he agreed so readily. He was waiting for this moment. The movie star and the fairy will be furious. That groundhog, remove your greasy hands. The shrewd bodyguards of Si's family had already designated Lan Xiaobo as their #1 nemesis. The moment he insulted Si-Bai, they would engage in a verbal sparring match. Indeed, the bullet screen was immediately filled with insults directed at the groundhog. You are the groundhog. Your entire family is a bunch of groundhogs. Greasy hands. All of them groundhogs. The netizens were left bewildered. What was happening? Is it possible that the one insulting Si-Bai as a groundhog is Blue's son? Blue's son is not even 5 years old. He hasn't learned his numbers yet. Then it is just Blue's brainless fan. Does Blue even have fans? This is breaking news. That big white one is just a groundhog with greasy hands. Chapter 64. Deceived unbeknownst to Lan Yi. A quarrel had erupted in the live broadcast due to the head-patting incident. After playing by the seaside for another 10 minutes with Si-Bai, they finally caught 3 small fish. All right, let's head back and report. Si-Bai, carrying the pot of small fish, grumbled. He caught a big one and left them with the scraps. Lan Yi nearly slipped and fell in the sea, realizing that he was even more cunning than she. He had only caught newborn fry, while she had caught one that was over an inch long, and he still had complaints. TSK, the heartless capitalist. Alas, Si-Bai has corrupted Blue. The movie star and the fairy will weep. Upon seeing Lan Yi and Si-Bai returning, she was overjoyed, as their swift return indicated they had caught fish. If they had lingered by the seaside all afternoon, it would have been a cause for concern. Yi is back. She must have caught a big fish. Chu Nanqing frowned. But where are the fish? She replied. Isn't Si-Bai holding a pot? Fu Chen mockingly added. How many fish can that pot hold? She paused, pondering, perhaps they just caught smaller fish this time, or only 1 or 2. Qin Yiming had an ominous premonition and wanted to say that the pot could only hold 1 large fish, but seeing Shi's expectant expression, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Lan Yi and Si-Bai soon approached, and Shi eagerly inquired, how many did you catch? Where are the fish? Shi's astonishment grew as he looked into the pot Si-Bai was carrying, which contained only half a pot of water and not a single large fish. Look closely in the pot, Lan Yi sighed. Today hasn't been very lucky. We only caught a few small fish. You won't be able to have grilled fish for dinner, but you can enjoy fish soup. Shi and Chu Nanqing leaned in to examine the pot, only to discover a single fish, barely over an inch long, clinging to the side. Just this? Shi asked incredulously. Yes, Lan Yi affirmed gravely. Chu Nanqing's expression darkened instantly. We could have caught fish like this ourselves. You aren't trying to cheat us, are you? We agreed beforehand that I wouldn't guarantee the size of the fish. You insisted I go catch them. You are mistaken. Baishi added. Qin Yiming remained silent, sensing the tension. Fu Chan scoffed. Lan Yi, are you attempting to morally blackmail us? Lan Yi mimicked his scoff. I did not wish to catch them. You invited me to do so. We agreed on this beforehand. Yet now you want to backtrack and shift the blame? Millions of viewers are watching. You are all celebrities. Surely you cannot lack this little credibility? Fu Chan found himself at a loss for words. Recalling that this had been discussed between Baishi and Qin Yiming, he directly passed the responsibility to them. I am unclear who spoke to you. You should consult the parties involved. Qin Yiming sighed. I merely wanted everyone to enjoy fish for dinner. I did not anticipate this outcome. Baishi looked innocent. Biting his lip, Chu Nanqing composed himself and interjected, since Baishi made the agreement with you, we shall accept this fish. Please return the remaining points to us. But one fish. Sibai set the pot down, declaring, look carefully. There are 6 fish in here, just enough for your points. 6? Chu Nanqing and the others exclaimed in unison. Initially relieved at the prospect of reclaiming their points, Fu Chan scrutinized the pot, noticing the tiny fry swimming like tadpoles. And his face turned ashen. Lan Yi, this is too much of a scam. Lan Yi Feigen Yi no Sen. I warned you beforehand that I could not guarantee the size. You insisted I catch them. Sibai crouched down and counted, suddenly exclaiming, oh, there seems to be one extra. Consider it a gift. Chu Nanqing's expression shifted from green to red, especially remarkable. Haha, Sibai is truly mischievous. Although Lan's actions were somewhat unscrupulous, they are undeniably amusing. This year's most unorthodox duo, Lan and Sibai. If they do not end up together, I shall never again indulge in on-screen romances. Bai Xia is on the verge of tears. How can these few small fish suffice for our dinner tonight? You should gather some wild vegetables to make a fish soup, Lan Yi suggested. Don't you still have 20 points remaining? You could exchange them for a pack of noodles, which would be sufficient for the 6 of you. Fu Chan gritted his teeth. Lan Yi, this is too outrageous. It is clearly a deliberate trap. Bai Xia, looking pitiful, tugged at Lan Yi's sleeve. How about this? We will give you points for the large fish, and we will not take the smaller ones. This way, you don't incur a loss and still gain points, and we won't suffer too much. Don't touch Yi. Sibai stepped forward, positioning himself between Lan Yi and Bai Xia. He despised anyone touching Yi. Bai Xia, undeterred by Sibai, continued to plead with Lan Yi, please help us. After the show, I will certainly recommend you to the director during my filming. You are beautiful. If you come across a good script and opportunity, you will surely become famous. Lan Yi remained unmoved, stating firmly, let us keep matters separate. The fish are still fresh. Hurry and prepare the soup. If they are too small, you may keep them for a few days before cooking. In alignment with Lan Yi's words, Sibai promptly poured the fish fry into their pot, then took the pot in one hand while guiding Lan Yi back to the tent with the other. Let us return for a nap. Through the screen, one could sense Fu Chen's fury, while Qin Yiming remained the calmest of all. The film emperor was at a loss for words. Fu Chen's face turned ashen as he kicked the pot over, exclaiming that Lan Yi had gone too far. After spending more than 20 days on the island, with insufficient food and poor sleep, Fu Chen's mental state had deteriorated, and his temper had become irritable. Bai Xia was startled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I'm sorry, it was my fault for not being clear earlier, which led to Yi's trickery. Fu Chen, your temper is too volatile. This is all scripted. Why are you taking it so seriously? Lan is indeed a schemer, having reduced Xia to tears. Lan, hurry over and apologize to Xia. Forget it. Consider a lesson learned. Chu Nanqing, unable to contain her own temper, found it difficult to offer more comforting words to Bai Xia. She had underestimated Lan Yi, not expecting her to engage in such shameless antics during the live broadcast. Was she truly not planning to continue in the entertainment industry? Bai Xia sniffled. He has indeed gone too far this time. Once the program concluded, Lan Yi had effectively sealed her own fate. Qin Yiming bent down to right the pot and picked up the fish fry, suggesting they return the fry to the sea. Go on. Chu Nanqing's anger flared upon seeing the fry. Chapter 65, Enchanted by his charm. The film emperor's warm persona was nearly shattered by Lan's antics. Film emperor, you must hold on. Do not crumble. Sibai allowed Lan Yi to rest on a lounge chair. Sleep. I will fend off the mosquitoes. Lan Yi, unreserved, reclined on the chair, remarking that it was indeed more comfortable than sleeping on a pile of grass. I'll take a nap. If you grow weary, feel free to join me. This was a simple, wide lounge chair that, when fully extended, could accommodate 2 adults, albeit a bit cramped. Still preferable to a bed of grass. Sibai's eyes brightened. Fearing that Lan Yi might reconsider, he hastily lay down beside her. Yi, Rest your head on my arm. Lan Yi, he playfully smacked his forehead. Don't try to take advantage of me. Sleep on your side. Is this a free show? Sibai and Lan were surely about to make their relationship public, having cozied up on the same bed, with her resting on his arm. Don't tell me they are merely friends. Lan has a son. Sibai run, do not be deceived. The male bodyguard of the Si family remarked. Lan, he just tapped the young master's head. Should we report this to the old lady? The female bodyguard observed Sibai's expression and shook her head. No need. The young master seems quite pleased. Shall we note this down? Inquired the male bodyguard. Yes, please do. The female bodyguard nodded. On sight, Sibai lay contentedly beside Lan Yi, rubbing his head where she had struck him, his face radiating happiness. As the two rested, the director instructed the crew to shift the focus to Chu Nanqing and the others, who were seated outside the tent, discussing how to resolve their dinner situation. Zhong Yu and Yin Xin were deliberating on constructing another tent, as she wished to relocate her tent next to Lan Yi's for easier monitoring of Sibai's situation. Yin Xin expressed his willingness to assist, and Zhong Yu decided to offer him 20 points as compensation, which Yin Xin accepted without hesitation. When did Zhong Yu and Yin Xin become so close? One might wonder if Zhong Yu was also interested in Sibai. Would a melodramatic love triangle unfold? As Zhong Yu and Yin Xin erected the tent, it hardly disrupted Sibai and Lan Yi's midday slumber. They slept soundly until 5:30 in the afternoon, by which time Zhong Yu had completed the tent. Upon waking, Lan Yi discovered Sibai gazing intently at her sleeping visage, sending chills down her spine. What are you staring at me for? Sibai's face reddened slightly. I was merely curious. Does your son resemble you or me? Have you still not awakened? Lan Yi pidayfully tapit his forehead. How can my son possibly resemble you? He undoubtedly takes after me. She brushed aside Sibai's comment, stretched, and got off the bed, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight of an additional tent nearby. Whose tent is this? It belongs to Zhong Yu, Sibai replied. Lan Yi blinked. How did she move it here? If you dislike her placing her tent here, I can have her move it, Sibai offered. Lan Yi gazed at him in surprise, increasingly convinced that he must know Zhong Yu. However, it was of no concern to her. She was merely inquiring, as this was not her territory. Just then, Zhong Yu returned, carrying a bundle of firewood, and upon seeing them awake, coldly explained, I moved it here for convenience in exchanging fish for points. Feel free to ask if you need assistance. All right. Lan Yi understood that Zhong Yu's offer of assistance was certainly not for her benefit, but she smiled brightly. Whenever you wish to exchange for fish, I guarantee I will always catch the biggest for you. Fu Chun happened to walk by, his face darkening at her words. Indeed, he had not misjudged her intentions. Lan Yi was deliberately provoking them. Haha, look at Fu Chun's expression. It could be turned into a meme. Lan was undoubtedly being intentional. Though if I were Lan, I would choose to act likewise. These individuals clearly did not favor Lan, so there was no need for her to exhibit benevolence. What fault did Bai Xia have to bear the brunt of it all? After a nap, Lan Yi felt a bit hungry and decided to retrieve some food from her space. Thus, she naturally instructed Sibai, I will prepare dinner. You go gather firewood. Zhong Yu interjected, we just need to make a fire pit. This firewood is sufficient. Lan Yi, unpretentious, readily agreed, and then added, you should find some sticks in the woods to reinforce the tent. She has taken everything from the wild people. Perhaps they will return tonight. Sibai, having just been displeased by the task Lan Yi assigned him, immediately brightened upon hearing her words and nodded eagerly, casting a glance at Zhong Yu. You're not allowed to snatch the tasks Yi assigns me. Zhong Yu pursed her lips and replied earnestly, I will not interfere. Lan Yi felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, sensing that the two were not behaving normally. She pretended to stroll through the woods and, upon returning, held some fresh goat milk and a large fat rabbit. After cleaning them by the riverside, she settled by the fire to roast them. As Zhong Yu emerged from the tent, intending to exchange food, Lan Yi casually remarked, this rabbit weighs around 7 or 8 jin. We cannot finish it, so I shall share half with you later. Zhong Yu and Sibai were acquainted, their relationship resembling that of an employer and employee. Having received a substantial sum from Sibai, it was not a loss to support a small fry under him. Most importantly, she did not harbor any aversion towards Zhong Yu. Zhong Yu paused momentarily, then nodded in agreement. All right. She was not one to be overly sentimental. After her affirmative reply, she added, I will roast the rabbit, while you assist Sibai. Although Zhong Yu had a cold demeanor and preferred silence, she was perceptive enough to notice Sibai's fondness for Lan Yi. This was evident even to the blind. If she were to help, it would likely displease Sibai. Very well, Lan Yi said, handing the roasted rabbit to Zhong Yu before bouncing off toward the woods. Upon seeing Lan Yi approach, Sibai's face lit up with childlike joy. What brings you here? I'm almost done. Lan Yi noticed the sweat beading on his forehead and raised a hand to wipe it away, saying, I feared you might tire yourself to the point of having no one to settle the bill for me. I know you're tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. You genuinely care for me, Sibai replied, his spirits lifted by Lan Yi's gesture. For he thrived on such affection. Avoiding his gaze, which sparkled like the stars in the galaxy, Lan Yi thought to herself, damn it, those eyes are too captivating. These sticks will suffice. Let us return and prepare for dinner. We shall feast on roasted rabbit and drink sheep milk tonight. As Lan Yi bent to retrieve a branch, Sibai swiftly pulled her aside, insisting, let me handle this. I wouldn't want you to dirty your hands. Gazing at his chiseled profile, Lan Yi's heart raced uncontrollably. Damn it, how could I be so entranced by his beauty? Chapter 66. The wild man attacks the base camp. Lan Yi reinforced the tent, prompting Chu Nanxing and the others to feel their own tents were insufficiently sturdy. After eating, they ventured into the woods to gather more sticks and move some large stones. Haha, they are clearly on edge, someone remarked, indicating the lingering fear from their previous encounter. Lan Yi divided the fresh sheep milk into 3 portions and equally distributed the rabbit meat. Since she and Sibai were accustomed to meat and had modest appetites, she allocated a larger portion to Zhongyu. Zhongyu hesitated, then asked, may I share some of the meat with Yin Xian? After a brief pause, she explained, he rescued me when I fell into the mud pit last time. Lan Yi held no ill will towards Yin Xian regarding this matter, replying, the meat you receive is yours to do with as you please. Sibai added, if has no objections, then I'm fine with it too. He was inclined to follow her lead. Wow, Sibai is so indulgent toward Lan Yi. Though Zhongyu's demeanor was cool, she still possessed a sense of conscience. Following the conclusion of the event, it was likely that 3 couples would emerge. Yin Xian was taken aback when Zhongyu unexpectedly handed him rabbit meat. Thank you. No need for thanks. Zhongyu replied nonchalantly, I wouldn't finish it anyway. Actually, if you hadn't mentioned that last part, I would have felt even more moved. I don't need you to be overly touched. Zhongyu turned and left, her silhouette strikingly handsome. Wow, Zhongyu is so aloof. Yin Xian gazed at Zhongyu, entranced. Has anyone noticed that aside from Lan, Zhongyu is the most attractive here? Chu Nanxing and his group wore expressions of discontent. They felt deceived by Lan Yi, who had intentionally invited Yin Xian and Zhongyu to share in the rabbit meat, perhaps to provoke them. Gu Yuxuan scoffed. Lan Yi's pride won't last long. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the sky, the campfire outside began to flicker and died down due to lack of supervision. Just as Lan Yi was succumbing to drowsiness, a series of footsteps outside the tent startled her awake. She dismissed it, reasoning that it was common for everyone to step outside at night. However, shortly after, the footsteps returned and halted outside her tent, prompting her to become alert. Upon opening her eyes, she saw a dark object being pushed inside. What on earth? Is someone plotting against me? As she attempted to get up to investigate, Sibai suddenly pulled her close, wrapping his arms around her neck. She wrinkled her nose in disdain, but slowly crawled out from under his arm. It was only then that she recognized the object on the ground, a wild man's doll. Oh no, someone is indeed trying to harm me. This doll, which the wild man slept with, likely carried his scent, which could lead him right to their location. Only Sang Jin and Gu Yuxuan had ventured into the woods alone that afternoon. The identity of the person who placed it here was evident. Has Sang Jin finally lost her composure? A chill flickered in Lan Yi's eyes. Let us settle this once and for all. What are you doing squatting there? Sibai rubbed his eyes, still half asleep, gazing at Lan Yi. Nothing, you just go back to sleep, she replied. Sibai whined, I can't sleep without you here. Lan Yi rolled her eyes, then don't sleep. The wild man will be here soon, and we won't have much time to rest anyway. Sibai looked dejected. You don't like me anymore. You have no patience for me. Just then he noticed the object in front of Lan Yi. What is that? A doll. She answered. Sibai got out of bed to inspect it. Wait, isn't this the wild man's doll? Where'd you bring this back? He appeared displeased. If you want a doll, I can get you many in the future. We won't take what others have discarded. He was evidently bothered by the wild man's scent lingering on it. Lan Yi twitched her lips, thinking how much that sounded like a mother lecturing her child. I didn't bring this. Someone left it here. The wild man might come looking for it. So be cautious and stay safe. The wild man is coming? Sibai's face turned pale. Don't worry. I will protect you. Lan Yi thought, forget it. It's futile trying to explain this to him. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar erupted outside, jolting Lan Yi into full alertness. Sibai was also startled, quickly wrapping his arms around her. I will protect you. Shoo. Lan Yi signaled for silence. The wild man roared twice before approaching the tent, his heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble slightly. Silence pervaded the other tents, as everyone likely remained hidden, aware of the danger. As the wild man neared, he abruptly fell silent. Lan Yi motioned for Sibai to be quiet as she turned off the lantern and discreetly opened a small gap in the tent. Outside, it was pitch dark, and a foul odor wafted into her nostrils, making her frown slightly. Once her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she widened them in shock. A large, snarling face was merely 2 centimeters away from hers. If she leaned forward even slightly, their faces would touch. Reacting instinctively, Lan Yi screamed and retreated into the tent. The wild man, also startled by the encounter, took a step back, but soon regained his composure and pounded his chest in furious response. Get away! Lan Yi pulled Bai to the side, just as the wild man tore open the tent, dismantling it in mere moments. Lan Yi and Bai made their escape from the tent, and upon seeing the doll inside, the wild man seemed to identify the source of his anger, his rage escalating as he chased after Lan Yi and Bai. Hearing the commotion, Zhongyu emerged from her tent, wielding a stick and striking at the wild man, only to have her blow effortlessly blocked by the wild man's arm. Bai and Lan Yi dashed ahead, pursued by the towering figure of the wild man. Zhongyu stood to the side, feeling helpless, as the wild man's intentions were unmistakably directed towards Lan Yi and Bai. Upon hearing the commotion, one of the crew members rushed over, only to be terrified by the sight of the 2-meter-tall wild man, dropping his wooden stick and fleeing in every direction. Should we not go out to assist? The wild man is relentlessly chasing Yi and Bai. Qin Yiming, peering through the tent's gap, revealed a trace of concern. Can you contend with a wild man over 2 meters tall? Gu Yuxian scoffed, pointing out that the crew had already fled. Everything he and Sang Jin had meticulously orchestrated was at risk of being ruined by others. We cannot simply stand by and watch them be attacked by the wild man. Truth be told, the wild man had yet to reach Lan Yi and Bai. For now, he could still remain inside the tent. If the wild man truly attacked them, he would find it impossible to stand idly by. Chapter 67. The trouble redirected. Fu Chun huffed. If you believe you can handle this, then you go. Don't drag us down with you. If a wild man injures you and ruins your looks, your life will be over. After all, they rely on their appearances. With Fu Chan backing him up, Gu Yuxian spoke with more conviction. Yiming, I'm not criticizing you, but this is not a live broadcast. There is absolutely no need for you to maintain a persona. Even if you establish a good reputation and receive compliments, what good would it do? A serious injury could ruin your star map, leaving you to live a life of regret. Qin Yiming pressed his lips together in silence, aware that his values differed from Gu Yuxian's. He had long recognized this and did not wish to engage in further debate. Believing he had been persuaded, Gu Yuxian felt a surge of satisfaction. Surely, this time, Lan Yi would meet her end along with Bai, a perfect 2-for-1 deal. Chu Nanqing had initially intended to remain uninvolved, but upon hearing Gu Yuxian's blunt words, he felt compelled to speak up. If he remained silent, it would imply his acceptance of the conversation and align him with Gu Yuxian. Should their discussion be exposed, his carefully crafted persona would be shattered. We should first assess the situation. Rushing out will only complicate matters. For now, Yi and Bai have not been attacked, so we need to devise a plan. Qin Yiming nodded, understanding that their intervention would be futile at this moment. They could only observe for now. Inside another tent, Bai Shi tightly clutched Sang Jin's arm, her face turning pale with fear. What kind of monster is out there? It's terrifying. This time, Bai Shi was not pretending. She was genuinely frightened. Having spent her life in the city, even the sight of a stray dog frightened her. She had never encountered such a scene before. Is it a wild man? Sang Jin, who had been paying close attention to the situation outside, replied somewhat distractedly. A wild man? Bai Shi nearly fainted. How could there be a wild man here? Were we not assured safety before being allowed to film here? How would I know? Sanjin repli d'impatience. Stop talking. If the wild man hears you, can you run as fast as Yi? She was primarily concerned about Lan Yi's well-being and had no time for idle chatter. Typically, Lan Yi did not engage in much physical activity, yet now she seemed to be the champion of sprinting, outpacing the wild man. Witnessing several close calls where the wild man nearly caught up to Lan Yi, Sang Jin felt a wave of frustration, her heart racing alongside the wild man. If the wild man captured Lan Yi, a mere stomp could cost her half her life. Bai Shi trembled in fear at Sang Jin's words, huddling in the tent, too terrified to utter a sound. Hand in hand, Lan Yi and Bai ran for their lives. She desperately wanted to retrieve the doll, but the wild man was too close behind, leaving her no opportunity. The wild man, towering over 2 meters, could cover 2 or 3 of her steps with a single stride. This situation was untenable. Her strength could not match that of the wild man. In a moment of distraction, the wild man closed the distance once more, prompting Lan Yi to hasten her pace. Within the camp, only Zhongyu emerged, watching the chase unfold as if he were a spectator. I've heard wild men cannot make sharp turns. Why not give it a try? Yan Xin suddenly stepped out of the tent, shouting towards Lan Yi and Bai. Upon hearing this, Lan Yi immediately led Bai into a sharp turn, nearly getting caught by the wild man in the process. Lan Yi, this theory is flawed. We've just tested it ourselves. Is there no other solution? Zan Xin Zipli? Not at this moment. He stood at the tent's entrance for a while, observing that the wild man seemed oblivious to him and continued to chase Si Bai and Lan Yiyi before walking over to Zhongyu. Zhongyu was so focused on Si Bai that he did not notice Yin Xian's presence. This cannot continue. Their stamina is no match for the wild man. We must think of a way. Zhongyu turned his head, surprised to see him. I can't think of a solution either, Yin Xian admitted. Seeing Yin Xian had ventured outside, Qin Yiming could no longer remain within the tent, decisively exiting and standing at the tent's entrance for a moment. Noticing the wild man was not attacking him, he joined Zhongyu. By the time Chu Nanqing and the others realized what was happening, Qin Yiming was already at Zhongyu and Yin Xian's side. Is he trying to get himself killed? Fu Qin's expression darkened. Once the wild man realized what was happening, none of them would escape. Ignore him. He is seeking his own demise. He has no one to blame but himself. Gu Yuxian gritted his teeth, astonished at how selfish Lan Yi was, especially with so many people aiding her. Chu Nanqing, maintaining a solemn expression, observed the unfolding scene outside. He understood that while stepping out could bolster his persona, it carried significant risk. With enough earnings to sustain him for the rest of his life, he had no intention of taking such a gamble. Qin Yiming approached Zhongyu and Yin Xian, proposing that their numbers could intimidate the wild man if they launched a joint attack. Let us give it a try. Zhongyu agreed. Each of the three picked up a wooden stick. Lan Yi, draw the wild man over here. Lan Yi's eyes lit up. An opportunity had arisen. She swiftly turned and ran towards Zhongyu, who was already prepared. Once she passed by, they swiftly tripped the wild man with their sticks and surged forward to subdue him. Seizing this moment, Lan Yi grabbed the doll from inside the tent and fled. The night was pitch black, and amidst the chaos of everyone running about, with all attention focused on the wild man, no one noticed Lan Yi's movements. She snatched the doll and dashed towards Sang Jin's tent, bursting inside while shouting, "I'm so scared, help." Sang Jin was utterly unprepared for Lan Yi to take refuge there, her face paling as she momentarily froze. Enraged by the theft of the doll, the wild man let out a furious roar, his strength seemingly doubling as he broke free from the group and charged towards Sang Jin's tent. Reacting just in time, Sang Jin flung open the tent and ran outside, colliding directly with the approaching wild man. The force sent her crashing against a nearby rock. Observing this, Lan Yi threw the doll at Sang Jin's face. The wild man, initially intent on attacking Lan Yi, diverted his attention to Sang Jin upon seeing the doll. He roared once more, seizing the doll, and his sharp claws raked across Sang Jin's face, eliciting a piercing scream from her. Xiao Jin, Gu Yuxian, witnessing this scene, shouted in alarm. The wild man, now fully enraged by Lan Yi's actions, turned to attack her once more. Si Bai, turn on the flashlight. Lan Yi cried out. Just as the wild man reached out, she vanished into thin air, leaving the wild man momentarily stunned. The surroundings suddenly brightened, startling him, and he let out a roar before fleeing towards the woods, inadvertently knocking Gu Yuxian, who had just emerged from the tent, to the ground. Chapter 68. What the heck? On the island, there unexpectedly appeared a wild man. The force of his kick was substantial, causing Gu Yuxian to scream in agony, his voice even louder than that of Sang Jin. Upon witnessing the wild man flee, the others gathered around, with Chu Nanqing and a few others emerging from their tents, still shaken and uncertain of what to do. Yi, si Bai's immédiatement was to siege for Lan Yi, showing no concern for Gu Yuxian or Sang Jin. Hadn't he been the one to lure the wild man earlier? Zhongyu found it curious. The darkness and chaos made her overlook Lan Yi's presence. Quickly help me find Yi, Si Bai urged, nearly beside himself with worry, fearing that she might have been captured by the wild man. Do not fret, Zhongyu reassured him. I can confirm that Yi was not taken when the wild man ran off. Then where could Yi be? Si Bai exclaimed, searching frantically, calling out, Yi, I am here. Lan Yi emerged from the shadows, responding casually to Si Bai's calls. Where have you been? Si Bai sighed in relief. Feeling a bit wronged, I looked everywhere for you and couldn't find you. Zhongyu and Yin Xian exchanged glances, both surprised at how Lan Yi seemed to have appeared from thin air. Surely, they must have misjudged. How could someone just manifest out of nowhere? I just wanted the restroom. Lan Yi offered a nonchalant excuse. Si Bai breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you had been taken by the wild man. She attempted to ruffle his hair, only to realize he was too tall. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, Si Bai suddenly crouched down a bit, urging, if you wish to ruffle, then go ahead. Zhongyu and Yin Xian averted their gazes, unable to bear witness to the scene. Lan Yi half-heartedly ruffled his hair, asking, Are you all unhurt? Zhongyu replied, Other than Gu Yuxian and Sang Jin, everyone else is fine. Lan Yi's eyes flickered. Let us go take a look. Reluctantly, Si Bai followed behind, holding the flashlight. Do not mind me. Go check on Xiao Jin. How is Xiao Jin doing? Gu Yuxuan lay on the ground, pushing away Chu Nanqing, who was attempting to help him, his voice wavering with emotion. Quickly go see Xiao Jin. Lan Yi cast him a glance before walking directly to Sang Jin, who was now unconscious, her pale form cradled in someone's arms. The darkness obscured her condition, but as Yi Bai's flashlight illuminated her, a horrified scream escaped Lan Yi's lips as she pushed Sang Jin away from her lap. Sang Jin's face was marred with blood, and several deep wounds made her appear particularly ghastly. Her eyes were tightly shut, leaving her fate uncertain. Hearing her scream, Chu Nanqing and the others rushed over, their expressions morphing into fear upon seeing Sang Jin's state. None had ever encountered such a scene before. Fu Chun even retched at the sight. The mingling of the metallic scent of blood and the horrifying visuals was too much for an average person to bear. Xiao Jin, Gu Yuxuan, with Qin Yiming's support, staggered over, but upon seeing Sang Jin's condition, his vision darkened, and he fainted on the spot. She can't be dead. Can she? Baishi looked at the blood on his clothes, cold sweat breaking out over his body, his face filled with terror. Uncertain, Lan Yi calmly shook her head, feeling a perverse sense of satisfaction at the chaos. Sang Jin had brought this upon herself. Someone like her living on would only harm countless others in the future. No one dared approach Sang Jin, and after Gu Yuxuan fainted, Qin Yiming laid him down on the ground. They had already informed the director to call the authorities for a rescue team. But upon seeing Sang Jin and Gu Yuxuan's conditions, they found themselves at a loss for what to do. Fu Chun, witnessing the gathering crowd, erupted in anger. The wild man is coming. Why are you all hiding? If anything happens, you will all bear the responsibility. A 20-something staff member retorted, we are merely staff, not security personnel. The wild man's attacking power is so fierce. Had we not fled, we might be the ones lying here. It was just a job. Were they expected to risk their lives for it? Prepare to be sued. Fu Chen's face turned ashen with rage, his temper flaring as he directed his ire at the group. It was Chu Nanqing who regained composure, sending one of them to fetch some hemostatic medicine and bandages to perform a makeshift dressing for Sang Jin. Fu Chun, however, continued his tirade, looking as though he wanted to strike back at those who had previously argued with him. Lan Yi scoffed. Weren't you also hiding in the tent? Too afraid to come out? Now you pretend to be a good person. Upon hearing this, Fu Chen's expression darkened further, yet he lacked the strength to continue the argument. The island was home to individuals of some standing, and given the incident of the wild man attacking, the police prioritized the matter, swiftly deploying armed police to the island. Sang Jin and Gu Yuxuan were taken by medical personnel on a speedboat for rescue, while the others remained at the campsite for the time being. Following such a significant incident, this episode of wilderness survival had to be suspended. Tents were dismantled, and lounge chairs were trampled. The director monitored the conditions of Sang Jin and Gu Yuxuan, understanding that injuries to stars in a show were no trivial matter, and subsequently reassured Chu Nanqing and Baishi, while Lan Yi, being a lesser-known presence, became a neglected figure. Fortunately, a conscientious individual, recalling Lan Yi's defense of him, brought over another lounge chair for both of them to rest. Thus, the group gathered around a fire and endured the night together, initially expecting the show to be canceled outright. Surprisingly, Director Lee turned out to be quite opportunistic, still seeking to capitalize on the situation for one last wave of viewership. The live broadcast continued. In the morning, a surge of netizens entered the live stream, shocked to find the campsite in disarray. What happened? Was it robbed? Did they engage in a brawl while the drones were down? Where are Sang Jin and Gu Yuxuan? Can someone explain what is going on? Everyone was bewildered until the mention of the wild man in the conversation between Chu Nanqing and Baishi clarified the situation for all. My goodness, there are wild men on the island. Could Sang Jin and Gu Yuxuan have met their end? How terrifying and thrilling. What do wild men look like? The armed police have been dispatched. No wonder the last wild man was over 2 meters tall. I sensed something was off at that time. It turns out they were real wild men. Director quickly switched the camera to the scene of capturing the wild man. The staff members and the armed police team leader exchanged a few words, and upon receiving the green light to film, the live stream of the celebrity variety show instantly transformed into a wild man capture broadcast, resulting in a surge in viewership. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide open, glued to the screen, ready to react at the slightest movement. Chapter 69. Suyu has died, and Lan Yi has changed. The armed police searched the woods throughout the night, finally pinpointing the wild man's location at dawn. It was inside a cave, occasionally emitting furious roars as it sensed danger. Since the armed police aimed to capture it alive, they refrained from using force and prepared to attempt to sedate the wild man with tranquilizer guns. What is inside the cave? Is it a miscommunication? Perhaps it's just a large brown bear. Let us release Lan inside. I believe she is fiercer than the wild man. The armed police and the wild man faced off for over an hour. The wild man, seemingly agitated, charged out of the cave to attack, only to be swiftly subdued by the armed police with tranquilizer guns. Upon seeing the wild man's condition, both the armed police and the online viewers were left astounded. When it emerged from the cave, the wild man was clutching something in its arms. Everyone assumed it was a weapon, but when it fell, they discovered it was merely a doll. A towering figure over 2 meters tall, cradling a doll in his arms, conjures an image of sheer absurdity. The armed police confined the wild man into a cage they had prepared long in advance, and dozens of individuals collectively hoisted him onto a boat as the yacht designated for the stars arrived, and together they departed from the island. The show was officially suspended. It can be said that the director executed this farewell ceremony quite adeptly, as a multitude of netizens left comments on the official Weibo, expressing their desire for the show to continue. Anticipation for the second season was palpable. In recent years, audiences have grown weary of variety shows. Suddenly, a wilderness live broadcast emerged, initially met with disdain by some, but as viewership surged, it became increasingly captivating. Just as the audience became deeply engrossed, the abrupt cessation of the program left them craving more. The director, Lee, beamed at the comment section on Weibo, unable to contain his delight. The hype for the second episode was already substantial. However, thoughts of Gu Yuxuan and Sang Jin in the hospital tightened his brow. Gu Yuxuan had fractured 2 ribs. His condition was not severe, but Sang Jin fared poorly, having fractured 4 ribs and facing the risk of facial disfigurement, leaving her future prospects reliant on her looks in jeopardy. Yet, the troubles did not end there, as the police investigated matters concerning the Su family from years past. And Sang Jin was likely to confront the risk of prosecution, with a high probability of imprisonment. After disembarking from the boat, Lan Yi left a bank account number for Si-Bai, and to her surprise, this fellow acted swiftly. Just as she received her phone, a notification arrived indicating a deposit of 50 million from the bank. Though he was not a good person, he was prompt in his financial dealings. Regrettably, the program concluded too swiftly. Otherwise, she could have made a tidy profit of 100 million. Lan Yi mused for a while before inquiring with the director about Sang Jin's hospital location, then drove straight there. Sang Jin had no relatives, only her assistant, Li Shi, caring for her in the ward. Upon seeing Lan Yi approach, Li Shi was taken aback. You? Lan Yi squinted her eyes, smiling innocently. I've come to visit Xiao Jin. Li Shi looked puzzled, but you all. Lan Yi interjected, you don't genuinely believe we had a falling out, do you? After being with Xiao Jin for so long, you should know how the entertainment industry operates. It's all for publicity, nothing personal. At her words, Li Shi instantly laughed. I knew it. You and Xiao Jin are so close. How could you possibly have fallen out? Lan Yi pointed toward the bed. How is Xiao Jin doing? Li Shi's expression turned grave. It's somewhat troublesome. The doctor said full recovery is unlikely, and they have already contacted renowned specialists abroad. No sooner had she spoken than Sang Jin emitted a pained groan from the bed, slowly opening her eyes. Upon seeing Lan Yi in the ward, she appeared momentarily dazed, as if struggling to comprehend what had transpired. Lan Yi spoke softly to Li Shi. You may step out for a moment. I wish to have a word with Xiao Jin. Oh, all right. Li Shi nodded and turned to exit, kindly closing the door behind her. Approaching the bedside, Lan Yi noted that Sang Jin seemed to gradually recall the events on the island, her eyes widening in terror as she instinctively touched her face, only to encounter layer upon layer of bandages. My face. Lan Yi, I've been disfigured. Sang Jin's hand trembled as she recalled the scene before she fainted. Her gaze filled with hatred. Lan Yi, you did this on purpose. What was intentional? Lan Yi feigned innocence. Your face was scratched by the wild man. It has nothing to do with me. Following the events of the previous night, Sang Jin was certain that Lan Yi harbored animosity toward her. One must admit, Sang Jin possessed a formidable spirit and a quick mind, rapidly deducing Lan Yi's motive for appearing in the hospital. She merely wished to witness her misfortune. Even if I am disfigured, as long as I live, the property cannot solely belong to you. Sang Jin meticulously analyzed the reasons for Lan Yi's sudden change in demeanor, suspecting it had to do with the agreement the two had signed. In essence, Lan Yi aimed to monopolize the assets. Lan Yi's, do you truly not know who wishes to seize the assets? Surely, you must have some inkling. She caught the flicker of panic that crossed Sang Jin's eyes. There is something you are yet unaware of, isn't there? Sang Jin's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Lan Yi. Lan Yi's lips curled into a sly smile. Suyu has been released from prison, and on the very day of her release, she was killed by falling debris. The day she died coincided precisely with the day I nearly drowned. As Sang Jin looked at Lan Yi's expression, she couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but it seemed as if Lan Yi's face merged with that of Suyu's. With Suyu's demise, Lan Yi had transformed. She mentally sifted through recent events, trembling uncontrollably. While others might dismiss such occurrences as superstition, she alone recognized how eerily similar Lan Yi's and Suyu's actions were. Her eyes widened in terror, her body shook uncontrollably, and her mouth opened to scream, yet fear rendered her voiceless. Lan Yi regarded her coldly. Do not concern yourself. I have no intention of harming you. For I understand that the most effective form of revenge is not tit for tat, but to render the other party's existence a living hell. You have, after all, brought this upon yourself. The repercussions of the Su family incident were escalating, and Sang Jin could not escape a prison sentence, alongside the obligation to pay substantial penalties for contract breaches. As for the property, it must be noted that the original owner was not entirely foolish. She had preserved the chat records with Sang Jin that could prove the house was purchased entirely in her name. The combination of property fraud and the Su family case would ensure Sang Jin's lifetime of downfall. Disfigured, Gu Yuxuan would never marry her. Henceforth, not only would Sang Jin be unable to marry into a wealthy family, but no one would dare to take her as a spouse. There would be no support for Sang Jin's business, nor anyone willing to employ her, and friendships would elude her. After years of glory, she would now face a life of misery. Chapter 70. Sang Jin's past. Sang Jin gazed at Lan Yi, her initial terror transforming into fury, as if she longed to leap from the bed and tear Lan Yi apart. Unfortunately, the medical steel played across her chest, and the pain curtailed her movements. Observing her plight, Lan Yi felt no sympathy. Rather, she believed Sang Jin had brought this upon herself. Everyone must face the consequences of their actions, regardless of the other party. Retribution is inevitable. Are you not curious? After a lengthy silence, Sang Jin finally confronted the truth, her voice weak and laced with confusion. You treated me so well back then, yet I committed such deeds. Do you not wish to know why? Is there need to ask? Lan Yi scoffed. You are heartless, a traitor. Sang Jin fell silent for a moment before muttering to herself. Yes, I am indeed heartless, but I have no regrets. Given the chance, I would act the same way again. In truth, Sang Jin was not an orphan. She recalled her biological parents clearly. Her father was a lifelong bachelor who, in his 40s, picked up a mentally unstable woman from the roadside, who later bore her. Her father was weak and inept, while her mother was mentally ill. As a result, Sang Jin had been looked down upon by villagers since childhood, bullied by local children, and eventually subjected to the lecherous advances of older bachelors in the village. Initially, Sang Jin was unaware of the implications, only knowing those men would buy her candy, which she adored. However, as word spread among the old men in the village, more sought her out, and outsiders regarded her with disdain, as if she were a piece of filth. As she matured, she gradually came to understand the reality, harboring hatred for her cowardly father who could not protect her, and disgust for her mother, resembling a lunatic. She would rather wander like an orphan than return to that home. Later, she encountered Su Yu, a girl with a radiant, sunny smile, clearly raised in a greenhouse. She successfully moved into their home, becoming a member of the Su family. Initially, she felt immense happiness, enjoying good food, comfortable living, fine clothing, and the opportunity to study. Everything seemed perfect. However, as time passed, the self-doubt she had concealed began to surface. No matter how hard she tried, she could not compare to Su Yu, and thus, that disdain gradually morphed into jealousy. The Su family celebrated Su Yu's birthday each year with a grand cake, treating her like a little princess. As for her, unaware of her own birthday, she designated the day she was brought home as her own. Each time, Sang Jin feigned joy, yet deep down, she was profoundly unhappy, for every birthday reminded her of her sordid past. This sense of inferiority expanded with age, ultimately growing into a towering tree. Su Fu had a habit of watching the evening news, and each time he saw the beautiful and dignified news anchor, Sang Jin felt a pang of envy, silently vowing to become a host herself one day. Later, she shared this aspiration with Su Yu and inquired about her own ambitions, only to learn that Su Yu desired to become a singer. In Sang Jin's view, Su Yu's dream seemed utterly fanciful, as her singing voice was not particularly remarkable. Yet, Su Yu nonchalantly replied that even if she could not become a singer, it would suffice to marry a suitable person and lead a laid-back life. She also mentioned that Su Anjing planned to buy her a car and a house for her 18th birthday, which would serve as her dowry. Upon hearing this, Sang Jin's jealousy spread like wildfire. It was evident that a biological daughter was treated differently. No matter how well the Su couple treated her outwardly, they would never truly regard her as their own. The Su family had not wronged her, yet she harbored a wild desire to destroy this happy family, wishing to see Su Yu's bright smile wither away and to let her experience the darkness of human nature. Why should she suffer a miserable existence while Su Yu lived like a princess? Was this some form of retribution? Perhaps it was. Yet, she felt no regret. At the very least, she had succeeded in ruining the Su family. When Lan Yiyi emerged from the hospital, it was already past 2 in the afternoon, and her stomach grumbled, signaling that it was time for a meal. She casually found a small restaurant to eat and then purchased a bouquet of fresh flowers before heading to the grave of Su Anjing and her husband. Upon arrival, Lan Yi paused, noticing a bouquet of flowers at the gravestone, suggesting that someone had visited recently. Had it been one of their former students? She placed her flowers gently and whispered, "Dad, Mom, your matters will soon be reversed. I am sorry for being an unfilial daughter, allowing you to die while bearing 7 years of disgrace." Standing before the gravestone for over 2 hours, Lan Yi took a deep breath as she exited the cemetery, her face revealing a hint of relief. From then on, she would be a new being, formed from the union of Su Yu and Lan Yi. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Lan Yi arrived promptly at the entrance of Kaisen Kindergarten in her car. The original owner had never cared for Lan Xiaobo, so she was indifferent to his affairs, even allowing the nanny to choose his school. Consequently, the nanny had enrolled Lan Xiaobo in this ordinary kindergarten, costing 2,000 a month. It was just the time for school dismissal, and many parents had gathered to pick up their children, most riding small electric scooters. When Lan Yi arrived in her luxury car, worth 2 million, she immediately drew the attention of several onlookers. Thankfully, she had taken precautions, wearing a mask and hat, so no one recognized her. Since the original owner had never picked up Lan Xiaobo from school, he would surely be thrilled to see her now. Imagining the scene of Lan Xiaobo excitedly calling her mommy, she approached the school gate, only to be stopped by a security guard. "Where's your campus card?" "Campus card?" Lan Yi exclaimed in surprise. "I've already graduated. Why would I need a campus card?" The security guard became alert, explaining that a campus card was required to pick up children, and without one, she could not enter the school. "Please step aside. Don't delay other parents from picking up their kids." Lan Yi had never picked up Lan Xiaobo before and had no idea about this procedure. Realizing that Aunt Su should be arriving soon to pick up Lan Xiaobo, she stepped aside to wait. After standing there for over half an hour, all the children had been picked up, yet Aunt Su had not arrived. From across the gate, Lan Yi could sense Lan Xiaobo's helplessness and loneliness. Just imagine the scene. All the other children had been picked up, leaving Lan Xiaobo alone in the school. Anger surged within her as she dialed Aunt Su's number. After a brief moment, the call connected. "Miss Lan, didn't you say you couldn't use your phone while participating in the show? Why are you calling? On su sauda supi? Does she not know the show has ended?" Lan Yi thought. The production team allowed one family call. "Where is Xiaobo?" "Xiaobo is in his room doing homework." On su dhiplits moti li. Lan Yi froze. Had Aunt Su already picked up Lan Xiaobo? No. She had been watching closely and was certain Lan Xiaobo hadn't been taken away. "Please let him answer the phone." Aunt Su seemed taken aback by this request, hesitating and sounding flustered. "Miss Lan, I'm cooking in the kitchen. How about I let Xiaobo call you after I finish?" "Fine," Lan Yi said curtly and hung up. She was convinced that Lan Xiaobo was not at home and that Aunt Su was lying. After another 20 minutes or so, Aunt Su finally appeared at the school gate, unaware of Lan Yi's presence. She entered the school with a campus card and soon emerged, holding Lan Xiaobo's hand. Accompanying them was a teacher in her 30s, both chatting and laughing as they walked. "Thank you, Teacher Li. Without you, I would have truly been overwhelmed." "No problem. Lan Xiaobo is very well behaved." After exiting the school gate, they bid farewell, and the teacher walked in another direction while Aunt Su led Lan Xiaobo to the small electric scooter. Lan Xiaobo had been keeping his head down, but just as Aunt Su was about to lift him onto the vehicle, he seemed to sense something and suddenly looked toward Lan Yi. His eyes revealed a hint of confusion as he stared at her for 2 seconds before appearing to confirm something, exclaiming, "Mommy." He broke free from Aunt Su's grasp and joyfully ran to Lan Yi, arms wide open for a hug. Just as he was about to reach her, he seemed to remember something and instinctively lowered his arms. Witnessing this scene, Lan Yi felt a pang in her heart. In the astonished gaze of Lan Xiaobo, she lifted him into her arms. "Mommy," Lan Xiaobo gasped, his mouth agape in disbelief as he looked at Lan Yi. "Did you miss me?" Lan Yi removed her mask and planted a kiss on his chubby cheek. Lan Xiaobo was utterly stunned. Was this a dream? Mommy had come to pick him up from school and even hugged him? Lan Yi shifted her gaze from Lan Xiaobo's face, realizing it was normal for a child to have difficulty adjusting and that she needed to give him time to acclimate. Aunt Su was frozen in shock upon seeing Lan Yi, completely unprepared for the appearance of Lan Yi, who had been recording the show on a deserted island. When their eyes met, Aunt Su instantly panicked. "Miss Lan, weren't you recording a show on the island? How come you are here?" Lan Yi smiled slightly and retorted, "Aunt Su, didn't you just say you were cooking in the kitchen?" Aunt Su stammered for a while, but could not articulate a reason, eventually admitting, "I apologize, Miss Lan. I was delayed due to personal matters today and feared you would be upset, so I lied. Is it only today that you were late?" "Lan Yi skop kun li. Let's discuss this when we get back." Upon hearing the word back, Aunt Su's face instantly turned pale, and she opened her mouth as if to say something. But Lan Yi did not give her a chance and directly picked up Lan Xiaobo and got into the car. Before leaving, she cast a half-smiling glance at Aunt Su's little electric scooter, causing Aunt Su to feel a chill run down her spine. Although Lan Yi did not say anything overtly threatening, An inexplicable fear gripped her. Sitting in the back seat, Lan Xiaobo observed Lan Yi's every move through the rearview mirror, feeling both elated and anxious. Mommy finally wants to hold me, he thought, wondering if this would be a permanent change. Lan Yi drove faster than the little electric scooter and was momentarily taken aback upon arriving at the villa. In the living room sat a boy of about 7 or 8, engrossed in a video game, his dirty shoes still on, sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Upon seeing Lan Yi enter, he rudely questioned, "Who are you?" As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Lan Xiaobo, and a flicker of anger crossed his youthful face. "Lan Xiaobo, who allowed you to bring someone back? Do you want to get beaten again?" "Get beaten again?" Lan Yi's eyebrows knitted together, and she replied, "Why should I listen to you? I want to leave." The boy not only refused to get off the sofa, but also jumped up on it, sticking out his tongue and making a face at Lan Yi. Lan Yi let out a cold laugh, glancing at the living room camera, and walked over with Lan Xiaobo. Her unwavering gaze fixed on the boy. The once mischievous child now showed a hint of panic in his eyes, but still stood his ground, clearly accustomed to being a little tyrant at home, spoiled by everyone. "Mommy, he is Su Nai's grandson," Lan Xiaobo piped up, revealing the boy's identity to Lan Yi. Lan Yi blinked and replied, "Don't call her Nan anymore. She is merely a caregiver hired to look after you, and she has failed at her duties. Unworthy of such a title." "Okay," Lan Xiaobo nodded earnestly, adding, "Actually, I've long since stopped calling her Nai. When you're not home, I never call her that." He was merely afraid that Mommy would think him impolite, which was why he had done so. Lan Yi chuckled at his words, lifting him and sitting down on the sofa, patiently waiting for Aunt Su. With her grandson in the villa, Aunt Su was increasingly anxious, racing along the road, nearly transforming the little electric scooter into a sports car. Upon seeing the grandmother return, the previously defiant boy immediately burst into tears, throwing himself in Aunt Su's arms to complain, "Grandma, this bad woman hit me." "You're lying. My mommy didn't hit you," Lan Xiaobo retorted angrily. Aunt Su paid no heed to Lan Xiaobo's words. Upon hearing that her grandson was struck, her heart ached, and after calming him down, she turned to Lan Yi. "If you feel I have done something wrong, please let me know. Why would I resort to physical discipline with a child?" "Fine," Lan Yi nodded. "Let's discuss it now." Seeing her stern expression, Aunt Su felt a twinge of guilt. Lan Yi directly inquired, "Why is your grandson here?" "Tomorrow is a holiday, and I feared Xiaobo would feel lonely, so I brought him over to keep him company for a couple of days," Aunt Su replied. "Nonsense, Lan Xiaobo indulge. Ever since Mommy started participating in shows, you bring him to my house every day." Aunt Su fell silent, clearly feeling guilty, and Lan Yi continued, "Do you arrive this late every day, or is it just today?" "Mommy, she comes late every day. She picks up her grandson first before coming to get me." With someone backing him up, Lan Xiaobo revealed Aunt Su's misdeeds. He had wanted to tell Mommy before, but never got the chance, fearing she would disapprove of him being too troublesome. Aunt Su's complexion darkened further. Lan Yi unleashed a barrage of questions. "Didn't I hire a driver specifically to handle your Xiaobo as transportation? Where is he? Why is it now you riding the little electric scooter to pick up Xiaobo? Didn't I previously state that no strangers are allowed in my home? Why is this child living here long-term?" Casting a glance at the sofa and the messy living room, Lan Yi scoffed. "Do you know how much the sofa set costs? You allow your grandson to treat it like this? Is this how you maintain the cleanliness of my home? I essentially purchased a villa, hired you, and paid you a salary, only for you to repay me in this manner. Over the years, the original owner had been filming and spent no more than 2 months at home, leaving Aunt Su to live in the villa, mostly alone. When she initially hired Aunt Su, her monthly salary was $15,000, but Aunt Su had constantly suggested a raise, and the original owner eventually increased it to $30,000. Including meals and other expenses, the total amounted to over $50,000 monthly for Aunt Su. Aunt Su stammered, "The driver resigned, so I had no choice but to use the little electric scooter." Lan Yi chuckled coldly. "If the driver resigned, why do you still request a salary of $10,000 for him each month?" The driver was someone Aunt Su had recommended, with a monthly salary of $10,000. Trusting Aunt Su, Lan Yi had always given the salary directly to her, believing she would pay the driver, never suspecting that Aunt Su continued to collect the salary even after the driver had left. With all her schemes exposed, Aunt Su found herself speechless. Eventually, she admitted, "Miss Lan, I did not inform you about this. It was indeed my oversight. However, since the driver is no longer here, I took on his responsibilities. So isn't it reasonable to receive an additional salary?" In reality, she only paid the driver $5,000 a month for 2 months. She had asked the driver to pick up her son as well, and when he requested extra pay, she refused and ultimately dismissed him, justifying her appropriation of the $10,000. "You may have forgotten that I agreed to give you $30,000 a month only if you took care of all of Xiaobo's needs, including his transportation to school. That was part of your job." Feeling parched after speaking so much, Lan Yi walked to the kitchen for a bottle of milk. Upon taking a sip, She immediately grimaced. Checking the expiration date, her eyes turned icy. With over 20,000 in living expenses a month, you give Xiaobo expired yogurt? Don't talk nonsense, Aunt Su countered. I bought this milk half a month ago. Xiaobo is picky and didn't drink it, so it expired. Lan Yi asked, so you always buy milk that is about to expire for him? Lan Xiaobo, feeling wronged, chimed in, Mommy, she always buys this kind of milk for me to drink. The good ones are for her grandson, kept on a higher shelf where I can't reach. Aunt Su avoided Lan Yi's gaze, her eyes darting around, clearly feeling guilty. After a moment of tension, she decided to throw a tantrum, declaring, your demands are too high. I can't meet your standards. You should find someone else. I'm done. Lan Yi replied, you won't be able to work here anymore, not after treating my son this way. Do you think I would still employ you? Surprised by Lan Yi's determination to dismiss her, Aunt Su hesitated for a moment before stating, please settle this month's salary for me, and I will come tomorrow to move my things. Truth be told, she did not want to leave. Her earnings over the years working for Lan Yi were more than what her son and daughter-in-law made in 6 months combined. Moreover, Lan Xiaobo was relatively easy to care for, often playing by himself after returning home. During the day, she attended school and extracurricular classes. Residing in a villa while drawing a salary, her life was exceedingly comfortable, allowing her to care for her grandson as well. Due to her earning capacity, her grandson attended an elite school with tuition exceeding 10,000 yuan per month. Thus, her routine involved picking up her grandson from school before retrieving Lan Xiaobo, for which she merely needed to offer the teacher an additional 1,000 yuan to ensure an extra hour of supervision each afternoon. However, she did not anticipate Lan Yi's sudden return. Fearing for her job, Aunt Su resolved to extort a sum from Lan Yi. Furthermore, you struck my grandson, and I intend to take him for a comprehensive medical examination, the expense of which you shall bear. Lan Yi replied coolly, I did not strike your grandson. And as for your salary, I will not be disbursing it for the time being. Additionally, prepare for compensation regarding the damages you have caused. I will be engaging a lawyer to address this matter. Engaging a lawyer? Is this a threat of litigation? Aunt Su panicked but feigned calmness. Do not presume I am ignorant of the law. My son and daughter-in-law are university graduates, well-versed in all matters. I am merely here as a nanny and have committed no illegal acts. On what grounds do you accuse me? Lan Yi countered, based on your actions. What actions? Aunt Su glared at Lan Yi, daring her to produce evidence. Surveillance footage serves as evidence. Lan Yi stated, there are 2 vases in the hall. You claim Xiaobo broke them, correct? While those vases are not particularly rare, each is valued at 100,000 yuan. The original owner did not suspect Aunt Su at the time, but upon reflection, Lan Yi sensed there was more to the story. Upon hearing about the surveillance, Aunt Su immediately relaxed, convinced that Lan Yi was merely attempting to intimidate her. Having resided here for so long, she was certain there were no cameras in the house. Lan Yi discerned her thoughts and could not help but smile. You believe I would be so careless as to not install a surveillance system with an outsider living in my home? She wished to cease the conversation with Aunt Su and demanded that she pack her belongings and vacate her residence immediately. No need to wait until tomorrow. She must leave right now. Unexpectedly, Aunt Su was merely a person of superficiality. Lan Yi, wishing to avoid further discourse, simply wanted this wicked woman to disappear from her territory as swiftly as possible. As for the other matters, she would let the lawyer handle them. The young boy, upon hearing Lan Yi's firm demand for them to leave immediately, protested vehemently, crying out, Grandma, did you not say this is our home? When I grow up, I will bring my wife here to live. Why is she driving us away? I refuse to leave. My dear grandson, do not cry. I will call your father right now. Aunt Su tenderly patted her grandson's head and pulled out her phone to call her son and daughter-in-law. Lan Yi, you must hurry and gather your things. Once your son and daughter-in-law arrive, you can leave without delay. Once they depart, she would take her son out for a lavish meal. Realizing that she could not remain any longer, Aunt Su dragged her grandson back into the house. Lan Yi opened the refrigerator once more, retrieving 2 bottles of milk that Aunt Su had bought for her grandson, inserting straws for both Lan Xiaobo and the little boy. As these were all purchased with her money, she would not let them go to waste. With a monthly living expense exceeding 20,000 yuan, Lan Xiaobo only ate at home for lunch and dinner, consuming very little food. Aunt Su had embezzled those funds, and it was utterly unacceptable to feed her son expired products. Chapter 73. Above is the red flag. Facing justice, Lan Xiaobo discreetly observed Lan Yi. Feeling an immense affection for this mother of his, she resembled a guardian angel. Noticing his gaze, Lan Yi knelt down to meet his eyes, her tone sincere and gentle. Xiaobo, I previously lacked the foresight to care for you. Can you forgive me? I promise to cherish you dearly from now on. Mommy, Lan Xiaobo et Golim. Embracing Lan Yi's neck excitedly. I have never held it against you. Raising a child while working is no easy feat. To her surprise, Lan Xiaobo exhibited such understanding. leaving Lan Yi momentarily speechless. How fortunate Lan Yi was to have such a wonderful son, yet she felt she had squandered a winning hand. Xiaobo is truly a good boy. Lan Yi lovingly ruffled his small head, and once they left, she would treat him to a grand meal. This time, participating in the program had earned her a significant sum. She planned to sell the house and relocate to a different city, vowing never to hire a nanny again, as she would have ample time to care for him. Lan Xiaobo's eyes sparkled like stars. Mommy, am I dreaming? Lan Yi laughed. Even if it were a dream, it had come true. Mommy, I am so happy. Lan Xiaobo joyfully embraced Lan Yi. He was very perceptive and understood the difficulties of his mother raising him alone. Yet, he yearned for a touch of maternal affection, which Lan Yi had never provided. From cartoons, Lan Xiaobo learned that the reason his mother might not like him could be due to his father. Perhaps his mother disliked his father and thus distanced herself from him. Now, with Lan Yi suddenly treating him so well, he could hardly believe it. Oof, wicked woman. The door to Aunt Sue's room swung open, and the little boy rushed out, glaring fiercely at Lan Yi. Lan Yi chose not to engage with this troublesome child. There would be plenty of people in society to educate him. Aunt Sue also emerged from the room, carrying her belongings. Everything here belonged to Lan Yi, while she possessed only a few clothes and shoes. My son and daughter-in-law have arrived, but the security won't let them in. Lan Yi released Lan Xiaobo and stood up. Then carry your things with you. I anticipated that your son and daughter-in-law would not be allowed in. Lan Yi had no intention of sparring verbally with them. Prolonging a war of words was futile. She would resort to legal measures to compel Aunt Sue to return the misappropriated items. Aunt Sue's face turned pale with rage. She had summoned her son and daughter-in-law for support, yet they could not enter. Suddenly, Lan Yi's phone rang. It was the property management. Miss Lan, a couple has come to see you. Should we allow them entry? Lan Yi replied, I do not know them. Do not let them in. You wicked woman. The little boy suddenly charged at Lan Yi, and Lan Xiaobo, fueled by an unexpected surge of strength, pushed the boy to the ground. Do not hit my mommy. The pampered little boy had never been bullied before and immediately began to wail. Upon witnessing her grandson being mistreated, Aunt Sue rushed over to help him up and then shoved Lan Xiaobo. You child born without a father. Lan Yi swiftly pulled Lan Xiaobo behind her, her expression freezing. I warn you to leave immediately, or I shall call the police. Given that they were in someone else's home and Lan Yi possessed wealth, Aunt Sue felt a tinge of apprehension. Just wait. Do not think you're the only one who can hire a lawyer. We can do so as well. She scoffed heavily, clutching her belongings while leading her grandson away. The villa community where Lan Yi resided was vast. Aunt Sue walked for over 10 minutes before reaching the property management. Upon seeing her mother-in-law emerging with her belongings, Aunt Sue's daughter-in-law, Zheng Ruishue, was momentarily stunned, her expression darkening instantly. Mother, why are you carrying things out? In her phone call, her mother-in-law merely instructed them to hurry over without providing specific details. She had not anticipated being dismissed. She bullies others and even struck my precious grandson. Upon seeing her son and daughter-in-law, Aunt Sue began to lament her mistreatment. Upon hearing this, Su Kaichun grew more agitated, demanding to confront Lan Yi. Ultimately, he was deterred only when the property management threatened to call the police. On the way back, after gaining some understanding of the situation, Zheng Ruishue's attitude toward her mother-in-law shifted. She had never liked her, to begin with. Because her mother-in-law earned a high salary, she had tolerated her, but now that she was jobless, her demeanor changed instantly. Lan Yi is a star. We need not fear her if things escalate. Once this is made public online, she will have no choice but to back down. Su Kaichun contemplated for a moment before deciding to make a phone call, hoping to ascertain whether Lan Yi would be inclined to resolve the matter privately. If she were willing to compensate, there would be no need for the situation to escalate unnecessarily. Should it escalate, it would entail legal fees for hiring an attorney, with no guarantee of victory, an ordeal indeed. If Lan Yi wished to preserve her public persona, it was certain she would opt for a private settlement. Lan Yi surveyed the untidy hall with evident disdain, her brow furrowing in distaste. She placed a call to a housekeeping company, requesting immediate assistance to tidy her home, and then took Lan Xiaobo out for a meal. Just as they stepped out, she received a call from Zheng Ruishue. Miss Lan, greetings. I'm the daughter-in-law of your housekeeper. Lan Yi activated the recording feature on her phone and calmly inquired, What can I do for you? Zheng Ruishue responded, Miss Lan, my mother's wages have not been settled. When do you plan to transfer the payment to her account? She has been performing her duties well, and your sudden dismissal warrants compensation for breach of contract. Lan Yi replied, My attorney will be in touch with you regarding this matter. Zheng Ruishue was taken aback at the prospect of Lan Yi actually engaging legal counsel. Miss Lan, are you truly prepared to escalate this? We are merely ordinary citizens. If a lawsuit arises, we have nothing to hide. You, however, are a prominent celebrity, and I believe you understand the implications of such a public dispute better than we do. Lan Yi chuckled softly. The vase from my home has found its way to yours, has it not? Those 2 vases are valued at 200,000. Theft of 200,000 could lead to imprisonment, a fact you are likely aware of. I have yet to conduct a thorough inspection. Who knows what else might be missing? Zhang Ruixue was left momentarily speechless by Lan Yi's mention of the vases, and it was then that Su Kaiqing took the call. Miss Lan, should this matter escalate, your losses would far exceed 200,000, wouldn't they? I urge you to contemplate whether you truly wish to make this public. If you agree to settle and compensate for some of the losses, we will no longer pursue this issue. Lan Yi asserted firmly, I am not at fault. What difference does it make if this escalates? I stand for justice. Even if my career were to crumble, I refuse to condone such behavior. I trust that the law will not favor the weaker party and will not shield anyone from accountability. With that, she hung up, feeling satisfied. For she now possessed additional evidence. The Su family not only acknowledged the theft of the vase, but also resorted to threats. Chapter 74. Is this little bean Sprout your son? Mommy, you're amazing. Lan Xiaobo cheered from the back seat, brimming with admiration for his mother, whom he regarded as a near-divine figure. Mommy will only get better. Lan Yi replied with a smile. After we finish our meal, we'll review the surveillance footage to see what else she has taken. However, given the time that has passed, some of it may no longer be saved. Their home was indeed equipped with surveillance cameras, discreetly installed. The original intent was not to protect Lan Xiaobo from Su Yi, but to safeguard valuable items from theft. Unfortunately, Lan Yi had never found the time to check the footage. Mommy, I know, Lan Xiaobo interjected proudly. I've saved all the footage of their thefts. They didn't suspect me because they thought I was just a child, so they acted brazenly every time they took something. In fact, I've already made backups. After the initial theft of the vase, Su Yi grew bolder, realizing that Lan Yi had not suspected her. Following the wrongful accusations against him, Lan Xiaobo had begun to monitor the footage, intending to wait until he was older and capable of confronting Su Yi before revealing the evidence. He never anticipated that Mommy would suddenly start caring for him. Wait, you're telling me you have evidence of Su Yi's theft? Lan Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, Lan Xiaobo noted how says Li. Every day after school, I review the footage and save instances of her misbehavior. Lan Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Good heavens, what a brilliant son I have. He's not even 5 yet, and already so astute. Other children his age are still learning their ABCs, and he has accomplished this. Sweetheart, you're incredible. Mommy is so proud of you. Lan Yi beamed, relieved that she could now focus on nurturing Lan Xiaobo with this newfound financial security, allowing her to relax. Mommy is amazing too. Lan Xiaobo grinned, his eyes crinkling with joy. Lan Yi caught a glimpse of him in the rearview mirror and nearly fainted. For a fleeting moment, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Sibai. Surely, she was imagining things. Speaking of which, that fellow was likely causing a ruckus again, searching for her. Lan Yi took Lan Xiaobo to a newly opened Chinese restaurant. Once seated, they ordered an array of delectable dishes and relished their meal. During their feast, her phone rang several times from unfamiliar numbers, which she ignored. For years, Lan Xiaobo had been under Su Yi's care and had not experienced many delightful foods. He was enjoying himself immensely, and Lan Yi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Exploring culinary delights with Lan Xiaobo seemed like a splendid idea. They left no food uneaten, and after finishing their meal, Lan Yi sighed contentedly. Little Bo, you won't need to go to school tomorrow. I will help you enroll in a better school. Once I resolve the housing situation, we shall leave Kyoto. This place is lovely, but I no longer wish to live a life filled with intrigue and deceit. Lan Xiaobo note how said the mommy. I will follow your lead. Lan Yi affectionately tousled his hair. Have you eaten enough? Once we're done, we should head back. Lan Xiaobo bounced off the couch. Mommy, when you go to school tomorrow to handle my withdrawal, can you take me along? Of course. Lan Yi readily agreed. Oh yay, Lan Xiaobo exclaimed with delight. Then the teachers and classmates will see just how beautiful my mommy is. Lan Yi chuckled, taking his hand as they exited the restaurant. While others shied away from her, fearful of associating with her, Lan Xiaobo was the only one who adored her. As they drove home, Lan Yi received a call from her assistant, Li Changcheng. Sister Lan, where are you now? The C-Bai from the show you participated in has been searching for you everywhere. Upon hearing C-Bai's name, Lan Xiaobo's demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. Oof, that groundhog wants to compete with me for mommy? I've already settled matters with him. Why is he still looking for me? Lan Yi thought, aware that she had not yet agreed to a settlement. The Su family would undoubtedly cause trouble, and she was prepared for a tough battle, with no time for distractions. Mommy, you're doing great. Lan Xiaobo Ji. Li Changcheng hesitated, clearly apprehensive about C-Bai's status. Sister Lan, the company insists that you must meet with him. He is already at your doorstep. At my doorstep? Lan Yi nearly cursed aloud. Is he like a persistent pest? Li Shenggen, Replia. He is far more formidable than a mere pest. While we may not yet know the full extent of C-Bai's identity, his significance has clearly captured the attention of those in power. There are not many wealthy and prestigious families in Kyoto with the surname Si, so he is likely connected to the esteemed Si matriarch. After hanging up, Lan Yi couldn't help but mutter an expletive. Lan Xiaobo was on the verge of losing his temper. "Mommy, has that groundhog come to our house?" "Groundhog?" Lan Yi paused, momentarily taken aback by the aptness of the term. "Once we get home, I'll send him away. This is personal time, without any financial gain. I lack the inclination for charity." Seeing the resolute expression on his mother's face, Lan Xiaobo felt reassured that Mommy loved him most of all. As soon as the accelerator was pressed, Lan Yi glided smoothly through a series of green lights, only to come to an abrupt halt in front of her villa. A line of luxury cars was parked along the road, and a dozen bodyguards, impeccably dressed in suits, stood in 2 rows, their expressions stern and unyielding at her doorstep. Lan Yi led Lan Xiaobo out of the car, walking between the 2 groups of men who did not spare her a glance. Upon reaching the grand entrance, a twitch of irritation flickered at the corner of her mouth. There stood Si Bai, leaning against the imposing iron gate, peering into the courtyard. Upon hearing movement, he turned his head, and his eyes sparkled like stars, momentarily resembling a fallen angel from the heavens. "Yi, you're back." Si Bai's smile faltered abruptly as he caught sight of Lan Xiaobo. He scrutinized the boy for a moment before asking, "Yi, is this little Sprout your son?" "You little groundhog, I'm not called Little Sprout, I'm Lan Xiaobo." Lan Xiaobo glared at Si Bai defiantly. "Groundhog?" The once impassive bodyguards could not help but twitch their lips, their attention drawn to the boy, who barely reached Si Bai's knees. So, the one who had been verbally sparring with him online, labeled as the public enemy #1, was merely a child of a few years? "You look more like a groundhog. You're shorter than my knees." Si Bai bent down and ruffled Lan Xiaobo's hair, finding the feisty little one quite endearing despite his fierce demeanor. "Don't use your dirty hands on me, you groundhog." "Dirty hands?" Si Bai licked his palm, feigning seriousness. "No taste, not dirty." Lan Xiaobo sighed, exasperated. "Mommy, where did this weirdo come from?" "Saved him from a sea," Lan Yi replied. "I don't like him." "Then let him go." The bodyguards, overhearing this, could not control the muscles in their faces, realizing the audacity of such disdain towards their young master. If the young master learned of this, would he not hang this mother and son duo up for a good thrashing? "I want to leave." Si Bai's eyes turned red, gazing at Lan Yi with a pitiful expression, as if he were on the verge of shedding crystalline tears. Lan Yi glanced at the bodyguards, her eyes clearly conveying, "Aren't you going to do something about your boss?" The bodyguards all averted their gazes to the sky, feigning ignorance. Lan Yi was at a loss for words. "The show is over. Our business has concluded. It is inappropriate for you to seek me out again." Pausing, she added, "And Xiaobo doesn't like you." Si Bai felt even more aggrieved, thinking that now that Yi had a son, she no longer favored him. He sniffled, "Yi, if this little one want me to stay here, you want to chase me away." "Yes." Lan Yi avoided his gaze, fearing that further conversation would lead her to be swayed by his charm. She deftly redirected the discussion to Lan Xiaobo. Si Bai's face lit up with joy, playfully poking Lan Xiaobo on the forehead, coaxing, "If you let me stay at your house, I'll buy you toys." "Oomph." Lan Xiaobo turned away, refusing to look at him. "You might as well try that on a 3-year-old. I'm almost 5. As long as you allow me to stay, I will agree to anything you say." Si Bai pulled out his ultimate tactic. Lan Xiaobo seemed momentarily swayed, hesitating before declaring, "Then you must pay rent and living expenses, just like on the island. 1 meal costs 1 million, and 1 night is also 1 million. Agree, and you can stay. Disagree, and you must leave." "I agree." Si Bai responded hastily, fearful that Lan Xiaobo might change his mind. Matters that can be resolved with money. Are they truly matters? Apart from his good looks, he possessed a remarkable talent for counting money. Lan Yi stared at Lan Xiaobo in astonishment, confused as to how the child, who had just been vehemently opposed to Si Bai, had suddenly agreed. Had he learned to earn illicit money? Stop dawdling. Let us open the door and head home." Si Bai had already assumed the role of the male head of the household. The bodyguards exchanged glances, and since Lan Xiaobo had agreed, Lan Yi remained silent. They opened the grand door and allowed Si Bai to enter. Turning to the bodyguards outside, she stated, "I will only accommodate you." This was her bottom line. While her villa had ample rooms, accommodating a dozen people would still be cramped. Upon hearing this, Si Bai turned to the bodyguards and instructed, "Move the luggage inside, then you all may return. I will call you if needed." Though Si Bai spoke to the bodyguards in a serious and stern manner, he was an entirely different person when addressing Lan Yi. The bodyguards exchanged glances, watching Si Bai enter the villa before making a call to the matriarch. After some discussion, the dozen men departed. The housekeepers had already tidied up the home, and Si Bai took a tour inside, eager to explore Lan Yi's residence, while she paid him no mind. Pulling Lan Xiaobo onto the sofa, she asked, "Didn't you dislike him? Why did you suddenly agree for him to stay? And now you're charging him? Your negotiation skills are impressive." Leaning closer to Lan Yi, Lan Xiaobo whispered, "Mommy, They are numerous and powerful. We cannot contend with them. So, I think maximizing our benefits is the most suitable course of action. This way, we can earn a living allowance, and you won't have to work so hard. Smart. Lan Yi playfully poked Lan Xiaobo's nose. Lan Xiaobo beamed with delight at the praise, while Sibai descended the stairs just in time to witness the scene, feeling a pang of jealousy. "Aye, you've never poked my nose." Lan Yi sighed in resignation, realizing that Sibai was sulking over Lan Xiaobo receiving special treatment. Lan Xiaobo squinted his eyes, looking triumphantly at Sibai. Mommy loves him the most. They were still connected by blood. Sibai approached Lan Yi, insisting, "I don't care. You must poke my nose too." "No," Lan Xiaobo vehemently rejected, declaring, "Mommy can only poke my nose. If you continue to act unreasonable, I will cancel the agreement." Poking his nose was his bottom line. Sibai gazed at Lan Yi with a pitiful expression, as though he had been dealt a grave injustice. Lan Yi felt as though she was raising two sons, and in exasperation, she ruffled Sibai's hair. "Is this acceptable?" Sibai's face greeked in it instantly. "Lan Yi, I knew you still liked me." Lan Xiaobo huffed, but said nothing more. The three of them freshened up and settled on the sofa to watch a video of Aunt Sue stealing. They realized that Aunt Sue had not only stolen two vases, but had also taken the large television from the wall. Originally, it was said that Lan Xiaobo had broken the television, as children can be mischievous, leading to no further thought from the original owner, who simply bought a new one. In addition to these valuable items, she had also pilfered several small objects, even stealing a bouquet of flowers. Once, when she had attempted to lay hands on Lan Xiaobo, he had frightened her into submission by threatening to call the police. Occasionally, when angry, she had merely shoved him aside. Moreover, she would only provide Lan Xiaobo with steamed buns for breakfast and vegetables for dinner. When his son-in-law visited, she would confine Lan Xiaobo to his room. When her grandson came, she bought fresh milk for him while giving Lan Xiaobo expired milk. Fortunately, Lan Xiaobo was clever enough not to drink it. This old hag was truly wicked. How pitiful for Xiaobo. Halfway through the video, Sibai felt a surge of compassion for Lan Xiaobo. "Aye, next time you go filming, send Xiaobo to my house. My grandmother will treat him well, and one tea let anyone bully him. I don't want to go to your house." Lan Xiaobo pouted, "I only want to be with Mommy. Wherever she is, that is where I shall be." Sibai remarked, "Then let's take your mother along as well." Lan Yi dismissed his words as mere nonsense and paid them little heed. Suddenly, Li Changcheng called again, and upon answering, Lan Yi heard her anxiously exclaim, "Sister Lan, you're trending." "Excuse me?" Lan Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. "Your housekeeper claims you withheld her wages and even threatened her, injuring her grandson, who is now hospitalized." "Sister Lan, what on earth is happening?" Li Changcheng was frantic. Having secured her first job as Lan Yi's assistant after graduation, she had found Lan Yi somewhat pretentious and temperamental, yet generous. After over a year of working together, she believed that Lan Yi was not as malicious as the outside world portrayed. If anyone truly cared for the original owner, it was Li Changcheng. Chapter 76. Lan Yi is the troublemaker of the entertainment industry. Lan Yi responded with a hum, surprised at how quickly she had made headlines. Li Changcheng wondered why Lan Yi seemed unconcerned. Shouldn't the priority be to find a way to mitigate the situation? "Sister Lan, what should we do now?" Uncertain if Lan Yi had truly committed such acts, Li Changcheng felt utterly lost regarding how to handle the unfolding events. Given Lan Yi's poor public image and her company's apparent disregard for her, it was understandable that Li Changcheng was anxious. Should Lan Yi be unable to continue acting, it would mean unemployment for her. "Don't panic, stay calm. This is not my first time trending. Which year has passed without a few incidents? I merely didn't expect it to escalate so quickly. I just returned from the island this morning, and here we are again." "Sister Lan, do you have a plan?" Li Shengim Pressa. "If you do, please address this matter. The more it escalates, the worse it is for a celebrity. Severe consequences could lead to a ban." Lan Yiyi, however, remained unfazed. "I do have a plan, but I won't clarify anything tonight. Let it ferment for a night. The bigger it gets, the better. I'll address it tomorrow." Relieved to hear she had a backup plan, Li Changcheng still questioned, "Sister Lan, what advantage is there in this approach?" Lan Yi replied, "Some people even pay to trend. Having someone push me upwards is beneficial. Just focus on your tasks. Don't worry about anything else. You have a break for the next couple of days. I need to be home with my son." Li Changcheng was taken aback. Only Lan Yi could remain so optimistic when facing a smear campaign. Observing Lan Yi's calm demeanor, she sensed there must be evidence backing her. "Sister Lan, get some rest. If the company has any updates, I'll call you." After hanging up, Li Changcheng felt fortunate to work with someone like Lan Yi, who occasionally allowed her time off without docking her pay. Such a conscientious boss was rare. Other assistants envied her. She hoped Lan Yi would navigate through this crisis successfully. "Yi, is someone bullying you?" Sibai had been listening intently to the conversation between Lan Yi and Li Changcheng and surmised that Lan Yi was in trouble. Lan Yi pointed to the video. This housekeeper, who stole, is the one who got me trending. Don't worry about her. Just rest for now. We'll talk tomorrow. However, she found it odd that the mischievous child seemed fine when he left, only to end up in the hospital. Just then, her phone buzzed with a WeChat message from Li Chengsheng containing a 2-minute video. Upon viewing it, she discovered it was from Aunt Sue's family. In the video, Aunt Sue was tearfully recounting how she took her grandson to play with Lan Xiaobo, only to be attacked by Lan Yi upon her return from a program, who then evicted them from the mansion and denied her wages. The young grandson had been unwell after the incident and had fallen unconscious on the way home, now receiving emergency treatment in the hospital. Sibai and Lan Xiaobo leaned in to watch the video together. Sibai declared, "This old hag is spreading lies. I will call right now. In less than 2 minutes, we can have this video taken down." Lan Xiaobo chimed in, "Mommy, I can hack their website." The two boys surprisingly reached a consensus. Lan Yi looked incredulously at Lan Xiaobo. "Are you a little hacker?" "Yes." Lan Xiaobo nodded earnestly. "Mommy, I can infiltrate their system. I've tried before. I don't do anything, just take a look around." Lan Xiaobo enjoyed testing his skills by probing various website firewalls, but he never caused harm. He merely explored. "Son, you are incredible. A prodigy. My pride." Lan Yi exclaimed, planting a kiss on Lan Xiaobo's chubby cheek, which flushed a shade of red from the affection. Lan Xiaobo blushed at the kiss. "Mommy, if you want to attack someone else's website, I'll do it." Sibai, feeling envious of the special treatment Lan Xiaobo received, remarked, "Well, I'm not a hacker. I can pay many hackers. Whoever you want to target. I'll arrange it." Lan Xiaobo suggested. "Then you can pay me instead. That way, we can earn some money at home. And Mommy won't have to work so hard." "Deal." Sibai nodded, though he felt something was amiss. Lan Yi laughed until her stomach hurt, finding Lan Xiaobo's cleverness utterly adorable. Sibai, looking somewhat forlorn, said, "Did you forget something?" Lan Yi raised an eyebrow. Sibai continued, "Earlier, when Xiaobo mentioned hacking someone else's website, you kissed him. I might not do it myself, but I can hire someone to hack a website. And you didn't kiss me." Lan Yi replied seriously, "Indeed. You hire Xiaobo, and then I kissed him. The logic is sound, is it not?" Sibai asked, "Is it really sound?" "Mommy, you should sleep early. We need to get up early tomorrow," Lan Xiaobo interjected, pulling Sibai upstairs, as the guest room was unprepared. He wanted to ensure Sibai didn't sneak off to find Lan Yi at night. After sending off the two mischievous boys, Lan Yi returned to her room. Before sleeping, she opened an app, and the first video that appeared was Aunt Sue's expose, which had garnered millions of likes. Glancing at the comment section, it was filled with vitriol directed at her. Having just returned home for a day, why was she already trending? What was this about? Previously, the public referred to the original owner as Lan Yiyi, and she had felt elated, although aware it was not a compliment. She understood the name was tied to her looks. Now being referred to simply as Lan seemed related to her recent mission on the island. "Ban Lan. This woman is too wicked. She spares no child. I heard she never cares for the child after leaving him with a nanny. She is unfit to be a mother. Lan is the troublemaker of the entertainment industry. I support Lan's exit from the entertainment industry. Lan is a parasite among women. She doesn't spare a child. What psychological trauma will this child endure?" It was bewildering how such a morally corrupt woman had thrived in the entertainment industry. Every time she saw Lan Yi on screen, she felt nauseated and had never watched any of her dramas. After scrolling for a while, Lan Yi decided to stop. The comments were entirely negative, with some even dredging up her past scandals, igniting a wave of resonance. In summary, one sentiment echoed throughout: Lan, get out of the entertainment industry and restore its purity, as if she were some vile entity polluting the realm. Chapter 77. All fall into the pit of money. Lan Yi let out a cold laugh and remarked, "You all wait to blind yourselves tomorrow." After saying this, she silenced her phone and indulged in a delightful slumber. Lying on such a plush bed, she reveled in the comfort she had not experienced for many years. At this moment, Lan Yi remained oblivious to the fact that her account had undergone real name verification on the website, and everyone was aware that the account belonged to Lan. Within a mere 10 minutes of her comment, it was pushed to the forefront by netizens, generating an instant flood of thousands of replies. Lan dares to speak after striking someone else's child without an apology, and now she threatens us? We shall see how she whitewashes herself this time. How could she, a mother herself, be so harsh toward a child? Lan is nothing but a troublemaker in the entertainment industry, a parasite. Is she really that brazen? Let's see her keep talking. If Lan can still stand tall tomorrow without apologizing, I shall respect her as a man. Lan Yi slept soundly until dawn, awakening at 7:30 in the morning. In the adjacent room, Lan Xiaobo and Sibai were locked in a silent standoff, neither willing to concede. Although young, Lan Xiaobo was exceptionally astute and sensed that Sibai had changed, emanating a chilling aura and sporting a piercing gaze, utterly unlike the Sibai of yesterday. Having watched live broadcasts before, he was not surprised by Sibai's capricious nature. After a prolonged stare down, his eyes began to feel strained, and he averted his gaze. climbing off the bed with a mix of hands and feet, grumbling like a little adult. Wait, I'll give you a bank card. Settle the accommodation fee. Accommodation fee? Sibai raised an eyebrow. Lan Xiaobo chirped in a high-pitched voice. Last night you promised $1 million for the night and another $1 million for a meal. Sibai scolded. Indeed, it seems like mother and son have both fallen into the pit of money. Lan Xiaobo took this as a compliment and picked up the tablet at his bedside, saying, let's add each other on WeChat. You could transfer directly to me. Sibai chakold derisively. Realizing that this was the second person in his life to chase after debts, the first being his own mother. He emotionlessly added Lan Xiaobo on WeChat and transferred $20 million, covering a week's stay. Lan Xiaobo's eyes brightened, and his attitude towards Sibai softened slightly. Here, once we pay, it's non-refundable. If you leave before the week is up, we won't give any refunds, and you can't be picky about meals. Whatever we eat, you eat. Sibai cast a dispassionate glance at him. Leave. I need to change. As Lan Xiaobo scampered out of the room, the moment the door shut, he transformed into a little motor and rushed to Lan Yi's room. Mummy, I earned money. Lan Yi bent down to scoop him up. What money did you earn? The groundhog settled the bill. Lan Xiaobo opened WeChat, showing Lan Yi his balance, and upon seeing the 8-digit figure, her eyes sparkled with surprise. Is this for a week's payment? Yes. Lan Xiaobo nodded earnestly. I also told him that we don't offer refunds here. Clever boy. Lan Yi planted a kiss on Lan Xiaobo's cheek, noticing he was still in his bare pajamas, and instructed, go change and freshen up. We're going out for breakfast. With Aunt Sue gone and no one to cook breakfast at home, and given that Lan Yi was not particularly skilled in the kitchen, she decided to take Lan Xiaobo out to eat. Lan Xiaobo nodded and hurried off to the wardrobe. Sibai just finished changing and, while dressing, noticed 2 red marks on his calf. He glanced at Lan Xiaobo's child-sized bed, squinting slightly before making a phone call. Arranged for a large bed to be brought over. 20 minutes later, the 3 gathered downstairs. Lan Yi wore a whimsical dress, touched up her eyebrows, and applied a light gloss to her lips. Upon seeing her, Lan Xiaobo jumped with excitement, exclaiming, Mummy, you look so beautiful. Sibai's gaze lingered on Lan Yi for just a second before he turned away, sneering, flatterer. Lan Xiaobo shot a discontented glance at Sibai, taking Lan Yi's hand as they exited, while Sibai ambled behind them. The trio enjoyed a delightful breakfast at a high-end CF, with both Lan Yi and Lan Xiaobo relishing the meal, while Sibai appeared dissatisfied, occasionally furrowing his brow. After breakfast, Lan Yi checked her phone and noticed an incoming call from Li Chengqing. She promptly answered, and Li's anxious voice came through. Sister Lan, why have you been ignoring my calls? The company is furious and has issued an ultimatum, stating that if you don't handle this matter properly, they'll consider terminating our contract. Thinking Lan Yi had a plan yesterday, Li was shocked to see her leave a message online in the middle of the night, escalating the situation. She had been calling since 6 that morning, growing increasingly frantic. Termination? How much compensation would I need to pay? After a moment of contemplation, Lan Yi queried. Li Chengqing was taken aback. Are you actually considering termination? Could it be that this is the solution you mentioned yesterday? Sister Lan, if it comes to that, you would owe 10 million and your career would be ruined. Oh no, I might lose my job too. Lan Yi Yi, then let us terminate it. I have no intention of acting anymore. Li Chengqing was utterly flabbergasted. Just then, a notification popped up on Lan Yi's phone, prompting her to smile widely. You need not worry. I no longer need to pay any compensation. Huh? Li Chengqing brightened. Has Sister Lan figured out a solution? Just as the thought crossed her mind, Lan Yi continued. The 3-year contract I signed with the company expired the day before yesterday. The company has already clarified that I am no longer their artist, so the troubles I've caused have nothing to do with them, and I do not owe any compensation. Lan Yi had not received any commercial endorsements due to her unfavorable reputation, not because she lacked value, but because she had always aspired to endorse high-end products and look down upon smaller advertisements. Her status was insufficient, and thus she had not secured any deals. Li Chengqing was on the verge of tears. Sister Lan, am I going to be unemployed? Lan Yi chuckled. I never said I would dismiss you. Just wait. Good news is on the way. After hanging up, Lan Yi first contacted her lawyer and the police, then opened her social media to discover her account had exploded with activity. She scoffed but did not rush to clarify, unaware that on her way back, someone had captured her waiting at a traffic light and posted it online. Netizens reacted fervently, asking why she didn't step out to confront them. Chapter 78. Preventing the little meatball from clinging to E at night. Lan Yi surged to the top of various trending topics online. Numerous celebrities took to Weibo to voice their support for Aunt Sue's family, including Fu Chun and Chu Nanqing, while she also joined in, sharing a video and commenting that some celebrities were unworthy of their status. Many netizens praised Shi for her compassion. Upon returning home, Lan Yi delightedly scrolled through the comments on Weibo, relishing the insults directed at her, thinking, let them scold away. Soon, we shall see how they react. Director Li, observing the video of the contract expiration between Chinyu Company and Lan Yi, furrowed his brow deeply. With the second season of the Deserted Island project yet to commence, Lan Yi had effectively sabotaged her own career. Where could he possibly find another dark-skinned star capable of attracting traffic? He tried calling Lan Yi several times, but each attempt went unanswered. By noon, rumors began circulating online that Lan Yi had been taken away by the police, and she watched with the amusement of a spectator as keyboard warriors unleashed their tirades. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she began to prepare for her counterattack. First, she called the police to report the situation and provided video evidence, then contacted a lawyer to initiate a lawsuit against the Su family. Once ready, she directly uploaded the videos of Aunt Su stealing and returning home last night to Weibo. In just 10 minutes, the views surpassed 10 million. The video was shared across major platforms and quickly made it to the trending list. Viewers who watched the video were left astounded, and keyboard warriors were ready to unleash their fury. What a twist. No wonder Lan had the nerve to speak in the comment section. She had warned you during the survival show to refrain from hastily criticizing her. There might just be a reversal, but you didn't listen. I'm embarrassed for you all. This wicked old hag is too much. I want to confront her. Where do they even reside? Did that brat injure himself to play the victim? This isn't a nanny. She is a thief. I'm already furious just watching this from the screen. Call the police. She has stolen so much. She deserves a lengthy sentence. Make her return everything she has taken. Lana's son is so pitiable. No matter how tough things get, I would never entrust my child to someone else's care. Thankfully, Lana's home had surveillance. Otherwise, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clear her name. In no time, public opinion swayed heavily. Soon, netizens noticed that several celebrities who had previously supported the Su family deleted their related posts and apologized, acknowledging they should not have jumped to conclusions without understanding the situation. Particularly, she posted a photo of herself with red eyes, accompanied by an apology to Lan Yiyi. Don't cry, she. You are the best. Recognizing your mistakes is what matters. You're not the only one who misunderstood Lan. Lan Yiyi, observing the stark contrast in treatment from netizens, was left speechless. She then unleashed a powerful move by releasing an unedited recording of a phone call. I will never marry anyone with the surname Su again. This family is terrifying and disgusting. What a perfect slogan for justice. Well done, Lan. I've decided I will henceforth be your devoted anti-fan. This phrase quickly became a viral catchphrase online. Public sentiment drastically shifted. Lan Yi spent the day lounging on the couch with her son, reading through the comment section, occasionally amused by some humorous remarks. Due to the significant impact of the incident, in the afternoon, the police in charge of the investigation made an official statement. The charges of theft against the nanny, Su, were confirmed. Subsequently, Lan Yi's lawyer took over the case. It was revealed that the Su family's grandson was injured by his own clumsiness while eating, which had nothing to do with Lan Yi. Upon hearing this news, everyone rallied in support of Lan Yi. The Su family then released an apology video, lamenting that they had genuinely cared for Lan Xiaobo over the years and that the theft was merely a moment of confusion. Crocodile tears. The true face of the extortionist is far from this. Bad people grow old. Lan is on the verge of endorsing major skincare brands. If she endorses them, I will only use those products. Lan's skin is truly beautiful, and she is stunning in person. She came to our breakfast shop today, and I serve her meal. Besides Lan Xiaobo, there was also a man accompanying her, but I cannot disclose more. The narrative took an unexpected turn, as people began to focus on Lan Yi's romantic life, speculating about the identity of the man she dined with. Some claimed the couple was well-matched, while others believed Lan Yi, as a single mother, was not worthy of Sibai, igniting heated discussions online. Lan Yi set her phone down, stretched, and mused. Being wealthy is wonderful. I hired a lawyer, and I don't have to deal with the aftermath myself. How convenient. Lan Xiaobo linit tawat Lan Yi. Proudly announcing, Mommy, I have 20 million here, and once it's transferred to my card, you can buy whatever you want. The card linked to Lan Xiaobo's social account belonged entirely to Lan Yi, allowing her to spend freely once the money was withdrawn. What a good son. Lan Yi planted a kiss on Lan Xiaobo's cheek. Meanwhile, Sibai watched Lan Yi with eager eyes, resembling a pet waiting for its owner's attention. When would Yi show him such affection? Lan Yi disregarded Sibai se hopeful gaze, turning her head away from him. Suddenly, a ringing sound came from outside. Lan Xiaobo dashed to the door and saw the figure displayed on the screen. He turned to Lan Yi and exclaimed, Mommy, it's those men in black from yesterday. He brought a huge bed. A bed? Lan Yi turned to Sibai. Did you send for them? Sibai, looking somewhat pitiful, tugged at his pants. Xiaobo's bed is too small. Look at my calves. Lan Yi's lips twitched. She had forgotten about that. A tall person sleeping on a child's bed was indeed a bit uncomfortable. Since the bed was free, why not accept it? When it comes time to sell the house, she could sell the bed as well. It might fetch a good price. A bed for a wealthy young master surely wouldn't be cheap. Having devised a clever plan, Lan Yi gently ruffled Bai's hair. It's my oversight. Let us have them move in. Lan Xiaobo, seeing Lan Yi ruffle Bai's hair, felt a pang of jealousy as he opened the door. Sir. The male bodyguards began to move the bed inside. Bai directed them to place the bed in the children's room on the second floor. Lan Yi pondered for a moment. Wouldn't it be too cramped for you two to share a room? Perhaps you should sleep separately? Lan Xiaobo and Bai replied in unison. Lan Xiaobo, we can't be separated. He needs to keep an eye on this groundhog to prevent it from sneaking into Mommy's room at night. Bai, we can't be separated. I need to watch this little meatball to prevent it from clinging to Yi at night, and I also need to cultivate a bond with the little meatball. Lan Yi looked at the two in confusion. Usually at odds with each other, they suddenly found common ground, since they were unwilling to part. Lan Yi didn't press the matter further and instructed the bodyguards to replace Lan Xiaobo's bed with a larger one. Lan Xiaobo raced upstairs and drew a line down the center of the bed, determined not to sleep too close to the groundhog. In Chapter 79, a request was made to invite Miss Lan to speak briefly. The three of them settled into separate rooms for a comfortable sleep. Upon waking in the morning, Bai gazed at the little meatball in his arms, his attractive brows furrowed. Before sleeping, Lan Xiaobo had drawn a line down the middle of the bed, ensuring they each had their own space. But to his surprise, he awoke to find a little meatball curled up in his embrace, a posture betraying a lack of security. Strangely, he, who typically had a light sleep, hadn't noticed and had held the little meatball until dawn. After watching the little meatball for a while, Bai felt an unfamiliar and strange sensation welling up in his chest. Suddenly, Lan Xiaobo's brows twitched, and Bai's amber eyes glimmered, his voice dropping several degrees. You have 1 minute to crawl out. Lan Xiaobo, groggy, opened his eyes to see the handsome face above him, his eyes widening like a potato as he quickly rolled to the other side of the bed. Why did you pull me over to sleep with you? Bai chuckled. Are you sure it was me who pulled you over? Lan Xiaobo blinked nervously, nonchalantly sliding off the bed, slipping on his little shoes, and solemnly walking out while muttering. When did I develop a sleepwalking problem? After Lan Yi woke up and freshened up, she first went to Lan Xiaobo's room, only to find it empty. She went downstairs and heard noises coming from the kitchen. As she approached, she saw Lan Xiaobo bringing her a glass of fresh milk. Mommy, you're awake. Come drink some milk. Lan Yi took the cup and sipped, asking, Where is Bai? Lan Xiaobo pouted. He left the moment he woke up. Boo-hoo, I'm so sad. Mommy's first question was about that groundhog. He left? That made sense. This fellow was usually aloof when he wasn't acting up, so he naturally wouldn't linger here. Lan took another sip of milk. But her peripheral vision caught sight of a woman in her 30s emerging from the kitchen. Almost choking, she quickly swallowed the fresh milk and inquired, Who are you? Why is there suddenly another living person in the house? Xiaobo chirped, Mommy, she is Aunt Zhu, hired by the groundhog to take care of our meals. Lan blinked in surprise. I even brought along a chef? Aunt Hu placed the breakfast on the dining table, revealing a polite yet not particularly flattering smile. Miss Ln, good morning. I am here at Mr. S's request to attend to your daily needs. Please let me know if the breakfast suits your taste, or if you have any suggestions. I will prepare according to your preferences in the future. Lnyy. Mommy, come here for a moment. Xiaobo pulled Lnyy aside and whispered, Mommy, I've observed her closely, and Aunt Zhu is quite professional. If we were to hire her regularly, it would certainly cost no less than $50,000 a month. And now, we don't have to pay a penny. Xiaobo recalled Bai's words from earlier that morning. Are you two planning to dine at every restaurant in Kyoto without hiring a nutritionist? After pondering, Xiaobo realized that dining out every day was indeed impractical, especially since Aunt Zhu didn't require them to spend money. At any rate, he should. Giving his nose a playful scratch, smart choice, let us keep her. Mommy, let us hurry and have breakfast. Xiaobo cheerfully pulled Lnyy to the dining table. Aunt Zhu's culinary skills were commendable. Not only was the food delicious, but it was also visually appealing, with the buns crafted like exquisite pieces of art. After finishing their meal, Lnyy intended to take Xiaobo to school, but upon stepping outside, they were intercepted by a row of individuals clad in black suits, those whom Lnyy recognized as the ones who had escorted Bai that day. Mommy. Xiaobo grasped Lnyy's hand tightly, feeling somewhat anxious. After all, he was merely a few years old. Lnyy patted his head, reassuring him, Don't be afraid. Yes, no need to fear. We are not bad people, said the first female bodyguard, her expression cool, adding, Though we're not exactly good either. Intended as comfort for Xiaobo, her words only heightened his vigilance. Mommy, Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Lan Yi Yi was speechless, as she had just intended to protect Lan Yi Yi. She turned to the female bodyguard. What is your purpose? The bodyguard replied, our matriarch wishes to speak with Miss Lan. Your matriarch? Lan Yi raised an eyebrow. The matriarch is the young master's grandmother. Understanding somewhat. Lan Yi nodded and then crouched down to Lan Yi Yi. You wait at home for me. I will come back to take you to school. Noticing the concern in his eyes, she smiled gently. Don't worry. They just want to chat with me. Someone as inconspicuous as I am cannot offend such a prominent figure. Lan Yi, sensing the overwhelming numbers on the other side, guessed that this was a matter he could not avoid. To alleviate Lan Yi's worries, he nodded, Mommy, keep your phone with you at all times and send me the address when you arrive. If I can't reach you for over an hour, I will call the police to rescue you. In recent days, Lan Yi had come to understand that Lan Yi possessed extraordinary intelligence and reasoning abilities that surpassed those of ordinary children. She smiled and nodded, all right? You go inside now. After watching Lan Yi enter the house, she then took a seat in S's car, heading to the S family's old residence. Madame S was seated on the living room sofa, while several individuals in suits stood around, slightly older than those who had come to fetch her. Likely around 40 years of age, Lan Yi approached Madame S, standing confidently before her. You called for me? Madame S gazed at Lan Yi with a serious expression. Do you know who I am? Idol. Lan Y nodded. Her demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. If I did not recognize you, I would hardly be believed as a Chinese person. Are you not surprised? Madame S squinted slightly, her features bearing some resemblance to SBI. I have my suspicions, Lan Yi replied. There are not many wealthy families with the surname S in Kyoto. And while I was uncertain of the exact relationship between SBI and you, I understood when I arrived at your doorstep. Madame S chuckled. You indeed recognize my dear grandson's status. You intentionally showcased your uniqueness on the island to attract his attention, didn't you? Many aristocratic families yearn to align themselves with the S family. Yet both SBI and Madame S shared a common disposition, disliking those who sought to ingratiate themselves. Furthermore, she particularly abhorred women like Lan Yi, who presumed themselves clever and scheming. It seemed this elderly lady was delusional. Lan Yi replied calmly. You misunderstand. I simply wish to earn a living for my son. I harbor no other intentions. After a brief pause, she added, to put it succinctly for me, 1 million and your grandson are incomparable. I find 1 million far more appealing. Are you saying my grandson is inferior to 1 million? Madame S's expression darkened instantly. You, a mere third or fourth tier actress, dare to disdain my grandson? Lan Yi was left speechless. Did this elderly lady truly expect others to acknowledge her grandson as superior to wealth? Confronted with such a vast disparity in power, Lan Yi decided to acquiesce. You have misunderstood. I do not disdain him. I merely feel unworthy. Besides, I am quite vulgar and greedy, easily swayed by money. The bodyguards of the S family exchanged glances, having encountered all sorts of sycophants seeking to curry favor with Madame S. Yet, they had never witnessed anyone self-deprecatingly admit to being materialistic. Lan Yi was a first. Upon hearing this, Madame S's expression softened slightly. She huffed. Understand this. My grandson is not someone of your standing can match. You should recognize your own place and not harbor inappropriate thoughts. Lan Yi rolled her eyes inwardly. Given the current circumstances, it was actually your grandson who harbored thoughts towards me. Wasn't he it? Clearing her throat, she feigned innocence. Your grandson has been staying at my place recently. Should I send him away? She had no intention of returning the 2 million. No need. Madame S replied with an air of superiority. My grandson has been somewhat unwell. He will return when he recovers. Just remember your place and do not entertain any improper thoughts. Lan Yi remarked. So you summoned me here merely to issue a warning? I swear, I have no improper intentions toward your grandson. I am a single mother, unworthy of marrying into the S family. Madame S appeared satisfied with Lan Yi's words. Recognizing your position is good. Take good care of my grandson during this time, and the payment due to you will not be lessened by a single cent. If Lan Yi had an unblemished background, free of illegitimacy, Madame S might begrudgingly accept her. However, given that her biological mother was a mistress and that she herself was an unmarried mother, such a status was unworthy of being with her grandson. For the time being, since her grandson was unwell, it was best to let things be. Meanwhile, Lan Yi was fervently messaging SBI, Groundhog. Your grandmother has taken my mommy away. What is going on? I tell you, if my mommy suffers any grievances, I will throw all your things outside tonight. And even if you offer 10 billion, don't think you can stay here. SB, I raised an eyebrow upon receiving the WeChat message and dismissed the threat from a child under 5 as a mere joke. As for his grandmother seeking Lnyy, he was not surprised. It was consistent with her usual behavior. After Madame S. had given Lnyy her lecture, she arranged for someone to take her back. Upon seeing Lny, the first thing Lncob did was to examine her closely, only relaxing once he confirmed she was unharmed. Mommy, did Lady C bully you? No. Lan Yi chuckled as she tousled his hair, embracing him as they ventured into the living room, unable to resist the allure of his chubby little face. She planted a kiss on him. Mommy. Lan Xiaobo joyfully wrapped his arms around her neck. As they shared this tender moment, Sibai unexpectedly returned. Under the gaze of both the mother and son, he presented Lan Yi with a card. What is this? Lan Yi asked, puzzled as she accepted it. Could it be a black card like those in domineering CEO novels? Was such good fortune finally bestowed upon her? An enrollment card, Sibai replied coolly. An enrollment card for kindergarten? Lan Yi's dreams of sudden wealth crumbled as realization dawned. You found a kindergarten for Xiaobo? Elementary school. Sibai stated matter-of-factly as he settled onto the sofa, his tone devoid of warmth. But Xiaobo isn't even 5 yet. He isn't old enough to start first grade. Is he? She glanced at the card, and the name emblazoned upon it revealed it to be the most prestigious school in Kyoto. In stark contrast to Lan Yi's astonishment, Lan Xiaobo displayed sheer delight. Mommy, the things they teach in kindergarten are too simplistic. I should be in elementary school. Lan Yiyi Muset. These two seem to be in agreement. However, she pondered, was it really fair for someone of Xiaobo's intelligence to continue wasting time in kindergarten? But wouldn't advancing a grade require an assessment? Surely such a leap would necessitate some form of testing? Sibai scolded. A child not yet 5 years old has become a little hacker, and you think he needs to be tested? If this news were to spread, how many schools would be clamoring to enroll Lan Xiaobo? Even so, shouldn't we at least wait for the new school year to begin? Is Xiaobo really just transferring in? All right, Lan Yi conceded, feeling the undeniable allure of wealth once more. Congratulations, Xiaobo, on becoming an elementary student. Let's go out for a grand meal to celebrate. Hooray! Lan Xiaobo gleefully dashed upstairs, exclaiming he would change into a fresh outfit. Before long, he descended in a playful kindergarten graduate outfit, prompting a chuckle from Lan Yi as she took his hand to head outside. Sibai, with a dismissive snort, followed suit. The trio dined at an upscale Chinese restaurant, with Lan Yi and Lan Xiaobo behaving like a whirlwind of appetite, hardly pausing for breath. Even Sibai, who typically wrinkled his brow in disdain of the food, found himself swayed to partake. Dining with the affluent naturally meant the bill would be settled by them, and Lan Yi mentally counted her savings, feeling she had profited yet again. Upon returning home, Lan Yi stretched and intended to take a nap, only to be jolted awake by a sudden thought. Why was Sibai being so kind to Lan Xiaobo? It defied logic. Could it be that he was captivated by her beauty and wished to play the role of a father? Such a notion was not entirely implausible. Indeed, few could resist the allure of a beautiful exterior. Lost in her thoughts, she soon succumbed to slumber, only to be awakened by the ringing of her phone. Groggily, she answered, only to be met with a stern voice laced with disdain. Come to Jinyuan tonight. Instantly alert, Lan Yi felt the drowsiness vanish. She could almost visualize the expression of the person on the other end. Checking the screen, she noted the unfamiliar number with no save contact. Who are you? And where is Jinyuan? Can't you recognize my voice? The voice of Fu Haitian was tinged with barely contained anger. It seemed that just hearing Lan Yi's name ignited his fury. Dad, please don't get angry. Let me speak to my little sister. Fu Yao gently attempted to pacify Fu Haitian before taking the phone. Yi, today is my mommy's birthday, and we would like to invite you to dinner tonight. In truth, the moment Fu Haitian spoke again, Lan Yi retrieved memories of him from the original owner's recollections. The original owner harbored a deep-seated aversion to Fu Haitian, her biological father, who was also the person she wished to forget the most. The original owner's mother, Lan Shui, hailed from a moderately well-off family. While not exceptionally wealthy, they ran a small business, earning a couple of million annually. To some affluent individuals, this was trivial, but it had certainly provided a better standard of living than many others. It was, at the very least, superior to Fu Haitian's circumstances, who had to rely on student loans to attend school. After meeting Lan Shui, all expenses became her responsibility, and before graduating, she became pregnant and took a break from her studies. After graduating, Fu Haitian took over the Lan family's business, while Lan Shui became a housewife. She wished to return to school to complete her education, but was met with ridicule from Fu Haitian, who claimed, ultimately, you will be at home raising children. What use is further education if you aren't earning money? The love-struck Lan Shui acquiesced for the first time. Later, Fu Haitian somehow met his current wife, Lin Rue, who was completely taken in by his handsome appearance. Even upon learning that Fu Haitian was married, she brazenly pursued him. Since Fu Haitian had never formalized his marriage with Lan Shui, the two conspired to transfer assets and deplete the Lan family's wealth. When Lan Shui sought an explanation. She suffered a tragic accident due to emotional turmoil and could not be saved. The Lan family, having lost their only daughter, was engulfed in grief. And both parents passed away when the original owner was around 7 or 8 years old. It was then that Fu Haitian reluctantly hired a nanny to care for the original owner. Ironically, Lan Shui, who had been the first to arrive on the scene, ended up being labeled a mistress, while the original owner became known as an illegitimate child. The most infuriating aspect was that the villains faced no consequences. Fu Haitian and his wife enjoyed a harmonious relationship, and their business flourished. Of course, a dog would always revert to its nature, and Fu Haitian would indulge, albeit discreetly. Are you listening to me? Fu Yao gently prodded, sensing Lan Yi's silence. Snapped back to reality, Lan Yi smirked coldly. I have no time. In a few days, it will be my mommy's memorial. I'm busy preparing for that. Initially, she thought caring for the original owner's son would suffice. But it now appeared she might also need to avenge her. Lan Yi, are you intentionally saying such morbid things to provoke me? Fu Yao's voice carried an edge of annoyance. Far from being angered, Lan Yi retorted, you only think about celebrating your current wife's birthday. Have you given a thought to bringing flowers to your ex-wife's grave? Her unassuming tone stirred a tempest of emotions within Fu Haitian. You must come to Jinyuan tonight. I want to be coming. I have no time. I need to honor my mother. Lan Yi firmly declined, hanging up the phone before Fu Haitian could erupt again. It had been years since he last contacted her, and now, out of the blue, it was likely due to her recent surge in notoriety. Prior to her participation in the Deserted Island program, she had heard that Fu Yao had won the championship in a singing competition. This invitation was likely an attempt to capitalize on her newfound fame. Of course, should he succeed in leveraging her reputation, it would publicly reveal their relationship. In that case, he would have to choose between his 2 daughters, and it would be painfully obvious who would be cast aside. In essence, he sought to use her as a stepping stone, forcing her to bear the stigma of being an illegitimate child. Such a notion was utterly ridiculous. Jinyuan. Fu Haitian's face turned ashen with rage as he hurled his phone against the wall, shattering the screen. Dad, please calm down. Fu Yao rushed forward to console him. Lin Rui was also busy soothing Fu Haitian by gently rubbing his chest, remarking on how, despite his age, he still harbored such fiery temper. Fu Otian, with a darkened expression, lamented this ungrateful daughter. I should never have brought her to Jingdu. Both Lan Shui and Fu Haitian were city dwellers, and prior to the age of 8, Lan Yi had also grown up in the city. It was only after Lan Yi's grandmother called him in her final moments that he reluctantly brought her back. Ignoring Lan Yi could potentially harm his career if the matter were to be exposed, especially since Hungfei Group was thriving and he could not afford to take the risk. Moreover, Lan Yi was indeed his daughter. After he had Fu Yao, due to exhaustion and numerous obligations, his health declined, making it impossible for him to have more children. Thus, he could only have 2 daughters, which led him to bring Lan Yi back. He never expected her to become such a burden. What good was it to speak of this now? Lin Rui chided. If I hadn't stopped you back then, you would have brought her home to raise. If I hadn't insisted on my views, we wouldn't know what she would be like now. Fu Haitian's expression grew even darker. She had not yet made it big, yet she disregarded him as a father. He could only imagine how she would behave if she achieved any success. Fu Yao spoke softly. Dad, perhaps sister misunderstands why you didn't bring her back at that time. How about this? In a few days, I'll invite her out to talk about the past. After all, our family was somewhat at fault, although we haven't mistreated her over the years. It's better to clear the air if she harbors resentment. Seeing Fu Yao's understanding demeanor, Fu Haitian's expression softened somewhat. She is 2 years older than you, and yet she acts so ungratefully. Lin Rui caressed Fu Yao's hair, saying, if it weren't for Yao wanting to acknowledge her roots, I wouldn't have agreed to let her come back. This girl is no good. Do not ever say again that it was I who didn't let her return. Fu Haitian took a deep breath and remained silent, clearly still agitated. Lin Rui suddenly remembered something and asked, Yao, didn't you say Director Li wanted to cast you in Island 2? Has that been settled? Not yet, Fu Yao replied, glancing at Fu Haitian. She continued softly, Director Li mentioned that the slots have already been decided, and there are only 2 candidates, myself and Sister. However, since Sister is currently entangled in a lawsuit and has terminated her contract with Qianyu, I might have a slight advantage. But upon reflection, if I participate, Sister will undoubtedly think I am taking her spot, and that would likely increase her resentment towards us. Thus, I believe I should withdraw. Child, why are you being foolish? Lin Rui exclaimed anxiously. You are just starting out and in the spotlight. The island program is quite popular right now. If you join, the national audience will recognize you, paving the way for a bright future. How can you simply give up? Upon hearing that Island was interested in Fu Yao, Fu Haitian's eyes lit up. The program had indeed been trending and receiving remarkable viewership lately. His business had been on a decline for years. So he had shifted some assets to create a new skincare brand, especially since there was a strong public demand for Lan Yi to endorse products. He had invited her back for dinner with the intention of having her endorse the company as products, hoping she could also contribute some funds for the company as cash flow. Yet, he never anticipated that Lan Yi would turn out to be such a disappointment. If Fu Yao were to achieve fame, there would be no need for Lan Yi at all. After all, Lan Yi had been merely a dark star in the entertainment industry and might be shelved at any moment. It was far more suitable for Fu Yao to be the spokesperson, which would also save costs, as the company would eventually be handed over to Fu Yao. It must be said that Fu Haitian indeed had a clever plan. After weighing the pros and cons, Fu Haitian began to persuade Yao Yao, "You should not forego such a wonderful opportunity for EE. The island program is truly remarkable, and this is a great chance for you. You must participate." However, Fu Yao hesitated, "But what about sister?" Fu Haitian scoffed, "I will consider her as if she is not my daughter. From now on, everything under my name will belong to you and has nothing to do with her." Lin Rue sarcastically remarked, "Unless you draft a will soon, otherwise, when we both grow old and pass away, she will surely fight for her share of the inheritance." Fu Haitian's expression darkened. He was only in his 40s, and discussing wills felt ominous to him. Noting the change in his demeanor, Fu Yao sighed, "Mom, why do you always say such unpleasant things? You clearly care for Dad the most, yet you deliberately provoke him. Dad is still young and healthy. Why speak of such matters? Even if that day were to come, EE is still Dad's daughter. I would not object to her receiving these assets." Hearing his daughter's sensible words, Fu Haitian's expression softened. "Yao Yao, do not speak such foolishness. You are my daughter, Fu Haitian's daughter. My wealth will eventually be yours. Lan Yi is utterly unworthy. Tomorrow, I will consult a lawyer to handle the relevant matters. I am not young anymore, and the company's assets must sooner or later be transferred to your name." "Dad," Fu Yao exclaimed, her face a mix of surprise and gratitude. "Your father cherishes you most," Lin Rue said, now pleased that the assets would be transferred to Fu Yao's name, alleviating her worries about Lan Yi returning to claim the inheritance. Lin Rue's concern stemmed partly from the fact that when the business expanded, some of the capital belonged to the Lan family. If Lan Yi could produce evidence, she could at least claim half of the company's shares. These belonged to her daughter. How could she let Lan Yi take them? Meanwhile, Lan Yi had just hung up the phone with Fu Haitian when she received a call from Director Li. He cheerfully inquired whether she had any interest in participating in Island 2. Lan Yi Yi declined. "No." Director Li was puzzled. "Are you fully booked recently?" Lan Yi was currently a trending star and was indeed well known. Although she lacked any representative works, she was still a small celebrity of the third or fourth tier. However, her popularity rivaled that of any major star, making it reasonable for her to receive continuous offers. "No." Lan Yi replied candidly. "I have terminated my contract with Qianyu and have not signed with a new company yet." Furthermore, she did not plan to sign with anyone. Once she resolved the issues with Sang Jin and sold her house, she intended to leave Jingdu with Lan Xiaobo. Hearing that her schedule was not full, Director Li immediately relaxed. Island 2 will premiere in a month. The filming location will not be on the island, but possibly in a forest. Your performance in the first episode was commendable, and I sincerely hope you can participate. EE. I hope you can give it some serious thought during this time. Even if it's the day before we start filming, as long as you're willing, there will be a spot for you. Understood. With Director Li making such an appeal, Lan Yi recognized the importance of being flexible in negotiations. After hanging up, she thought she could finally take a break, only to find that Li Chengcheng had sent her a WeChat message. "Sister Lan, several companies reached out to me just now, wanting to sign you. My phone has been ringing off the hook, and Qianyu also wants to renew the contract." Lan Yi let out a cold smile. Qianyu was quick to clarify matters when issues arose, yet now they sought to sign her again. "By the way, I heard Fu Yao is also planning to sign with Qianyu." After some thought, she quickly typed out a few words, directly rejecting Qianyu and leaving the rest pending. Currently, her house had not been sold, and the matters with Sang Jin and the Su family were still tied up in lawsuits. Although she only needed to submit evidence without appearing in court, she did not plan to sever her backup options until everything was settled. "All right, Sister Lan." Assuming Lan Yi was merely contemplating which company to sign with, Li Chengcheng thought nothing more of it. Lnyy stretched languidly, feeling a twinge of hunger, and decided to descend the stairs in search of a meal. To her surprise, upon opening the door, she was greeted by two individuals standing at the threshold, both of whom beamed at her. Blanked. Instinctively picking up Ln and inquired, "What brings you here?" The door. "I stood at the entrance, ensuring that the groundhog would not disturb your slumber." "I stood at the entrance, making certain that the little meatball would not disrupt your sleep." The two spoke in unison, then turned away with a huff. Lan Yi chuckled softly, cradling Lan Xiaobo as she descended the stairs, while the overlooked Si Bai followed behind, feeling aggrieved. E. There is something I forgot to mention to you this morning. What is it? Sibai. I have engaged the finest attorney to address the property matters between you and Sang Jin. It will be resolved within a week at most. Currently, he is in the process of coordinating with your lawyer. All you need to do is provide your lawyer with all the necessary evidence. Lan Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you, Sibai replied. Is that all? Lan Xiaobo snorted, thinking that the groundhog believed it could win his mother's favor with such antics. Mother, there is no need for such complications. If I merely infiltrate their system and remove Sang Jin's name, the house will belong solely to us. Upon finishing her statement, she leaned against Lan Yi's shoulder and cast a provocative glance at the following Sibai. Lan Yi gently ruffled Lan Xiaobo's hair and replied, "This is not permissible. We must pursue legal procedures. Although your abilities are formidable, we cannot recklessly breach other systems. Although L.N.Sh.O.B. is intelligent, he is still merely a child. L.N.Y.Y. guides him toward the right path. Good mommy." L.N.Sh.O.B. nods. Just as SBI was about to mention hiring a hacker, he hastily swallowed his words. Lan Xiaobo has certainly flattered to the point of reaching the horse's tail, hasn't he? Anjo has just returned from the vegetable market, having purchased an abundance of ingredients for dinner. The three of them opened the refrigerator to enjoy some fruits and milk before gathering on the sofa to watch television. Tomorrow, you shall embark on your journey as a first-grade student, so be sure to retire early after dinner. Excessive consumption of sweets can lead to dental decay. A little milk can supplement calcium. From time to time, L.N.Y.Y. engages in gentle, melodious conversation with L.N.Sh.O.B. While SBI feels a pang of bitterness rising within him, he remains silent, hoping L.N.Y.Y. will notice his unusual demeanor. However, he soon realizes that L.N.Y.Y. has completely overlooked him. SBI feels quite discontented, gazing longingly at L.N.Y.Y. And even L.N.Sh.O.B., standing nearby, can no longer bear to witness this, placing an uneaten piece of candy in SBI's palm. SBI, feeling sour, retorts, "I won't eat it, it will cause cavities." L.N.Y.Y., who is sipping milk, nearly spews it out. Looking at SBI with a bewildered expression, "You're already an old bone. What cavities could you possibly have?" Sibai felt more grieved. I'm not old. I'm merely 3 years your senior. Could it be that believes he is older? Which is why he pays more attention to Lan Xiaobo while neglecting him. Lan Yi wore a look of exasperation and replied, "Very well, you're not old. Taking care of 2 children, one big and one small, is indeed exhausting. I hope the matters at hand are resolved swiftly. Once she has dealt with the matter, she can elope with Lan Xiaobo. Chapter 83. Is this the illegitimate child you bore? With the assistance of the lawyer engaged by SBI, the verdict on S.Ng.J.N.'s case was rendered within a mere week, resulting in the property being solely transferred to L.N.Y.Y. Concurrently, the allegations made by S.Ng.J.N. against the S family were substantiated, leading to a fervent online uproar condemning S.Ng.J.N. and expressing sympathy for S.Y. Observing the keyboard warriors on the internet, L.N.Y.Y. found their hypocrisy utterly laughable, as they were the same individuals who had once propelled her family toward a path of despair. On this particular weekend, coinciding with the commemorative day for L.N.Su, L.N.Y.Y. awoke early, donning a somber black dress. L.N.Sh.O.B., aware of his grandmother's memorial, also adorned himself in a petite black suit, accompanying L.N.Y.Y. downstairs with a serious demeanor. This marked L.N.Y.Y.'s inaugural visit to honor her grandmother with L.N.Sh.O.B., who appeared quite anxious. SB, I had mysteriously disappeared early that morning, a pattern he had maintained over the past few days. He would leave with a stern expression in the morning and return at noon bearing an array of delicacies, lamenting his longing for L.N.Y.Y., to which she had grown accustomed. Having resided there for a week, they needed to extend their stay for another week. SBI, fearing that L.N.Sh.O.B. might protest, had been exceedingly kind to him, refraining from calling him Little Meatball and addressing him instead as She-O.B. classmate. L.N.Sh.O.B., feeling rather self-important during these days, had taken on a haughty demeanor, asserting his dominance before SBI. On this early autumn morning, the chill in the air was palpable, accompanied by a gentle drizzle. L.N.Y.Y. opened her umbrella and ushered L.N.Sh.O.B. into the car, first stopping by the flower shop to collect the previously ordered white chrysanthemums before heading directly to the cemetery. Perhaps by mere coincidence, the memorial days for L.N.Su and S. New Jersey Ing, the couple, fell on the same date. Unlike L.N.Su, who had passed away in the city, L.N.Y.Y. had brought her ashes back for burial here, with their graves situated merely a few meters apart. Upon visiting the grave of S. New Jersey Ing and his wife, L.N.Y.Y. was taken aback to discover a fresh bouquet of flowers placed at the gravestone. Identical to the one she held, white chrysanthemums, Who could it be that remembered her parents' Memorial Day? Lan Yi pondered for a while and surmised that the recent events surrounding Sangjin had garnered considerable attention, prompting former students of Su Anjing to visit him. Gazing at the photographs of Su Anjing and his spouse on the gravestone, she felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. It was the investigating officers who had laid Su Anjing to rest, and they appeared to harbor a degree of sympathy for her prior to her imprisonment. They had brought her to the cemetery for a brief visit. "Mama, are these two my maternal grandparents?" Lan Xiaobo had never met his grandparents. At that moment, upon seeing Lan Yi with reddened eyes, he mistakenly assumed that these two were his grandfather and grandmother. However, shouldn't a grandmother bear the surname Lan? No. Lan Yi composed herself, taking Lan Xiaobo by the hand as they walked to the other side. They were remarkable individuals, having been university professors in their lifetime. "Xiaobo, when you grow up and come to pay your respects to your grandmother, would you kindly bring along a bouquet of white chrysanthemums for them as well?" As Lan Xiaobi turned to glance at the gravestone, he nodded solemnly. The two swiftly arrived at Lan Su's grave. Lan Su was remarkably beautiful, and Lan Yi's eyes bore a resemblance to hers. From her countenance, she appeared to be a gentle and serene woman. Had she not encountered the scoundrel Fhishin, her life would surely have been smooth and prosperous. "Lan Yi Sophie remarqued, Onzobe, this is your grandmother." Lan Xiaobi bowed, and with a childlike voice, called out Grandma. He then raised his gaze to Lan Yi and said, "Mummy, Grandma is so beautiful." "Indeed," Lan Yi affirmed with a nod. Lan Xiaobi, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Why is Grandpa's grave not here?" Lan Yi, "That scoundrel is unworthy of being here." Lan Xiaobi, "He seems to be privy to some secret." Lan Yi gazed at the gravestone of Lan Su and silently murmured, "I am uncertain how I came to inhabit your daughter's body. However, since it has come to this, I shall ensure that I take good care of Xiaobi." Having said this, she bowed deeply and, upon turning, was confronted by a man and two women approaching her direction. The original owner harbored such intense animosity toward Fhishin that she recognized him from afar, a surge of fury rising within her, nearly pushing Lan Yi to the brink of eruption. How shameless it was for him to bring his mistress to Lan Su's grave, truly a display of audacity beyond measure. "Sister," Fyo called out warmly. To the unknowing observer, it might seem as though the two were genuinely close sisters. Lan Yi scoffed, "My mother bore only me. I have no sister." Fhishin's countenance, already somber, was instantly shrouded in a veil of gloom upon hearing her words. "Lan Yi, do you even comprehend the concept of manners? Have you been educated at all?" "Lan Yi, my mother passed away shortly after giving birth to me, and without a father to raise me, what kind of upbringing could I have possibly received?" "You," Fu Hai wore a grim expression, raising her hand to strike Lan Yi, only to be intercepted by Fu Yao. "Father, please calm down." She turned around anxiously to persuade Lan Yi. "YY, quickly apologize to your father." Lan Yi wore a mocking expression, while Lan Xiaobi stood protectively in front of her, resembling a puffed-up chick. Ru chuckled, "Forget it. She has already admitted her lack of upbringing. Why apologize? Even if she did, it wouldn't be sincere." Ru, in her early 40s, appeared to be in her 30s, her eyes sparkling with a captivating allure. To be honest, she was evidently the type destined to be a mistress, lacking the elegance and poise of a legitimate wife. Particularly when gazing at Lan Yi, her eyes were filled with disdain and arrogance. Fyo's eyes were similar to hers, but her youth had yet to reveal the full extent of her charm. Upon hearing Lan Ru's voice, "Lan Yi is gazton d'ici. You, who meddle in others' marriages, dare to don a bright red dress at a cemetery? Are you not afraid that my mother will stand by your bedside at midnight, glaring at you?" Truth be told, Lan Ru was not nearly as beautiful as Lan Su. However, Lan Ru knew how to manipulate men, exuding an enchanting aura akin to a vixen reincarnated. Lan Ru's expression shifted instantly. She had deliberately worn the red dress to provoke Lan Yi, hoping to incite her anger in front of Fhishin, thereby making him loathe Lan Yi even more. She never anticipated that Lan Yi would retort in such a manner. Here, in the cemetery, where Lan Su was buried, the sight of Lan Su's portrait sent shivers down her spine, causing her to instinctively step behind Fhishin. Fhishin, perhaps startled as well, wore a grim expression and sternly scolded, "What nonsense are you spouting?" He raised his hand, intending to strike Lan Yi, but was forcefully pushed away by Lan Xiaobi, who cried, "Don't hit my mother." It seemed that only then did Fhishin notice Lan Xiaobi, his rage intensifying as he glared at him. "Is this the little bastard you gave birth to?" I advise you to watch your mouth. LNYY's expression turned cold. FHITIN had never seen LNYY look at him with such disdain. Previously, she had indeed hated him. Yet she feared him and never dared to meet his gaze. For a brief moment, FHITIN was taken aback by her. However, he quickly recalled that he was the father, and why should he fear LNYY? LNYY, I am your father, and this is how you speak to me? FHITIN invoked his paternal authority to suppress her. Lan Yi Yi smirked sarcastically. Are you not afraid of biting your tongue when you say that? Sister, FYO stepped forward, gently grasping LNYY's arm. I understand you have felt wronged over the years. Today is Aunt LN's Memorial Day, and we are at her grave. Please, for her peace, step back and do not act like a hedgehog. Get away from me. LNYY forcefully shook her off. Do not touch me with your filthy hands. FYO stepped back, narrowly avoiding a fall thanks to LNRU's timely support. Seeing his precious daughter being bullied, FHITIN's expression darkened like storm clouds, casting a look of disdain at LNYY. Tomorrow, I will hold a press conference to publicly acknowledge our relationship, he declared to LNYY with unwavering determination, rather than seeking her agreement. Initially, he had intended to consider their father-daughter bond and not push matters too far. As long as LNYY complied and presented $500 million as an investment, he was willing to grant her a share in the company. However, since she proved ungrateful, he cannot be blamed for his actions. LNYY's eyes froze. FHITIN truly intended to ruin her for the sake of his beloved daughter, FYO. Yet, FHITIN, no matter how cleverly he schemed, overlooked a crucial point. She was never a prominent star and had no fear of scandal or public opinion collapsing, and when the time came for mutual destruction, she might not be the one to lose. Very well. Tout FHITIN surprise, Lan Yi Yi agreed. If you publicly acknowledge me, does that mean I will inherit a share of your assets upon your death? FHITIN was nearly driven to the brink of fury, realizing that this rebellious child was fixated on his wealth even while he was alive. HITIN, I have long said she is only after your possessions. I was not wronging her, LNRU interjected, eager to stoke FHITIN's resentment towards LNYY further. You will receive not a single penny of my wealth. Do not even think about it. FHITIN glared at Lan Yi. His expression filled with loathing as if he wished the deceased were her instead. In that case, you ought to draft a will in advance. LNYY replied with a sardonic smile, pulling LNCOB along as she walked away, entirely disinterested in casting another glance at them. What a farce. They claimed to come to honor LN Sue, yet none of them even brought a single flower, clearly there to vex her. Let's return. Once LNYY left, LNRU glanced at the gravestone's portrait, feeling profoundly uneasy, as if LN Sue were watching her. FHITIN turned back to cast a glance at LN Sue's portrait, snorting disdainfully as he walked ahead. LNRU, somewhat displeased, followed suit. What? You still cannot forget her? FHITIN frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? LNRU, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, your gaze earlier was as if you wished to be buried beside her. Do not think I did not notice. Do not create trouble for no reason. FHITIN's mood soured, his expression foul. Just as LNRU was about to speak, FYO interjected, Mommy, Dad is upset because of sister. Do not add fuel to the fire. Upon hearing this, LNRU finally took a step back. The three returned to the car, but LNRU still felt a chill in her heart as she glanced back at the cemetery, finding the place exceedingly eerie. I never wished to return to this cursed place. After LNCOB entered the car, he solemnly inquired, Mommy, were those three detestable people your relatives? In truth, from the earlier conversation, LNCOB had already grasped the truth and was merely waiting for LNYY to confirm it. LNYY, they are no relatives. They are merely a group of villains. You are still young and cannot contend with them. Next time you see them, just walk around them. LNCOB blinked. Mommy, can I hack their company system? LNYY replied seriously. Hacking systems is not permissible. If only we could sever blood ties. I wish I could replace every cell and drop of blood in my body. LNCOB sighed. That is rather difficult. Medicine has not yet reached that level. LNYY was amused by his expression, and her mood brightened somewhat. Upon returning home, I was standing in the hall, conversing with Aunt ZHU. When he saw them enter, he ceased his discussion. Aunt ZHU greeted LNYY before heading to the kitchen. LNYY settled onto the sofa, while LNCOB eagerly retrieved 2 bottles of yogurt from the refrigerator, inserted straws, and handed one LNYY. Mommy, drink some yogurt. Thank you. Darling. Lan Yi accepted and enjoyed a sip, both completely ignoring SBI's presence. L. and Shiobi attempted to sit beside L and YY, but discovered a pile of documents on the sofa. Mommy, your name is on this. L and YY curiously picked it up, and, upon reading for a moment, her expression changed drastically. This was indeed her dossier, documenting everything from her 18th year up to her participation in a variety show, including every little detail, even the time she confessed to a male star during auditions. SBI, what is the meaning of this? L and YY glared at him furiously, realizing he had secretly investigated her. SBI, do I need to explain my actions? L and YY was nearly exasperated, but quickly regained her composure, scrutinizing SBI with suspicion. Why do you investigate me so thoroughly? Have you developed feelings for me and wish to make me Mrs. S? SBI's narrow eyes narrowed slightly as he countered with a question. What? Do you now believe that the position of Mrs. C is more important than those several million? Lan Yi let out a dismissive sound. Of course, the millions were far more enticing. SBI snorted coldly. Meanwhile, Lan Xiaobo quietly sighed in relief, thankful that his mother did not fancy this groundhog. Otherwise, the groundhog would have had every reason to compete with him for his mother's affection. At noon, Aunt Zhou prepared a sumptuous meal. After finishing her meal, Lan Yi returned to her room for a nap, while Lan Xiaobo sat in front of the computer, engrossed in coding. The day passed peacefully, and the three of them resembled a harmonious family. The following day, Lan Yi dropped Lan Xiaobo off at school and subsequently sought out an agent to list their house for sale. Once the house was sold, she planned to whisk Lan Xiaobo away to a far-off place. Upon returning home, Lan Yi settled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Before long, a trending news alert popped up. Breaking news. Lan Yi was revealed to be the illegitimate daughter of the chairman of Hung Fei Group. Upon clicking the link, she was met with photos of Fu Haitian holding a press conference, flanked by Lin Rui and Fu Yao, the trio appearing as a picture-perfect family. Fu Haitian publicly apologized to his wife before disclosing the existence of his illegitimate daughter, expressing that his failure to properly educate Lan Yi had led her to her current state, insinuating that she was a societal menace. Within mere minutes, the comments section exploded with thousands of reactions. Chapter 85. How is directorly now? What a shock. Is Lan determined to dominate this year's trending topics? Some celebrities have debuted for years without garnering as much trending attention as Lan has in just 1 month. Truly, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. With a mother who is a mistress, it's no surprise the daughter also bore an illegitimate child, presumably for some big boss. The events surrounding Lan have the power to astonish me for an entire year. Let Lan roll out of the entertainment industry. Fu Yao, Fu Haitian's daughter, looks strikingly familiar. Fu Yao is truly stunning, and Lin Rui is also beautiful. Indeed, no matter how alluring a woman may be, it cannot prevent a man from straying. The barrage of criticisms continued, and Lan Yi smirked. She had no intention of entering the entertainment industry anymore, so let the situation unravel. Lan Yi opened Weibo and was met with a plethora of comments from netizens, many of whom were keyboard warriors who took to her profile to hurl insults. She swiftly retweeted Fu Haitian's post, adding her own commentary. I am 23, Fu Yao is 21. Who is the illegitimate child? Need I say more? Before long, a netizen unearthed Lin Rui's Weibo, and shortly thereafter, Lin Rui posted a photo of their marriage certificate, dating back 2 years earlier, boldly labeled as a first marriage. Accompanying the photo, Lin Rui expressed, in this incident, I am the victim, having been kept in the dark for many years. My husband spoke to me last night, sharing his heartfelt words. Heartbroken, I ultimately chose to forgive him. Regardless of my husband's misdeeds, the child is innocent, and we have decided to give the child a rightful name. After we married, we were engrossed in our careers and did not immediately have children. Unexpectedly, this became a reason for others to attack me. The pure are always clear. I have a clear conscience. I feel so sorry for Lin Rui. Everyone, don't let Lan mislead you. Must marriage immediately lead to childbirth? Lan, confident in her age over Fu Yao's, believed she could turn the tables. It is laughable. An illegitimate child has now given birth to another illegitimate child. Such people are the parasites of the entertainment industry, unworthy of being public figures. Lan Yi looked at the marriage certificate, feeling it was the greatest insult to Lan Shui. Glancing back at the vitriol in the comment section aimed at her, she scoffed again. These keyboard warriors were quite formidable. She currently lacked substantial evidence to prove anything, which was precisely why Fu Haitian dared to lie so openly. However, should she resolutely seek evidence, it would not be difficult to uncover. Just wait. Once she sells the house, she will search for proof to ensure that Fu Haitian and his wife face consequences. Scrolling further through the comments, a particular one caught her attention. I can prove that Fu Haitian and his wife are lying. I was a classmate of Lan Shui. She indeed met Fu Haitian first and even bore a daughter. I contributed to their wedding, only to discover they never registered their marriage. The Lan family was well off, and it was the Lan family that funded Fu Haitian's education. Upon this comment's emergence, a wave of outrage from netizens ensued. How much did Lan pay for her hired commenters? If you're going to fabricate a story, at least make it believable. They have presented their marriage certificate. Is Lan your father or mother? The keyboard warriors not only raged here, but also invaded others' Weibo accounts to hurl insults. Lan Yi clicked into the profile of the individual who commented and followed them. Before long, the individual reciprocated the follow. This small detail quickly drew the attention of the keyboard warriors. They say Lan didn't hire you to whitewash her image. You're now mutual followers. The act is set. Brother, you're defending an illegitimate child. May your wife bear 2 children in a year, none of which are yours. The netizen, seemingly unable to withstand the keyboard warriors' onslaught, swiftly locked their Weibo account. As the crowd heatedly debated this matter, a new trending topic erupted, swiftly ascending to the top of various sites. Fu Haitian's public acknowledgement of his illegitimate daughter was fleeting, quickly forgotten by many. The new trending topic showcased the matriarch of Huanan, Si Lao Foreign, stepping back, with her grandson, Si Bai, taking the helm. Upon seeing Si Bai's photograph, the audience erupted in excitement. Those who had and had not seen the survival show were equally stirred. What a surprise. There was no prior news about this. So, Si Bai is the heir of Huanan. I knew it. I had a hunch. He is even more handsome now. But why was this information revealed so suddenly? Si Bai seemed to be exceedingly low-key. Despite his family's wealth, he had never made public appearances. Si Bai's abrupt appearance on the deserted island and being saved by Lan sparked speculation. Could it be that he was being pursued and Lan rescued him? This plot resembles a drama. No wonder his generosity was so striking. Is Lan now filled with regret? Ultimately, her vision was too narrow, blinded by those few million. Lan's choice was correct. Given her background, she was unworthy of the extraordinary Si Bai. How is Director Lee now? Within mere minutes, the comments surged into the millions, even attracting international netizens, all echoing the same sentiment. Support for Si Bai, disdain for Lan Yiyi. Lan Yiyi observed the flood of repetitive comments for a while, muttering to herself, short-sighted, not a single discerning eye among them. Why was she deemed inferior to Si Bai? What was wrong with having a child out of wedlock? Her son was exceptionally intelligent. Perhaps in the future, Huanan Firewall would seek Lan Xiaobo's expertise. Meanwhile, the other actors who participated with Si Bai in the survival show were also taken aback. When Bai Shi learned the news, she was selecting scripts with her agent and, upon seeing the photo of Huanan's heir, pursed her lips, stating, I knew he had an extraordinary background. She had initially participated in the program to get closer to Si Bai and win his favor, but once in the production team, everything spiraled beyond her control. Si Bai showed no interest in conversing with her, holding on to the hope that Si Bai might merely share the surname Si and have no connection to Huanan. She did not pursue the matter too fervently. After the program concluded, she cast it aside. Unbeknownst to her, he was indeed the grandson of Si Lao Foreign of Huanan. What a splendid opportunity lost. Her agent lamented, if only you had formed a connection with Huanan, no one in the entertainment industry would dare to provoke you. With a stroke of luck, you could have become the future lady of Huanan. This opportunity may have slipped away, but it did not signify the absence of future chances. A glimmer of determination flickered in Bai Shi's eyes as she resolved to contact Director Lee to inquire about the participants for the next season. The agent was quite resolute and immediately contacted Director Lee, expressing Bai Shi's desire to participate in Desert Island 2, only to be met with a callous rejection from him. Such a variety show as Desert Island necessitates a constant influx of fresh faces. Otherwise, the audience may succumb to aesthetic fatigue. Most importantly, he was currently too preoccupied with the chaos surrounding Si Bai and Hu In to concern himself with such matters. Spending 200 yuan a day to have Hu In participate in the program was nothing short of humiliating for Si Bai. Upon receiving the rejection, Bai Shi's spirits plummeted, and her agent dared not utter a word. In front of her fans, Bai Shi maintained an image of a kind and delicate fairy. Yet those who worked closely with her knew that her temperament was far from gentle and that she possessed a notably fierce temper. After a prolonged silence, Bai Shi inquired if Lan Yi was among the selected participants. The agent shook his head, indicating that Director Lee intended to recruit entirely new faces this time. Hearing this, Bai Shi's expression softened somewhat. It appeared that she was not the only star to face rejection this time. Conveniently, she had a promising role lined up, alleviating her concerns about scheduling conflicts. Meanwhile, the stars slated to participate in Desert Island were scattered across various locations, each reacting to the same news with a range of expressions. No one had anticipated that Si Bai was the grandson of the venerable matriarch of the Si family. However, upon reflection, it didn't seem too surprising. After all, a fish costing 1 to 2 million was a rarity among those named Si. Gu Yuxuan, recuperating in the hospital, was so enraged upon reading the news that he smashed his phone against the wall. Si-bai was indeed the confidant of Hu In, and more critically, he had offended Si-bai. If that individual harbored any vengeful thoughts, a single careless word could obliterate his career and family legacy. The memory of Sang Jin only compounded Gu Yuxuan's distress. Though he genuinely cared for Sang Jin, her guilt was indisputable, and for the sake of his family and career, he had to forsake her. Nonetheless, his parents were furious about the situation, and his career had suffered significantly. As for Si-bai, he seemed quite occupied, not returning even at noon. Lan Yi felt unburdened, finishing lunch and then napping until Lan Xiaobo returned from school. Upon arriving home, Si-bai still had not appeared. The mother and son duo sat on the sofa, snacking while watching television. Lan Xiaobo appeared somewhat distracted, glancing toward the door intermittently. After finishing a packet of snacks, he could no longer suppress his curiosity. "Mummy, why hasn't the groundhog come back yet?" Lan Yi speculated. He is now with Hu In, a big boss, and must have many affairs to attend to. He probably won't return anymore. That's fine. I've already listed the house for sale. Once it sells, we will. Just as she spoke, the door swung open from the outside, revealing Si-bai standing at the entrance. This was the first time Lan Yi saw Si-bai dressed so formally. The deep blue suit accentuated his handsome features, exuding an air of natural authority befitting a high-powered executive, making anyone standing before him feel considerable pressure. With a mere glance, Lan Yi was convinced that he was not unwell. The three pairs of eyes met in the air for a moment before Si-bai loosened his tie and strode forward. His icy gaze fixed on Lan Yi. Feeling scrutinized, she feigned composure and asked, "What are you staring at me for?" Si-bai's amber eyes narrowed slightly, emanating a frosty aura. Are you planning to sell the house? Was he monitoring her? How could he have discovered this so quickly? However, what did her selling the house have to do with him? Lan Yi boldly affirmed, "Yes, I intend to sell the house and relocate with Xiaobo to another city." Relocate to another city? Si-bai sneered, "Did I consent to that?" Lan Yi regarded him incredulously, rising to ruffle his forehead. "Have you lost your mind? What does my selling the house have to do with you? Just because you've become a big CEO, do you think you can dominate a home?" Lan Xiaobo also gazed at him. Facing the scrutiny of both mother and son, Si-bai replied coolly, "The house is in my name, and I had a lawyer retrieve the title for you. You cannot sell it without my permission. Tomorrow morning, you'll go to Huawei Media to sign the contract. I have arranged a new agent for you who will be waiting for you at Huawei." Lan Yi and Lan Xiaobo were left speechless. "Si-bai, aren't you overstepping your bounds?" "Lan Yi Jialin. Xiaobo, do you have a crush on my mummy?" Lan Xiaobo quipped, both pairs of eyes scrutinizing him intently. Si-bai scolded, "You two should dream less. It affects your IQ." Lan Yi retorted, "What if I insist on selling the house?" Was he truly meddling in her affairs regarding the house? Si-bai replied, "Do you think you can sell the house without my permission?" Lan Yi was well aware of Hu In's formidable power. Even a fool could see that if Si-bai intervened, the house would indeed remain unsold. Yet, what was his motive for blocking the sale? After much contemplation, Lan Yi concluded that Si-bai must be afraid of not being able to find her should he fall ill again. How cunning! Wait, signing with Huawei? As far as she knew, Huawei was under Hu In, so was Si-bai planning to protect her? After a moment's reflection, Lan Yi remembered that Zhong Yu was also affiliated with Huawei, explaining why he had treated Si-bai with such respect. What advantages would signing with Huawei bring? Since she could not bend the arm of the strong, Lan Yi resolved to negotiate for greater benefits. Si-bai, signing with Huawei is already the greatest advantage. Do you think just anyone can sign with Huawei? Lan Xiaobo scoffed. My mummy wouldn't care to sign with Huawei. Si-bai shot him a glance, but remained silent. Lan Yi noticed that Si-bai seemed to exhibit a higher tolerance for Lan Xiaobo. Was he afraid that Lan Xiaobo would drive him away? Si-bai, not wishing to engage in further banter, promptly ascended the stairs to take a shower. Afterward, the three shared dinner before retreating to their respective rooms. While lying in bed and playing on her phone, Lan Xiaobo suddenly knocked on the door and entered. "Mummy, I can't sleep. I want to chat with you." Lan Yi patted the bed, inviting him over. Lan Xiaobo climbed onto the bed, sitting beside her, his large eyes blinking curiously. "Mummy, will you be signing with Huawei tomorrow?" Although Lan Xiaobo was young, he understood the significance of signing with Huawei. With a resigned sigh, Lan Yi replied, "You heard it too. Si-bai, relying on his wealth and now his status with Hu In, is trying to dominate me. Our plans to sell the house and escape might have to be postponed." Lan Xiaobo blinked, seemingly unfazed and even a bit pleased. "Mummy, since we can't oppose the powerful, let's bow our heads to the evil forces for now." Lan Yi looked at him questioningly. "Aren't you supposed to dislike the groundhog? Why do you seem a bit happy?" Lan Xiaobo fidgeted with his fingers, revealing, "Actually, it's not that I dislike him. Although I didn't like the way he competed with me for you. He's been quite nice to me and helps protect you. Since I began using the internet, I've seen keyboard warriors often attack you, and having someone stand by your side feels good." As Lan Yi observed Lan Xiaobo's awkward demeanor, she suddenly understood. Having never experienced paternal affection, Lan Xiaobo had been poorly treated by the original owner. Despite Si Bai's occasional aloofness, he had never harmed Lan Xiaobo and had, in fact, always been supportive of him. Therefore, the young Lan Xiaobo, who has never experienced a father's love, feels a tinge of reluctance to part with Si Bai. Lan Yi does not perceive this as a cause for celebration. Her relationship with Si Bai is inherently impossible, and their cohabitation is merely a temporary arrangement. Lan Xiaobo's excessive reliance on Si Bai may ultimately lead to his own emotional distress. After some contemplation, she decides to have an open conversation with Lan Xiaobo. Xiaobo, have you perhaps placed Si Bai in a role of a father figure? Lan Xiaobo lets out a soft whimper, insisting, I do not regard that groundhog as my father. Really? Lan Yi expresses her disbelief, gently advising, if that is the case, it is for the best. However, if there is any truth to it, you ought to dismiss that notion sooner rather than later. Si Bai hails from a different world than ours. It is impossible for us to become one family. His presence in our home is merely a result of his fragile state, as he perceives me as his mother. Once he recovers completely, he will depart from our lives. Although this statement is directed at Lan Xiaobo, it serves as a reminder for herself as well. During this period, Si Bai has indeed provided them with considerable assistance, fostering a sense of dependency that is all too easy to develop. Lan Xiaobo's small face stiffens, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Yet, this sentiment is quickly replaced by something else as he wraps his little arms around Lan Yi's neck. Mommy, as long as you are by my side, it is sufficient. Whoever you choose to love, I will love as well. Whoever you decide to marry will be my father. Lan Yi chuckles, playfully assuring him, rest assured. I will undoubtedly find someone who loves you as much as I do. Mommy, I love you most. Lan Xiaobo exclaims joyfully, planting a kiss on Lan Yi's face. Mommy, can I sleep with you tonight? Of course. Lan Yi replies, adjusting the pillows. Tonight, Mommy will hold you as you sleep. Yay! Lan Xiaobo exclaim, excitedly snuggling into the covers. In the next moment, the door swings open unexpectedly, and both are momentarily startled as Si Bai strides in. Lan Yi Yi, do you not have any manners? Do you not know to knock before entering? He admonishes. Lan Xiaobo, you will sleep with Mommy tonight. Hurry back to bed. Si Bai declares, you are no longer a 3-year-old child. With that, he swiftly scoops Lan Xiaobo from the bed, tucking him under his arm despite the child's futile kicking and squirming, and carries him back to his room for sleep. Mommy, save me. Lan Xiaobo's voice fades away at the doorway. Lan Yi, let him sleep alone. In the adjacent children's room, Lan Xiaobo stands on the bed, hands on his hips, glaring at Si Bai with indignation, resembling a puffed-up chick. Why are you, that groundhog, obstructing our development of a mother-son bond? Si Bai retorts with a question of his own. Have you ever attempted to breach the who in power grid? Lan Xiaobo's gaze flickers momentarily, a hint of guilt evident as he purses his lips. Si Bai scoffs, your skills require improvement. If the who in system could be easily compromised, it would have long since gone bankrupt. Lan Xiaobo, feeling defiant, asserts, I have only recently begun. I will surely succeed in breaching it in the future. No one has formally guided Lan Xiaobo in these matters. He merely stumbled upon them and developed a profound interest, immersing himself in research. To say he is self-taught is no exaggeration. The chaotic lines of code appear to him as lively notes, pulsating with vibrancy. Si Bai, would you like to meet him? Although he does not specify who he means, Lan Xiaobo understands, his eyes shimmering like stars in the night sky. Wait, this groundhog cannot be so benevolent. What is your intention? Lan Xiaobo questions suspiciously. Si Bai smirks. Is there something about you two that I ought to covet? Lan Xiaobo ponders. It seems there is nothing particularly noteworthy. After some thought, he proposes, I will not take advantage of you. If you take me to meet him, I shall waive 1 day's lodging fee. Sleep, Si Bai replies, lying down without further comment. Lan Xiaobo feels an itch of impatience, suspecting that the groundhog is deliberately teasing him. Yet he finds himself intrigued nonetheless. Unable to contain his curiosity, he finally asks, when will you take me to meet him? Si Bai's lips curl into a barely perceptible smile. Tomorrow after school. Will my mommy come too? Lan Xiaobo inquires. No, I will arrange for her to do something else. Si Bai responds. Lan Xiaobo blinks, a sly smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Si Bai, turn off the lights and sleep. Promptly, Lan Xiaobo hops up and turns off the light. After a restful night, the following morning, Lan Yi Yi rises to send Lan Xiaobo to school before going to pick up Li Changcheng for a contract signing at Hawaii. Upon encountering the manager Si Bai had arranged for her, Lan Yi Yi is momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that the manager would be Cheng Qi. Despite Cheng Qi's seemingly unassuming appearance, she possesses formidable skills in managing artists. Aside from Cheng Qi, the others seem unaware of this development, casting astonished glances at Lan Yi Yi. Everyone is aware that she had terminated her contract with Chi and Y, yet none expected her to sign with Hu Y. facing the bewildered stares of the crowd. Lan Yi steels herself to complete the signing ceremony, while Li Changcheng is too nervous to utter a word. The atmosphere is thick with pressure, surrounded by top-tier managers and star-studded celebrities. With Cheng Chi's guidance, and given Lan Yi's current popularity, she could elevate her status with just a couple of representative roles. After the signing is complete, as Lan Yi and Li Changcheng exit Huai, the official announcement of Lan Yi's signing is promptly released. As Li Changcheng reads the notification on her phone, her jaw drops in astonishment. Sister Lan, Huai is incredibly swift. They have already announced our signing. Together, they head to the parking lot, where Lan Yi tosses her car keys to Li Changcheng. You drive. I want to check the comments. Li Changcheng's expression shifts. Sister Lan, perhaps you should avoid looking at them. It might affect your mood. Lan Yi scoffs. If I couldn't withstand such trivial setbacks, I would have long since left the entertainment industry. Once in the car, she picks up her phone to peruse the comments, and, as expected, the keyboard warriors have resurfaced. The entertainment industry has disappointed me greatly. Lan has not been expelled and has instead linked up with Huai. This time, I refuse to believe that Lan is not a mistress or that she has not given birth to an illegitimate child. Clearly, she has someone supporting her from behind. After enduring years of criticism, Lan remains standing tall. Could it be that her backing is who went in? As soon as this comment appears, a swarm of netizens begins to attack. How could the C family allow their grandson to be abandoned? You are all fools. Sibai has no interest in Lan. His participation in the show was merely a pretext for taking over the family business. You are all terribly naive. Lan should exit the entertainment industry, restoring it to a state of purity. Lan Yi, closing the comment section, silently scoffs at these individuals. Li Changcheng glances at Lan Yi, offering soothing words. Sister Lan, it would be best not to pay attention to these comments. These keyboard warriors are merely jumping on the bandwagon. Having spent considerable time with Lan Yi, Li Changcheng believes that aside from her somewhat irritable temperament, she possesses many admirable qualities. As for the rumors circulating online, most are fabricated. Lan Yi's private life is far from chaotic. Regarding the claims of being an illegitimate child, she cannot be blamed, as one's birth is not within their control. These keyboard warriors are simply mindlessly slandering her. Do not worry. I possess the resilience to endure this, Lan Yi reassures. Just then, her phone rings unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the caller ID, her heart sinks. It is a call from a teacher at the school. Could it be that Lan Xiaobo is in some sort of trouble? She answered the call. Lu Laosher, is Xiaobo all right? A domineering voice emanated from the other end. What could possibly be wrong? Hurry over. Lan Xiaobo got into a fight with a classmate. With that, the call ended abruptly. Lan Yi frowned. Lan Xiaobo was the youngest and smallest in his class. Could he really be fighting? More accurately, he would be the one getting beaten. If her assumptions were correct, the other child's parents must hold significant status. Otherwise, the teacher would not exhibit such an attitude. Perhaps Lan Xiaobo was being bullied at that very moment. The more she pondered, the colder her expression became. Lan Jia, are we heading to Xiaobo's school? Li Changcheng, having overheard the call, was uncertain about what had transpired. Park the car by the roadside. You can take a taxi back, Lan Yi replied softly. Oh, all right. Li Changcheng dared not say more, complying with Lan Yi's instructions. As she exited the vehicle, she hesitantly added, Lan Jia, please drive safely. Record the fare. We will reimburse it at the end of the month. With a parting remark, Lan Yi pressed the accelerator and headed straight for the school. Upon arriving at the school gate, she noticed a luxury car worth over 10 million yuan parked nearby, confirming her suspicions. Guided by the security, Lan made her way to the office. Upon reaching the door, she heard Lu Laosher's loud reprimand directed at Lan Xiaobo. Who gave you permission to act out? You've been here barely a week, and already you're fighting. This school cannot accommodate you any longer. Pack your things. When your mother arrives, you will leave with her. You are expelled. At that moment, another brash voice interrupted. Lu Laosher, you cannot let them leave like this. He injured my son. When Lan Yi arrives, you must testify on our behalf. If Lan Yi does not apologize in person, I will have no choice but to pursue legal action. What a coincidence. I was just thinking of pursuing legal action myself. Lan Yi pushed the door open and entered the office. Upon locking eyes with Lan Xiaobo, her pupils constricted. His cherubic face bore 2 scratches, oozing blood, and his back was dirty, indicating he had been pressed to the ground. Mommy. The previously silent Lan Xiaobo's eyes sparkled like stars upon seeing Lan Yi. He instinctively ran to her and grasped her hand. Do not be afraid. Lan Yi gently squeezed his small hand, her heart aching at the sight of his wounds. You arrived just in time. The woman, with a commanding presence, glared at Lan Yi. Given that you collaborated with my husband, if you apologize, I will let this matter go. This woman, Li Wenlu, was the wife of the popular star Yuan Tu, with whom Lan Yi had acted in a film the previous year. Li Wenlu, aware of Lan Yi's beautiful yet controversial reputation, had often taken subtle jabs at her during visits to the set. Their previous conflict had even landed Lan Yi in the headlines, receiving harsh criticism. Lan Yi, where's your son? Liben Lukastionat, Pujlat. What do you need my son for? Lan Yi replied with a light laugh. It is more appropriate to apologize when the person concerned is present. Mommy. Lan Xiaobo looked up at Lan Yi, his face displaying a hint of defiance. It was not his fault, and he would not allow anyone to bully his mother. Lan Yi squeezed his hand, signaling him to remain calm. Understanding her message, Lan Xiaobo fell silent. I will bring Yuan Feng over, Lu Laosher volunteered. Li Wenlu, with a smug expression, regarded Lan Yi. Do not think that just because you are somewhat famous lately, you can bully my son. He is merely a third or fourth-tier celebrity. What does he have to compare with my husband? With that thought, she arrogantly declared, not only do you need to apologize, but your son must do so as well. Following this, she disdainfully added, in the future, my husband should suggest that the school conduct background checks on students' parents before admission, ensuring no unsavory characters are allowed. Lan Yi remained silent, leading Li Wenlu to believe she was intimidated, which only heightened her arrogance. Soon, Lu Laosher returned with Yuan Feng. Upon seeing Yuan Feng, Lan Yi felt a surge of fury. This hefty boy weighed at least 90 pounds, clearly a third or fourth grade student, easily twice the size of Lan Xiaobo. Yet he had the audacity to bully him. In a sudden burst of anger, Lan Yi swiftly pulled Yuan Feng in front of her and delivered several resounding slaps to his backside. The speed of her action caught both Li Wenlu and Lu Laosher off guard. Yuan Feng stood frozen for 2 seconds before bursting into tears. Having always been the one to hit others without ever being struck himself, Li Wenlu, realizing what had happened, rushed to embrace Yuan Feng. Lan Yi, have you lost your mind? How dare you hit my son? What of it? Lan Yi dusted off her hands. Your son dared to hit mine. Why should I not retaliate? Li Wenlu, fuming, turned to Lu Laosher. You saw it with your own eyes. She struck my son. You must testify for me. I will sue her. Suit yourself. Lan Yi huffed, taking Lan Xiaobo's hand to leave, but Lu Laosher blocked their exit. You struck someone. You cannot just walk away. Should I stay and have lunch? Lan Yi's gaze was icy as she replied, my son is injured. I want to take him for an examination. If he bears scars, not only will I sue Li Wenlu, but I will also sue you. Unexpectedly, Lan Yi's strong stance left Lu Laosher momentarily flustered, softening her tone. Lan Yi, please remain calm. Let us discuss this rationally. This incident began with Lan Xiaobo. He did indeed err initially, and while you hitting another child is inappropriate. Lan Yi scoffed. Yuan Feng is so robust. It will be fine if he struck you. How can you claim my son hit him? What about the injuries on him? Lu Laosher was left speechless. Regaining her composure, Li Wenlu, having just calmed her son, addressed Lu Laosher. Do not fear. I will definitely sue Lan Yi. With just one word from my husband, she will find it impossible to thrive in the entertainment industry. Upon hearing this, Lu Laosher's expression shifted, gaining a newfound confidence as if she had found a backing. Is that so? Lan Yi mocked. I was unaware your husband held such power. Just before coming here, I signed a contract with Huayu. I intend to see if your husband has the ability to have them blacklist me. You signed with Huayu? Li Wenlu's eyes widened in disbelief. Lan Yi, do not spout nonsense. Huayu would never sign someone like you. If they do not sign me, do they plan to sign you? Lan Yi upright. Oh, I almost forgot. You are merely an obscure model, far from qualifying for a contract with Huayu. Moreover, your figure has not been maintained well over the years, and your face has been altered beyond recognition, rendering you devoid of commercial value. The phrase killing with words aptly described Lan Yi in that moment. Each of her remarks struck at Li Wenlu's core. Having indulged in a life of luxury for years, Li Wenlu had become somewhat aloof, frequently undergoing cosmetic treatments, gradually growing dissatisfied with her appearance. What began as minor adjustments had escalated to numerous procedures, leaving her face stiff and lacking the natural beauty it once possessed. No one had ever dared to speak such truths to her face. Everyone around her had only offered compliments, allowing her to delude herself into believing she looked better than before. Now, Lan Yi's candid words pierced through her facade, leaving her feeling both hurt and furious. Lan Yi, do you think youthful beauty can last forever? Do not believe that just because you bore an illegitimate child for a wealthy man, you will never have to worry about sustenance. If you remain so arrogant now, do not come crying to me for mercy later. Lan Yi replied nonchalantly, I only fear that you lack the capability. I shall not concern myself with your private matters. However, I cannot allow students of the school to be assaulted before my very eyes. I will provide the video evidence to classmate Yuan Feng's parents. Since I have already offended Lan Yi, Teacher Lu can only assist Li Wenlu. Therefore, I expect you to provide the complete video. Lan Yi stated. Teacher Lu was taken aback, feeling somewhat guilty. These matters are for the school to decide. Lan Yi, with her striking brows slightly raised, inquired coolly Teacher Lu. Since my arrival, you have yet to mention why the two children engaged in a brawl, have you? She was confident that Lan Xiaobo would not engage in conflict without provocation. Many classmates witnessed that it was indeed Lan Xiaobo who first struck. Teacher Lu replied, "Did you hear that?" Li Wenlu raised her chin defiantly, stating, "It was your son who initiated the altercation. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. A whole family with no redeeming qualities." This insinuation included Lan Shui as well. Lan Yi chuckled softly, about to respond, when she heard Lan Xiaobo assert, "Mommy, it was Yuan Feng who first insulted me as an illegitimate child and spoke ill of you. I merely retaliated." Although he was not as tall as Yuan Feng, he could not tolerate being humiliated in front of himself and his mother. Alas, it was unfortunate that he was unable to prevail in the confrontation. Was my son in the wrong? Li Wenlu scoffed. "You are an illegitimate child by nature." A sudden, resounding slap echoed through the office, leaving Li Wenlu in shock. "Lan Yi, how dare you strike me?" Lan Yi shrugged her shoulders, retorting, "What is wrong with hitting you? You dared to insult my son. It is a mercy that I did not do worse." If Lan Xiaobo was willing to confront Yuan Feng, who was twice his size, she certainly could not fall short in defending her son. "You wicked woman, how dare you hit my mommy?" Yuan Feng attempted to kick Lan Yi, but she nimbly evaded him, warning, "If you dare to move your foot again, I will break your legs." Her eyes glinted with a chill, her tone devoid of jest. Yuan Feng, accustomed to bullying the meek, immediately recoiled in fear at her ferocity. Teacher Lu was equally stunned. Most students in the school hailed from affluent backgrounds, and no one wished to stir controversy that could lead to negative public opinion. Thus, no one had ever caused a scene at the school before. Encountering someone like Lan Yi left her baffled. She promptly called for the principal. Li Wenlu, escalating the situation further, dialed the police. Given that the incident occurred within the school premises, the police responded swiftly. Almost as soon as the principal arrived, the officers followed. "They assaulted and insulted me and my son. Arrest them all. I refuse to settle this. I wish to have my injuries examined." Li Wenlu glared at Lan Yi and her son. She had not retaliated, thus portraying herself as the victim, and intended to escalate the matter to expel Lan Yi from the entertainment industry entirely. Such a vixen in the realm of entertainment is nothing but a calamity. From the moment Lan Yi had acted alongside Yuan Tu, Li Wenlu had harbored disdain for her. She had observed the way Yuan Tu gazed at Lan Yi, recognizing the implications of such a look from a man. "I can testify that it was indeed they who initiated the altercation." Teacher Lu pointed at Lan Yi. The police turned to Lan Yi, asking if she had her identification. Lan Yi handed her ID to the officer, softly stating, "Officer, my son was bullied by her unruly child, and she insulted my son as an illegitimate child. I acted out of anger." The officer glanced at her, his face slightly flushed. He was in his 20s, just 2 years older than Lan Yi, and felt a tad embarrassed to be addressed as officer, yet acknowledged it as a term of respect. "Well, this is a school. If neither of you intends to reconcile, we shall proceed to the police station." After saying this, he cast another glance at Lan Yi, who defied the expectations of celebrity beauty filters. She was indeed strikingly beautiful, explaining why she had been dubbed Lan Yaoling by netizens for so long. "Wait a moment, I need to call my husband." Li Wenlu cast a smug look at Lan Yi, then exaggeratedly conveyed the events to Yuan Tu over the phone. After hanging up, her expression grew even more arrogant. "Let us proceed to the police station." She then turned to Teacher Lu. "Please compile the video and send it to me. I will sort it out immediately." Teacher Lu hastily replied. Lan Xiaobo raised his chin defiantly, stating, "We are not afraid of going to the police station. The law is just and fair." The few of them exchanged remarks, while the principal stood by, unable to interject.